Chapter 111. Although cook Jasmine baked excellent bread, the fillings on the table were truly lackluster, save for the infamous, indescribable marmalade, a specialty of the Duchy of Huntington. Jiang Yu felt the perfectly baked black bread wasted. She looked around again, and noticed no cheese products on the table. "Don't you eat cheese here?" Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. Lolita shook her head. "We rarely eat it. It's expensive. We do have cattle, but the milk isn't enough for us. Uncle Wolf makes some cheese, which he supplies to the Lord of West Eston. We only get to eat it during the holidays." Xiaoyo scratched her head. She had thought cheese-making technology was quite advanced in medieval Europe. Ugh, she was in another world now. She couldn't keep thinking in terms of European history. Of the three main dishes, the baked sweet potatoes were clearly the most delicious, but also the hardest to find. They were everyone's favorite, and their sweet spot, often devoured the moment they were served. The black bread itself had great potential, but the accompanying sauce was a disappointment, significantly diminishing its appeal. As for the oatmeal, while it was a nutritious treat, it was quite bland and boring, and it was grueling to eat every day. In addition to the three staples, boiled eggs were also available daily. The rest of the dishes were more random, switching back and forth between the meaty options of seared steak, pan-fried lamb chops, butter-fried duck breast, poached chicken thighs, and salted white shrimp. The vegetables were all made into salads, all chopped and tossed with salt and pepper, giving them the same flavor. The soups depend on the day's ingredients, with the most common being tomato and onion borscht and clam/clam chowder. While it sounds appealing at first, since it's all cooked in a large pot and people serve themselves, it easily resembles the school cafeteria-style soup. One must silently recite a mantra, sink one's chi into one's dantian, and, facing the cook's terrifying, potentially deadly glare, dip a spoon into the bottom of the pot and slowly scoop it up. Whether one gets a pot of broth or a bowl of hot water is a matter of luck. Also, because cook Jasmine cooks so much food every day, she's often overwhelmed, so clam chowder often contains a lot of mud and sand, which no one likes, said Loris. Jiang Yu nodded, unsurprised. Cook Jasmine's favorite recipes reveal her preference for dishes with simple steps, quick and easy to prepare. If it can be boiled, boil it. If not, fry it. It's simple, easy, and convenient. Overall, however, the food at the Witch Cafe wasn't as bad as Takumi had suspected. While the limited variety and simple cooking methods made it difficult to eat well, filling one's stomach wasn't a problem. For a free cafeteria in this culinary hotspot, the quality of the food was quite acceptable. However, the locals, who had grown tired of the same dishes day after day for decades, didn't see it that way. They were like college students who ate at the cafeteria every day, their eyes practically glowing like a wolf. Eating habits vary from person to person. Some people don't mind repetitive dishes, while others become so bored they lose their appetite even after eating the same thing 3 times a day. Compared to the lackluster dining options in the cafeteria, the villagers preferred the snacks brought by the numerous vendors during the Midsummer Carnival. These included Uncle Wolf Doro's impromptu barbecue, the shepherd's pie from the neighboring town Shepherd Hedgley Ho Lari, and the mashed potato wraps from Pinkby Ho Pris, a vegetable vendor from the next villages of tribe. It's a shame these snacks are only sold during the Midsummer Carnival. Meili sighed. On weekdays, at the morning market and the evening market, everyone's either buying candy, beer, or cloth. It's completely boring. After all, the festival only happens once a year, and tourists from far and wide only come during the holiday. Merchants flock to capitalize on these visitors, one chain after another, like carnivorous hunters chasing herbivores on the African continent. On weekdays, those small markets, held by nearby residents to exchange daily necessities, don't tend to be this bustling. To eat these snacks on weekdays, the witches would have to travel together, taking ox carts or horse carriages to nearby towns, a considerable hassle. The Witch Forest's cafeteria no longer kept pace with the increasingly improved living conditions of the local residents, who yearned for a variety of novel and delicious foods. Of course, this didn't mean the cafeteria was no longer necessary. No, low and free meals remained a crucial means of providing assistance to the distressed in this utopian village. People simply needed more options. So, we're thinking of opening a branch here. Larissa led Takumi to the other end of the cafeteria, where there was a back door and a small room. Ding 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 ding. This is the shop we're talking about. Loris pointed to the small room and said, this used to be a storage room, but it doesn't actually store anything. We can rent it. All we need to do is tear down half of this wall, make a counter, and put the food kiosk there. Clang, clang. Our shop's open. And the cafeteria has tables and chairs already. Meili said excitedly. We don't need to prepare separate tables and chairs or dining space. It's like the food court Takuya visited in his previous life. Just grab a table, and you can try every stall in the plaza. That's a pretty good idea. When villagers tire of Jasmine Chef's food but have to eat, they find the brewery's small branch. They can occasionally grab some crayfish or smashed cucumber for a change of pace, and it won't be a financial burden for them. Even if they just buy a bottle of soy sauce, it can effectively enhance the flavor of Jasmine Chef's boiled and fried dishes and salads. That's a great idea, Jiangyu praised. But opening a branch here won't steal the cafeteria's business and anger Chef Jasmine? She had a bad impression of Chef Jasmine as someone with a bad temper. Ha ha ha. If anyone else had opened the shop, they'd definitely have been chased out by Chef Jasmine, waving a rolling pin. Larissa laughed, patting Meili on the shoulder. But if Meili is the head chef, there won't be a problem. Chef Jasmine loves her precious daughter the most. No one else could possibly take over this shop. Okay, the value of a partnership continues to grow. Jiangyu didn't make a quick decision. She still visited all 5 potential locations, and even explored other parts of the village. After gathering all the information, she decided that the cafeteria was the best choice. Chapter 112. The shop next to the brewery was a good option, but its customer base was limited. Besides the brewery workers, the most common customers were merchants from all over the country buying beer. But these merchants only bought by the barrel or by the truckload, arriving and leaving in a hurry. By mealtime, they already left and wouldn't linger. The occasional tourist would come here to drink, but they would also eat in the cafeteria. Therefore, choosing the cafeteria would be easier to attract customers. People were there to eat anyway, and with Jasmine Chef's dishes as a backdrop, sales might even surge. Of the other 3 locations, apart from the one by the river, which was more likely to receive the crayfish delivered by the beavers, which caught Takumi's eye for a second, they were practically unremarkable, with low traffic, small stores, and the need to provide their own tables and chairs. The answer was clear. Let's rent the cafeteria. How much is the rent? Takumi asked. 10 silver coins a year, including free use of the cafeteria tables and chairs. Larissa said, if I let Meili negotiate, we should be able to get it down to 8. This price was quite affordable. Jiangyu had made a lot of money recently, so she didn't even blink when she paid the rent. She said proudly, done? Where do we sign the contract? As soon as the boss spoke, the 2 little witches immediately got to work. Meili, the second-generation chef, went to pester her mother, Jasmine, to bargain for a discount. After a while, she returned, her face beaming, and gave Jiangyu and Lolisa a thumbs up. Got it. 7 silver coins a year, and we can decorate as we please, and use the tables and chairs as we please. Lease starts 3 years. This is the difference between bringing in a capable partner and hiring an ordinary employee. The employees receive a fixed salary, but if they can do their job well, and without slacking off, the boss should be beaming. The partners share both profits and risks, and they spare no effort in leveraging their own resources. The rent alone, originally 30 silver coins over 3 years, is now only 21, saving almost a year's rent. With lower expenses, the share of profits increases, not to mention that Meili's status gives them a green light. The busy Lich won't stay in the Witch Forest for long. From now on, the store here will be primarily managed by Lolisa and Meili. Jiangyu can just sit back and collect the money. It's more like a franchise than a partnership. Jiangyu thought. It's hassle-free, profitable, and it also build a reputation and attract more customers. Wow! Great! The contract signing went smoothly too. With Lolisa and Meili acting as go-betweens, and Jasmine's approval, the witches in charge had no questions or objections. They simply smiled and said, make more delicious food. They were incredibly efficient. The storefront was finalized before noon. Jiangyu paid 3 years' rent, and contentedly settled the signed lease into his head. Shall we go to the market next? Larissa suggested. Everyone should be having their final sales around now, so we could look for anything we need to open a shop. Those clay pots are nice, said Jiangyu thoughtfully. We could definitely buy a few more. I teach you how to make clay pot rice. Clay pots are used for both clay pot rice and jerk pots. As the saying goes, everything can be jerk baked. There's nothing in the air, on the ground, or swimming in the water that can't be jerk baked in a clay pot. This dish has so many variations, tastes delicious, and takes so little time to cook. It's not particularly difficult to learn, you just need to master the steps, the heat, and the sauce. They could just buy a bunch of small, single-serving clay pots and serve them to customers whenever they order. There are countless small shops like this on the streets of Guangdong. We have the stove, cutting board, knives, and iron pots, and the tables and chairs are ready. We also need to stock up on all the seasonings and dishes. Lolita's little brain raced. We also need Uncle Eric's help with renovating this warehouse. Uncle Eric? He's the village bricklayer, so he's the go-to guy for any civil engineering projects. By the way, we need to start using the Raven service. Hey, Ayu, do you have a Raven? Jiangyo's eyes flickered with curiosity. What Raven? Huh? Larissa exclaimed, you don't know about ravens? Then how are you going to order the glass bottles from the alchemist? Actually, that's exactly what I wanted to ask. Jiangyu looked at me. You asked at the perfect time. With a smile on her face, she pulled out the slip of paper Larissa had given her, containing the contact information for the craftsman. I thought it was an address at first, but then I looked at it, and it didn't seem to be. For example, the slip she received, which was supposed to contain the contact information for the glass bottle supplier, read, Melori City Shop 224, Cage 113. At first, she thought it was the address, but after thinking about it, what kind of supplier would live in a cage? That's the Raven cage number. Larissa was at a loss for words. I never thought you didn't know about Raven. Don't worry, I explained. Once you subscribe to Raven service, you can get mail order delivery. Huh? Takumi's eyes flashed with excitement. There's already a mail order delivery service in this day and age? In fact, there is. 5 minutes later, Takumi stood in the Raven post office in Witch Forest Village, staring intently at a flock of black ravens. Miss Lich, this is the finest raven we have. A well-bred magical species, it can fly 200 to 280 kilometers a day. This means it can easily reach any nearby town. The shopkeeper was an elderly man, with a red nose and a soft red woolen hat. Larissa called him Father Papasan. At this moment, Father Papasan was tirelessly trying to sell Takumi's ravens. This cage. Larissa had already made her choice. She pointed to a large cage containing a raven hanging on the wall behind the counter, and gestured to Father Papasan. Okay. Father Papasan agreed, took the cage down, and placed it on the counter. This is a 3 silver discount, covering the Raven service activation fee and a raven. He then handed over a price list. This is the price list for the subsequent mailing service. Larissa pointed to the cage and said to Jiangyu, look, this is the Raven cage. See the metal plate with the number on it? That's the Raven cage number, a magical beacon. Once you know the cage number, you can mail letters and items to that cage. These messenger birds have been specially trained with magic to accurately identify and locate specific cages. If you simply want to receive mail or deliver items, you can simply buy an empty cage. To send mail or items to others, you must purchase a bird or create a familiar using special magical techniques. Chapter 113. Jiangyu asked curiously, how do these birds know which cage they're looking for and where it is? Well, I don't know exactly. Larissa looked embarrassed, like a student being asked a question by a teacher without any preparation. She frowned, pondering for a moment, then suddenly clapped her hands. I remember now. These raven cages all bear the markings of the netherworld, and have unique directional properties. Ravens, as psychic birds, can sense the location of the raven cage they're seeking and deliver mail and other items there. That's right, Father Papasan said with a smile. All raven post offices are the property of Sharon, the Lord of the Netherworld and the Ferryman of the Styx. 3 silver coins cover the cost of setting up the Netherworld beacon and hiring a messenger. Of course, each use of a Netherworld beacon or messenger requires a corresponding postage fee. Unless you are a dark mage proficient in hand magic and recognized and favored by the Lord of the Netherworld, in which case you can use your own familiar as a messenger, but you still need to pay the postage for the beacon. I see. This is the owl from the magical world. Jiangyu clapped his hands excitedly, his eyes ablaze. I always wanted one. Owl? Papa Papasan repeated, bewildered, scratching his head in embarrassment. You mean the night owl, right? The night owl is indeed a psychic bird, but we don't have any in our shop. He examined Jiangyo's skeleton, as if suddenly having an idea. Wait a minute, see if you like this one. He walked through the small door behind the counter, and into the warehouse. After searching for a while, he pulled out a pure white bone cage, inside which lay a sleeping white skeleton. This is our shop's most valuable treasure, the white skeleton falcon. Look at her beautiful, gleaming white bones, how beautifully she suits you. Hey! Jiangyu piqued her interest. She leaned forward and looked at the falcon skeleton in the cage. The falcon slowly awoke from its slumber, lifting its skull from beneath its wings. Its dark green eyes blazed as it met Jianyu's gaze. Can I touch it? Jianyu looked up at Father Papasan. Yes, of course. Papa Papasan opened the cage door and instructed Takumiya with experience. Please slowly extend your bone claw. Yes, place it right in front of her, so she can get acquainted with you. Okay, she nodded, you can pet her. Wow, she's so adorable. Takumiya scratched the falcon's tiny skull with the tip of her knuckle. The little falcon raised its head, seemingly in comfort, and rubbed against her claw. Both parties were very pleased with each other, so Jiangyu decided, she's the one. Okay, 1 gold coin. Papa Papasan grinned broadly. Don't think it's expensive. She's our most valuable treasure. She's a rare animal lich, capable of flying with wind magic and traveling through the nether plane, saving significant distance. Even traveling to the other side of the planet takes only seconds. That's not something your average raven can do. The little falcon skeleton puffed out its chest proudly, and Jiangyu seemed to hear a whisper. That's it. Praise me. Buy me. The sound of a voice. And quite cute. I kind of want it, but it's a bit pricey. It's not that I can't afford it, it's just that the non-existent flesh is starting to ache again. Jiao hesitated for a moment, glancing at the gleaming metal sign on the bone cage, which Forest Shop 666, cage number 1. Then he turned to Lolisa and asked, I applied for a raven cage number in the Witch Forest. Can I use it back in West Eston? Sure. Lolisa nodded. The store number on the cage number is simply for counting and identification purposes. It won't affect your use anywhere in the world. However, I heard that Raven post offices in certain towns record purchases according to the local lord's requirements. Many people even come to us specifically to buy ravens to avoid this problem. So this world also has a real name system. Jiangyu looked at the little falcon again. Its eyes flickered, sometimes orange, sometimes green. Although it lacked feathers, its white bones shone brightly, as if radiating starlight. The more you looked at it, the more you liked it. The skeleton was ultimately defeated by the cute creature. She sighed and fished for her wallet in her skull, asking, What's her name? No name. Papa Papasan said, all messenger birds are named by their owners. After you pay, you can choose a name when you sign a pet ownership contract with her. Because it's an anonymous transaction, both parties only need to exchange money for goods. Binding the pet ownership contract can be done on your own. If you're unsure about the process, you can ask the uncle for guidance. This service is free, so there's no extra cost. Jiangyu was still a talented layman in magic, but she was a business owner, and she had to put the raven cage on flyers so customers could order it. Naturally, she had no reason to hide it, so she simply paid the gold coin and asked the uncle to help her prepare the master pet contract. Okay, that's easy. The uncle pulled a box from under the counter and opened it. Inside was a row of various bird leg rings, each with a buckle. These were probably used to connect to small mailboxes and other equipment. What color would you like? We have gold, silver, rose gold, emerald, and white jade. Rose gold, Takumiya said, preferring the pinkish gold hue. It looks valuable. Uncle Papasan carefully used tweezers to remove the rose gold bird leg ring and placed it on Takumiya's bony claw. Hold it between your thumb and index finger. Mention the name you want to give it to your bird. Repeat it firmly 3 times, and the magic ring will reveal the bird's name. Takumiya did as she was told. She wanted to name the snow-white skeleton falcon Mochiko. White, soft, sweet, and adorable. Rice cake, rice cake, rice cake. After repeating it silently 3 times, the words rice cake appeared on the front of the rose gold magic anklet, even in Chinese. Wow, that's a great name. Uncle Papasan complimented, and it's so elegant, I can't even understand it. Now, please call this name to your new messenger. If she likes it, she extend her paw and let you wear the anklet. Rice cake. Jiangyu called sweetly to the little skeleton eagle. The little skeleton eagle tilted its head, as if trying to get used to the unfamiliar word. After a moment, it nodded, puffed out its chest, and held its head high. Condescendingly, it raised its paw toward Jiangyu and extended it forward. Chapter 114. Jiangyu couldn't help but chuckle at the adorable little eagle's actions. With the eagle's obedient cooperation, she easily fastened the anklet onto its bony claw. With a click, the anklet snapped shut. A flash of rose gold light flashed across the anklet, then transformed into a streak, connecting Jianyu's bony claw to the little eagle's. A moment later, the light faded, revealing a small, rose gold bird-shaped pattern on Jianyu's right index finger, as if someone had inked a tattoo on bone. This is quite pretty. Jiangyu lifted the bony claw to examine it more closely, then curiously rubbed the tattoo. The moment she touched it, A small magical projection appeared on the tattoo. A line of earthworm-like characters slowly emerged within the projection. Your current pending emails, 0. She looked up at Larissa. What is this magical projection? Oh, that's the magic mailbox apparition, Larissa understood. Neither you nor I can see it, but I roughly understand what you're talking about. Only the holder of the contract can see the contents by touching the contract tattoo. You can use this tattoo to see how many mail items you currently have on the way, both those you sent and those sent to you. I know a lot of shop owners use it to prepare for upcoming takeout orders. It's very convenient. How interesting. Jiangyu touched the tattoo again, and the projection turned off. Here, Papasan handed Jiangyu a price list. This is the price list for the subsequent paid mailing service. The Bone Falcon consumes soul energy or magical energy. As a Lich, I imagine you're familiar with this. Raising a Bone Falcon is simple. It eats whatever you eat, and you can simply share a bite with it when you eat. When not on a delivery mission, the Bone Falcon doesn't require much energy. When you need it to deliver mail or items, please prepare food for it on the way. Simply tell it the address, and it will tell you the time, cost, and rations required. This will also be displayed in the magic mailbox illusion. He pulled out another suitcase and opened it, revealing a large stack of items. This is the included delivery equipment. First, let's take a look at this. He pulled out a small leather tube. The object was about the thickness of a finger, cylindrical, with a lockable leather lid at one end. It looked like something strapped to the legs of ancient carrier pigeons. A small mailbox with space, weight reduction, and shrinking magic. Don't be fooled by its small size. It can hold up to 10 kilograms of correspondence. Any handwritten, drawn, or printed material on paper or leather will be recognized by the magic circle engraved on it, and automatically enchanted to shrink. However, please do not put anything other than letters or books in the mailbox. Use this for packages. Papasan held up a rectangular leather box the size of 2 fingers. It was also meticulously crafted, resembling a suitcase used by playthings. This is a parcel box, also engraved with space, weight reduction, and shrinking magic circles. It can carry all kinds of packages. Please do not put any living things in it, unless you want to receive a deformed corpse. If the distance and time involved are short, you can use this suitcase to transport meals, but please make sure to pack them properly. It's not pleasant if the food gets spilled inside. Papasan grimaced, shaking his head as if recalling a terrifying image. He continued, it'd be difficult to clean, attract insects, and affect your next shipment. By the way, we don't repair, clean, or replace parts that get dirty or damaged due to misuse. In addition to these, the suitcase also contains windproof goggles, a food pouch, a birdhouse, a cage brush, a special water trough. Of course, a small hawk probably won't need these, but they're still included in our complimentary set, as well as a standard bird stand, suitable for use inside or outside the cage. If this one seems too plain, we have many other designs available. Jiangyu suddenly felt like she stepped into a pet store instead of a post office. She hadn't intended to buy anything at first, but when she turned and saw the dazzling array of choices, she felt a sudden urge to stop. Wow, there are so many adorable stands. Some emulating trees, some with hanging coconut shells, some shaped like wind chimes, some with ladders and swings. Every one of them is so adorable. Of course, the cuter, the better the price. Papasan had already shown Jiangyu all the equipment, confirmed that there was no damage. After confirming that there were no missing parts, he closed the box and handed it to Jiangyu along with the instruction manual. Please take it. By the way, you haven't seen a little bone eagle fly yet, have you? Interested? Interested? Of course I am. Jiangyu nodded, and saw Father Papasan open the bone cage. Do you have any extra soul fire? I teach you how to feed it. Jiangyu pulled a reserve soul fire from his head and, following Father Papasan's instructions, held it in his bone claws, and handed it to the little eagle. Little Rice Cake shook her little head, stretched her neck, and stared at the soul fire for 3 seconds. Then, she opened her bony beak, took a bite of it, and slurped it down. As the soul fire entered its stomach, the bone eagle's body lit up with a silver blue light. Little Rice Cake leaped out of the cage and spread its bony wings on the counter. In an instant, the silver blue light transformed into wings, shimmering with color and beauty. The Lich and the little witch, who had never seen anything like this, exclaimed in unison, "Wow!" The little Rice Cake, gleaming with a silver blue glow, flew around the post office before leisurely landing on Takumi's skeletal shoulders. She nuzzled Takumi's skull affectionately with her skeletal head. "Takumi! Caw caw caw!" She laughed heartily. "She's so cute!" So beautiful, Larissa said enviously, especially when she spreads her wings and flies. Those are soul wings, said Father Papasan. Bone eagles take on this form when they fly. In this form, they can also travel through the netherworld plane. It's just that this form consumes a lot of energy, so she won't fly unless she's full. Worth it. Jiangyu patted Xiaoyan Gao's head happily. It's worth it. Of course, a courier isn't just a companion who delivers letters and parcels, it's also a pet, and a companion to our family. Father Papasan smiled. Are you really not considering buying a spare stand? Living in a cage isn't that comfortable. Chapter 115. When Jiangyu stepped out of the Raven post office, he carried a bone cage in his left hand and a gift equipment box in his right. A bone eagle perched on his shoulder, and a multi-purpose bird stand was half caged and half tucked between his humerus and ribs. The stand was shaped like a tree, with a coconut hut on top, a bed, a ladder, a swing, and even hemp rope-bound poles for sharpening claws and beaks. It looked like a super deluxe cat climbing frame, and the price was quite attractive, costing Jiangyu a full 10 silver coins. The Lich had now taken on the appearance of a naive owner who had just acquired a beloved pet, eager to buy anything he could find for his precious. With the help of Lolisa and Mei Li, Jiangyu finally managed to carry the pile of items back to her temporary room. These items were too large, too numerous, and impossible to shrink, nor could they fit inside the skeleton's skull, so they had to be returned. He was so tired. She fiddled with the giant stand for a long time before finally placing it. Wiping away the non-existent sweat, she looked at her little rice cake with eyes filled with fondness and relief. This way, little rice cake will have a place to sleep while we go shopping. However, little rice cake didn't even glance at the stand. She fluttered her wings and flew to Jiangyu's head, nestling comfortably on his snow-white skull, seemingly very satisfied with the egg-shaped nest. Jianyu, Why does this white-boned falcon have the personality of a Sundra kitten, but Jiangyu also quite likes Sundra kittens? Raising two different species in one pet, isn't that a huge win? Be frugal when you should be frugal, and don't be stingy when you should spend money. Jiangyu felt that this new pet was a great buy. Not only was it adorable and cute, but it also made him money. But speaking of making money, Jiangyu pulled out the flyers she printed earlier. Most of them had been distributed, leaving only a thin stack. It was a shame she hadn't known about the Raven cage number and food delivery service when she printed them. If she had signed up for the Raven service and printed the cage number on the flyers, her food delivery service would have become famous by now, thanks to the customers' return visits. She couldn't imagine how much more prosperous her business would be in the future. Wait, that doesn't seem right. What if the takeout business is too booming and she and Xiaoyan Gao can't handle it? Perhaps setting a specific opening time for the takeout window would be a better idea. Choose the shop's busiest hours? Having Xiaoyan Gao deliver food would require soul fire. She could certainly use the spirit wood to cook and absorb soul fire, but that doesn't seem very cost-effective. The most convenient and reasonable option would be to charge customers who want to order takeout a soul fire delivery fee, right? Jiangyu clutched the flyer, lost in thought. Lolisa watched her silently for a moment, then couldn't help but say, Xiaoyu, is there something bothering you? Oh, nothing much, just thinking about how to start a takeout business. She sighed, if only we could add Raven Cage to the flyers we already sent out. Larissa blinked. Sure. I was just saying it casually. It's just impossible to think about it. What did you say? Jianyu was still mumbling when she suddenly realized what Larissa had said. She looked up at the little witch, her eyes ablaze with anticipation. Really? It works? You had the dwarves print these flyers, right? Larissa reached for a flyer and flipped it over. Look, each batch of flyers the dwarves make has a customer number. With this, as long as you have a copy of the flyer, you can cast the editing spell on the same batch of printed materials and modify the content repeatedly. The spell takes effect instantly, allowing you to publish information at will. That's why the dwarves' flyers are not cheap. You can modify the content at will? Jiangyu was shocked. You can't say you can do it at will. Larissa said, the amount of ink that makes up the text is fixed. No matter how you modify it, you have to take this into account. Adding too much text will fade the ink, or even cause it to run out of ink and not print. She smiled. This was originally a spell created by a publisher who often made typos. He owed me a lot of money for drinks, so he used this spell to pay off his debt. Although this spell doesn't have many practical uses, I thought it was interesting and agreed. I see. But this spell is also. It works, having experienced the convenience of instant messaging apps in his previous life. Takumi couldn't help but think wildly. Wait a minute, if a few people could master this editing magic, and prepare a few sheets of paper half soaked in ink, wouldn't it be possible to remotely communicate via email? And no one would be able to detect it? Larissa paused. She carefully followed Takumi's thoughts and muttered, maybe it really could work. Worth a try. Takumi said excitedly, think about it, the branch and the main store are so far apart, communication is difficult. But if we had this thing, we could have 2 sets of notebooks and communicate instantly. Wouldn't that be super convenient? The 3 girls immediately set to work. Larissa taught Jianyu magic and revised the flyer while doing so. Meanwhile, Meili went to the market to find the printer Jinx Pinks. Dwarves usually arrive early and leave late, so they figured Jinx might still be there, so if they worked quickly, they could catch up. After a busy period, the flyer was revised, and Jianyu successfully mastered the niche magic of editing spell. It works by revitalizing the ink from misspellings, arranging and combining them into new text. The more changes you make, the more magic power you consume. All changes will apply to the same batch of printed materials, so the larger the number of printed materials, the more magic power you need. But, Jianyu tilted his head, a hint of worry forming in his mind. While this magic is useful, could it be abused for evil? At the very least, it could tamper with a contract, or at worst, alter an entire batch of books. While it would require a significant amount of magic power, there's no guarantee someone would be so mischievous. Not usually, Lolisa said calmly. Dwarves have tried to exploit this before, but they were punished by the kingdom's knights. Since then, the practice of contract witnessing has been in place. While witnesses appear to be merely observing, they actually cast a protective spell on the contract they witness, making it difficult to break. Officially published books are also protected by anti-tampering magic. Booksellers typically use this editing magic during final review. As for flyers, not many ordinary people know how to use it. People wouldn't waste so much magic power on such trivial matters. Magic power is precious. Chapter 116. Jianyu nodded. Indeed, she had just finished revising the flyers with Lolisa, and she felt as if she had exhausted all her primordial energy. Her stomach was empty, and her entire frame was almost weak. She only recovered after consuming 3 soul fires. Magic, while useful, is not always safe. Using it rashly against an unknown target can easily lead to magical accidents. Although this is a small spell, once the magic power enters the magic circle circuit, it cannot be stopped until it achieves its goal. This is only 3,000 flyers. If it were 30,000, wouldn't it drain everyone's magic power completely? But she took a look at the finished revised flyers and felt very satisfied. Due to the addition of a lot of words, the handwriting on the flyers had faded by 2 shades, but it was still clearly legible. Jianyu Brewing Workshop. Main store address, 666 Yafang Street, Southeast District, West City, Eston. Raven Cage, Witch Forest Store 666, Cage 1. Opening on the 15th day of the midsummer month, year 988 of the Ta calendar. Hours, dine-in 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Take-out 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Branch store address, behind the Witch Restaurant in Lankyalyo, Witch Village. Raven Cage, Witch Forest Store 666, Cage 188. Hours, dine-in/take-out 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Selling a variety of snacks, alcoholic beverages, sauces, soy sauces, and specialty dishes. We look forward to your visit. The takeout menu is updated daily. Please contact us to request one. The skull design on the flyer has been successfully retained, though it's been scaled down a bit, giving it a more adorable look. Since Jianyu still needs to stay in the Witch Forest for a few days to handle the branch's affairs, the main store's opening will obviously not be as seamless as originally planned. She calculated the date. Today was the 9th day of midsummer, so the main store should be open in 6 days. We also need to prepare some takeout menus. Print all the dishes we plan to sell, and mark each one with a label, so we can easily adjust them daily based on inventory. Jianyu pondered as he said to Lolisa, it would be best to divide the menu into 3 or 5 batches, each containing 1 or 2,000 copies. This way, it won't be too tiring to modify them, and we can use magic to update them in real time. Good idea. Lolisa praised. We also need to make a set of contact books, one for each branch and one for the main office. Well, I can even prepare one for Holly. Jianyu continued to mutter, this way, every day, big or small, like buying and restocking, can be easily accomplished. While it's self-destructing and doesn't preserve records, it's incredibly quick and convenient to use. This contact book can just be used for correspondence. We can keep a separate account book as a backup. Larissa agreed. Or we could use a recording crystal. There are many ways to keep records, but instant messaging is incredibly rare. This invention would save us so much time. Hee hee, this is a magical version of WeChat. Jiangyu said proudly, it would be even better if we could make these contact books ourselves. We could make as many copies as we want, as many sets as we want, and there wouldn't be any accidental leaks. The editing spell is performed using a string of customer numbers printed on the same batch of paper. If you're not careful, a private chat could become a group chat, with an unexpected spectator in the group chat. That's no fun. Actually, it's not that difficult to do. Larissa rested her chin thoughtfully. I've seen the dwarves at work. They use a small label printer to stamp codes on the corners of paper with a special magic ink. This code is made by engraving patterns and text on a piece of cork and adjusting the numbers with a brass dial. It's not difficult to operate. The basic principle of the editing spell is to modify the text on all sheets of paper with the same code. We can buy a printer, paper, and magic ink and make our own ink-soaked contact books. Jiangyu's soul fire flared. That's even better. She had been worried that the dwarves would reuse numbers. If she could design her own, she could just use Chinese. This way, it would be clear at a glance, and others wouldn't be able to read or copy it. It would also ensure complete confidentiality, without having to worry about leaking trade secrets. Carving cork shouldn't be difficult. Jiangyu had made many handmade rubber stamps in his previous life when he was bored, and he had carved his own shrine tablet in this life, so he was confident in this. And the label printer has other uses. Larissa smiled like a fox. With this thing, you won't have to hand print soy sauce bottle labels anymore. I know a lot of stores have bought these small printers to save the hassle of printing product labels. The engraving plate doesn't need to be changed frequently, so it's so convenient. Hey, this is practical. Jiangyu was even happier. Let's get one right away. So, you need to print menus, plus buy a small label printer, the corresponding basic engraving plate, magic ink, paper, and a binder. Jinx, the printer brought over by Mary, stroked his beard. Okay, have you finished designing the menus? Yes. We're printing 2 menus, one for the main store and one for the branch, said Takumi. We print 1,500 copies for the main store, and another 1,500 for the branch. We print that number first, and then add more when they run out. The paper needs to be thick and luxurious. I have coated paper, parchment, cardstock, and matte paper. Jinx pulled out a notebook and opened it in front of Takumi. Inside, page after page of paper samples, he said, you can take your pick. Takumi felt around, comparing the feel, thickness, and price. He finally chose a coated paper that looked comfortable, classy, and affordable. The menu is 3 silver coins. Jinx calculated and, before Jiangyu could say anything, said, no bargaining. This is already a discounted price. This paper is better than the flyers we used last time, and it was several times more expensive. Since you're a regular customer, I won't argue with you. Jiangyu, all right. As for the label printer, I brought one this time. You can come with me to the booth to take a look. If you like it, I won't move it back. The Sage shipping costs will count as a discount. Jinx shrugged. This machine has only been used a few times. With all the spare parts, materials, and ongoing repairs, it would have cost 2 gold coins and 50 silver coins. Old tradition. The last day of carnival, the sale is slashed. Get your business done early and get home early. I take your 2 gold coins. If you miss this opportunity, you miss it. Do you want it? Fixed price. Just one word. Jiangyu weighed his thick wallet. Let's go and see the merchandise. Chapter 117. That label printer looks really nice. The machine is made of brass. Although it's secondhand, it looks new and shiny. The printing area features a platform that can hold various types of paper. Above the platform is a rotating slot that can be adjusted in size using gears. It can accommodate various sizes of engraved plates. After inserting the engraved plate, positioning it, and applying ink, a firm press of the wrench on the side snaps the slot down, printing text and images on the paper. Next to it is a row of number rollers mounted on removable metal rods. There are 15 number rollers, each engraved with numbers from 0 to 9, plus a blank space. When you need to print numbers, simply adjust the rollers, and you can print progressive page numbers. It's truly convenient. Don't think this thing's expensive. This machine comes with a set of cork-type blocks. Jinx said, pulling out a box and opening it for Takumi to see. Inside were rows of small wooden blocks. This contains a total of 30 characters, along with all punctuation marks, numbers, and blank space. The number of each character is based on frequency of use, with more frequently used characters and fewer less frequently used ones. Normally, this is more than enough to create a full page of labels. If not, I have extra blank cork here. You can carve your own or purchase additional parts from me. If you need individual plates, feel free to contact me. Any word or image can be carved. Takumi took the cork-type blocks and examined one. This cork had the right hardness and a slight springiness, making it easy to carve. It actually bore a slight resemblance to the rubber stamps she used to play with in her past life. There was a large box of blank cork blocks. Blocks without inscriptions weren't worth much, so Jinx generously provided a good supply. You can play with these as you please. Although the cork blocks are relatively soft, a single character can normally be printed on 50,000 to 60,000 times before wearing out. With gentle use and proper care, it can last up to 100,000 copies. Be careful to prevent moth damage, clean the ink after use, and avoid excessive moisture, dryness, or heat to effectively extend its lifespan. Jiangyu silently calculated that even if improper care only produced 50,000 labels, those 50,000 bottles of soy sauce would earn her 500 gold coins. The cost of replacing a few character blocks was definitely more cost-effective than having Jinx print labels every time. Anti-Wolf's magic was certainly useful, but as soy sauce production increased, mechanized printing would be more convenient. Oh, and there was also the exorcism magic circle on the back of the label. She thought for a moment. I'm also going to order a custom engraving of a magic circle. Jinx nodded. Okay. Do you want cork or brass? Let's use brass for this one. Each label would have an exorcism circle printed on the back, so it naturally needed to be durable. Jinx had given some ink and paper, but Takuya still felt it wasn't enough. So she bought some paper suitable for soy sauce bottle labels, and some for book printing. These papers were unused and unnumbered, so Takuya could use them as he pleased. There were two types of ink, a magic ink for printing numbers and establishing connections, and a printing ink. For the printing ink, Takuya chose the common colors of black, red, orange, green, and brown, which corresponded perfectly to her soy sauce varieties. She bought and bought, clearing out most of Jinx's stall's inventory in one go. Jinx, beaming, gave Takumi the savings on shipping as a discount, saving him a full silver coin, just enough to buy a simple binding machine. The binding machine was simple. On one side, a shear that neatly trimmed the edges of paper, and on the other, a device for punching holes in books and notebooks and automatically inserting string. Operation was simple. Just press or twist a handle. The printing press cost 2 gold coins, the menu cost 3 silver coins, the ink and paper cost 2 silver coins after discount, and the binding machine cost 1 silver coin after discount. All this cost Takumi 2 gold and 6 silver coins, and he couldn't help but sigh, money is so precious. But it was a necessary investment to continue expanding production. He had to buy all this equipment anyway, so he might as well take advantage of the discounts. Although it would still take some effort for Jiangyu to transport them back to the brewery, with the capable Andre and Diego on her side, it wouldn't cost a penny. She imagined that the equally cash-strapped investor would be happy to help her transport the filling machine, printing press, and binding machine back to the workshop just to get their dividends. The investor's value continued to grow today. Jinx agreed to help Jiangyu transport the items to her rented warehouse. The short distance wouldn't require additional shipping fees, and the dwarf called out to his companions for help. Mary left with the warehouse key, while Larissa and Jiangyu continued shopping for other supplies. They quickly bought all the seasonings except for the malt sugar and found casseroles, buying a total of 20. These items weren't expensive, costing only 3 copper coins in total. As for malt sugar, Lolita knew how to make it herself, and she had extra sugar at home, so she didn't need to buy any. Next came the renovations. Uncle Eric, the bricklayer, was easy to find. His shop was located on the north side of the commune, next to the small earthen kiln where Old Man Esak made pottery. His yard was piled high with baked red bricks, likely products from that small kiln. Uncle Eric was a middle-aged man with brown hair and a muscular build. When Jiangyu and the others arrived, they saw him chopping wood in the yard, his muscles bulging and sweat dripping. He was clearly a hard worker. "Uncle! Time for work," Lolita called sweetly. "Can you help us decorate the shop?" Uncle Eric put down his axe, wiped the sweat from his brow, and smiled brightly, "Of course. Where's the shop?" A moment later, they arrived at the cafeteria and began to examine the small storage room. "Our plan is to knock down half of this wall and create a window that opens. When we open the shop, we just need to open the window." Jiangyu gestured. "We put our stove here, a few cabinets over here, and a row of cabinets and workbenches in the back. We also need some shelves in the back to store soy sauce. The small storage room isn't very spacious, but since we're using the cafeteria tables and chairs as the dining area, customers never need to enter the shop. This small shop is completely Larissa and Meili's domain. So, all we need to do is arrange the shelves for storing the goods, the cabinets for preparing and storing the ingredients, and the workstations for the little witches to work on. The renovation isn't that difficult. Chapter 118. As she gestured, Uncle Eric drew the design with charcoal. Half an hour later, the design was ready, along with a materials estimate and timesheet. Red bricks, tiles, wood paint, metal fittings, a vast array of other items. Although each was cheap, the total price, after adding up the quantity, was nearly 3 gold coins. Jiangyo's heart ached again, and she couldn't help but mutter, "Why is this money so hard to spend?" She had already spent almost 7 gold coins today alone. Opening a shop was indeed an expensive undertaking. But thinking about the tens of thousands of gold coins these investments would bring in the future, Jiangyu felt relieved. She carefully reviewed the list, confirming she hadn't been ripped off. She gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, how many days will it take to complete?" "About 3 days." Uncle Eric thought for a moment. "Pay 2/3 first as a deposit and initial material costs, and the balance upon inspection." They further finalized the decorative details, including the colors and patterns, and signed the contract with the head, which is a witness. With that, the basic preparations for opening the shop were almost complete. Jiangyu stuffed the newly signed renovation contract into her head. Little Rice Cake obediently moved from Jiangyo's head to her shoulder. After paying 2 more gold coins, she let Uncle Eric do his thing. She and Lolisa hurried back to the warehouse. "Hey, wait a minute." Chubby Jasmine, the cook, chased out with a rolling pin, startling Jiangyu. What's wrong? We do the renovations properly, and won't disturb the cafeteria." "I didn't tell you that." Jasmine rolled her eyes, and handed over an overflowing food basket. "While you're busy, don't forget to remind Meili to eat lunch." Takuya felt instantly relieved, and he and Lolisa thanked Cook Jasmine for feeding them. The air was filled with the sulfire aroma of milky, sweet corn soup, perhaps the motherly love of Cook Jasmine. The basket was filled with delicious food. Takuya took a quick look and saw a shepherd's pie enough for 3 or 4 people, a celery and shrimp, a pot of cream of mushroom soup, and a large piece of warm brown bread. Both the appearance and aroma were far superior to those in the cafeteria. They looked like they had been prepared with great care. Wooly took a deep breath, her opinion of the seemingly irritable cook beginning to change. Cook Jasmine might not be a very good cook, but she was a very good mother. Takuya, Lolisa, and Meili finished their hearty lunch at the stall in front of the warehouse that had not yet been removed. The meal tasted quite good. It was clear that cooking lunch for her daughter and for the cafeteria was a world of difference for Cook Jasmine. But then again, a free cafeteria like this probably couldn't have the most delicious food. They were almost done when Andre reappeared, just in time. Today was the last day of the carnival, and there were no more activities that evening. The guests and vendors were already busy leaving, and Andre planned to leave at dusk. He had come to ask Takumi about his plans. "Oh, I'd be staying here for a few more days," Takumi said. "There's still a lot of things to take care of at the branch." But she thought for a moment, "There are some things I need you to transport back to the workshop." She then pushed her sulfire-infused lunch toward Andre. "Have you eaten yet?" "No." Andre accepted everything. Picking up an unused spoon, he asked Takumi for a bottle of soy sauce, mixed it with his tasteless meal, and began to eat. "I don't have much luggage, so I can easily bring you some things along." Andre knew Takumi had bought a filling machine and would need help moving it. But when Takumi opened the warehouse door, he was stunned. "Why are there so many more things? Why did you buy a printing press and a binder? Do these things have anything to do with making soy sauce?" "Oh, these are for printing labels and contact books." Takumi smiled and called to his friends, Larissa and Meili. Come on, let's try this idea out first." Andre, while quickly cleaning up Takumi's leftovers, watched the bone Lich carve 2 strange patterns on a piece of cork, resembling words and pictures, and then printed them onto 20 sheets of paper. The 2 little witches dipped the printed paper into ink, dried it with magic, and then separated it into 2 identical small notebooks. Andre was filled with questions. "What are you doing?" Jiao smiled brightly, revealing his 32 perfectly aligned white teeth. "Just watch." She picked up one of the notebooks and cast the editing spell. The ink on the notebook began to shift under the influence of magic, gradually forming a line of words. "Jiao, how is the branch doing today?" Larissa picked up the other notebook and opened the first page. Sure enough, she saw the same words slowly appearing. She chuckled and replied with the editing spell, "Larissa, we just started renovations, and haven't opened yet." Andre, shock! He stood up suddenly. This. A little invention of ours. Jiangyu said happily, "Larissa used this spell to correct typos on my flyer this morning, and I suddenly had the idea to use it for remote communication. If there are only 2 notebooks, the magic power consumed to modify the characters isn't that high." Andre's mind raced through countless uses for this thing. He excitedly grasped Jianyu's bone claw. "This thing is important. Can you give me a set?" "No, 3 sets? If I'm not mistaken, there's a lot of space between each set of these notebooks. Will they correspond to each other, preventing any information from being leaked to third parties?" "Yes." Jiangyu nodded. "Books printed using the same engraving block will be in the same chat channel. As many copies as you print, so many copies will be included in the group chat. If you're worried about leaks, simply dismantle the engraving block and destroy it. The next engraving won't be exactly the same." Andre's green eyes grew brighter. His Majesty's biggest concern before was that the kingdom's knights and shadow army spies sent into the enemy camp would lose contact amidst the encirclement. But with this kind of contact book, wouldn't it be easy to report information to His Majesty without anyone noticing? "Little Bone," he said, pulling Jianyu into the warehouse. "Your idea could change the future of the Duchy of Huntington. Do you mind if I report your invention to His Majesty? Of course, His Majesty won't use your idea for free. He definitely reward you handsomely." Chapter 119. Little Bone, do you know? This invention of yours will save countless soldiers in danger. Andre placed his hands on Takumi's shoulders and said solemnly, "You will save countless lives, further His Majesty's great cause, and bring prosperity and peace to the entire Principality of Huntington." "Aww." Takumi was a little confused. Am I that amazing? It was the first time she had seen Andre so serious and solemn, yet filled with so many beautiful hopes for the future. This knight of the kingdom had always disguised himself as a cool and frivolous persona, only letting down his guard briefly when enjoying delicious food. Now, however, his true feelings were revealed because of this little magical invention. However, this contact book was indeed perfect for a lone envoy like Andre, who had infiltrated the enemy camp. "Sure." Jiangyu nodded. "Yes, I will teach you the magic and the production process, and you can report it to His Majesty. However, this magic wasn't invented by me. Larissa taught it to me. Using it in a notebook for communication was my idea. If there are any rewards, I think Larissa and the publisher who first invented the editing spell to correct typos should receive their fair share." "That's easy. I report it to His Majesty." Andre agreed immediately. After a moment's thought, he added, "This invention is a secret. His Majesty may not award it under this name. The true honor will probably have to wait until everything is settled in Xiaoyu, and the traitors are brought to justice before it can be announced to the world. But you will definitely receive the benefits in the dark." "Very well. That's His Majesty's reward. Even if King Huntington's treasury is depleted and stretched to the limit, that's a kingdom-wide problem. A kingdom's financial expenditures can easily reach hundreds of thousands, or even millions of gold coins. His Majesty might have to scrape together such a large allocation, but with just a little extra money, he could lift the little Lich out of poverty and into prosperity. No, His Majesty doesn't even have to pay. He can simply bestow upon Jiangyu a gold medal for nation's #1 brewing workshop, and Jiangyu's business will soar." "One more thing," said Andre. "You must keep this invention a secret. Don't let anyone else know." Jianyu nodded. She called back Lolisa and Mary, who had tactfully retreated to the warehouse door, to allow them some space to talk, and explained the situation in detail. Of course, she emphasized the importance of the invention to His Majesty, and the potential reward for handing it in, but the need to keep it completely secret. The 2 little witches were thrilled. How could these wanderers, without even a surname, possibly have the chance to receive a royal award one day? Of course, they readily agreed. As for keeping secrets, that was easy enough in this world. All they had to do was to create a secrecy spell between a few people, and none of them would reveal the secret to anyone else. The principle behind the spell wasn't that revealing the secret would result in death, but rather that before the secret was revealed, the speaker's thoughts would inexplicably jump to other places, temporarily forgetting the entire matter, completely losing track of what they had intended to say. Keeping the magic secret also benefits Takumiyu. The fewer people who know about it, the safer their trade secrets will be. Wait, something seems amiss. Takumiyu looked at Andre. That's not right. If I want to invite people into private or group chats, I have to teach them this magic. Like Holly, like the other people who open more branches in the future, or even the staff I hire in the future. Andre pondered for a moment. The Lich brewing business and the King's spies were on two completely different levels, so it shouldn't have much of an impact. He conceded, then let's change the terms. Of the three of you, only Little Bone can teach this magic to others, and only with my approval. That makes sense. Takumi thought about it and agreed. The matter was happily settled. Andre withdrew his hand from Jiangyo's shoulder, only to discover with horror that Little Bone had a new bone on his shoulder. What's this? How can you have bone growth at such a young age? The bone gradually unfolded, revealing a skeletal bird head poking out from beneath its wing bones. Its pupils gradually ignited. It was a white skeletal falcon. This is Little Rice Cake, Jiangyu introduced enthusiastically. She's my pet, the messenger and delivery girl. She just fell asleep. Little Rice Cake chirped and curiously stretched her neck towards Andre. Andre, The adorable Little Bone has grown. Little Rice Cake hopped onto Andre's arm, pecked at it with familiarity, and sniffed a ball of soul fire. Andre, Well, this little creature is an exact replica of her master. Despite being briefly distracted by the cute Little Rice Cake, everyone finished their tasks quickly and efficiently. Jianyu made 3 sets of contact books for Andre, each corresponding to the other. Andre, a brilliant magician, also made a slight improvement to Jianyu's invention. Inspired by the phantom function of the magic mailbox, he added a notification function to the contact books. The improved contact books can be bound to a single user, who then gains a small magical mark. If the contact book is modified, or if a new message arrives, the user's magic mark will illuminate with a faint white light visible only to that user. This way, the user knows when to check the contact book. Furthermore, if anything goes wrong, the user can remotely destroy the contact book by removing their own magic mark. If one book is destroyed, the other will spontaneously combust into ash without fire. This way, the person using the other contact book will know their contact is in danger. After finishing all this, Andre brought Diego, a heavy draft horse, and borrowed a cart from the head witch. He helped Jiangyu load the filling machine, sauce vats, a large number of bottles and cans, and the portable snack kiosk onto the cart. Oh, after printing all the contact books, the printing press and binder also joined the group heading to the brewery. However, there was so much stuff that even Diego, a heavy draft horse, couldn't move it all in one trip. Andre decided to make an early round trip this afternoon. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Andre pulled Jiangyu aside and whispered, I was mistaken before. The Winchester clerk is one of us. But this is a secret, so we have to pretend we're not on good terms. Jiangyu scratched his head, then suddenly realized, oh, he's the King's spy. Chapter 120. How are you so clever? Andre couldn't help but laugh, her tone tinged with approval and fondness. Yes, the Winchester clerk is a fake identity. He's actually my sworn brother. Wouldn't this contact book be very useful to him? Jiangyu understood, and she whispered those we just made. One of them is for him. One for His Majesty the King? Yes. Andre's green eyes brightened with admiration. He rubbed the Lich's bare skull. You've done us a big favor this time. We were just worried about not being able to communicate properly under the Baron's watchful eyes. Hee hee. Jiangyu felt a little proud. She had originally intended to create a Penguin or WeChat app to facilitate communication, but she accidentally solved a major problem for His Majesty's spies. Just for this, His Majesty would have to give her a generous reward, right? Where are you going to put these things? Andre asked. Well, put the printing press and bindery on the 3rd floor. As for the bottling machine, put it in the storage room next to the restaurant. I'm planning to convert it into a brewery. Those bottles and cans can be left in the restaurant or the basement for now. Jiao made arrangements smoothly. Put the snack kiosk in the kitchen for now. I clean it up when I get back. She then instructed, I'd be staying here for a few more days until I'm done with the branch. You have to hurry and help me finish renovating the brewery. I plan to open it in 6 days. If I can't open, you won't get your dividends. I know. Andre smiled. He retrieved a wooden sign from Diego's saddlebag and handed it to Takumi. I made you a sign. Do you like it? Huh? Takumi took the sign with some surprise. A sign? A branch sign? I made it last night. If you like it, I make one for your main shop tomorrow. Satisfied? I'm so satisfied, Takumi said happily. The sign was truly well made. Andre's woodworking skills were clearly far superior to Takumi's. The sign looked like it had been cut from a large tree or stump. Its irregular outlines exuded a natural quality, and one could vaguely see the rings of the tree. In the center of the sign, in beautiful calligraphy, were large characters, Takumi Yu's Brewing Workshop, Witch's Forest Branch. The lettering was specially painted gold, and the surrounding wood was charred black and then coated with tung oil, ensuring years of corrosion and insect repellency. Jiao couldn't let it go, examining the sign carefully several times. Suddenly she exclaimed, "This spelling?" Thanks to the linguistic talent granted by the Lich's magic affinity, she had never noticed before that the business license and sign Andre had made for her were both in this world's language, Jiao. It was only slightly different from the Lich's self-introduction, which conveyed meaning directly through magic. Andre used a literal translation for her last name and a phonetic transliteration for her first name. It might be difficult to explain in the Chinese that Jiangyu was familiar with, but if you used an English analogy, it would be similar to Master Yo. To the locals, this writing style could be interpreted in two ways. One, that the owner's surname was Jiang and his given name was Yu, and the other, that this is Master Yu's brewery. Either interpretation made sense, and there was no fault to be found. Jiangyu scratched her head, recalling Andre's odd reaction when he asked her about the shop's name. She had a hunch that this odd translation was intentional. Could it be that Andre wanted to obscure her origins and confuse her with the original owner, Miyu? Thinking about it, this wasn't something that Yu couldn't accept. Mifuna's former clients were spread across the Principality of Huntington, and quite a few knew that Miyu was the heir to the brewery. Explaining Miyu's magical mishap and her own origins to each of them would be both cumbersome and unnecessary, potentially leading to unnecessary complications. Who knew who those guests were, and what their motives were? If they simply came to sample the food and buy the sauces, that was fine. But if someone came after her property, her recipes, or even wanted to claim her achievements for themselves, then she had to be wary. After all, Takumi Yu didn't know the true nature of her relationship with Miyu. Although she had naturally inherited Miyu's legacy and become his de facto heir, if anyone got serious, then perhaps, it wasn't really hers. She was merely a lich with an otherworldly soul that Miyu had accidentally summoned. Though theoretically, whoever summoned a magical creature was responsible, Miyu simply closed his eyes and walked away from the matter, leaving it a messy affair. Not to mention the mysterious organization, Evil Eye Moon, interfering in the background with unclear motives and positions. Does Andre want her to maintain the facade of Miyu to the outside world, thereby attracting Evil Eye Moon? Or, for her future peace of mind, does he want those insignificant guests to mistake her for Brewing Master Miyu? People unaware of the truth will mistake her for Miyu in Lich form, which naturally won't cause any property disputes or arguments. Her current friends and family know the truth, but they won't spread it casually. And that ambiguous sign, while it can be somewhat misleading, in theory, every word is true, without a trace of falsehood. People may misinterpret things on their own, so what does the sign have to do with it? After all, she's now a skeleton. For the vast majority of ordinary people who haven't practiced soul magic and can't distinguish between two souls, the right of interpretation lies with her, and her words are irrelevant. Liches also express themselves differently than ordinary people. Andre must have noticed this early on, which is why he made simple changes to the business license and sign. Whatever Andre's motivations, ultimately, Takumi Yu was the beneficiary. Takumi Yu looked up at Andrew, and the black-haired, blue-eyed knight nodded slightly, as if sharing her sentiments. This makes things easier. Okay. I like it. Takumi Yu's brows curved. Make one for my main shop in this style. She handed the sign to Larissa, and fished 2 gold coins from her skull, giving them to Andrew. It's a gift to return the favor. You and Diego have been working hard these past few days. This is in advance of this month's dividends. It should make your lives a little easier. Andrew was a little surprised, but he didn't refuse Takumi Yu's offer. He had witnessed the booming business at Takumi Yu's stall. Andre simply confirmed, "Do you have enough money?" After receiving Jiangyo's affirmative answer, he said nothing more, and simply accepted the 2 gold coins. Chapter 121. Every relationship in the world needs to be maintained, requiring give and take, and reciprocity. Whether it's family, friendship, love, or relationships between superiors and subordinates, colleagues, or business partnerships, no one enjoys giving without receiving anything in return. Occasional charity can bring self-satisfaction and physical and mental well-being. But if kindness goes unrewarded, is taken for granted, or is ignored, ridiculed, or insulted, leading to a series of arguments and a tangled mess. Who would willingly be such a fool? Andre occasionally provides much-needed assistance to Jiangyu, clearing obstacles and dangers for her, demonstrating his kindness. Jiangyu naturally has to give him something in return, so that a good partnership can be maintained over the long term. Andre's finances are tight, and the fact that he calmly consumes Jiangyo's tasteless leftovers, which have been absorbed by his soul fire, with such relish is enough to prove it all. Since others were willing to sacrifice their lives to support her business, Jiangyu naturally couldn't just sit there with her wealth and watch her partners suffer. She made a lot of money these past few days, so it was only natural for her to give back. Without Andre's timely injection of capital, she wouldn't have been able to catch up with the carnival gold rush. By the way, Jiangyu pulled a page from her address book and handed it to Andre. This is our private contact book. I think I need your help on my way back in a few days. Okay. Andre was forthright. Call me anytime if you need anything. After receiving the money, the incredibly hard-working Andre spent the entire afternoon running back and forth twice, before he had essentially emptied out Jiangyo's small warehouse and transported all the rice, flour, malt sugar, and other supplies that Jiangyu had acquired during the last-minute sale back to the brewery, even a heavy stone mill. I say basic because Takumi saved all the finished soy sauce, intending to sell it as the branch's first shipment. What did you buy the stone mill for? Finally, Andre couldn't help but ask. To grind soybeans for tofu. Takumi imagined the taste of tofu and replied happily, and it's incredibly cheap, only 5 copper coins. Can you believe it? Yes, because it's too heavy. Andre said unhappily. Even with the weight-reducing magic, Diego is exhausted. Didn't I pay for the fodder in advance? Takumi patted Andre's sturdy shoulder with a smile. Buy Diego some good food. For the sake of the money, Andre didn't bother with the shameless skeleton any further. After saying goodbye to Takumi, he went to find Winston, gave his sworn brother the contact book, and taught him how to use it. This is a really good thing. Winston, wearing the face of Winchester's chief clerk, displayed an expression of surprise and admiration. Editor's curse. You were the one who handled the case where the dwarves tampered with the contract, weren't you? How come none of us have thought of this idea? That little Lich really has some brilliant ideas. Andre thought of Jiangyu, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Before, our focus was on preventing malicious people from tampering with important documents. Who would have thought of using this for communication? But with this thing, all of us can maintain instant communication with His Majesty, and we no longer have to worry about messages being blocked or unanswered. You and I will keep one set of this contact book. You take one to contact the Shadow Army, and I hand over the remaining set, along with the recipe, to His Majesty. Andre quickly divided the accounts. I also need to ask for a reward for the little Lich. Then you can praise it to His Majesty. Such a brilliant invention. Even if you don't mention it, I should still praise it. Winston narrowed his brows, smirking, and nudged his sworn brother with his elbow. Honestly, if she weren't just a skeleton, I think you were in love with her. Andre coughed violently, his eyes flickering. Well, there's nothing wrong with liches. Anyway, let's talk about the clues to the evil moon eye. The midsummer carnival concluded, and the guests from afar returned with their prizes. The Winchester clerk, following the Baron's instructions, purchased a truckload of beer and was escorted back to the city by several of the kingdom's knights. Jericho also followed his young master back to the city to help with the workshop renovations. Jiangyu and Auntie Wolf remained in the witch forest, working with the 2 little witches to set up the branch. Uncle Eric had quickly cordoned off the back of the cafeteria with canvas. He spent the entire afternoon hammering away, hammering 80 times, hammering 40 times, until he successfully opened a window in the storage room. Thankfully, Meili was the apple of Jasmine's eye. Otherwise, with the noise, even the most powerful person would have been swatted away by Jasmine with a rolling pin. The canvas blocked the flying dust and sawdust, shielding people from view. The people of the witch forest, anticipating a future of daily delicious meals, endured the clanging of walls and the creaking of sawn wood for 3 days, finally waiting for the exciting moment of removing the canvas. On the morning of the 4th day, Takumi, Aunt Wolf, Meili, and Larissa were waiting in the cafeteria early, watching Uncle Eric unhook the canvas from its hook. As the dusty fabric was removed and carried out of the cafeteria, the brand new shop appeared before their eyes. Wow! Takumi exclaimed. Ah! Aunt Wolf howled in delight. Great! Meili and Larissa jumped for joy. This is our shop! The once ordinary storage room had been completely transformed. A large window had been opened on the wall facing the kitchen. Above it, a faux Chinese-style wooden eaves had been built, as Takumi had intended. The eaves were covered with orange-yellow tiles, and beneath them, a few red lanterns were hung in a staggered pattern for illumination, creating a truly artistic atmosphere. Takumi had obtained bamboo from the beavers, and Larissa and the others had made these lanterns one by one out of red paper, The window itself was also exceptionally well made. These were two sliding windows with tracks that extended to the walls on either side. When opening for business, simply pull the windows open completely, and they disappear into the walls, completely invisible from the outside. Behind the windows was a narrow counter, with a gap in the middle perfectly sized for the dwarf's neck kiosk stove. Prepared meals could be placed directly on the counter, awaiting customers. From the outside, Andre's wooden sign, hung on the matte red brick wall between the window and the door, stood out. The golden lettering gleamed against the brown, carbonized wood, creating a striking sight. Chapter 122. The entire shop is shaped like a square. The door and windows are located on the bottom horizontal line of the square. The vertical line to the left of the square forms a blank wall connecting to the cafeteria, while the vertical line to the right is lined with shelves. The soy sauce and condiments to be sold will soon be displayed here. The horizontal line above the square forms the cafeteria's exterior wall. A window has been opened here for takeout, and a raven cage is placed next to it. This wall also has a full row of cabinets. The wall cabinets hold tableware and seasonings, while the lower cabinets hold casseroles and fine gold cookware. A thick tree stump chopping block rests on the countertop. In the left corner of the countertop sits a cash register, the same one that originally stood in the snack kiosk. The entire shop has a unified style. The exterior is a matte red brick wall with stucco joints, brown wooden doors and windows, frames, and an orange tiled eaves. The interior features clean white tile countertops, brown wooden cabinets, and wooden shelves. Due to the limited building materials of the era, Uncle Eric could only obtain the most basic red bricks and white tiles. There weren't many options, but the finished product was quite impressive, clean, tidy, and exuding a touch of rustic charm. Jiangyu and the others were very satisfied. After their inspection, and seeing no adjustments needed, Jiangyu promptly paid the balance. Then, they cleaned, stocked the store, bought groceries and meat, and notified Helly to deliver the crayfish. After a busy period, they finally lit the lanterns at dinner time, and opened the windows to welcome the first wave of customers. During the 3 days of store renovation, Jiangyu and the others were busy. Takuya spent a considerable amount of time teaching Meili how to cook, and they finally settled on the branch's signature dishes. Besides the popular summer dish, crayfish, the branch also offers preserved meat clay pot rice, jelly pot, and several classic Cantonese tea restaurant dishes, beef and egg rice, char siu rice, peanut butter toast, scallion chicken, blanched fresh vegetables of the day, and iced lemon tea. The jelly pots include raw jelly snowflake beef pot, jelly fish head pot, jelly pork intestine pot with basil, jelly cauliflower, and braised pork pot. Unfortunately, despite the abundance of fields in the witch forest, catching frogs and eels is difficult. Otherwise Takuya would have created jelly frog pot and jelly eel pot. The supply of these dishes is very stable. The crayfish are caught and delivered by beavers in lobster cages. Uncle Wolf provided the pork intestines, beef, chicken, eggs, and preserved meats. The river beside the witch village yielded delicious grass carp and silver carp. The fields also boasted a variety of homegrown vegetables. While rice wasn't cultivated much here, Takumi bought a significant amount from Holly, enough to last the branch for a while. Larissa also requested permission from the head witches for a plot of land along the river. She also bought rice seeds from Holly, planning to hire workers to cultivate a rice paddy once summer arrived. The Principality of Huntington's latitude is equivalent to that of England in Takumi's original world, which translates to a similar latitude to Mo, Heilongjiang. The winters here are brutally cold, and only in the summer, when temperatures rise, can rice be grown. Other dishes won't be replicated for a while yet, due to limitations in ingredients, sauces, and Mary's culinary skills. However, the dishes she's learned so far are more than enough to sustain the branch for a long time. As for toast, that's what toast means in Cantonese. Jiangyu recently made some proper yeast and taught Jasmine, the cook, and Meili, the mother and daughter, how to make milk toast. This soft, sweet toast has been a hit with the villagers since its release, not to mention the delicious sandwiches it can be used to make. However, the branch lacks a bakery oven, so toast has to be made in the cafeteria's kitchen. The ingredients required for making toast are cultivated yeast, finely ground flour, eggs, milk, and whipped cream, which costs and takes much longer than making rye bread. After careful consideration, Jasmine, the cook, decided to bake only 3 batches of toast each day and sell them all at Jiangyu's branch. This thing is so delicious and expensive that selling it in the free cafeteria would likely cause a rush, not to mention the high cost, which would be impossible to recoup. It's better to let the villagers buy it. Takumi, So the cafeteria's food is so bad, surely Chef Jasmine is deliberately trying to save costs. As for the takeout window at each branch, its hours are the same. Due to the Raven's limited flight range, delivery is limited to a 15-kilometer radius, encompassing the entire Witch Forest, Shijiao Town, and the village where the spider spirits of the disciplined sect live. That's a pretty large customer base, and Takumi is a little worried about whether this little raven can handle it. Since the restaurant has limited staff, the price and variety of ingredients on the menu vary from day to day. Takumi has come up with a sales strategy that saves both manpower and money. The dish with the cheapest purchase price and the most ingredients that day will be the featured dish, sold at a slightly discounted price. This encourages customers to place orders in bulk and improves delivery efficiency. Anyway, we have to wait until the restaurant opens for a night to see how business is going and whether it can handle the busy schedule. So, on the evening of the 13th day of the midsummer month, the villagers who came to the cafeteria for dinner, and those lucky enough to receive flyers near the Witch's Forest, were pleasantly surprised to discover that Takumi's brewing workshop, Witch's Forest branch, had finally opened. Tonight, the branch's chefs were Takumiyu and Mary, while Loris was in charge of taking orders, cashiering, delivering meals, and packing for takeout. Auntie Wolf, the branch's first customer, was already happily enjoying her first bowl of steaming, freshly baked beef and egg rice. What a nice smell. What's cooking in the cafeteria today? Why does it smell so good? A woman walked into the cafeteria and took a deep breath. She looked around but didn't see anything unusual. Strange. I can definitely smell something. Me too. The young man beside her also took a deep breath and walked a few steps in the direction of the aroma. Looking up, he saw the lanterns of the small shop at the back of the cafeteria light up. He called out hurriedly, "Mom? It's not the cafeteria's food, it's the brewery that's opening. Let me see, let me see." The woman quickly rushed to the window of the branch. "Larissa, what's delicious here? There's so much." Larissa smiled and handed over the menu. "Would you like to try today's specialty beef and egg rice? The specialty dishes rotate daily based on availability, but any of the daily specialty dishes are sold at a 10% discount." Chapter 123. Mother and son were instantly tempted. They glanced at the menu and exclaimed in surprise, "Beef and egg rice, only 9 copper coins? Opening special, crayfish, only 3 pounds for 1 silver coin?" Mother and son exchanged glances and said in unison, "2 bowls of beef and egg rice. 6 pounds of crayfish." It was as if there was no tacit understanding at all. The woman slapped her son in a scornful manner. "Why order something so expensive?" Her son replied, "It's not expensive, it's not expensive, Mom. These crayfish were only 3 silver coins per pound during the holiday a few days ago. We couldn't afford them then, but now they're having a special opening sale. We'd be missing out if we didn't. What if there's still 3 silver coins in the future? Wow! That's a lot cheaper." The woman thought for a moment and said, "Then we have 2 bowls of beef and egg rice and 6 pounds of crayfish." "Okay." Larissa happily took the order, collected the money, and handed them a palm-sized plate of smashed cucumber and a wooden number tag. "This is a complimentary side dish. You two can find a seat and wait a while. When your number is called, come pick it up." Not bad, with side dishes. The two happily went to find a seat. "This is a very reasonable price," Larissa whispered to Jiangyu. Takumi, With the end of the annual Midsummer Carnival, the Witch Forest peak tourist season has also come to an end. Wealthy customers have returned home, and the branch's clientele has shifted to members of the Witch Forest commune and the surrounding community. Naturally, it can no longer maintain its original high prices. If the prices were too high, customers wouldn't be able to afford them, and the premium lobster meat would be wasted. This thing doesn't cost much anyway, so making money is a victory. Even if they take a smaller profit margin and sell more, it's enough for Takumi and the little witches to make a killing. Of course, there has to be a good reason for the price reduction. While the holiday and tourist seasons are over, and the customer base and supply and demand have changed dramatically, the villagers of the Witch Forest don't understand this economic pricing theory. If they think Takumi and his team are arbitrarily setting prices and are labeled as dishonest in their business, it would be extremely damaging to their reputation. The grand opening promotion is the perfect excuse. A 3-month promotion for a new store is just enough to finish this season's crayfish. Then, when next year's crayfish season arrives, they can raise the price and sell a lot of it just in time for the Midsummer Carnival. Crayfish is a seasonal luxury dish, and the reduced price is right within the range that the members of the Witch Forest commune can afford to indulge in. The other dishes were reasonably priced. Simple meat and vegetable dishes were inexpensive, costing only a few nickels. Rice bowls, however, were slightly more expensive due to the rice used. The members of the witch's forest didn't have many expenses, so spending money on 1 or 2 meals a day was perfectly affordable. Takuya chuckled. She took a pot of pre-cooked beef and heated the pot on the stove. Beef scrambled egg rice is a dish that demands considerable skill. While there are only a few steps involved, the difference between a good and a bad cooking can be profound. Beef scrambled egg rice requires tender beef. Takuya prefers tenderloin or sirloin, both of which are very tender. The former, however, has less fat, so special attention must be paid to the heat when cooking. The latter, on the other hand, is more watery, so appropriate adjustments must be made during the marinating process. Today, Uncle Wolf was selling premium beef tenderloin, so Jiangyu bought a large quantity specifically for his signature dish, beef scrambled egg rice. To ensure the beef's tenderness and smooth texture, complementing the scrambled egg perfectly, it must be marinated in advance. Before opening the shop, they had already sliced the tenderloin vertically into slices of the appropriate thickness, which shortens the beef's fibers and makes it easier to chew. Place the beef in a large bowl, add the egg white, and gently stir in one direction for 1 minute to allow the beef to fully absorb the egg white. Season with light soy sauce and fine salt, then add cornstarch to lock in moisture. Finally, drizzle with a little peanut oil. This marinated beef retains its moisture and won't become tough when stir-fried. A serving of beef scrambled egg rice requires 4 or 5 eggs. Jiangyu sterilized the eggs with a purification spell, then thoroughly beat them with a mixture of salt, white pepper, milk, and starch, all mixed with water, to make them even more tender and delicious. Heat oil in a wok and quickly stir-fry the beef until it turns a beautiful brown. Remove and serve. Rinse the wok under running water, cool it, and then refill with oil. Over low heat, add the partially cooked beef and egg mixture, stirring slowly until the egg mixture is slightly set and half-cooked. Then, sprinkle with chopped green onions and cover the rice, which is now served on a plate. Top with the brown sauce they had prepared in advance using ginger, garlic, onion, light soy sauce, and malt sugar. The dish is complete. Meili finished cooking at the stove nearby and brought out a large bowl of bright red crayfish. Ding ding. Lorisa placed the dishes and cutlery on 2 trays and rang the window bell. Guest 15. Your beef and egg rice and crayfish are ready. Wow, smells so good. The mother and son who had come to pick up their food took a deep breath in unison, both revealing an expression of ecstasy. The son handed over his number and took the heaviest crayfish first, happily making his way to his table. The woman's movements were also very nimble, carrying the plates in a matter of seconds to catch up with her son. The two placed the large bowl of lobster in the center of the table, each with a plate of beef and egg rice in front of them. They slid into their seats, picked up their spoons, and effortlessly scooped up a spoonful of the soft, translucent rice. The rice was covered in a blanket of soft, bouncy eggs and brown marinated beef. The white rice, the tender yellow egg, the Maillard brown meat, and the green chopped scallions complemented each other beautifully. The colors alone were so refreshing and appetizing. The two eagerly shoveled the rice into their mouths, their eyes suddenly widening. Delicious. What a delicacy. I never had beef this tender. The aunt's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but scoop another spoonful into her mouth. It's like you don't even need to bite, it just slid down your throat. The egg is so tender too. I can't tell if it's solid or liquid. It tastes like a cloud, but it's not fishy at all. Is this the legendary rice? It doesn't taste bland at all with the sauce. No wonder it's so expensive. It's worth it. For a moment, the two felt their knowledge and language limitations were so limited that they couldn't accurately describe this sublime delicacy. They could only offer their sincere praise from the bottom of their hearts. It's so delicious. This is truly worth the money. Chapter 124. Although the members of the Witch Forest commune may be limited in their vocabulary, their simple yet heartfelt praise, the smiles on their faces, and the willingness to open their wallets are undeniable, sincerely expressing their love for the Brewing Workshop branch. 9 copper coins seemed expensive at first, but after the first bite of rice wrapped in egg and beef, all money became irrelevant, and only this delicious taste became life's ultimate pursuit. The egg, beef, and unusual rice, combined by the chef's masterful technique, became something I had never seen before, and even more delicious, a flavor that was irresistible. A single plate of beef and egg rice, rising like a small mountain, was just enough for them to savor. People licked their plates clean, still feeling unsatisfied, and pulled out their wallets. Another bowl. Are all you people here such big eaters? Jiang Yu couldn't help but click his tongue at the incoming orders. According to the portions I calculated, 1 plate should be enough, right? Mei Li, who had experienced the food tasting a few days ago, understood everyone's feelings. She said quietly, "This is so delicious, 1 plate isn't enough. Even if your stomach is only about 70% full, your eyes and brain are still craving something. Damn it, they can't sleep at night unless they're stuffed." Alas, they just experienced the beauty of beef and egg rice, and when they get to the enchanting barbecue pork rice, hiss. She couldn't help but slurp a few times. Takumi, There's no need to be so desperate. The customers' appetites and enthusiasm were beyond expectations, and the takeout window was incredibly busy. The deliverymen flying in from the window were practically filling the cage inside and out, top to bottom. This led directly to an obvious, unexpected, yet reasonable outcome. "Shall you? We're running low on rice." Larissa fretted, "The last few pots are only enough for takeout. There's still plenty of beef and eggs, but all the rice cooked today is gone, and making it again will take a long time. First, make sure the takeout orders are taken." Jiang Yu said calmly. "Larissa, change the takeout menu and mark all rice items as sold out. As for dine-in, Mei Li, there aren't many customers in the cafeteria tonight. Go ask Cook Jasmine if they have any rye bread and baked sweet potatoes left." "Okay." Mei Li threw off her apron and ran out. Of course, there was rye bread and baked sweet potatoes ready, and quite a bit. A few minutes later, Mei Li returned with a large basket. "It's back. Larissa, tell the dine-in customers we're sold out of the beef and egg rice. We only have beef and egg mashed potatoes, and beef and egg sandwiches now. Because they use cafeteria ingredients, they're only 4 copper coins." Jiang Yu directed them methodically. "Mei Li, help me cut the rye bread, peel the sweet potatoes, and mash them. The mash doesn't need to be too fine, it tastes better if it has some chunky texture." The customers were hesitant when they heard about the change in ingredients, but when they heard the price was almost 50%, their hesitation vanished. The new dish was quickly served. The beef and egg mashed potatoes replaced the rice with a golden mashed potato base. The roasted sweet potatoes were soft and fluffy, and the simple mashing process left many larger, noticeable chunks. The beef scrambled egg, topped with a thick sauce, was fragrant and fragrant. To complement the texture of the mashed potatoes, Takuyu added a generous amount of black pepper to the sauce, giving each portion of mashed potatoes a generous spoonful of black pepper sauce, making it taste anything but bland. The rye bread was split in half and stuffed generously with the beef scrambled egg, creating a submarine sandwich. The crispy, slightly sour rye bread, tender inside, combined with the tender egg and beef, was a mouthful of filling and comforting, making it impossible to stop. The rice was delicious, but the mashed potatoes were also good. I prefer the rye bread, it's firm and chewy. To be honest, I prefer the latter too, they're cheap and delicious. The temporary shortage of ingredients didn't cause much trouble for the guests. Instead, it created new ways to enjoy the food and provided a place to use the cafeteria's excess staples, preventing any waste. More cash-strapped members were inspired. They scraped together a few dishes, creating even more creative ways to enjoy the cafeteria's offerings: crayfish oatmeal porridge, vegetable salad with smashed cucumber sauce. Long-tired cafeteria dishes suddenly took on a completely new flavor, whetting their appetites. Calculating the cost, it was a real bargain. After dealing with the dine-in customers, Jiang Yu and the others began taking out orders. Jian Yu had initially expected Larissa's ravens, Xiaoguai and Xiaoyan Gao, to be incredibly busy, but the reality was completely different. Customers who wanted to order takeout had to first send their own bird messengers to request the takeout menu. After receiving the takeout menu, if the customer decides to place an order, they have the birds deliver another order wrapped in coins. The birds will obediently wait until the packed takeout dishes and change, if any, are placed in the boxes on their legs, only then taking flight. If a customer orders too many dishes at once, more than one box can hold, that's when Xiaoguai and Xiaoniango come into play. Because it's the first day of business, they're overwhelmed. Only crayfish and beef with egg rice are listed as available on today's takeout menu. Now that the beef with egg rice is sold out, only crayfish remains. Coins jingle as they drop into the cash register. The 2 little witches and the skeleton are so busy that even Aunt Wolf, who has nothing else to do, helps pack the takeout orders. After releasing the last takeout messenger, Larissa let out a long sigh and said, "In a few days, when Jiang Yu and Aunt Wolf return home, we probably have to hire some more help. At the very least, the takeout window will need an employee to look after it, otherwise the increasing number of birds will affect the shop's operations." We also need to sort out the relationship between the shop and the cafeteria, said Meili. We can't handle too many customers here, and if the cafeteria doesn't have too many customers, a lot of food will go to waste. We need to think about these things carefully. It's okay, we do it step by step, Jiangyu said with a smile. Any new thing requires practice, adjustment, adaptation, identifying and solving problems. Luckily, we made a lot of money today. This will give us more room to hire new employees and stock up on more food. Maybe they soon save enough to buy a magic refrigerator that can store food for a long time. Chapter 125. Although there were still various things to consider, various items to acquire, and diligent and capable people to discover. All in all, the first branch of the brewery had opened successfully, and was a considerable success. The next morning, Larissa hired 2 skilled and well-reputed young people from the village as helpers. The young man was Uncle Eric's second son, named Nori. Like his father, he was muscular and capable of carrying goods and performing simple repairs. The young woman was one of Larissa's close friends, named Cindy. Another orphan sheltered in the witch forest, she was skilled in math and honest, making her a perfect fit for the busy takeout window. Takuya and Larissa spent several hours practicing and developing a set of effective store procedures and an employee manual. From major tasks like counting the money before closing the shop at night, and completing the ledger the next morning when you're free, to details like what to put where, and what kind of smile and words to say to customers, everything is meticulously recorded. As long as one faithfully follows these rules, even a completely inexperienced newbie can manage a perfectly organized shop. Jianyu also gave Loris the photo crystal Andre gave her. It's incredibly useful for guarding against both treacherous insiders and troublesome customers. When the main shop opens, Jianyu plans to ask Andre for a new one. Maybe she can even ask Andre if this thing has the ability to remotely monitor surveillance over the internet. With the advanced magic of this world, such a thing should be no problem, right? The branch is gradually getting back on track. Time will tell, and as problems arise, they will be addressed one by one. However, before returning to her own brewery, Takumi had to make one more detour, the alchemy city of Melori, located 25 kilometers south of the Witch's Forest. In this world, alchemy and magic are both highly developed, forming 2 adjacent branches of the skill tree evolution, each with its own strengths and mutually reinforcing. Alchemists are not only adept at element substitution in physics and chemistry, but can also create many novel materials based on these elements. For example, glass was accidentally discovered by magicians, and then evolved and popularized by alchemists, becoming a variety of practical items such as windows, glass bottles, and glasses. Alchemists are capable of much more. They combine alchemy and magic, attaching magic circles to specific alchemical tools, and even creating inventions comparable to modern technology, such as a magic refrigerator that uses magic cycles to maintain a constant temperature within its container. These were all incredibly useful items, and aside from their high price, there was nothing wrong with them. With the funds available, Takumi, you could easily buy 1 or 2 refrigerators. How could a restaurant business be without refrigerators? The well-connected Larissa was the matchmaker, naturally. However, before setting off, Takumi spotted a familiar face in the coachman's seat. Dr. Charles. She exclaimed in surprise, "Are you coming with us?" Indeed. The dark-skinned, elf-like doctor with a bird's beak wasn't wearing his full attire today. He was dressed in a medieval, classical English style of white shirt, trousers, vest, and suit, topped with a tall hat. He looked like a true earl. He smiled warmly. "To be precise, I'm your guide. Dear Miss Lich, the alchemist you're looking for happens to be my old supplier. Therefore, Larissa asked me to act as your coachman. With someone like me around, I can help you get the price down." This sentence struck a chord with Takuya, whose heart ached. Her eyes lit up. "Oh, that's fantastic." The branch was entrusted to Meili and the 2 newly hired interns, while Larissa and Takuya boarded Dr. Bird's Beak's carriage. With a flick of the whip, the 2 horses pulled the carriage, galloping away. In just over half an hour, they arrived at the southern city of Melori, not even lunchtime yet. Takuya, peeking out of the carriage window, gazed at the broad harbor road, the embankment, and the azure sea, letting out an excited "oh." Melori City is a prosperous alchemical city and a port city, situated at the tip of the winding coastline of the Principality of Huntington, the closest port to the capital. From this harbor, alchemists' inventions are shipped to the world by ship, and all kinds of magical materials are continuously imported here, seeking buyers who can pay high prices. In addition to a thriving trade in alchemical goods, the city is also rich in seafood. Speaking of Melori City, Its most famous delicacy is the fish and chips combo. Larissa licked her lips and sweetly called out Dr. Charles's nickname, Uncle Charlie. Let's have this for lunch. Great. Speaking of fish and chips, the best ones are made at Old Deacon's, right by the harbor. Dr. Charles turned the carriage around and headed straight for the restaurant. Let's have lunch first. We can talk business after lunch, haha. Jiang Yu naturally had no objections. She also wanted to try what this otherworldly version of fish and chips tasted like. The name seemed a little different, but it should be similar. As the most famous, perhaps even the only, delicacy in the culinary desert of the British Empire, it should be a hit even in a magical otherworld, right? Not long after, Dr. Charles pulled into a dock at the harbor. Jiang Yu glanced at the wooden sign atop the dock. Weathered by the sea breeze, the words were faintly discernible. Captain Old Deacon's Dock. Below that, smaller text read, Fish and Chips and Bar. Open 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. This was also a nightclub. It was only 10:30, a bit early for lunch, but Takumi and Larissa had gotten up early today to work on the branch, and by now, they almost finished their breakfast and were ravenous. Dr. Charles didn't care whether the shop was open or not. As soon as the carriage stopped, he hopped off with ease. With his long legs, he quickly scurried to the dock gate and knocked loudly. Old Deacon. Get up and cook. Takumi, Wait, is this really okay? Chapter 126. Soon, a heavy bang, bang, bang sound emanated from the dock, sending shivers down Jiang Yu's spines, her hair standing on end. Even though she hadn't felt a single hair. Hey, she couldn't help but clutch the corner of Dr. Bird's beak shirt, hiding behind him. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she peeked her skeletal head furtively from behind the doctor's tall shoulders. Bang! Bang! There was a bang behind the door, as if the bolt had been impatiently lifted and thrown away. Then, after another eerie bang, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a head with white hair and a black eye patch over its right eye. I knew it was you. The man said to Dr. Bird's beak in a grouchy voice, Stop knocking and come in. I'm still hungover, and my old bones can't handle your annoying banging. Yes, Captain Deacon, Dr. Charles replied with a smile. The old captain turned and walked into the dock with a dong-dong sound. Takumi followed, clutching the doctor's shirt. Only then, in the dim light of the dock, could he clearly see the captain. The old captain's left leg had been amputated, replaced with a wooden leg. No wonder his steps on the wooden floor made that eerie, echoing dong-dong sound. An eye patch, a wooden leg, an old captain. That's very pirate-like. Recalling Treasure Island, which she had read as a child, Takumi's courage grew. She let go of the doctor's shirt and pranced around to explore the dock bar. This place, true to its name, was a bar converted from an old dock, and many traces of the original shipbuilding period still remained. The old captain seemed quite ingenious. He repurposed these old facilities into a bar interior. Scaffolding had been transformed into wine racks and lampstands. The wooden boats docked in the dock had become romantic dining booths, and at the end of the dock's waterway, a semi-open-air fishing platform had been added. Guests choosing this area could enjoy a leisurely fishing session while drinking and dining. It was a true trap for middle-aged office workers. What would you like? The old captain walked behind the bar, mixed himself a drink, and gulped it down. He seemed to have finally recovered, his demeanor slightly better than before, but he certainly wouldn't be considered an excellent employee. Same old, 3 fish and chips special. Dr. Charles said cheerfully, Do you remember our lovely Loris? The old captain nodded, took a swig from his glass, and pointed at Takumi. Where's this skeleton? Has the goddess of darkness and death, Dreyer, finally rejected you? Have you contracted some inescapable undead curse? No. Dr. Charles was horrified. Nothing like that happened. This is Miss Lich. She's a skilled craftsman. Takumi, Dr. Charles probably confused her last name with the meaning of craftsman. Oh! The old captain looked at Takumi with interest. What can you do? Takumi saw this as a perfect opportunity to promote her products, so she enthusiastically walked to the bar and pulled out a bottle of soy sauce and plum wine from her head. Hello, Captain Deacon. This is my soy sauce and plum wine. Soy sauce is a delicious sauce. It can be used in cooking, but it's also delicious as a dipping sauce. You should try it. Oh, so you're a brewer. The old captain put down his glass and tasted the soy sauce and plum wine one by one. Then he pointed to the plum wine bottle and said, This is good. It's very strong, I like it. He poured himself a glass of plum wine and sipped it for a while. His spirits suddenly brightened. Please sit down. I go catch some fish for you to make fish and chips. Jiang Yu, Did he actually catch this fish fresh? What if he doesn't catch it? Just starve. The old captain stomped out from the other side of the bar, unknowingly holding a fishing rod and a bucket. He walked straight to the fishing platform at the end of the dock. With a flick of his rod, the float fell into the water, only to be immediately pulled to the surface by something. He stomped his wooden leg hard on the ground. With a thud, he exerted force with his hand and swung the rod again. A huge fish, as long as an arm, was hurled onto the platform, where it hopped aimlessly on the wooden planks. Wow! Amazing! Jian Yu couldn't help but clap his hands, then asked curiously, "What kind of fish is this?" "Delicious." Captain Deacon, grasping the gills with one hand, slammed the massive fish onto the cutting board behind the bar. He then pulled out a sharp knife from the cutting board and, in a few strokes, chopped the fish into 8 pieces. The belly was hollowed out, and the head, tail, and fins were chopped off and pushed into a bucket nearby. The scales were removed and the skin peeled off, revealing the pure white flesh. The thin blade ran along the spine, completely separating the two halves of the fish. The bones were once again thrown into the bucket. The old captain casually threw the knife onto the cutting board, and it immediately pierced the wood, firmly lodging there. He then took out a pair of fishbone tweezers and, with a few swift movements so fast you could only see the afterimage, extracted the bones from the fish. The deboned fish was rinsed under clean water to remove impurities, rubbed with salt and black pepper, and set aside to drain. The old captain then took out a bag of flour and poured it into a plate. He then added starch, baking powder, salt, and black pepper, and then took out a bucket of beer and slowly poured it in, stirring thoroughly. After a while, the batter took on a smooth and delicate texture. He lifted his spoon, watched the batter cling to it, and nodded with satisfaction. A few minutes later, the fish had been cut into long strips and neatly dropped into the pan of batter mixture. After rolling twice, it was evenly coated with batter. Next came the sweet potatoes. After washing and drying them, they were roughly sliced into finger-thick slices, leaving the skins intact. The old captain opened a nearby square frying pan and placed the accompanying frying net in the oil. When small bubbles appeared near the net, he dropped the sliced sweet potatoes into the net. Once deep-fried, he poured the potatoes into a colander to drain and cool. Then, he added the battered fish to the pan and repeated the frying process. After several attempts, 3 special dishes of fried fish and potatoes emerged from the oven. A wooden oval tray was lined with a sheet of baking paper. On the left side of the paper were golden fried fish nuggets, and on the right were crispy, fragrant fried potatoes. On the tray were 2 small bowls of sauce, one red tomato sauce, the other a lightly creamy yellow, special tartar sauce with chopped pickles. Takumiya took out her spirit wood, took a deep breath, and her eyes lit up instantly. "Wow, this looks delicious." Chapter 127. The old captain snorted and snorted heavily. "It's not just that it seems delicious, it's really delicious. If you don't believe me, try it while it's hot." Hee. Jiaoyo smiled brightly and drew out several golden and yellow soul fires from the spiritual wood. After a moment's thought, she drew again, this time a tomato red soul fire and a cream yellow soul fire with small green flowers. Sure enough, the dipping sauce is essential. She happily dabbed the golden soul fire on the cream yellow soul fire with small green flowers, took a long sip, and her eyes instantly ignited. "Wow! It's really delicious." This shallow water fish, of some unknown species, surprisingly had a texture similar to cod, tender and distinct, and unlike cod, which is overly greasy after just a few bites. It had no small bones, so after removing the large bones, it could be eaten with confidence. The captain's skill with the knife was so impressive that he managed to carve an arm-length fish into only 6 pieces. Each of them received 2 pieces, each thick and generous, offering a satisfying bite. The fish itself was marinated with salt and pepper, while the beer-infused batter had a slightly bitter, weedy aroma that perfectly balanced the greasiness of the fried food. The batter was thin and crispy without feeling heavy, and dipped in tartar sauce. It was simply delicious. This tartar sauce was likely the captain's own recipe, unlike any other versions Takuya had tasted before. The captain's pickled cucumbers were particularly flavorful, crispy, and refreshing, with a hint of sweetness amidst the sourness. This sweetness seemed to be honey. Takumi sipped the tartar sauce carefully again. It had the aroma of parsley, the crispness of onions, and a subtle hint of yuzu. "Huh? Yuzu? Is there yuzu in this?" Takumi asked curiously. "Did you detect it? You're quite perceptive, even with your skeleton." The old captain chuckled and took a swig of plum wine. This is yuzu vinegar made from the yuzu I grow myself. It's a perfect match with fried fish, much better than lemon juice. Really? Larissa gulped, swallowing a large mouthful, her mouth full of creamy tartar sauce. Fried fish with this sauce is so much more delicious. The fried potatoes were equally amazing. Cut into large chunks with the skin still on, they had a crispy exterior and a soft interior. You could enjoy both flavors in one bite. The thin, crispy, fried sweet potato skin has a unique, slightly salty flavor and a slight, chewy texture. Before eating, Jiangyu wondered why the skin wasn't removed, but once he bravely took a bite, he realized its inherent beauty. It's true that when you visit a new place and try the local cuisine, you should set aside your preconceptions and follow the locals' lead. Even if you can't immediately accept the unique flavors of the local cuisine, only by trying it can you truly feel that the trip was worthwhile. If you finally invested heavily in a long-distance trip and then can't bear to spend it, instead of spending every day eating instant noodles at the hotel, you might as well not go in the first place and save 100%. Life is about experiencing all the ups and downs of life to discover its own unique flavors. For a moment, Jiang, you couldn't tell. Was the old captain deliberately using such a rough slicing method for this exquisite texture, or was he simply too lazy to cut the sweet potatoes into thin strips and accidentally created this texture? It didn't matter either way, the finished product was delicious. The three of them ate heartily, but after consuming the soul fire, Jiang Yu was in a dilemma again. Andre wasn't around, so there was no one to take care of the leftovers. The old captain, looking at his pipe, seemed to notice her dilemma. He chuckled, picked up her overflowing plate, and placed it on the small wicker table on the fishing platform. In an instant, 7 or 8 seagulls swooped down, and after a flurry of feathers, only a piece of oil paper remained on the plate. But why do I feel like there's a sense of confusion in those seagulls' eyes? The dark elf doctor smirked. Maybe they're also wondering why today's meal is bland. Jianyu coughed lightly and scratched his cheekbone with a hint of embarrassment. In short, it's wonderful that none of this delicious food was wasted. According to the doctor, the price of a serving of fish and potato fries has remained the same for decades, at 5 copper coins. It's the same price in every restaurant across the country, practically a rule of thumb. The taste and portion sizes vary from restaurant to restaurant. There are many restaurants that make delicious dishes, but there are also many that cut corners. This dish may seem simple, but the difference between good and bad cooking is worlds apart. A slight error can make a huge difference, making it completely different. The essence of a long-standing restaurant is often reflected in these meticulously crafted dishes. After paying their bills and thanking the old captain, they continued on to their original destination. The alchemist Melhosielo's shop. Melhosielo's shop was located on one of the busiest streets in the heart of Melwari City. From the moment Takumiya saw the imposing facade from afar, she instinctively felt the items sold there were expensive. And indeed they were. They were asking 20 gold coins for the magic refrigerator she'd been eyeing. At first glance, Takumiya felt like she was about to have a heart attack. After all, even with the branch's 2-day revenue, Takumi's total cash flow barely amounted to around 25 gold coins. After all, the carnival, when the real money was made, was over. No matter how brisk the Witch Forest's daily business was, it couldn't match the revenue from a single night of carnival. Not to mention, she still wanted 2 refrigerators. And for the upcoming opening of the main store, she still had to buy a large batch of soy sauce bottles. It's too expensive, Larissa cried out first. Can't it be cheaper? It really can't be any cheaper. Melhosielo was a flaxen-haired human youth, probably in his 20s or 30s. But then again, in the magical world, appearances are anything but reliable. The price of alchemical materials has risen sharply this year, causing our production costs to skyrocket. This alchemical constant temperature cooler is very expensive to make. Not to mention, it has 2 cabinets, one for freezing on the left and the other for refrigeration on the right. You only need to replace the magic hourglass once a month. And there's an alarm when the magic hourglass is almost empty. You can go to any nearby store and have a look. I bet none of them can offer a product like mine. Yes, the alchemical constant temperature cooler is the real name for the magic refrigerator that Takuya mentioned. Its functionality is almost as good as a modern refrigerator, and it's powered entirely by magic, requiring no electricity. Chapter 128. Although hand pinch ice magic can also cool or freeze food, its biggest problem is that the temperature reached is highly random each time the magic is cast. For example, using a little more magic power to cast the same freezing spell could reach -30 degrees Celsius, while using a little less could reach -3 degrees Celsius. The exact range is difficult to accurately determine. Furthermore, without a constant temperature system, frozen items will slowly warm up and melt. It is well known that thawed food cannot be refrozen once it has been thawed. This is because after freezing, the water inside the food crystallizes and expands, destroying the original cell structure. Upon thawing, these damaged cells release a large amount of water and protein. Not only does this significantly reduce the food's taste, it also creates a breeding ground for bacteria to rapidly multiply, potentially producing toxic substances and causing food poisoning. The alchemical constant temperature cooling box uses an alchemical device to continuously supply magic power to the ice element within a sealed box that is isolated from the outside world, allowing it to circulate continuously within the box, creating a stable, cold environment. This temperature can even be precisely adjusted. Even more appealing is that, because the temperature is constant, the magic power required to operate the cooling box is actually very low, and the magic hourglass that serves as the energy supply, battery, can be recharged repeatedly. Simply using 2 magic hourglasses alternately ensures the user can recharge at leisure without exhaustion. Xiaoyu will be selling fruit beer in the main store next, so he will need an alchemical constant temperature cooler to store the fruit, chill the glasses, and keep the ice. No customer likes lukewarm beer, especially in the increasingly hot summer. However, the main store needs refrigerators, and so do the branches. Although Huntington is located at a high latitude, summers are still hot. The temperature will only get higher from now on. Even if you use fresh meat every day, the meat you buy in the morning needs to be refrigerated, otherwise it will spoil by the evening. But while the product is good, it's just too expensive. Jiangyu tugged at the doctor's shirt. Is this the only place they sell it? As far as I know, yes, Dr. Charles replied quietly. This kind of alchemical equipment isn't common, and only their family has the technology. It's a family-owned craft, so while it's a bit pricey, the quality is certainly acceptable. The cooler I bought earlier was from his father 20 years ago, and it still works perfectly. Oh! Jiangyu's eyes flickered. Can I ask how much you paid for it? Of course, I bought the older model, and it cost a full 15 gold coins. It only maintains a constant temperature, but it's perfectly adequate for storing corpses to prevent decay. Jiangyu paused. She knew Dr. Bird's reason for buying the cooler was definitely different from hers. With this understanding, it was easier to negotiate the deal. Can't it be any cheaper? Xiaoyu looked up at Mel Hosielo. She extended her bony claws and rubbed the surface of the cooler, a thick layer of dust immediately forming on her knuckles. Look, none of your coolers are selling. They're so dusty. The alchemist's smile faltered. No, how could they not sell? I'm just too busy and haven't been cleaning up. Well, Dr. Charles, you're a long-time customer of ours too. As far as I know, haven't you bought several coolers from my father over the years? Yeah, but the last time I bought one was 20 years ago. Dr. Charles leaned on his wooden, silver-headed crow cane and gave an inscrutable smile. Oh, you haven't sold a single one in 20 years, have you? Of course not. Mel hastily denied, and the young shopkeeper was clearly flustered. Our business has indeed been a bit down lately, but our reputation and quality have always been industry-leading. Everything we sell will last for centuries. If you're worried about obsolete goods, we can remake them. But if we remake them, we have to buy materials at this year's higher prices, which means the cost will be higher, right? Takumi propped his jaw up with his index finger, like Watson spotting a blind spot. Wait a minute. These coolers are covered in so much dust, which means they're not recent products. Alchemical raw materials weren't this expensive a few years ago. She, leaning closer to the young alchemist, a faint green sulfire flickered in the large, deep eye sockets of the skull. Raising the price and passing old items off as new isn't the behavior of an honest businessman. Mayer shuddered as he looked at her skull. Miss Skeleton, you misunderstood. These coolers aren't this year's products, but rising material prices have increased our costs, and the price of these inventory items has naturally gone up as well. We're in business too, and we can't afford to lose money. In that case, I have a good suggestion, said Jiangyu. Look, I like to buy 2 coolers. This would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for your store, right? These are our inventory, sitting here like treasures, taking up so much space, and yet we can't sell them. And who would spend 20 gold coins on something like that? Others might not even make 20 gold coins in 3 to 5 years. Mel chuckled dryly, but his slightly twitching expression revealed that Takumi's words had hit the nail on the head. These 2 coolers are now, frankly, a burden to the store. Even glass bottles sell better than them. Goods that don't generate revenue, with no other use than being displayed, are nothing more than garbage. Takumi spoke eloquently and confidently. While I want to buy them, the current price of 20 gold coins is completely unacceptable to me. No, in my eyes, a cooler is worth at most 10 gold coins. Hiss. Mel gasped. Cut the price in half with just one sentence. Isn't that too harsh? It has to be ruthless, Takumi thought. I need to save some money for the store. We only have a budget of 20 gold coins, at most 23. We can't spend a nickel more. 2 for 20 gold coins, Takumi gritted his teeth. You make a profit of the cost price, but it's better than not being able to sell any and having them sit in the store. The cash flow from these 20 gold coins will be enough to keep your shop going for a while. No, no. Mel shook his head like a rattle. I'm losing too much at this price. How about this? We both make a concession and get 18 gold coins each. 11. 17. 12. Takumi hesitated. No more than that. Chapter 129. 16. It can't be any less. The two haggled over their prices, but still couldn't agree. Jiangyu couldn't help but sigh in pain. She thought she made a lot of money these past few days, but why was it always too late when it came time to spend it? A myriad of thoughts raced through her skull. What if I bought one first? I make more money later. But that would mean an extra trip. And both stores needed refrigerators, so which one should I put first? If only there was a way to use it now and pay later. She just didn't have enough money, not that she never make any. Damn it, why didn't this world have credit cards? Do you accept installment payments here? Jianyu asked hopelessly. I only have enough money to buy a cooler right now, but I can pay 20 gold coins as a deposit for 2 cooling tanks. I run a brewery, and if I could use these cooling tanks in advance, I'd be able to earn enough to pay for them faster. Just give me 6 months. She carefully studied Mel's expression, sniffing out his conflicted and hesitant mood. No, 3 months will be enough. What are you doing? Mel asked cautiously. Don't have enough cash on hand? Jianyu nodded. Or, do you need magic rice? I can use it to pay off my debt. What? Magic rice? No, we have our own supplier. Mel refused for a second, but he clearly didn't want to miss out on such a big deal, and he was visibly troubled. Jianyu could smell his fluctuating emotions, joy, annoyance, regret, yet a deep reluctance, almost identical to her own state of mind. It seems this alchemical constant temperature cooling box is truly a luxury item. Yes, it's so expensive, yet it lasts for centuries. High-end customers who can afford it likely already own one, while the vast majority can't afford it and don't have access to it. Rather than leaving these 2 alchemical products gathering dust in the shop like treasures, it's better to sell them on credit. At least 20 gold coins can be exchanged for them. Mel hesitated for a long time, then looked solemnly at Dr. Charles. Mr. Count, I trust your reputation and judgment. Do you think this Lich lady can really earn enough gold coins in 6 months? I passed by her stall at the Midsummer Carnival. Dr. Charles said seriously, based on my eyes, from what I've seen, I think. Yes, she has the ability. Mel pondered for a moment, his brain racing furiously before finally making a rational decision. 18 gold coins per cooling box, a total of 36 gold coins. For the sake of our longtime client, Count Charles Denami, if you accept this price, I can also accept installment payments. Jianyu hesitated, 18 gold coins per box. Mel nodded. Yes, you will pay 20 gold coins today, and I can give you a 6-month grace period for the remaining 16 gold coins. I will install a temporary coin box with a teleportation array on each of the 2 cooling boxes. During these 6 months, you will pay at least 2 gold coins per month, with the remaining balance due in the final month. The coins to be paid simply need to be deposited into the coin box. However, if you can't pay in a month, I activate the teleportation array and transport the alchemical constant temperature cooler back to my shop. Of course, if you have more money, you can pay for it at any time. At any time, simply deposit 8 gold coins into a single coin box, and that coin box will automatically detach from the cooler and teleport back to my shop. The paid-for cooler will then truly become yours. I agree. Takumi said eagerly. That's perfectly acceptable to me. Since both parties were extremely eager to conclude the transaction, the installment purchase contract, which was somewhat advanced for this era, was successfully concluded in the presence of a nearby Kingdom Knight. Under the Kingdom Knight's supervision, Mel installed the coin boxes and set up the correct teleportation array on both alchemical constant temperature coolers. Each cooling box comes with 2 complementary magic hourglasses. Under normal circumstances, the magic power is more than sufficient, as long as you remember to recharge them regularly. I have both devices delivered to the address you registered. The young alchemist was very prudent. He accepted the 20 gold coins from Jiangyu, his smile becoming more genuine. Considering the distance, they arrive around dusk tonight. In the meantime, you can continue to explore our bustling city of Melwory. Hey! Jiangyu quickly interrupted his polite farewell speech, saying, "Wait, I'm not in a hurry to leave yet. I need to buy some glass bottles." Thankfully, glass is no longer a novelty in this world, and glass bottles are not expensive. Jiangyu only spent a few moments selecting the right size, volume, and style before placing his order. She had previously confirmed with the dwarf craftsman Tux that the filling machine could accommodate bottles of various sizes. It simply needed to ensure the bottle openings fell within a certain range for proper operation. Selling soy sauce was a long-term business, and Takuya and Mel had signed a long-term order. The first batch would consist of 500 small 150 ml bottles, and 500 large 500 ml bottles, with subsequent orders simply being delivered via Raven. The glass bottles were priced at a nickel for 5 small bottles, and 1 large bottle for 1 nickel, with Takuya only paying 6 copper coins for the first batch. Compared to the cooling boxes that had previously cost over a dozen gold coins, this small order didn't require a witness from a kingdom knight. The huge price difference initially gave Takuya some pause. She gradually gained a new appreciation for the saying that everything related to magic was valuable. Mel also taught her how to use the magic hourglass. This device absorbs incoming magical energy and stores it as magic sand crystals. A fully charged magic hourglass can simply be inserted into an alchemical device to power it. The only caveat is that a magic hourglass cannot be charged while supplying energy, and cannot be supplied while charging. Therefore, 2 magic hourglasses are normally required to ensure the cooling tank operates continuously. A fully charged magic hourglass can power the cooling tank for a month, meaning that Jiangyu only needs to fill up another magic hourglass in a month. This is a very easy task, and theoretically, anyone who isn't a severe procrastinator can complete it successfully. Chapter 130. Although it took considerable effort and incurred new installments of foreign debt, Takumi was in a particularly good mood after successfully acquiring 2 refrigerators. Money, the more you spend, the more you have. Only by knowing how to spend it can you earn new money. "Where are we going next?" Dr. Charles asked as the carriage approached. "Is this city a seaport?" Takumi rubbed his jaw, a look of deep thought on his face. "Do you sell fruit shipped from the south? I'd like to buy some pineapples. The main store will open tomorrow, and one of its main products will be fruit beer. When it comes to fruit beer, the first flavors that come to Takumi's mind are pineapple, lychee, passion fruit, and grapefruit. Well, all tropical fruits. As mentioned before, the Huntington Duchy is located at a high latitude, so tropical fruits naturally don't grow there, but Takumi had seen pineapples in the Akers family's kitchen. This suggests that the people of Huntington still have access to tropical products, and the most obvious option is sea freight imports. "Yes." Larissa was the first to answer. "I know a shop near the port. They sell a lot of tropical fruits, spices, all kinds of rice, and sugar. They have a wide selection. But," she whispered, "it's a bit expensive." The impact of those last 3 words on Takumi multiplied as the amount of money in his purse dwindled. Takumi sighed and weighed his head. Which had felt heavy when he left that morning, felt remarkably light after spending the equivalent of 20 gold coins. She only had 3 or 4 gold coins left. Buying some fruit for tomorrow's opening shouldn't be too much. "Let's go take a look first." Since it's a tropical product, the high cost of shipping and importing is unavoidable. Since they're already here, even if they can't afford to buy it now, grabbing a flyer and leaving their Raven Cage number won't make the trip in vain. Their carriage drove back to the port. Takumi leaned against the window, taking in the beautiful harbor city with great interest. The towering Gothic church crowned by a metal crescent, the vast and magnificent plaza crafted entirely of white marble, the harbor brimming with ships of all sizes. Although these were all medieval magical cities, Takumi felt as if he had suddenly stumbled from the British Empire into ancient Rome. Melwory is the closest seaport to the capital. Due to a warm current flowing from the south, it's a rare ice-free port in the Principality of Huntington. In winter, the city becomes bustling with activity. Countless merchants gather here, purchasing various goods and supplies before heading off to other parts of the country. Over time, this city has become a vital transportation hub, with well-connected land and water routes. With a ship or spare horses, you can reach any part of the country within a day. Most of the seafood we eat is shipped from this city. We might as well buy some on our return trip. Dr. Charles Denome, like a competent tour guide, explained the port city to Takumi as he drove. Many nobles like to send their servants here to shop, resulting in a wide range of prices. Things that the nobles appreciate are exorbitantly expensive, while things they don't find appealing are very cheap. There are many tricks to living in this city. As long as you grasp the rules and know the ropes, you can still live a comfortable life. Jiang Yu nodded, lost in thought. Isn't that what they say? The poor have their own way of living, the rich their own way of living? The carriage stopped in front of a small market at the harbor. Larissa jumped out and pulled Jiang Yu towards one of the stalls. As Jiang Yu was led along, he curiously glanced at the other stalls with his skull. The goods were indeed dazzling and varied, and even the prices, often a few gold coins, were quite staggering. Sister Yadra. Larissa walked to a shop and called out sweetly. A moment later, a stunning beauty with black hair, red lips, and tan skin emerged. She was dressed like a sultry Spanish pirate, a red plaid turban tied around her head, a linen-colored V-neck shirt with puff sleeves, cinched at the wrists with brown leather cords, and a flaming red, fitted waistcoat cinched over it, revealing her exquisite curves. Over the waistcoat was a musket belt, and two classic revolvers were slung diagonally across her back. She wore a red, wavy, diagonally cut skirt, revealing a pair of long legs and high-top black leather boots. Hey! It's Lolisa! The beautiful woman known as Yadra smiled. What brings you here from the witch's forest today? Hey, I brought a friend. Lolisa pushed Jiang Yu in front of the female pirate. This is Jiang Yu, a lich who's a great cook. Ayu, this is Sister Yadra Huailin, the owner of this shop and a fleet of South China Sea ships. Jiang Yu's eyebrows are curved. He enthusiastically grasped the beautiful woman's hand with his bony claws. Hello, hello. I'm Takumi. I sell soy sauce. She deftly pulled a bottle of soy sauce and a bottle of plum wine from her skull. A small gift, isn't it? Oh, what a quirky yet adorable lich. Yadra covered her mouth with a smile. You even have a gift. The female pirate accepted the two bottles and waved her hand with a flourish. Since you gave me a gift, I have to reciprocate. Take whatever you like in the shop. Hey, that's so embarrassing. Takumi rubbed her bony claws, her eyes sparkling. Sister, do you sell any delicious tropical fruits? Yes. All of them. Yadra enthusiastically took Takumi's armpit. Come and see what you like. The stall indeed had a wealth of tropical fruits. The passion fruit, lychees, and pineapples that Takumi wanted were all there. The lychee was actually a potted plant with fruit, and a magic circle slowly operated around the large pot to maintain heat and humidity. Although it doesn't produce many fruits, their vibrant red color is particularly enticing. There are even two varieties of pineapples. One costs 3 silver coins per fruit, while the other only costs 3 copper coins. The pricing is truly baffling. As if noticing Takuyu's confusion, Larissa quietly explained, the expensive kind is a special variety sold to the nobility. It's sweet, and won't numb your mouth when eaten directly. The cheaper kind will numb your mouth and requires special processing. Usually, only alchemists buy them. Takuyu understood. I see. This world's technological advancements are likely all skewed towards alchemy. This discipline, a fusion of chemistry, physics, and certain mechanical engineering techniques, is capable of a vast array of capabilities. In some areas, it has almost caught up with or even surpassed the modern world from which Takuyu came, while in others, it has achieved absolutely nothing. Chapter 131. This situation likely relates to the alchemist's own specialized interests. Some inventions and achievements often stem from a scientist's sudden inspiration, and here, they are closely tied to the alchemist's life experiences and brainstorming, and don't necessarily align with the history of Takumi's world. For example, the baking powder Takumi saw the old captain use when frying fish wouldn't have appeared in her world until at least the 1840s. However, in this world, alchemists passionate about baking had already developed a magical version. The principles are somewhat similar, yet also quite different. The magical version doesn't use chemical ingredients to generate large amounts of carbon dioxide, but rather directly captures and solidifies tiny wind elements, releasing them fully upon heating. The cheap pineapples sold at Yadra's stall are similar to those in Takumi's world. The flesh contains a large amount of bromelain and calcium oxalate rafes, which damage the oral mucosa when consumed, causing numbness and pain. The more expensive, improved variety, however, contains a lower level of protease, making the numbness less pronounced. The methods for reducing and removing these proteases and calcium oxalate crystals are simple. Soaking in salt water or heating them can produce very significant results. However, the alchemists of this world have apparently developed their own special alchemical potion to combat bromelain. Every problem has countless solutions, some simple and direct, others complex, but none of them are wrong. However, the direct consequence of these complex solutions is that pineapples that numb your mouth are extremely cheap, while those that don't numb your mouth are extremely expensive. But this was actually a good thing for Jiangyu, who knew the correct and simple way to handle it. She happily bought up all the cheap pineapples on the stall. Only 200 were left in this batch, and the next batch was still being shipped. For only 6 silver coins, a real bargain. The potted lychees, imbued with their own magical constant temperature and moisture, were quite expensive, costing 50 silver coins each, but the generous Yadra didn't even blink and gave Jiangyu one as a welcome gift. Jiangyu was so happy that her entire skeleton nearly fell apart. She excitedly shook Yadra's hand. Really? For me? Are you kidding? No. Yadra raised her chin as her men loaded the potted lychees and the boxes of pineapples onto Dr. Charles's carriage. I just heard from Larissa that you're a great cook, and I wanted to ask a small favor. You tell me. Anything I can do, I definitely do it. Jiangyu rolled up his non-existent sleeves and said with a solemn promise. In 10 days, I need to host a banquet at a villa on the outskirts of the city. Yadila pointed to another crate of passion fruit and signaled for her men to load it onto the carriage. This banquet is very important to me. I need to entertain a few distinguished guests. She smiled meaningfully, her lips curled slightly with a hint of charm. It's just that I haven't found a chef I like, until now. Oh, you need me to cook, huh? That's easy. You want meat, vegetarian, luxurious, or light? I can make it all. Then it's settled. I send someone to pick you up in 9 days, she said, pulling out a flyer for Takumiyu from somewhere. You just need to wait at your brewery. Come stay with me for 2 days, and help me cook 13 dishes. I provide all the ingredients you need. Once you're done, I pay you 10 gold coins. Jianyu's pupils instantly transformed into gold coins. Okay. Leave it to me. You get the lychees and the passion fruit. Yadila accepted the coins politely, then pulled out a card and slipped it into Jianyu's bony claw. This is my raven cage. If you need anything exotic, just ask. My fleet spans the entire South China Sea. I can get you anything you want. Wow. That's fantastic. For only 6 silver coins, he got all those tropical fruits, and even got a home cooking order. And 10 gold coins. Jiangyo's face was full of teeth. Wait, she always had teeth when she smiled. She and Larissa trotted happily back to the carriage, both practically dancing for joy. Only the doctor had a hint of doubt between his brows. Such a large sum of money just to hire a cook. I is no ordinary cook. Larissa corrected the doctor. Aya's cooking is absolutely delicious. Hee, thank you so much. Jiangyu scratched his head sheepishly, his skull almost turning a shy pink. Ah no, I was saying that the female owner seemed to have other motives. Dr. Burbeek was silent for a moment, then swallowed his words. He had no evidence, and it was not right to accuse such a generous owner without reason. Maybe she was just impressed by the Lich's cooking and simply wanted to give him some money. After finishing their business, they drove back to the witch's forest. Jianyu had already taken out her notebook and sent a message to Andre. She had quite a bit of belongings and needed a certain night vice captain and his heavy draft horse to carry them back and forth. Auntie Wolf had asked Holly to send a carriage to pick her up this morning. She must have already been actively spreading the news of Jianyu's workshop opening tomorrow to her friends and family in West Eston. However, thinking of this, Jiangyu scratched her head with a hint of worry. She wondered if Andre's renovations were even finished. Could she really open the shop smoothly tomorrow? The return trip was quite smooth. As Jiangyu disembarked from Dr. Birdsbeak's carriage, she spotted Andre waiting at the village entrance. She happily ran over and casually plucked a piece of wood shavings from the knight's black hair. Good afternoon. Andre. Good afternoon. Andre led Diego, the black horse pulling the cart. Where's the luggage? All that fruit in the cart is gone. I have to go back to my room to get Shan Yangao and her luggage, and then I have to go find the witch in charge to get the beer I ordered. After not seeing Andre for several days, Jiangyu suddenly became chatty and chattered, eager to share her experiences with the investor. She rambled on about how she gotten the alchemy refrigerator on installment, and the fruit shop owner's generous offer of hiring a chef. The alchemical constant temperature cooler is really a good thing. Andre, who was carrying fruit, glanced at the 200 large pineapples. 18 gold coins isn't that expensive. Not many people know how to make this thing. When I was at the Magic Academy, one cost 25 gold coins in the capital. Chapter 132. That incubator is quite useful, It's sturdy and doesn't break down easily. The alchemist was telling the truth. A few years ago, this incubator wouldn't have been a slow-selling item. As far as I can remember, 18 or 19 years ago was probably when it was at its peak, Andre recalled. Back then, owning one of these alchemical incubators was a nationwide fashion trend. All the nobles rushed to buy it, and the price soared to over 50 gold coins. They even held banquets to announce their purchases. I remember a time when I was a kid, when I was practically annoyed by these banquets. You must have come at a good time. Now, anyone who can afford one already is one, and those who can't will never be able to afford one. Plus, this thing is of excellent quality. It won't need any repairs or replacements for just a few decades. Jianyu, I see. Another store bankrupted by its own high-quality products. Andre put the last box of pineapples onto the cart, thought for a moment, and said, well, it's a good thing you went directly to their main store. I remember that Mel was the 8th generation head of their family. He has considerable influence and can set prices at will. If you had gone to a distributor in the capital or elsewhere, they'd probably have charged you more. Really? Really? Jiang Yu beamed again. I think this deal is quite profitable. The installment plan is fantastic. As a Cantonese man who is extremely particular about the freshness of his beef, Jian Yu truly wishes there were a storage space in this world where food could be stored in a fixed state, leaving the same state when it was put in. Unfortunately, she asked many people, but no one had heard of anyone actually creating such a magical/alchemical item. According to Paulina, even if such a thing existed, the price alone would be prohibitive for Takumiyu. Neither Uncle Wolf's current meat supply nor Takumiyu's purchasing power could deliver fresh beef within 3 hours and sell out in a heartbeat. No, for now, she could only rely on this alchemical constant temperature cooling box to ensure constant temperature cold chain storage of beef. Not to mention, beef that's been kept in a constant temperature cold chain is inherently tastier than beef that's been frozen and then thawed. As for thawing and refreezing, while ordinary people might save as much as they like, she's running a business. Takumiya would never serve customers meat that has significantly reduced taste and quality, and could even pose a food safety risk. Besides, magic is the most valuable thing in this world. It's not a free, inexhaustible commodity. Especially for liches like Jianyu, who can't generate their own magical energy and rely entirely on external input. Once their magic power is exhausted, they are likely to fall into a coma-like sleep. Even if a lich can't die, it's possible that without help, it could sleep for hundreds or thousands of years, or even turn into ashes. Spending a small amount of money can save a lot of time, energy, and magic power, which is a safer and more reliable option. Using more advanced equipment to free yourself from trivial matters is the essence of unleashing productivity. While setting up a new store is certainly expensive, the store will generate steady income once it opens, so Jianyu has no worries about not making any money. As long as she prepared 13 dishes for Sister Yadra's banquet, she would receive 10 gold coins, enough to cover 5 months' worth of installments for 2 cooling boxes. The little lich was pleased with her decision, and even more pleased with the attitude of a certain knight's vice captain and investment partner. She had anticipated that some would be skeptical of her investment decision. After all, not everyone would have the fortitude to spend so much on such expensive equipment. Unexpectedly, Andre was so understanding. Not only did he not blame her for wasting money, but he actually approved of her business decisions, which only strengthened her liking for the knights. Not throwing cold water on someone and giving her complete autonomy in management. That's what a qualified investor does. It's the fruit shop owner's attitude that's a little strange. Andre carefully examined the tropical fruits, especially the basin of lychees and passion fruit. She gave you all this for no reason. It seems a bit overly generous. I wonder what she's planning. How about this? 9 days from now, I be your kitchen assistant and accompany you to the banquet. Andre made up his mind. What if that person has bad intentions? Even if it's a legitimate kitchen job, wouldn't you need a helper to carry the ingredients and utensils? That's right. Jiangyu smiled broadly, glancing furtively at the knight's muscular figure. This is a 13-course banquet. I alone can't handle it. Ensuring the safety of our partners' wealth is also the responsibility of investors. Clearly, helping partners transport fruit, beer, and their bone eagle pets is also the responsibility of investors. While Andre loaded all the goods onto the truck, Takumiya spent some extra time explaining to Larissa the intricacies of running a shop. For example, sweet potatoes are easier to cook and have a better texture when refrigerated, but meat should be kept cold throughout the entire process, never frozen, and used while fresh. Every month, Larissa was also required to set aside a gold coin from her profits and place it in the coin box. After finishing these trivial matters, Takumiya looked up to see the knight already loaded everything and waiting for her with his horse. Takumiya, what a reliable investor. The brewery was opening tomorrow, and Takumiya, pressed for time, didn't stay in the witch forest. She said goodbye to Larissa and the others and mounted Andre's horse. However, on the way back to the workshop, she still had to see Holly. It was time for this raw material investor to shine. Andre had no objection. He simply parked his horse in front of Holly's gate without even dismounting. Takumiya hopped into the mansion, clutching a contact book, and returned a moment later, his face grimacing. Holly promised to deliver the goods to me tomorrow morning, she announced cheerfully. 3 gold coins worth of ingredients. Oh! Andre was a bit surprised. He reached out to help Takumiya onto the horse, questioning, he agreed so readily? Didn't the quiz even start yet? Hee, Takumiya said with a shy smile. Quizzically, I paid him the 60 silver coins of his expected dividend. I thought Holly had only said he agreed to a long-term partnership with me for the 60 silver coins. But no one said we couldn't fulfill the bet early. According to the agreement, if I fulfilled his bet, he had to be my honest investor in raw materials. Andre blinked and suddenly laughed. That's true. Chapter 133. When Holly first created this little quiz, he likely intended it to discourage the Lich, but he never imagined he would become the arrow on the string. The young master of the Halfa tribe, who had just taken over the family business, had no idea that the Lich, who couldn't even find 4 silver coins on his body, would suddenly earn enough money for the first dividend in just a few days, before the first delivery even arrived. But a bet is a bet after all, and the Halfa people value their reputation and will always keep their promises. As Jiangyu said, reversing the order of fulfillment does not affect the fulfillment of the bet. It may make the bet seem a bit unnecessary, but it also proves that Jiangyu is indeed capable of making money. Holly had originally only asked Takuya to earn at least 60% profit from the ingredients he provided within 7 days. Now, in just 9 days, Takuya had already earned enough without even using the ingredients he provided. How could this not be considered a testament to his ability? So, what ingredients did you order from him? Andre turned his horse and headed for the workshop. A lot. Rice, flour, vegetables, lemons, sweet potatoes, onions, peppers. Basically everything I need tomorrow. I ordered everything. Holly will have it delivered to your door early tomorrow morning. Takuya, wrapping his arm around the knight's lean, muscular waist, emphasized again, that's 3 gold coins worth of ingredients. And you got it without spending a penny. Admittedly, the income generated from these ingredients would be split 60:40 with Holly, but Takuya himself wouldn't have to pay for the ingredients separately, nor would he bear any actual risk. She only needs to pay Holly a share based on the revenue. The costs must be offset by Holly's profits, so Holly's higher share is reasonable. Assuming the 3 gold coins of ingredients ultimately earn 6 gold coins, a 60:40 split based on the total revenue would give Holly 3.6 gold coins, and Takumi 2.4 gold coins. On the surface, Holly's share appears to be higher, but if Holly's 3 gold coins of costs are taken into account, his net profit is only 0.6 gold coins, or 60 silver coins. After factoring in the costs, the overall profit ratio changes significantly. For example, in the above hypothetical scenario, after deducting the costs, the actual share ratio is 20 hours 80 minutes, with Holly receiving 20% and Takumi 80%. Of course, Takumi's 80% of the profits would need to be divided again with her investor, Andre. This time, Takumi takes 60%, or 1.44 gold coins, and Andre takes 40%, or 0.96 gold coins. So, in this hypothetical example, the actual profits for Holly, Takumiya, and Andre are 20%, 48%, and 32%, respectively. Takumiya, who only provides the technology and recipe, is effectively making money out of nothing. She bears the least actual risk, yet stands to reap the greatest rewards. The main brewery storefront is hers, requiring no additional rent. The technology and recipe won't disappear, they can be reused endlessly. Even if the revenue doesn't meet expectations once or twice, she won't incur any substantial losses. She can always learn from her failures and start over. Holly, investing in ingredients, actually took on the greatest risk. However, as long as Jiangyu could earn at least 5 gold coins for his 3-coin investment, he would earn a much greater return than if he had simply sold the ingredients. This was indeed a gamble with both wins and losses, but isn't any investment inherently a gamble? In contrast, Andre, who provided the brewery's initial funding, could be considered a guaranteed winner. As a wealthy and powerful sponsor who placed his absolute trust in Jiangyu, Andre had already provided Jiangyu with sufficient startup capital when he was penniless and in great need. Now, all he had to do was wait for the money. Having mentally calculated this, Jiangyu felt even happier. She chuckled for a moment, then suddenly thought of an important question. She quickly extended her bony claw and poked Andre's firm abdominal muscles. Is the store renovation finished? Almost. Andre grasped Jiangyu's restless bony claw and said succinctly, "Go back and take a look. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, I can fix it." Despite Andre's good attitude, such a simple statement always made Jiangyu uneasy. In an instant, countless images of a messy floor, wood chips, and the remains of old furniture appeared in her mind. Well, Andre was always reliable. It shouldn't be this terrible, right? The more she imagined it, the more worried she became, and the more she thought about it, the more panic she felt. It wasn't until Diego stopped in front of the brewery courtyard that her non-existent heart finally settled down. Is this the original workshop? The skeleton Lich dismounted from his black horse and stood before the courtyard gate. He surveyed the newly renovated compound, almost unable to equate it with the abandoned workshop that had resembled a haunted house. "How's it going? Are you satisfied?" Andre handed Diego's reins to Jericho, who had come running out of the yard. "There were still some loose ends here when I left for the Witch's Forest, but Jericho should have it almost done by now." "You actually built an outdoor bread oven." Jakuyu's jaw dropped in surprise. Her gaze drifted in the direction of Jericho's movement, and she was startled again. "Wow, the stables are finished too." The entire brewery had undergone a near-complete transformation in the past few days, with many unfamiliar facilities added. But Jericho had to admit, she loved it. One by one, Andre pointed to the new sign hanging overhead. "Look, the old one has been replaced for you." Jakuyu looked up. The rickety, half-fallen, tattered sign above the front door was gone, replaced by a wooden sign that looked very similar to the branches, but even more luxurious. The golden writing against the carbonized wood gleamed brightly in the mid-afternoon sunlight. Takumiyu's Brewing Workshop. The beautiful cursive script seemed to catch Takumiyu's eye for a moment, and she suddenly felt a pang of pain. This was her brewing workshop, her roots in this other world, her future home. "How wonderful," she murmured, sniffing a non-existent breath. The workshop's facade was brand new. The unwieldy door had finally been replaced. Andre patted the new wooden door and vowed, "The door, the frame, the metal hinges have all been replaced. Even a troll wouldn't be able to break it this time." "Takumiyu, hush. Don't say that. I think you just made a really big promise." Chapter 134. Andre was bewildered. The brave knight had no idea what planting a flag or setting a flag meant. He simply shrugged, bewildered, and moved on to the next renovation. Jiao glanced at the new door with a worried look. His bony claws knocked 3 times on the wooden door, muttering, "Bad things don't work, good things work. Please don't let it break again." Andre, why is this little skeleton babble so strangely? Thankfully, the nagging little Lich quickly returned to the main task. She glanced at the new window on the wall to the right of the door and said, "Wow, this window is done." The new wooden window was a pull-up design, consisting of 2 pieces. The upper piece was fixed to the frame, while the lower piece could be pushed upward along a track and secured with a movable window latch to prevent it from accidentally falling. Jiangyu scurried into the house, opened the window, and poked half of his body out. "Wow, this is the perfect height, and it's spacious enough for easy movement. I made a movable sunshade and a windowsill extension here," Andre said, pulling a rope hanging from the window. Jiangyu heard a whoosh, and suddenly a rectangular, curved tarpaulin awning appeared overhead, providing shelter from the wind and rain. It was a beautiful coral pink. It looked adorable. The windowsill shelves folded. Simply push them outward, and the mechanism underneath them clicked into place, securing the extended shelves securely. When you want to sell snacks here, you can open them up. It provides both shelter and storage. Andre demonstrated the storage again. It's very easy to fold up. "Wow! You're so skillful," Jiang Yiqing exclaimed sincerely. Then she noticed a small door on the wall to the left of the window. "What is this door?" She pushed it open and walked out, discovering a small pavilion outside. Andre probably wanted to make this a semi-outdoor kitchen, but so far, he only had time to build a low brick wall about a meter high. The roof was already up, so it looked like a typical snack kiosk at an amusement park. The kiosk was quite spacious, with a small, cube bread oven built into the back. It was a classic garden bread oven, and the oven itself was shaped like a cute skull. The skull's wide-open mouth was for feeding the charcoal, the opening for the food, and a small chimney on top of the skull, looking adorable. I remember you said you could bake bread, Andre said. This oven has excellent insulation, making it perfect for baking bread and meat. You can grill food here from now on. I plan to turn this into a barbecue room with large windows. This will provide good ventilation and keep out overly eager customers. However, windows this large would require custom-made windows from an alchemist, so this room is still a work in progress. I also put your portable stove here. Jiangyu looked back and saw the familiar metal box in the corner. We can also deploy the stove when we open tomorrow. Jiangyu thought happily, an open kitchen is the perfect customer draw for a new restaurant. Being able to see the dishes being prepared and smell the fragrant aroma speaks volumes. Takumi nimbly scaled the low wall of the food stall and returned to the courtyard. Thankfully, the courtyard itself was quite large, so even with the addition of the small pavilion and stables, it didn't feel crowded. Takumi went around to the backyard and was surprised to find an unfinished greenhouse in the field. The frame was mostly complete, but it also lacked glass windows. Excess wood, scaffolding, and saws were neatly stacked to one side, creating a remarkably organized construction site. I see you're interested in tropical rice plants, Andre explained. So I built a greenhouse, which is also unfinished. But it won't affect your business tomorrow, you can build it later. Wow! Can you read minds? These are amazing! Takumi excitedly threw himself onto Andre, giving him a big skeletal hug. I love it! After touring the courtyard, the two returned to the brewery through the back door. The luggage and belongings brought back from the witch's forest hadn't been sorted yet, piled haphazardly in the dining room and storage room. Takumi carefully skirted them, passing through the kitchen and returning to the front hall. Her attention had been focused on the window, and she hadn't yet fully grasped the earth-shattering transformation that had taken place inside. She ran back to the front hall with great joy, discovering that the obstructive, overlong counter had been removed, replaced by a new corner bar and cash register. The overall structure had changed from a U shape to an L shape, with the horizontal section of the L being longer, acting as a partition, blocking the door to the kitchen. Without the obstructive partition, entering and exiting the kitchen and serving dishes became much more convenient. The vertical line of the L and the corner are the bar counters. Andre installed 5 wooden bar stools, varnished with a varnish, creating a rustic, rugged feel, reminiscent of an American Western bar. A large wine cabinet has been added to the wall behind the counter, adjacent to the kitchen. To the right of the cabinet, next to the bar/counter opening, a sturdy wooden barrel rack has been installed in the right corner of the front room. We be able to put the beer kegs we brought from the witch's forest on the barrel racks later, Andre said. They be there whenever we need them. It's very convenient. All the old shelves in the front room have been removed, and new open cabinets have been built on the walls on both sides, perfect for storing the soy sauce for sale. Dining tables are arranged in an orderly manner throughout the room, 2, 4, 6. Each table has matching chairs, creating a harmonious overall style that is easy on the eyes of both diners and Takuyu. To the left of the entrance door was an existing window. Now, a circle of simple, narrow tables, built into the wall below, has been added. Accompanied by bar stools, guests can enjoy a solitary drink here, and with luck, even admire the streetscape from the window seat. Andre is clearly a well-educated, top-notch student, not only with first-rate craftsmanship but also with a refined aesthetic. The entire brewery is decorated in a rustic, natural, forest-like style. The tan wood softens the coldness of the stone walls, adding a touch of warmth. Although the front hall currently contains only basic furniture and bare cabinets, devoid of any decorative ornaments, Takumi can already picture it in his mind. A bouquet here, a pot of spider plant there, a small bell on the door, a small candlestick on each table. Wow, this is my dream house. Chapter 135. Jiao was very pleased with the renovated shop, but she still had many things to do before opening. First, she had to properly arrange the many items brought back from the witch's forest. The crucible of time returned to the kitchen, the printing press and bindery moved to the 3rd floor, and menus placed on every table in the restaurant for customers to browse. Several copies also had to be kept at the counter for backup. The small rice cake's bone cage was placed in Jiangyo's private small dining room. It had a window, and was separated from the front dining area and kitchen area, so even if takeout birds came and went, it would not cause any trouble to the customers. The takeout menu was placed next to the bird cage for easy access. Andre brought the large wooden barrels filled with beer into the room one by one, and placed them on the barrel rack. Jiangyu found the barrel cups and glasses he had bought from the witches, cleaned them, and placed them on the cabinet shelves behind the bar for easy access. Just as they finished their conversation, they heard a knock on the door. "Hello, the alchemical constant temperature cooler you ordered has arrived." "Hey!" Jiang Yil jumped up and rushed to open the door. "Great! It's finally here." The delivery was made by two sturdy young men. They carefully carried a large box into the house and, under Jinyo's instructions, placed the cooler in the corner of the small dining room behind the kitchen, near the stairwell. This alchemical constant temperature cooler was similar to the freezers in supermarkets that store frozen foods, like steaks and ice cream. It reached Jinyo's waist height, and was long enough for her, a skeleton, to lie comfortably flat on it. The interior of the box was divided into two separate areas, one for freezing and the other for refrigeration. This is the magic hourglass. It's currently fully charged. One of the young men demonstrated how to install it to Takumi. Simply slide the hourglass into this slot. When you see the magic circle light up, it's working properly. To replace it, simply insert the replacement magic hourglass into the slot, and the old one will be pushed out the other end. This way, there's no need to shut down or disassemble the machine, and the temperature remains absolutely constant. "What a clever design!" Takumi exclaimed. The young man continued his explanation. "Look, this is operating normally. You can adjust the temperature of both sides of the box here by simply turning this knob. The freezer comes with a complimentary ice tray and ice bucket. They're made of non-toxic materials suitable for food contact, so please feel free to use them. If you require more accessories, you can purchase them from the store." This is the coin box. The young man pointed to a small box on the inside and demonstrated how to open and close it for Takumi. Because it involves delicate magic, please do not disassemble it without permission. It's protected by special magic. Any attempt to maliciously damage it will alert the store. Any attempt to evade debt will be punished. You will face a series of undesirable consequences, including but not limited to transaction termination, having any payments used as fines and compensation without refund, having your items repossessed, and being blacklisted from our store. I urge you to think twice before proceeding. After inserting the currency, the amount collected and the amount to be paid will be displayed on the outside of the box. You can confirm this at any time. The young man responsibly taught Takuya how to use the cooler. If you encounter any problems or malfunctions, please contact us through the Raven Cage number. We come to inspect and repair it as soon as possible. But with normal use, problems are unlikely to occur. He shrugged, handed the replacement magic hourglass to Takuya, and produced a receipt. If you confirm everything is correct, please sign as the recipient. Okay. I wish you a happy life and prosperous business. The two arrived and left quickly, the entire delivery process taking only a dozen minutes, very quick and efficient. Takuya leaned over and pulled out an ice tray and bucket from the freezer. "Hey, this is some good stuff." The ice tray was a large box with multiple layers of ice racks stacked on top of each other, capable of making a huge number of cubes of ice at once. Takuya cleaned the ice tray, filled it with clean water, sterilized it, and placed it in the freezer so that it would be ready for cocktails tomorrow. Glasses, barrel mugs, and a small keg of beer were also placed in the cooler. Warm glasses can ruin the taste of iced beer, so to enjoy the best beer in the summer, they must be refrigerated as well. Details are key to deliciousness. The tropical fruits we bought were carefully identified for ripeness, and the ripest ones were selected. They were sterilized, disinfected, peeled, and the flesh removed. Each one was placed in a separate container, soaked in honey or salt water, and neatly placed in the cooler to chill for tomorrow's use. The remaining green fruits were stored in the cellar at a moderate temperature to mature slowly. Takumi wiped the non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead and stretched his crackling joints. Packaging is exhausting, but there was still much to do. The expensive lychee plant was moved to the backyard. Takumi watered and fertilized it, then left it to quietly enjoy the setting sun. After settling Diego and tidying up the stables, Jericho brought more luggage into the house. Takumi's bottles and jars were temporarily stored in the stairwell and basement. All the rice and flour ingredients that wouldn't spoil were stacked in the corner of the small dining room, and the storage room was converted into a soy sauce brewery. Andre had already moved the filling machine in. Under Takumi's instructions, Andre nailed a sturdy hook into the ceiling to hang a large gauze cloth for filtering the soy sauce residue. After a long period of hard work, the two men and the skeleton finally managed to pack up the numerous items, and the brewery was now, at least, presentable. "Shall you?" Just as they were almost finished, Aunt Wolf appeared, carrying a bamboo basket filled with flowers. "You're opening tomorrow, and I brought some flowers from the garden. They look great in the shop." "Wow! Thank you so much." That's exactly what I needed. Jiangyu was overjoyed. She found a pile of empty potion bottles, filled them with water, and inserted flowers into them. She placed them on the dining table, the bar, the windowsill. In a blink of an eye, the brewery came alive. Darkness fell quietly as they worked. Jiangyu placed the last vase and clapped her hands, saying, "Almost done. Thank you all for your hard work. Let's have dinner first." "Great. Hey, I'm hungry too." The suggestion was welcomed by everyone. But Andre looked around blankly. "What are we having for dinner?" Chapter 136. The store was well stocked with rice, flour, fruit, and beer, but to ensure freshness for the opening, the vegetables and meat wouldn't be delivered until tomorrow morning. He only just realized dinner wasn't on the table, and even his skeletal eyes were filled with confusion. "Aw, no problem, no problem." Aunt Wolf offered a timely helping hand. "I knew Xiaoyu was too busy to handle this. I already bought the ingredients for dinner. Wait a minute, I get them." "Wow." Jiangyu was touched. "Auntie, you're so kind. I treat you to a fruit beer." While waiting for Aunt Wolf to bring the ingredients, Jiangyu pulled out a pineapple. A midsummer evening is perfect for a delicious pineapple fried rice. Place the rice in a casserole, rinse it, and soak it. Then, place it on the stove and cook. Cut the pineapple in half, scoop out the flesh, leaving the skin intact to serve the rice. Fill the bread oven with firewood, light it, and heat it. Remove the core and other inedible and unpalatable parts of the pineapple flesh. Cut half into triangular pieces, and the other half into larger slices. Soak in salt water to remove the bromelain and calcium oxalate needles, then set aside. At this point, Aunt Wolf had already brought the ingredients. Takumi sifted through them and found a good selection of chicken thighs, beef, eggs, carrots, onions, and green peppers. Although pineapple fried rice often uses shrimp, ham, green beans, corn kernels, and carrots, pineapple also pairs well with beef and green peppers. Since there's no shrimp in tonight's recipe, a change wouldn't hurt. When you're in another world, you have to learn to adapt. After washing the vegetables, Takumi cut the beef, carrots, onions, and green peppers into roughly sized squares. Beat the eggs until they become a golden liquid, and the basic ingredients are ready. Place scallions, ginger, and cold water in a small pot, add a little plum wine, and add the chicken thighs to the pot. Place a large iron pot on the stovetop, heat it, and then add cold oil to grease it. Then, add the egg mixture and stir fry until tender scrambled eggs form. Serve on a plate. Pour in the oil again and add the diced beef, this time frying it to a beautiful Maillard color. Once the beef surface has browned to a beautiful brown, it not only imparts a charming aroma, but also locks in the core's juices, making the interior even more chewy and juicy. The beef doesn't need to be fully cooked at this point. It can be removed once the surface changes color. Takumi adds a little more oil and adds onions and carrots, stir frying until soft and watery. Then, add the green peppers and stir fry. The rice in the clay pot is now cooked. Takumi multitasks, scooping out the rice, spreading it on a plate, and casting a small wind spell to dry out the excess water. Without leftover rice, he can only think of ways to reduce the rice's moisture content and improve its texture. The magic worked, and soon the rice cooled and dried. Takuya returned the beef to the wok and continued stir-frying for a while. Then, he added the rice, pressing and spreading it with the back of a large iron spoon, and tossing it evenly. The aroma was already wafting, so he added the scrambled eggs, a little soy sauce, and a pinch of salt, stirring carefully again. The key was to let every grain of rice dance with the egg, imbuing it with the aroma of salt and soy sauce, and further evaporating the moisture from the rice. After 2 or 3 minutes, he added the drained triangular pieces of pineapple, stir-fried them evenly, and placed them in the pineapple skin. The pineapple fried rice was already perfect, but Takuya knew it could be even better. She cleared the firewood from the bread oven and pushed the pineapple container into the oven. The heat inside would further roast the entire pineapple container, along with the rice inside, causing the moisture to evaporate. The proteases in the pineapple would be completely inactivated, and the high temperature would further concentrate the juices, making them even sweeter. The juices would seep into the fried rice, perfectly blending the flavors of the various ingredients. Of course, roasting shouldn't be too long, just a short while, just enough for the ingredients to sizzle and bubble, is the perfect setting. With the main course out of the pot, all that was left was a few quick stir-fries. There were 7 or 8 chicken legs, already cooked, ready to be removed and soaked in ice water. Xiaoyu returned the pot to the boil, and added onions and scallions to saute until fragrant. He then fetched a seasoning bowl and added the minced garlic, soy sauce, plum vinegar, sugar, and salt. Finally, he poured in the sautéed scallion oil. The aroma filled the air. Shred the chilled chicken thighs into thin strips, mix well with the sauce, and sprinkle with a handful of toasted sesame seeds and cilantro. Perfect. Drain the sliced pineapple and pound it in a stone mortar with a pestle to extract the juice. Sprinkle with a little sea salt and sugar, place in a chilled glass, pour in the ice-cold beer, and finally, insert a whole, round pineapple ring into the rim of the glass. Sea salt pineapple beer is ready. Wash the lettuce, sterilize it with magic, and tear it into appropriate sizes. Mix it with the remaining raw onions, and drizzle with soy sauce and green plum vinegar for a refreshing vegetable salad. A large serving of meat, vegetables, and fruit, along with a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and a fruit beer for everyone. Takuya estimated that this was enough for 3 people plus her, a lich who only cared about taste. She quickly cleaned up the kitchen, called Andre in, and served the dishes one by one. They dined at a table for 4 in the front hall, already cleaned and set by Jericho. The candles were already lit, their warm glow filling the room with a cozy warmth. The evening breeze rustled the flowers on the table, bringing a subtle fragrance that vanished in the overbearing aroma of the food. Andre helped Takuya serve the dishes, while Aunt Wolf and Jericho served the wine. The atmosphere was harmonious, more like a family than a family. The food arrived, and everyone took their seats. They raised their glasses. Cheers. Let's celebrate the completion of your workshop, shall you? We wish you success in opening your shop tomorrow. Auntie Wolf spoke first, her smile a benevolent one. This restaurant is truly cozy. Congratulations on your successful acquisition of the incubator. Andre was more practical. Wishing you great profits tomorrow. Congratulations on having another delicious meal today. Jericho couldn't take his eyes off the delicious dishes. He took a deep breath and said, "May we all enjoy delicious food like this every day." This gluttonous remark made everyone laugh. For glasses clinked together, and under the orange candlelight, the bubbles swayed, and the wine seemed coated in gold. With the exception of Takuya, who drew a sole flame from his glass, everyone gulped down their ice-cold beer. The refreshing chug washed away the summer fatigue and the unbearable heat, while the sweet pineapple and subtle sea salt notes in the beer added a richer flavor. Is this a fruit beer? Delicious. Chapter 137. In this magical Middle Ages, where even the elderly and children drank ale as if it were water, beer was consumed not only for its flavor, but more often to reduce infection and provide nutritional supplements. Beer is boiled, sterilized, and filtered during the production process to remove bacteria. It is undoubtedly safer than the untreated water flowing through rivers, lakes, and seas. Although water magic can condense water elements, equivalent to obtaining pure distilled water, not everyone can master it, nor can everyone cast magic infinitely. There are 2 prerequisites for casting magic: an affinity for magical elements and training to draw geometric magic circles imbued with Euclidean aesthetics, and to summon magical elements using the magical language. Many magical elements exist in this world. They normally exist in projections of objects in the netherworld, overlapping with the mortal plane without interfering with each other. Only when certain conditions are met can these magical elements enter the mortal plane and be summoned and used. Water elements are abundant near rivers and other water sources, while fire elements are also active around ignited flames. This phenomenon is caused by the overlapping of 2 planes. Though these magical elements lack intelligence or thoughts, they possess innate preferences and instincts similar to those of small animals. They inexplicably gravitate towards certain individuals and dislike others. Different types of magical elements have different preferences. For example, a lich with magic affinity like Takuya naturally attracts all magical elements, making them a true elemental charmer and trap. But there are also those who are favored by the fire element, while being extremely loathed by the water element. To use an analogy from the immortal cultivation novels John Yu read in his previous life, everyone is born with different talents. Some possess spiritual roots, some do not. Some possess 5 spiritual roots, favored by all elements. Others possess a single spiritual root, capable of only mobilizing a single magical element. The principle of magic, simply put, is to request magical elements to perform tasks using magic circles and magical language. The magic circle opens a channel connecting the magical elements to the planes of existence, while the magical language, spell, issues a request to the magical elements. Whether the magical elements are willing to perform the task depends on their affinity. Of course, if the magic circle is constructed flawlessly, the request is beautifully and sincerely expressed, and even offers generous benefits, then the magical elements are not heartless. As long as they don't absolutely dislike the client, they will likely do the work for the sake of a token of their gratitude. Who wouldn't dislike a sweet-talking, well-off client with plenty of money? The same goes for the magical elements. Therefore, mastering magical knowledge can truly be considered a lifesaver. As long as you have the money, power, and the ability to learn magical knowledge, you can, to a certain extent, ignore the limitations of your magical affinity and force magical elements to work. This is why well-educated nobles are far more skilled in magic than the poor, who rely solely on talent. In summary, magic is not a resource equally distributed and accessible to all. Some people stranded in the desert can rely on water magic to drink and bathe, while others, even by the sea, can only rub a spark. Before the widespread availability of magic sinks and faucets, clean water was a luxury for ordinary people. The poorest people couldn't even afford firewood to boil water, so they naturally drank whatever they could get, regardless of whether it was dirty or smelly. Under these circumstances, cheap, light beer became a favorite. It tasted better than dirty or smelly water, was less likely to make people sick, and replenished the nutrients lacking in poor, unpalatable food. Beer was known as liquid bread, and many people preferred multiple beers to poorly made, hard bread. While beer may have become a necessity in medieval life, it didn't necessarily envy everyone its slightly bitter, fermented flavor. Some even jokingly call poorly fermented, sour, and bitter beer horse urine, expressing their deep distaste for the taste. But Takuyu's fruit beer is truly refreshing. The sweet and sour pineapple juice and the slightly bitter beer blend perfectly. A touch of sea salt further removes the astringency and numbness of bromelain, creating a refreshing taste experience. In the hot, sweaty summer heat, it can also replenish lost salt and enhance comfort. The sweetness of pineapple is an alluring trap for the sweet-loving citizens of Huntington. I like this, Jericho said. I'm not a big beer fan, but I really like this. It's sour, sweet, bubbly, and icy. Perfect for after work. Is this the fruit beer they be selling tomorrow? Andre took another sip and nodded. Not bad, it'd be a big hit. I've been telling a lot of my friends about Shuyo's shop today. Aunt Wolf, clutching her beer mug, said cheerfully, they absolutely love this. The pineapple fried rice, laden with ingredients, also received rave reviews from everyone. The pineapple chunks, stir-fried in the pan and briefly grilled at high temperature, were lightly browned at the edges, yet still brimming with juice. After a few bites of fried rice and beef, a bite of pineapple followed, and the sensation of the juices bursting in your mouth was refreshing, a true indulgence. The scallion oil shredded chicken thighs were also a favorite. After being cooked and then soaked in cold water, the thighs retained their elasticity and tenderness. The fragrant scallion oil sauce gave the bland chicken a new lease of life, highlighting its natural flavor and allowing you to indulge in the slightly stimulating yet complex flavor storm. The fruity aroma and subtle sweetness of the green plum vinegar were perfect for summer evenings. Although both dishes were fruity, the scallion oil shredded chicken thighs and the pineapple fried rice were strikingly different. When I get tired of one dish, I switch things up with another, sipping beer and eating a salad, and suddenly I can appreciate the deliciousness of the food again. What are you planning to cook tomorrow? Andre asked curiously. Snacks? Pineapple rice? Pineapple beef? I need to have some snacks, Jiangyu nodded. But I'm selling soy sauce, so of course, I have to make dishes that reflect its flavor. But your bread oven has given me even more inspiration. Andre's bread oven is spacious and well insulated. It can also use magic to amplify the baking process, so it can bake not only bread and pizza, but also chicken, duck, and pork belly. Chapter 138. With this skull-shaped bread oven, Jiangyu can try his hand at making Cantonese-style roast meats, including roast goose, roasted braised pork, soy sauce chicken, roast duck, barbecued pork, and crispy pork. All must be prepared later, not one less. However, on the first day of opening, Jiangyu's biggest desire was to make Cantonese rice noodle rolls. The deliciousness of rice noodle rolls lies first in the rice paste, and second in the soy sauce. The simpler the process, the more the flavors of the ingredients shine through. The rice paste for rice noodle rolls requires glutinous rice flour, also known as ground rice, wheat starch, and corn starch or potato starch. For 100 grams of flour, you need 80 grams of glutinous rice flour, 15 grams of wheat starch, and 5 grams of corn starch or potato starch. While these starches are all starches, they each have their own unique characteristics and functions. Some provide stickiness, others lend toughness, and others make the rice noodle rolls translucent and glossy. Without any of these, the taste will be somewhat lacking. Jiangyu already had rice, wheat flour, and sweet potato starch on hand. The latter two were already pre-processed products, eliminating the need for grinding, drying, and seasoning. As for grinding the rice, the stone mill Andre had painstakingly brought back from the witch market would be put to good use. The fillings for rice noodle rolls were endlessly varied: pork, shrimp, beef, scrambled eggs, vegetables, Chinese sausage. The sky's the limit. Almost anything could be tossed into the rice noodle wrapper, wrapped, and drizzled with soy sauce, and the food was delicious. Jianyo's hometown had so many delicious foods that a single store couldn't possibly sell them all. She planned to offer different dishes at the main store and branch so that each would have its own distinct characteristics and wouldn't tire customers. With a variety of quick-to-serve rice noodle rolls as the main course, roast meats as the main meat, and daily specialties created flexibly based on her daily food supply, they were more than enough to satisfy the early customers. However, the main shop's hours were somewhat restrictive. Jiangyu planned to open only until 5 p.m. and close, with no dine-in service. Evening customers seeking dinner would have to opt for takeout. The reason was simple. People in the magical Middle Ages didn't prioritize a 9-to-5 work schedule, and with the many fantastical races in West Eston, they generally ate whenever they were hungry, not particularly focusing on how many meals a day. Jiangyu's brewery, located in the southeastern part of the city, had the second worst safety in the city. Opening the shop at night was unsafe for both late-night customers and herself. Beyond safety concerns, Jianyu had her own considerations. She always felt that the happiest time of the day was dinner, a time to sit down and enjoy in peace. Whether she was alone, or enjoying a meal with family and friends, sharing laughter and joy, this time had to be hers. Having finally traveled to another world and become a lich, she didn't want to spend her days slaving away from the kitchen stove to the bedside. There was no limit to how much money she could make. As long as she could earn enough to pay her bills and pay off a few investors, she could live comfortably, without having to fight herself and get rich quick. If she still had to work like a slave in another world, life would be too hard. As for the takeout service, which lasted until 10 p.m., Jiangyu simply saw it as a way to clear out the store's unsold inventory. Some grilled and fried foods would lose their flavor the next day if they weren't sold out, and even a constant temperature freezer couldn't save them. In such cases, they relied on takeout to quickly sell off their stock at a discount, closing the shop as soon as they sold out. Anyway, the takeout menu can be modified in real time based on the remaining ingredients in the restaurant, making it both convenient and flexible. I still need to grind some rice flour and brew a batch of soy sauce tonight. After dinner, as the group began to clear away, Jiangyu said, "Andre, could you help me add 2 sets of tables and chairs to the front yard? It seems like a waste if we don't have seating along the street. If you can't make them in time, just move 2 sets out from the house. Leave it to me." Andre glanced out the window. The outdoor tables and chairs need awnings, and they need to be fixed and waterproofed. Otherwise, when you look back, you find the tables and chairs outside are gone. Huh? Is the security in the city so bad? Jiangyu exclaimed in surprise. She heard Auntie Wolf say the area wasn't particularly safe at night, but she wouldn't have to resort to such a drastic price tag, right? I'm here. It's okay. Andre said calmly. It'll only take a few days for the local thugs to know I'm backing this shop, and then they won't be able to cause any trouble. Jiaoyu, Having such a reliable investor is so reassuring. Xiaoyu, I'll be back first. Auntie Wolf finished helping Jiangyu wash the dishes, wiping her furry paws with a rag as she said, "I help you tomorrow morning." Okay. Thank you, Auntie. Jiuyo's main store hasn't had time to hire staff yet, so for now, they can only rely on Auntie Wolf and Jericho to fill in. Jericho is Andre's own retainer, so he doesn't need to report to the Kingdom Knights, and can work at Jiangyu's shop. I can somehow save a fortune on shop assistant wages. Auntie Wolf went home happily. Jiangyu found a few oil lamps, lit them, and hung them in the courtyard and workshop. The warm yellow light brought a deep sense of security. Andre went upstairs and changed into his work clothes, a tight black work vest that wouldn't fray or rust, canvas overalls with plenty of pockets, a carpenter's belt festooned with tools, and oversized goggles around his neck to protect his eyes from sawdust. He looked exceptionally professional and reliable. Takumi's gaze lingered for a long moment on his plump, beautiful, tan muscles. Wow, what a sight! Even though she doesn't have eyes to care for now. The shop opens tomorrow, and tonight is bound to be the last overtime shift. At least, he had those beautiful muscles to look at while he works. How could that not be considered an overtime perk? Takumi happily carried a bag of rice to the stone mill in the backyard, but Andre stopped him. You can just make the soy sauce. Leave the grinding to Jericho and Diego. This stone mill is heavy. Let Diego pull it, and Jerry can just add the rice. Huh? Takumi's eyes flickered. Isn't that a bit of a waste of talent? No. Andre shrugged, not forgetting to ask Diego for a treat. When you have time, give him some soybeans and carrots to improve his rations. In the stable, Diego snorted happily, seeming to agree with his master. Chapter 139. It must be said, Andre's arrangement made some sense. The heavy millstone, which required considerable effort for a human to turn, now spun effortlessly under horsepower. With Diego and Jericho's mules taking turns, grinding rice flour became a breeze. This unskilled, repetitive labor could be delegated to the small attendants, freeing up Takumi to perform the highly technical task of brewing soy sauce. Most of the soy sauce brewed previously was left to be sold in the witch's forest. Takumi had to rush out a batch tonight, so the product wouldn't be available until tomorrow. Thankfully, with the crucible of time, Takumi could keep busy overnight, no matter how complex the soy sauce brewing process was. The printing press was turned on, and labels for the soy sauce bottles began to click and clack automatically. Andre brought in a large amount of wood from the backyard and began making outdoor tables and chairs. The front yard and the workshop were brightly lit, and Takumi could see the nights busy through the wide-open windows. She finally understood how Andre managed to complete so many projects so efficiently and single-handedly. The answer, of course, was magic. The saw floated in midair, cutting the boards. Andre, hammer in hand and nails in mouth, hammered the basic frame. He connected the legs with a square frame, and then placed X-shaped brackets in the middle to secure it. Finally, he simply placed the tabletops, with their mortise and tenon joints, one by one, and fastened them to the legs and brackets. And the table was complete. The soy sauce, already in the anaerobic fermentation stage, quietly brewed in the crucible, developing more flavor. Takuyu, temporarily unoccupied, rested on the newly built windowsill, holding the skull in his hand, watching the graceful muscles bulge and stretch with Andre's movements, coated in a fine layer of sweat that gleamed in the golden light. Andre lifted the hem of his vest, and wiped the sweat threatening to drip into his eyes, inadvertently revealing his well-defined abdominal muscles. Slurp. Giulio couldn't help but gulp his non-existent saliva. He looked much better in person than in the picture book. Andre looked up in confusion, only to hear a familiar ding from inside the house. The Lich instantly vanished. Ah! The soy sauce is ready. Andre shrugged, picked up a few pieces of wood, and diligently began nailing the chairs. The three of them worked from after dinner until midnight, and their success was remarkable. Andre built 2 outdoor tables, one for 4 and one for 8, placed on either side of the front yard, perfectly utilizing the space. A small hole was cut in the center of the tables, perfect for inserting and securing an awning umbrella. Andre also fashioned the awning umbrella's frame from thin wooden strips, then covered it with a waterproof canvas. It provides both sun and rain protection. Its only drawback is that, due to time and material constraints, it lacks a folding mechanism. But this minor issue is insignificant. After all, Takumi is a lazy person who avoids tinkering. If it's both beautiful and practical, why bother? Street-side seating has always been a great way to attract customers. People tend to follow the crowd, and when they see an empty shop, they instinctively wonder, is this place unreliable? But if the street-side seating is full, and the tables are filled with beautifully presented and fragrant food, passers-by will be tempted to stop and try something. Perfect. Takumi's eyes gleamed as Andre cast his magical spell on each of the garden decorations. Nothing is more appealing than a hard-working, no-nonsense doer. If there is such a thing, it's a handsome, muscular, and beautiful doer. Giulio wasn't idle tonight either. She brewed 200 small 150 milliliters bottles of soy sauce, and 60 large 500 milliliters bottles. This should be enough to handle tomorrow's business. If it's truly a huge hit, then Jiangyu might just resort to a desperate marketing campaign. Jericho ground several bags of rice flour, cleaned up the millstone, and tended to the horses. The brightly lit brewing workshop finally quieted down. The various tools and materials were put away, and the lights gradually dimmed. The knight cast a water spell in the backyard and showered, returning to the second floor with a refreshing daze. Giulio closed the doors and windows, neatly stacked the labeled soy sauce bottles on the shelf, and added a new price tag. The disparity between the rich and the poor in West Eston is significant. Generally speaking, the residents of the area where Jiangyu Workshop is located are mostly not wealthy, and middle-class people like Andy Wolf, who have no worries about food and clothing, are a minority. Thus, considering the spending power of their primary customer base, the main store's prices, from food to sauces, cannot be as high as those in the Witch's Forest. There are no tourists willing to spend lavishly on tourist attractions here, only ordinary people who strive to live a good life and make every penny count. After much deliberation, Jiangyu lowered the price of small bottles of soy sauce to 15 copper coins, while large bottles sold for 50 copper coins. After all, the main store sells directly from the factory to the shop, eliminating shipping costs. Therefore, the sales price is slightly lower than that of the branch, which is reasonable. The prices for the dishes were also very modest. Dishes without expensive ingredients cost only a few nickels, while dishes that did cost a little more than 10 copper coins. As for the price of the fruit beer, Jianyu bought it at a 20% discount. Each beer glass holds a liter, and the pulp from one pineapple can make about 3 to 5 glasses of sea salt pineapple beer, which requires a selling price of 2 copper coins per glass to break even. Although the lychees and passion fruit were a gift from the beautiful shop owner, who looked like a pirate, lychees were scarce, so Jianyu gritted his teeth and priced them at 5 silver coins per glass. They were also sold in limited quantities, making them a drink reserved for the wealthy. As for the passion fruit, Jianyu planned to combine it with honey to make jam. It's very versatile and delicious in water, in cocktails, or even as a spread on bread. Just a small spoonful costs about 5 copper coins. A shop naturally needs both expensive and affordable products. While you have to make money from the poor, you can't miss out on the money of the rich. As long as she successfully builds her shop's reputation and cultivates a strong customer base, customers will flock from all directions. Maybe she can recreate the grand spectacle of Potions Master Mifuna, where customers flocked from all corners of the world to queue for 3 days and 3 nights just to buy a single potion. Jiao spent some magic to edit the menu and take out order, rubbed the smooth skull of the little rice cake, turned off the lights on the first floor, and went upstairs to bed. Tomorrow is a big day. Her main brewery shop is finally officially opening. Chapter 140. The next morning, at first light, Takumi arose early. Although the official opening wasn't until 10 a.m., there was still much to prepare for the new shop's opening. Receiving delivered ingredients, mixing rice milk, preparing roast meat, and communicating with Lolisa through her contact list to see if there was anything else she needed to do at the branch. Takumi also planned to use the millet she bought from the witch's forest to brew some rice wine. Cooking without the rice wine from home, to remove the fishy smell felt off. She skipped downstairs, and first dug a folding wooden sign from among the miscellaneous items in the basement. She propped it up at the entrance to the courtyard. It was a bit like the blackboards with the menu displayed at the entrances of cafes and snack bars, except instead of using chalk or paint pens, the words could be made to appear directly through magic. Jiangyu pondered for a moment and wrote on the sign, "Open today. Fruit beer, delicious dishes, and versatile sauces for sale. Today's special, rice noodle rolls, basic rice noodle rolls, 5 nickels per portion, add-ons 3 nickels per portion. Hours, dine in 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., take out 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. She also hung a small bamboo basket next to the sign and stuffed the takeout flyers into it for passers-by to grab. Just as she finished, 2 donkey carts drove up around the corner. "Hey! Lich, is this the dish you ordered?" The young Hafu man driving the cart raised his beret and called out to Jiangyu from a distance, "Master Holly sent me to deliver the goods." "Yes." Jiangyu waved and opened the gate. "Please unload the goods on the drying area in the backyard." "Thank you." The Hafu driver hurriedly parked his cart and began loading the goods onto the flatbed. He required Jiangyu to confirm the quantity and condition of each basket of vegetables before delivering them to the backyard. Jiangyu was at a loss for words. Fortunately, without her magical powers, her skeletal face couldn't express either laughter or tears. A second cart soon stopped, and a young, strong, sleek-furred wolfork hopped down from the driver's seat. "Hello, manager. I'm delivering the meat for Father Dora." Okay, Jiangyu said. "Please help carry it to the backyard. I count it right away." After a flurry of activity, the goods were finally delivered. Jiangyu paid the wolfork, gave the Hafu driver a signed receipt, and sent the 2 of them off. She closed the gate and walked into the backyard. She placed her hands on her hips and glanced at the food scattered across the floor. She clenched her bony paws into fists and encouraged herself, "Come on. Get to work." Today, Uncle Wolf delivered some excellent beef, tenderloin and shank, both fresh and clearly fresh from the slaughter. Jiao was lucky to have caught the right time. Jiao had asked Uncle Wolf about his ranch while in the witch forest. Uncle Wolf's family ranch operates jointly, and they only slaughter livestock in the mornings. After slaughtering, the meat is immediately packed into insulated boxes filled with ice and quickly delivered to customers who have placed orders. After satisfying the needs of these customers, who have pre-ordered meat, the remaining meat is sent to nearby markets and bazaars. They never miss any major festivals like those in the Witch Forest. Small poultry like chickens, ducks, and geese are naturally available as many as ordered. However, slaughtering larger livestock like cattle, pigs, and sheep depends on whether there are large customers placing orders. After all, a single head of livestock is very meaty. An adult beef cattle weighing 800 to 1,000 gene, approximately 1,000 to 2,000 gene, can yield approximately 400 to 600 gene, approximately 1,000 to 2,000 gene of meat, with bones. Uncle Wolf wouldn't even touch the meat of an average individual customer who only buys a steak, a rib, or even a leg. The ice boxes Uncle Wolf uses have limited freshness preservation capabilities. If the meat isn't sold in time, it will go rancid and rot, resulting in a significant loss. Thus, Uncle Wolf typically only turns to pigs and sheep when a major customer places a large order of more than half an animal, or when multiple customers place orders totaling more than half an animal. After selling the bulk to these customers, Uncle Wolf can essentially break even on costs. The remaining meat can be quickly sold through various channels and markets, minimizing losses. This sales method results in large customers, or group buyers paying for nearly half the price of the livestock. With the fluctuations in meat prices, the market value of a cow is roughly 3 to 5 gold coins, and Uncle Wolf will only slaughter it if he earns at least 2 to 4 gold coins. However, the price of leftover, unclaimed meat often plummets over time due to the need to sell quickly. Jiao was able to buy meat so cheaply in the Witch Forest because she happened upon Uncle Wolf's clearance sale. Jiao is currently short on funds and has ordered a small amount of meat, so she naturally can't afford to buy half a cow or a pig all at once. She can only tell Uncle Wolf the weight of the meat and let him take whatever he has, even accepting all the offal. Thus, buying meat has become like opening a blind box. But the price of random meat is much lower than ordering specific meat. For the sake of money, Jiangyu thought. It was delicious. Hey, when I have enough money and can buy whole cows and pigs, I have Uncle Wolf slaughter the cows on time, have the rice cakes delivered by express, and have the fresh meat on my table within 3 hours. Jiangyu muttered, "Oh, that's not right. I have to make sure there are customers first, otherwise, those few gold coins won't be wasted." This is the dilemma most restaurants face. Assuming the owner doesn't go crazy, the more customers there are, the more frequently the ingredients are replaced, and the fresher the food. But if the business is deserted, with only a few customers per day, there's a lot of unused ingredients, and they have to keep them on hand. The business can either bite the bullet and bear the cost by discarding large quantities of ingredients daily, or they resort to all sorts of tricks to save money. Of course, there are legitimate and legal methods, as well as unscrupulous and unethical practices. However, whether serving customers ingredients that have been frozen for extended periods and are past their expiration date, or having most items on a menu out of stock, it creates a very bad experience and can lead to a refusal. Thus, successful businesses experience a virtuous cycle, while those with poor performance tend to fall into a vicious cycle, steadily declining. The first few days of a business opening are crucial for determining which cycle a business can enter. Beef tenderloin can be used to make beef rice noodle rolls, while beef shank can be used to make versatile cold dishes like braised beef. In addition to these two types of beef, there's also a good amount of pork belly, offal, and over a dozen chickens and ducks. Jiangyu swiftly sorted the various meats into their respective categories, refrigerating what needed to go, roasting in the oven, and braising in the braising pot. Chapter 141. Pour rice flour into a large pot according to the proportions, then add wheat starch, sweet potato starch, and water, and mix thoroughly. Jiao covered the pot, and set the rice slurry aside in a corner of the kitchen. He then turned and pulled out a fine gold steamer. This steamer was enormous, and oddly square in shape. The bottom pot was deep enough to hold a generous amount of water, while the top contained layers of square steamers, each layer height adjustable as needed, making rice rolls, steamed buns, and dumplings a breeze. The steamer was filled with water, and set on the stovetop. This ensured the steamers would be fully charged when the shop opened, ready for immediate use. The beef tenderloin was sliced thinly and marinated with salt, sugar, soy sauce, and a little starch. A layer of oil was then applied to lock in the moisture, ready for use. All the vegetables were moved into the dining room, behind the kitchen. She had already selected the ones she would use today, and placed them by the sink for washing. Preparing ingredients is a complex art. All ingredients must be processed before opening the restaurant, so they can be cooked immediately upon order. You absolutely cannot wait until customers place their orders before starting to prepare the food. This not only prolongs the wait, but also creates a scramble. If the line grows, it can easily lead to customer dissatisfaction and cause trouble. The clean duck meat is marinated with salt, sugar, light and dark soy sauce, plum wine, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, green onions, and ginger. Wind magic is then used to infuse air through the duck's neck, causing the skin to expand and further crisp during roasting. Even a lich with a magical affinity took several attempts to master this step. The duck's skin is scalded in boiling water to tighten, then immediately cooled in cold water. After scalding, the skin is coated with a crisping water made from a mixture of maltose and water, and the duck is hung in a well-ventilated area to dry. Barbecued pork can be made with either plum or pork belly. Takumi prefers pork belly, and since there's plenty of pork belly today, she plans to make some char siu and some crispy roasted pork. Roasted pork is easy to make. It's simply marinating, basting, and grilling. The essence of char siu lies in the sauce. This other world doesn't have ready-made char siu sauce, but Takumi can make his own. The only ingredients are chopped onion, scallion whites, sugar, oil, minced garlic, light soy sauce, and a little cornstarch. Originally, oyster sauce and fish sauce were also needed, but in this other world, a little less is not a big deal. Pour oil and minced garlic into a wok and saute until fragrant. Then add chopped onion and scallion whites. Stir fry over medium-low heat for 6 or 7 minutes. Add the prepared sauce, stir over low heat, and bring to a boil. Add cornstarch solution to thicken the sauce. Once it returns to a boil, seal it in a clean glass bottle and refrigerate it. It will keep for at least a month. But Takuya thinks this bottle will probably be finished in 3 days. Prick the pork belly lightly with a fork and marinate in the sauce. It's best to marinate for 4 or 5 hours, but Takuya doesn't have that much time today, so he lets the crucible of time work its delicious magic. For Cantonese-style crispy roast pork, cook large chunks of pork belly in a scallion and ginger water until cooked, drain, make incisions in the meat, and rub it lightly with spices and salt to marinate. Prick the skin with a fork and brush with green plum vinegar to enhance the flavor, remove the fishy smell, and make the skin crispier. By 9 o'clock, Jeongyo's ingredients were basically ready. The pork for making barbecued pork and roast duck, and the duck had also been marinated with the help of the crucible of time. As for today's chicken, Takumi planned to make boiled chicken and hand-shredded chicken. The wood in the bread oven had also been lit, scorching the entire oven. Takumi used a shovel to clear out most of the wood and ash, leaving only a small pile of charcoal still burning. When baking bread in a bread oven, one only needs to heat the oven in advance, clear out all the wood ashes, and then use the residual heat to bake the bread, but grilling meat doesn't require such a hassle. The marinated meat was brushed with a final coat of malt sugar crisping water, then skewered with iron hooks and hung with long wooden-handled iron forks, like clothes on the hooks on the oven roof. Takumi had Andre help install these hooks, specifically for grilling meat. For crispy roasted meat, special attention should be paid to the hanging method. Since Takumi hadn't found a tool similar to tinfoil, he inserted the hooks through the lean part of the pork belly, grilling it with the skin facing the flames below. She hung the pork and duck, cast a temperature measuring spell to confirm the temperature was just right, and then closed the oven door, waiting for the oven and time to work their magic, transforming the meats into a truly exquisite delicacy. "I hope it doesn't turn out badly," she muttered, rubbing her claws excitedly. As she entered, she saw Andre, dressed and ready to go, clearly heading to work for the nights. "Is there breakfast?" Andre asked. "Yes," Jianyu said, "beef rice noodle rolls? Give me 2 minutes, it'd be ready." The batter had been sitting for a long time, and was now in perfect condition. Jianyu evenly brushed a thin layer of oil on the steaming tray, scooped in a spoonful of batter, and lifted the tray with both hands, tilting it left and right to spread the rice batter evenly across the bottom of the tray. He then beat in an egg, stirred it, added the ground beef, tossed in 2 lettuce leaves, and stuffed the steamer. After 2 minutes of steaming over high heat, Jianyu pulled out the steaming tray. The rice noodle rolls were already formed, puffed up with beautiful bubbles. She used a scraper to easily scoop the rice noodle rolls up, roll them into a roll, cut them into 3 pieces, and place them on a plate. She sprinkled them with chopped green onions, and drizzled them with the prepared rice noodle roll sauce. A serving of beef and egg rice noodle rolls was ready. Come on, sit in the courtyard." Jianyu pressed the bewildered Andre to the patio table, freshly baked the previous night, and placed the rice noodle rolls and chopsticks in front of him. A serving of beef and egg rice noodle rolls. "Enjoy." By then, many passers-by were already on the street. Jiangyo's loud voice quickly attracted their attention, and the unfamiliar food in front of Andre also piqued their curiosity. Rice noodle rolls? What is that? Is it edible? The curious crowd gathered around, some observing with obvious movements, some with feigned indifference. Andre remained silent for a few seconds, ultimately ignoring the prying eyes of the passers-by. He picked up the plate, picked up the chopsticks, and took a large mouthful of rice noodle rolls. The rice wrapper, soaked in the perfectly salty and sweet sauce, enveloped the tender egg and beef, slid into my mouth with a sizzle, melting effortlessly without any need for chewing, sliding down my throat without me noticing. Andre, what just happened? It seemed to have slipped down too quickly, and I couldn't taste anything except its deliciousness. He paused, slowed down, and picked up another rice noodle roll. This time, with just a little pressure from his chopsticks, the rice noodle roll tenderly split in two. Andre, so hard to pick up. The second rice noodle roll slid into my mouth with the help of his chopsticks. This time, Andre savored it more carefully, tasting the delicate aroma of rice and the subtle fragrance of shallots in the sweet soy sauce. The most wonderful thing was the combination of fresh beef and tender egg. Simple, refreshing, and delicious, paired with the still crisp lettuce from the steaming, it created a wonderful taste. Chapter 142. In the eyes of the onlookers, as the rice noodle rolls disappeared, Andre's expression gradually relaxed from initial bewilderment to joy and eagerness. Two more, Andre said with full energy. All right. Jakuyu, already prepared, brought out 2 more rice noodle rolls. Andre then realized that the courtyard gate had been opened. A small magic blackboard sign was set up beside it, the sales window had been quietly erected, and there was even a summons bell on the windowsill. Jericho served as a waiter in the courtyard dining area, guiding guests to their seats. More people were peeking in from outside the wall on Andre's side. An elderly man licked his lips and asked, "Sir Knight, is this dish you're having delicious? Is it expensive?" Very delicious. Andre had already grasped the intention of Jakuyu's arrangement to have him eat breakfast here. The shill, he boasted politely and sincerely, this is a delicacy you won't find in all of Huntington. It's called rice noodle rolls. I had the beef and egg version. It's not expensive, he pointed to the sign at the door. You see. The man glanced at the sign. 5 nickels. It's really not expensive. The man hesitated for a moment before finally stepping through the door. I give it a try. I haven't had breakfast either. The crowd began to grow interested. Many who hadn't had breakfast filed into the courtyard one after another. The workshop took their seats. Jiangyu was in and out of the kitchen. Aunt Wolf had also entered the workshop at some point, and was working as a waitress in the front hall. Andre, this little guy really knows how to run a business. After finishing his breakfast, he wiped his mouth and politely tossed a silver coin to Jericho, saying, "No need for change." Jericho also acted politely. "Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you back next time." Xiaohu ran to the backyard and brought Diego over. "Master, your horse has been fed." "Hey, you can even feed your horse here." "That's excellent service." Andre remained calm as he led Diego onto the road, mounted his horse, and headed for the Kingdom Knights' headquarters. If even the knights eat here, it must be a good place. The people around him were still discussing, the prices are quite reasonable. Why do I smell meat? Everyone sniffed, and indeed, the alluring aroma of meat wafted from the nearby pavilion. The Lich in chef's uniform clattered into the pavilion and opened the bakery door. An overwhelming aroma immediately emanated, making everyone's mouths water. "The roast meats are out of the oven," Jiangyu announced loudly. She picked up a long iron fork and carefully plucked out the sizzling meats from the oven, barbecuing prices. Roast duck, 8 copper coins. You can cut it into pieces. A quarter starts at 2 copper coins. Barbecued pork. Sold by weight, 100 grams, 2 copper coins. Crispy roast pork. Sold by weight, 100 grams, 2 copper coins. Jianyu also moved the vegetable stand to the opposite side of the bakery. The freshly baked meats were hung on the wooden bars of the pavilion window frame. The window glass she had ordered had not yet arrived, so Jiangyu could only cast the insect repellent charm she had learned from Lolisa. But it wasn't a big deal, because the customers' appetites had been piqued by the fragrant aroma of the meats. They gathered around and began placing orders one after another. Those who want to buy roast meat can order at their seats or at the sales window. Auntie Wolf stood by the window, smiling and holding a small notebook. "You can take it home too. We offer takeout. But please eat it quickly. If the roast meat is left out too long, the skin won't be as crispy as it was when it was fresh out of the oven. 2 copper coins for each. I want to eat in." "Same as him, 2 copper coins for each takeout. Cut that duck for me. I want half. I want the golden roast meat. Weigh it out for me. Although Jiangyu said they could order at their seats, it was clear that the customers preferred to line up at the small window, watching Jiangyu chop the meat with his knife, while telling Auntie Wolf what they wanted and how much they wanted. Aunt Wolf scribbled rapidly in her notebook. Yes, okay. Which table would you like to sit at? Okay, 6 copper coins. The guest paid and happily returned to his seat. Next. Okay, pack up. Your number is 11. Aunt Wolf tucked a handful of copper coins into the front pocket of her apron and handed over a small slip of paper. Please wait a moment. When your number is called, show your slip and pick up your order. Barbecued pork doesn't need a separate dipping sauce. Roast duck and crispy roast pork are delicious on their own, Aunt Wolf explained to the guests for the 101st time. But they both go great with plum sauce, and the crispy roast pork is great with sugar. Takumi was busy at the serving board, carving, boxing, and plating the food, handing it to Jericho along with the table and order numbers. The 3 of them were bustling with activity, yet incredibly organized. The freshly baked pot of roast meat was sold out in just 20 minutes. Takumi looked up and saw the line of customers lining up outside the restaurant, and sparks suddenly flashed in his eyes. Wow! Why are there so many customers? Sorry, we're sold out. Auntie Wolf said to the customers. When's the next batch coming out? I'm asking, shall you? The next batch won't be out until 3 p.m. Takumi calculated the marinating and grilling times for the meats and said to the customers lined up at the door, if you have time, come back then, or come sit down and try our fruit beer, rice noodle rolls, and stir-fries. We even sell soy sauce. Many customers sighed, glanced at the diners enjoying their meals, and turned away dejectedly. Many more took the menus handed to them by Auntie Wolf and began to study them. As the saying goes, having come here, it's hard to leave without a bit of a fight. Besides, if the food here is so good, then all the dishes should be good, right? Jiao hadn't expected the roast meat to be so popular, but the fact that customers were attracted to the restaurant was a good thing. She put down her knife and rushed back to the kitchen, making another batch of rice noodle rolls according to the order. Auntie Wolf moved briskly around the front hall. She only needed to place the dishes for the patio table on the windowsill and press the bell, and Jericho would come take over. The 3 of them quickly developed a special rapport, but Jiangyu felt they were still a little short-handed. Well, we have enough wait staff, but it seems we're still short of a cook. Chapter 143. In the west city of Eston, a bizarre revelry had unknowingly begun. Hey, have you heard? A new restaurant just opened, and the owner is a skeleton who's a real savvy cook. Hey, not only did I hear about it, I even been there. They have so many dishes I never tried or heard of, but each one is better than the last. Rice noodle rolls, roast meat, rice bowls, and even sea salt pineapple beer. It's incredible. What? You had roast meat? I heard they're limited, only open once a day, in the morning and once in the afternoon. Hey, that's why I say I'm lucky. That crispy roast pork. Wow, I never tasted anything so delicious. Every bite, the crispy skin crunches, the gravy sizzles. It's so delicious. Dip it in the owner's homemade sour plum sauce. Wow. It's both refreshing and satisfying. I'm different. I didn't get to eat roast meat, but I did get to eat boiled chicken. PSSST. You've been eating boiled bird legs for years, and you haven't had enough? No way. I'm telling you, boiled chicken is so different and delicious. The meat is so tender. I don't know how they cook the skeleton, but it's not tough at all. With every bite, the chicken is slightly springy, and then bursts with delicious juices. The best part is the sauce. I'm telling you, there are 3 kinds of sauces. One is a sweet soy sauce, one is a yellow-green ginger and scallion dipping sauce, and one is a shallot-filled scallion sauce. Each one is absolutely amazing. Sweet soy sauce may seem ordinary, just a dark brown, almost black liquid, but the flavor is incredible. Just a light dip of the chicken feels like it's been reborn. Salty, sweet, and fresh. The rich flavors coat the chicken. Wow, I can never get enough of it. The ginger and scallion sauce is a little pungent and spicy. Not the spicy heat of chili peppers, but a completely different kind, but very potent. I love it too. The shallot sauce is made by mixing the scallion oil from fried shallots with something like soy sauce. It sounds similar to the first 2 sauces, doesn't it? But it tastes completely different. That scallion aroma. Intoxicating. Hey, now that you mention it, I'm craving it too. Let's go eat again. Similar conversations were taking place in the streets and alleys of West Eston. The newly opened brewery, headed and managed by a skeleton Lich, became an overnight favorite. In this peaceful and tranquil magical Middle Ages, people lacked many options for entertainment, and the slightest movement became a topic of conversation after dinner. Not to mention that the focus of this discussion was a brewery that sold novel and delicious dishes. Everyone who tried it raved about it, and it quickly became a hot topic in the city, even without an internet connection. So why is a restaurant called the Brewery? In the garden, where noble ladies gathered, a noblewoman raised her hand to adjust her hair, expressing her curiosity elegantly and politely. Oh, probably because they sell witch beer and specially brewed sauces. They say those are their main products. As for the food, it's just an accompaniment to highlight the deliciousness of the sauces and beer. An accompaniment? If the accompaniment alone is so amazing, how delicious must those sauces and beer be? Very delicious. And very versatile. The garden's owner, Baroness Newman, exclaimed, I had the housekeeper buy their plum jam. It's a delicacy they don't sell publicly. They only give a small amount with roast meats. I was able to secure a large jar thanks to the Baron's kindness. The chubby Baroness was filled with pride. Everyone can try that plum jam at the barbecue tonight, and see what a fresh flavor it adds to the familiar barbecue. That's fantastic. That brewery is in the slums, I wouldn't dare go there. A noblewoman waved her fan and complained with a hint of disdain, Madam, you should also talk to the Baron, and have the kingdom's knights take better care of the city. For the past few months, I haven't dared go out at night. 3 months ago, a wave of elusive highway robbers appeared in the west city of Eston. They specialized in the dead of night, robbing late-returning, drunken nobles, wealthy individuals, and even lone travelers. Because of this incident, the city's social season was put on hold, and the noble ladies were bitterly upset about not being able to hold their balls. After all, in this magical medieval era, devoid of entertainment, nobles relied primarily on the endless social balls held during the social season to demonstrate their status and wealth, connect with other nobles, and engage in gossip and illicit relationships. Society balls also served another important purpose. They allowed noble ladies of age to make their grand entrance. After a grand appearance at the social ball, they could meet and mingle with men of appropriate status and choose their ideal marriage partners. In the Duchy of Huntington, the social season typically begins in the spring, when the flowers bloom, and ends in late summer. From the start of the social season, nobles would gather in the nearby prosperous cities, frequently attending balls hosted by various hosts or hosting their own. Spring and summer were often the time when the tenant farmers and slaves of the nobles' families worked the fields, but these busy times had nothing to do with the idle nobles. They had no desire to remain in the barren countryside during this time of passion, only the prosperous cities offered them more opportunities. Noble men of lower ranks courted the daughters of higher-ranking nobles, while these noble ladies carefully selected men who could bring more advantages to their families. They often had only one opportunity to carefully select their husbands, and the family's interests and prosperity must take precedence over personal preferences. In this era, those born into the upper class often faced different sorrows than those of the poor. Most noble children had little say in their own marriages. Marriages were always considered on a family basis. At the beginning of autumn, each noble returned to their estates, counting their harvests and calculating taxes due to the royal family before the restless winter arrived. During the winter months, when there was little to do, nobles often gathered for fun, but due to the limited resources of winter, their gatherings were far smaller than the balls of the social season. The success of a social ball was closely tied to the host's reputation. If the food was unpalatable, the venue was shabby, or the host was dressed in cheap clothes, the guests would ridicule them behind their backs. In the Duchy of Huntington, and even in the previous generation of the Kingdom of Derman, many families have been despised and ridiculed by the nobles for hosting poor social balls, leading to their downfall. Chapter 144. In the days of the German kingdom, the nobles had only one place to socialize: the capital. In spring and summer, all nobles would flock to the capital, vying to be in the presence of His Majesty the King. To be invited to one of their balls was a supreme honor. This meant that the noble had the king's favor, and would undoubtedly rise to immense power. Old King Rudolf German was a man who relished the hustle and bustle. He loved to indulge in pleasure, and was even more enamored with flattery. Once he was pleased, he showered his followers with gifts. The fact that nobles with no blood connection to the German royal family could become members of the German royal family was a recipe for disaster that King Rudolf German had been cultivating for years. However, King Huntington was not to be trifled with. King Huntington was a fierce soldier. He had grown up with his father in the army battling the Iron Giants, sharing the same roost and battles as the knights. He had always been dissatisfied with the old noble's idleness, their daily routine of gossiping, dancing, drinking, and reveling in pleasure. Additionally, the treasury had been empty in recent years, and in a rage, he banned the social season, decreeing that no nobles could hold any social balls according to the traditional calendar. That being said, travel was difficult in those days, and each territory had its own lord. Even with the king's vast reach, it was difficult to reach the territories of these old nobles. So the nobles devised a roundabout way to save the country. Since the king forbade them from holding balls, they stopped going to the capital and causing trouble under his watchful eye. Instead, they moved like a flock of butterflies, visiting one noble's territory, then another, occasionally hosting other nobles. Old customs were banned, but new ones emerged. Far from curbing their behavior, these nobles began to compete with each other to see whose territory was more attractive, whose hosting was better. This competition not only failed to curb extravagance, but actually intensified it. Baron Augustine von Neumann had recently gone to great lengths to gather a group of nobles, both large and small, hoping to capitalize on the social season to further his reputation and curry favor with a few influential figures. However, before this plan could even begin, a group of unruly and elusive bandits appeared in the city, truly terrifying the nobles, who were forced to retreat to the North City to indulge in debauchery. Actually, the security situation in the south isn't that bad. The Baroness's smile faltered. Especially these past few days, many knights from the kingdom's knights have been dining at that brewery, and those scoundrels have become much quieter. The noblewoman who spoke curled her lips, a hint of arrogance and disdain in her expression, clearly disregarding the Baroness. But she had the right to be arrogant. This noblewoman was Vivian von Leicester, daughter of the Marquis of Nantwich von Leicester. Once she came of age and achieved her own title, she could become a countess, even if her inheritance was downgraded. Naturally, she wouldn't seek to curry favor with the Baroness. Vivian had beautiful, smooth, wavy blonde hair. A perfectly prim and elegant, a very aristocratic blonde. Her appearance and demeanor perfectly suited her status as a marquis's daughter. Her face was small and delicate, yet her demeanor was cold and haughty. She was a true, cold beauty, like a doll meticulously crafted by a noble family at a cost of countless gold and silver. She was the VIP Baron Neumann had eagerly invited, but this VIP had been visibly bored and unhappy lately. Vivian's 21st birthday was approaching, and she was about to make her official debut at a social ball, but now social balls in the city had basically come to a halt due to security concerns. If this continued, her debut might also be delayed, which would be a huge humiliation for a noblewoman of her status. Vivian had already made plans to end her journey early, and make her debut in a more prosperous aristocratic domain. She despised Baron Neumann's useless youngest son. Even though the young man was her own age, constantly courting her and trying to curry favor with her father, she still felt that marrying the Baron's son was too cheap. Baron Neumann might have withstood the initial wave of the tide of the times, but she had heard that the king had sent a viscount to Baron Neumann's domain. Who knew if Baron Neumann would be defeated in this confrontation with the royal family? However, she had intended to leave quickly, but she was stopped by news of a brewery with delicious dishes opening in the city. Unfortunately, the brewery was located south of the city. In the eyes of the nobles, that was like being in the slums of West Eston. She hadn't stooped to such a low point, entering the slums for delicious food. This hesitation delayed her departure from the city. Furthermore, Vivian had recently received an invitation to a party at a nearby villa outside Melwory, so she suppressed her urges and decided to stay a few days longer. She could then use the excuse of attending a banquet to leave without humiliating the Baron. That way, even if the two families failed to reach a partnership, they wouldn't fall out completely. However, while publicly saving face for the Baron's family, Vivian didn't prevent herself from using her status at this informal gathering to air her opinions and criticized the Baron for irritating her. Her words resonated with many of the nobles, who chimed in. The Baroness's smile grew increasingly stiff. She glanced at the butler, who immediately understood and stepped forward, announcing, "Ladies and young ladies, the barbecue is ready. Please take your seats." Today's barbecue comes entirely from the game captured by the lords and young masters at the hunting tournaments these past few days. With these words, the attention of most of the women shifted from the rumors about the security situation in West Eston to the hunting tournament Baron Neumann had been hosting. Almost every household present at these hunting tournaments sent someone to participate. If it wasn't the lord himself, then their sons, trusted knights, or loyal servants would take their place. Even several daughters of noble families, skilled in horse hunting, enthusiastically participated, achieving considerable success. Vivian had a half-sister who participated in a hunting competition and even hunted 2 fallow deer. Seeing the Baron's steward only discuss the achievements of the lords and young masters, without mentioning her sister's outstanding performance, she couldn't help but snort and glare at the inconsiderate steward. What a terrible family tradition! Vivian thought angrily. When the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam is crooked. Chapter 145. The guests chatted and laughed as they followed the butler into Baron Newman's lavishly decorated dining room. The gleaming silverware had already been laid out according to seating order. The Baroness, as host, sat facing the dining room entrance, at the hostess's seat at one end of the table. The other guests sat, starting to their right, in descending order of status. The Baroness sat opposite, with her back to the dining room entrance. The host's seat at the other end of the table was naturally left empty. Today, Baron Newman was still at the hunting grounds, enjoying himself with his hunting guests, and naturally wouldn't have traveled all the way back for lunch. Today's luncheon was a small gathering for the ladies. Fresh game, freshly brought in from the hunting grounds, was skinned, cut up, and cooked into classic Huntington Dutchy dishes by the Baron's highly paid chef, who served them on the table. Baron Newman's private hunting grounds naturally lacked the usual livestock of chickens, ducks, geese, and sheep. Instead, the game hunted consisted primarily of fallow deer, reindeer, golden pheasants, and rabbits. The processing methods for these meats were also quite simple. Deer meat was a common delicacy in the Duchy of Huntington, and no part of it was wasted. The antlers shed by the deer kept in the hunting grounds were collected by the noble servants and slaves. These antlers could be made into handicrafts, used in medicinal preparations favored by noble men, or sent to alchemists to be brewed into antler glue. Deerskin, a fine leather, was soft and tough, and was made into the breeches worn by the nobles during hunting trips. Deer meat was edible, and the bones were made into gelatin. The perishable entrails were minced, and used as fillings for baked meat pies, or wrapped in pork or lamb tripe to make a kind of sweetbread pudding called haggis. It's called pudding, but this notoriously dark dish isn't some soft, egg and milk dessert. More like a stew of offal. If not prepared properly, the pungent smell can be quite alarming. Because the local words offal and humiliation sound similar, offal pie was nicknamed humiliation pie by the nobles. Of course, if the chef wasn't skilled enough, the taste would be enough to make the eater feel completely humiliated. Who would eat something so disgusting if they weren't so poor? Humiliation pie, and the incredibly pungent offal pudding naturally wouldn't be served at a luncheon. Instead, they were presented as gifts from Lord Newman to the poor, delivered to the slums as alms, a display of his compassion for his subjects. The only foods truly worthy of being served on aristocratic tables were thinly sliced venison, roasted over a fierce fire, golden brown on the outside and deep red on the inside, gutted and stuffed with spices, whole roasted golden pheasants, skinned, cut into pieces, and stewed with ginger and sour juice, and rabbit meat. In this era, these foods were considered the few truly edible and delicious dishes. But the nobles couldn't hide their annoyance at eating these after every hunting competition. Vivian, who was very particular about food, showed her displeasure on her face. She eagerly asked, "Baroness, where is the plum jam you mentioned?" The Baroness smiled but said nothing. She raised her hands to her left, and clapped them gently 3 times. Immediately, the butler appeared, wheeling a small dining cart. He held up a glass jar surrounded by countless flowers, and showed it to the nobles. He then removed the lid, scooped out a small spoonful with a small silver spoon, and placed it on Vivian's silver plate. The plum sauce was a brilliant yellow and smelled incredibly sweet and enticing, yet it was only about the size of an index finger's knuckle. Vivian hadn't even touched her fork when the stingy Baroness's mood had completely ruined her appetite. She glanced at the bloody, half-cooked venison and felt that even the most delicious sauce couldn't overcome the pungent, bloody stench. She lost all desire to taste it. She simply pushed her plate aside and stood up to leave the table. "I'm suddenly feeling a bit dizzy and unwell. I'll be back to my room. Enjoy your meal, everyone." Dizziness and discomfort were always the best and most respectable excuse for noble women to leave a place. After all, they had all sorts of unspeakable minor ailments, like a tight corset that restricted their breathing, anemia caused by a particular time of the month, or simply a simple dislike for someone. Any respectable noble would know to drop the question when hearing such an excuse, simply express their concern, and let the lady go on with her business. The Baroness did just that. She only hypocritically inquired if Vivian needed a doctor, and when she answered no, she told her to rest and get well soon. With a false smile on her face, Vivian left the restaurant, aided by her maid. But as soon as the door closed, her previously listless demeanor suddenly became full of energy, striding proudly and confidently. "Give me a car." "Miss? Are you all right?" The maid hurriedly caught up with her. "Something's wrong." "I'm starving." I need something good, Vivian angrily said. Who wants to eat that bloody, stinking venison? They only give me a tiny amount of sauce. It wouldn't even be enough for a beggar. Give me a car. Gather all my guards, and we're going to that brewery for lunch. But young lady, that's the South City, where the poor live. In broad daylight, in the middle of the day, I don't believe anyone would dare rob the Marquis's daughter. Vivian glanced at the blazing sun outside the window, and said fiercely, Call all the guards my father has given me. I don't believe our personal guards can't defeat those street thugs. Her maid, seeing Vivian's resolve, obliged and hurried off to fetch help. In the dining room, after Vivian's departure, the nobles continued as if nothing had happened. They feasted on venison dipped in plum sauce, and discussed recent events. The game on the table sparked conversation. The social season had already begun, but the west city of Eston was struggling to host the nobles' beloved evening parties due to banditry. So, Baron Newman took a different approach. He opened his hunting grounds, and invited the nobles to a hunting party. The noble ladies attending the Baroness's luncheon barbecue had all their families, and servants attending the hunting competition, so praising each other was a surefire social tactic. I heard Baron Newman send out the kingdom's knights to clean up the hunting grounds before the hunting competition began, a noble lady said to the Baroness with a smile. They also cut down many obstructing trees, and created paths for the horses to run and chase the game. The bountiful harvest this time was probably due to this meticulous preparation. Chapter 146. I heard this was the idea of the new vice master of the knights. Another young woman quickly chimed in. She was the daughter of a nouveau riche in the city, named Chersina Hochina. She was a striking woman with wavy reddish-brown hair and misty eyes that shone with cunning and calculation. She and her father were both desperate to break into aristocratic circles. To this end, they spent considerable sums of money, clinging to the arms of several bankrupt nobles, who held titles, but had squandered most of their wealth. They were then taken to a small gathering hosted by the Baroness, as a companion, by one of these minor nobles. Unfortunately, those impoverished nobles only saw this nouveau riche as a source of money and entertainment, completely unaware of the turmoil and intricacies currently swirling between the royal family and the nobility, the tangled web of hidden tugs and struggles that lay beneath the surface, calm and tranquil. Even for the scrambling upstarts, the information available to the common people was extremely limited. Chersina had no idea the Viscount and the Baron's positions were worlds apart. She assumed that by praising the vice master of the knights, she was complimenting the Baron. She even assumed the vice master was a prominent nobleman. He was said to be a very handsome, unmarried man. If they could marry him, or even marry him, wouldn't their family be able to soar to the top, attaining the coveted title of nobility and becoming truly powerful, wealthy, and influential in high society? The Baroness's smile faltered at her flattery. Meanwhile, the noble women from other territories joined in the commotion, their sarcastic remarks praising the Baron and André together. The Baroness's face sank, and she couldn't quite find the right tone to smile or not. Baroness Newman knew that these noble ladies must have been extremely bored these days, and had a certain resentment towards their host, Baron Newman. This was why she took advantage of the uninformed flattery of the upstart daughter to attack them. There were many noble ladies of higher status among them, so she had to awkwardly change the subject. Cleansing the grounds is our responsibility. The fact that we were able to hunt so many prey is naturally due to the hunters' own bravery and skill in the woods, especially with their mounts and archery. Everyone, try this plum jam. She quickly winked at the butler, who then ladled more jam onto the ladies' plates to silence their mouths. Eat it while it's hot. Eat it while it's hot. This venison is meant to be served hot. Dip it in a little of this cool plum jam. The heat of the meat will melt the sauce, letting the sweet and sour flavor permeate the gravy. She rolled up a piece of venison with a fork, dipped it into the sauce, and immediately revealed an expression of immense satisfaction. Don't be shy, don't be shy. There's plenty of venison tonight. The noble ladies then began to eat with dignity. To be honest, the undercooked venison still had that odd taste, but the plum sauce did remove some of the venison's tang, giving it a sweet and sour flavor. But to call it excellent, well, I can only say that this chef and this venison, I'm afraid neither of them was worthy of the plum sauce that transformed it into something truly magical. Only a young girl, sitting at the end of the table next to Chersina, was silently devouring her food. Her face was round and chubby, with a hint of baby fat that hadn't fully grown up yet. Her eyes were a beautiful sapphire blue, and her hair was a gentle chestnut. This was Chersina's younger half-sister, Nasha Hochina. She had come out to see the world with Chersina, her father eager to bring both daughters into the world of nobility. But Nasha was different from her sister. Her heart was completely focused on the food she had never seen before. Roast venison, stewed rabbit, roasted pheasant, anything that landed on her plate, or that she could reach, she devoured with reckless abandon. Venison with plum sauce, delicious. Rabbit with plum sauce, delicious too. Roasted pheasant with plum sauce, that was the ultimate delicacy. The Baroness had been frugal, so the butler had only a small amount of plum sauce to distribute, but Nasha ate it with extraordinary care and satisfaction. After she had consumed all the food, she burped with relief and happily waited for these boring nobles to disperse. At the same time, Vivian's carriage arrived at the door of Jiangyo's brewery. Today marks Jiangyo's 6th day in business. As her brewery's reputation grows, more and more customers are coming to explore its offerings. By lunchtime, the place was packed with customers, both inside and outside, with a long line even outside the sales window. This only includes dine-in and take-out orders. Not to mention the Raven delivery drivers diligently taking orders, taking payments, and taking away meals in the back, hidden from view. Business is booming. Jiangyu earned enough money to order glass windows 2 days ago, and she urgently placed an order for overnight installation. After a few days of hard work, her food stall and backyard greenhouse now feature large, bright windows, eliminating the drafty environment. It's a good thing the windows were installed just in time, otherwise she have worried about customers getting too excited and climbing over the low wall into the stall to snatch the roast meat. Today, she specially ordered extra meat and added a roast pot for lunch. Upon hearing the news, many customers slowed down their eating, eagerly eyeing the still unopened bakery, which continued to emit fragrant aromas. This made the already crowded shop even more crowded. Many knights from the Kingdom's Knights Order also ate lunch there. However, this wasn't Andre's credit, but that of Winchester's chief clerk. The chief clerk was a skilled socialite, often hanging out with the knights for food and drinks. Eventually, the knights of the Kingdom's Knights Order knew about the new brewery, which served delicious food. The most obvious effect of the knights coming and going was that, despite the bustling and noisy atmosphere, there were no troublemakers. Who would be so blind as to cause trouble right under the noses of the Kingdom Knights? Didn't you see those burly Kingdom Knights paying for their food and drinks honestly, even treating the skeletal Lich owner with respect and courtesy? These were the Kingdom Knights, who always looked down on others, willing to take advantage of them whenever possible. Their serious attitude meant that the Lich owner was powerful or had someone behind him. Well, how could having someone behind him not be considered powerful? Flanked by 6 guards, Vivian finally pushed through the crowd and squeezed into the store. She saw the Kingdom Knights, who had just finished their meal, paid their bill, and were about to leave. It had to be said that seeing these knights actually there finally put her mind at ease. With so many knights from the kingdom coming to eat in the restaurant, there shouldn't be any scoundrels causing trouble here. Chapter 147. Miss Lester, are you dining here too? The Winchester clerk spotted Vivian surrounded by guards, his eyes gleaming. I happen to know the owner well. Come, let me find you a quiet place. Ah, you? He called out to Jiangyu from the kitchen. We have distinguished guests. Hey! Jiangyu came clattering out. He understood what was going on and beamed. Please follow me. There's a private room in the back. Private room was actually her own dining room. At first, Jiangyu thought this small restaurant was a bit overcrowded. You almost converted it into a warehouse and brewery, but fortunately, before they even began, servants from wealthy merchants and nobles began arriving for dinner. These people disdained sharing a room with commoners, so they naturally needed a private room. So, Jiangyu renovated the small restaurant and had Andre make several beautiful screens to separate the most beautiful area with stained glass windows, creating a private room exclusively for the nobility. From the delivery window, where the ravens were stationed, to the corner where various supplies were piled, they were all tightly shielded by the screens, completely obscuring any view from the guests. Your carriage can be parked in the courtyard. We have a back door leading directly to the backyard. If you don't want to go through the bustling crowd later, you can also board the carriage directly from the backyard, Jiangyu explained enthusiastically. After the private room was completed, she had Andre remove the gate between the front and backyards, creating a carriageway for distinguished guests to park and pass. That's quite good. Vivian glanced left and right, nodding with satisfaction. Whatever delicious food you have, bring it all to me. Jiangyu handed over a menu. You arrived just in time. Our roast meats are almost out of the oven. Today we have roast duck, barbecued pork, and crispy pork. I give you a roast meat platter. For main courses, we have rice noodle rolls and clay pot rice. Vivian, all the names of dishes I never heard of. She waved her hand. I take them all. Okay. We have a regular version, and a special version of our sauce. The price difference is huge, but the taste is just as different. Do you want the special version? I'm not short on money, so give me the best. Okay. Hey! Jiang, you love such generous guests. We also serve drinks. We have fruity witch beer, plum wine with a slightly higher alcohol content and a stronger flavor, and rose wine, which is delicious and can be used as a sweet dessert. Rose wine isn't very alcoholic, so it's very nourishing for us girls. But it needs to be made fresh, so you have to wait a while. Rose wine, please. Since the shop was safe and secure, Vivian wasn't in a rush to return to the city lord's mansion to see the Baroness's bored expression. As long as it tastes good, I don't mind waiting. Okay. Jiang Yu chuckled, rubbing her hands excitedly, and heading into the kitchen to prepare the food. Vivian plopped down heavily in her chair. Finally, some decent food. All this scheming with the Baron's family, and having to wear a mask while eating that awful food is killing me. Miss. The maid hurriedly stopped him, glancing at the clerk at the door. Why are you still here? Vivian's eyes widened. I'm sorry, I'm old, my eyesight is blurry, and my reactions are slow. The Winchester clerk smiled. If you have no further instructions, I take my leave. Go, go, go. Vivian waved her hands quickly. TSK, this damn place is completely against me. I shouldn't have listened to that old man and chosen this as my debut venue. Miss. Hush. Be careful. Be careful. What's there to be careful about? I'm the daughter of a marquis. Do I really have to obey the Baron's wishes? She glared angrily at her maid. If you ask me, the best place to debut would be with Brother Winston. It's a pity he's been staying indoors for years, with the door locked. Even I can't see him. I suspect he's not even in his own domain. Oh my, young lady, can you even say something like that outside? The maid, feeling both amused and helpless, said earnestly, the social scene is where the old nobility truly amassed influence and orchestrated their strategies. It's a perpetual masquerade, each dancer meticulously disguised, each one masquerading as something else. Once donned, the mask can never be removed. Choosing the stage and the partner, they're all very particular. Originally, daughters of nobility would typically debut in their father's domain, but now that the royal family has banned social balls, this custom has been forced to adapt. Noble daughters of marriageable age would flock to the domain of a powerful noble, appearing at a ball hosted by the noble under the guise of visiting relatives and friends. This way, even if the royal family wanted to punish them, the incident would shift from a social ball specifically organized for their daughter to a small gathering during a visit to relatives and friends, courtesy of the host. If the apparent disparity in status between the two parties is significant, that would be even better. The matter could be easily dismissed. Of course, one shouldn't simply choose a low-ranking noble whose status is too different, as that would also make them look cheap. The best choices would naturally be those who don't show off their wealth, but whose actual strength is well known to everyone. If there were already plans for a marriage alliance and a united power, that would be even better. Eston West is close to the capital, and Baron Newman is a rising political star. Rumor has it that he's secretly building up his power, and his wealth is already comparable to that of a count. Yes, I understand all that. But you also seen his foolish son. I wouldn't choose someone like that. Vivian let out a long sigh. I don't understand. We're both descendants of nobles, so why do women have to marry to earn the respect of other nobles? I am who I am. I don't need to rely on any man to survive. This world favors men who can lead troops in battle. The maid half crouched. He patted Vivian's hand soothingly. You don't have to choose Baron Newman's son. As long as the social balls are held again, you can make a name for yourself. Use them as stepping stones to your success. Be patient, young lady, you need to be patient. This is wrong, Vivian murmured. These so-called customs, prejudices, and discrimination are all wrong. Even these social balls that waste people's money and resources shouldn't exist. Why must nobles rely on pleasure-seeking and nightly revelry to develop their territorial power? Simply managing their territory well can bring a better life to their subjects and greater wealth to themselves. Paw, paw, paw. Suddenly, applause broke out from behind the screen, and Vivian stood up. Who's there? A handsome figure in military uniform flashed from behind the screen. Long time no see, Vivian. Chapter 148. The Winchester clerk returned to the antechamber, where the knights were still waiting. That seems to be the Lord Mayor's distinguished guest, one knight asked proudly. Do you know her? She's the Marquis's daughter. The Winchester clerk smiled gently. I know her, but she might not know me. Let's go. After walking a distance and passing a bookstore, the Winchester clerk suddenly stopped. Excuse me, Everyone. I have to see if the poetry collection I want is in stock. Please go ahead. Don't delay your afternoon duty. Haha, you scholars, seeing books is like seeing women. You can't even walk. A knight jokingly said, come on, let the Lord Clerk spend some time with his poetry collection. The knights laughed and left, while the Winchester clerk walked into the bookstore, entering through the front door and exiting through the back. The shop owner, a freckled old man, dozed behind the counter, completely unperturbed by him, his snoring never ceasing. When he emerged from the back door, his face had changed, and he slipped into a house in the back alley. When he emerged again, he was the dashing, military-dressed Count Winston de Mordor. Winston scurried back through the walls, and back again in a matter of minutes. He silently scaled the wall into the backyard of the shop, entered the small dining room through the back door, and heard Vivian's groundbreaking speech. His heart swelled, his eyes filled with smiles, and he couldn't help but applaud. Then, he stepped out from behind the screen and said, "Long time no see, Vivian." He winked at Vivian's servants, and the maid immediately understood. She led the guards out the back door, leaving the two nobles in privacy. Brother Winston. Vivian's eyes widened. She took 2 steps at a time, lunged forward, and like a lamb, headbutt her head, slamming into his arms, unbelievably unladylike. Where have you been all these years? I missed you. I went to a few places, did some trivial things. Winston caught her steadily. You're a marquis, about to enter politics. How can you still be so reckless? Vivian pouted and muttered, You're the only one who calls me that. Vivian's father, Marquis Nantwich von Leicester, was a renowned philanderer in the Duchy of Huntington. In addition to his wife, he had numerous mistresses. This was not uncommon among the nobility. Most nobles married for the sake of alliance and to strengthen their family power, with love and affection often cast aside. There were even cases where couples engaged in separate affairs, each with numerous romantic ties. The Duchy of Huntington was a medieval feudal state, and it possessed all the usual feudal ailments. The nobles enjoyed a life of extravagance, but when it came to bloodline, they were particularly particular. In a family, only children born to a legitimate wife could inherit the title and territory. As for illegitimate children, they naturally had no name or status. Unless they were recognized by the noble couple, their bloodline confirmed through bloodline magic, and they were brought into the family to be raised, at which point they could be recorded in the family tree. This was a custom in the Duchy of Huntington, inherited from the Kingdom of Delman. Children born to a legitimate wife were called legitimate children, while illegitimate children recorded in the family tree were called illegitimate children. Bastards enjoyed a higher status than nameless, illegitimate children. While they could not inherit titles and fiefdoms, they could hold a position within the family and earn a generous salary. Although the people of Huntington still harbored a certain degree of patriarchal discrimination, they did not prohibit women from inheriting titles, entering politics, or engaging in public life. There was only one unwritten rule: noble women who wished to enter politics must have a husband. Because aristocratic couples rarely engaged in romantic relationships, driven primarily by personal interests, these bastards, once brought home, were often raised alongside legitimate children. Deprived of the most important inheritance rights, they had little hope of ascending to power. Only by relying on the legitimate line of the nobility could they enjoy a life of luxury and wealth, and thus, they became fiercely loyal to their family. Thus, as they grew up, these bastards would become the legitimate line's supporters, becoming their guards, housekeepers, or trusted confidants, carrying out shady activities for them. This in turn added considerable strength to the family. The Marquis of Leicester had brought home many illegitimate children, but his only legitimate daughter was Vivian, a daughter born in old age. Vivian's succession to the title was a foregone conclusion. The only question remained as to whether she would inherit the marquisate or be demoted to the earldom. This depended on His Majesty's will. The Marquis of Leicester also inherited the title from the time of the Kingdom of Delman, and it had been passed down through the family line without any downgrade. However, the current Marquis of Nantwich was a politically vacillating fence-sitter, displeasing His Majesty, and not particularly well-liked by the die-hard supporters of Baron Newman and his old clan. As a result, most people bet that Vivian would be used by His Majesty as a warning to others, perhaps starting a series of storms of downgraded succession. Over the years, the Marquis of Leicester, whose health had deteriorated due to alcoholism and debauchery, had become increasingly vulnerable. Vivian was eager to strengthen her own power, to find a suitable marriage partner, so she could enter the political arena and carve out her own kingdom. The Marquis of Leicester naturally chose a noble from the old lineage of the Kingdom of Delman as her partner, but Vivian herself had other plans. She had been close to Winston since childhood, having spent considerable time as a child living in the Earl of Sokka's domain. Although Winston was 7 or 8 years her senior, this age difference was not a significant issue in a magical world populated by immortals. Of course, Winston himself was not unmoved. Don't be too anxious. Winston's tone was gentle. Baron Newman isn't a good partner. Choosing him means choosing to oppose the king. This is not a wise move. That's just someone suddenly disappearing. Vivian grumbled softly, but before she could continue, she heard clattering footsteps from the kitchen. The skeletal innkeeper pushed open the door and hurried in, carrying a tray, followed by a familiar knight squire. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Freshly baked roast meat and rice rolls are here. Jiao looked closely, and saw that the number of noble guests had inexplicably increased from 1 to 2, while the servants had fled to the backyard. She was a little confused and curious, but she still set the dishes on the table with a frozen face. Jericho, who was carrying the dishes, looked at Winston and his eyelids twitched violently. Chapter 149. At that moment, Jericho's eyes instantly transformed into the shape of a cat's pupils, rapidly shrinking and expanding. His face remained expressionless, yet his heart was swirling with emotion. A small figure in his mind clutched its head and screamed in shock. Vivian is here, but why is Master Winston here too? Master Andre never told me about this. Should I greet them now or pretend I don't know them? After screaming in his mind for a moment, he calmly placed the dishes on the table. Enjoy your meal, both of you. Jiangyu sniffed and glanced at Winston a few more times, her eyes gleaming with inquiry and curiosity. Thankfully, this scrutinizing look didn't last long. Before Winston could react, Jiangyu had already set the dishes, put away the empty tray, and smiled brightly. Enjoy your meal, both of you. The rose wine will be ready soon. The bone lich strode out with a clattering sound, and Jericho followed her almost hand in hand as she left the restaurant's private room. Upon entering the kitchen, Jiangyu closed the door to the small dining room, his skull face etched with curiosity and gossip. Do you know these two? Jericho closed the kitchen door leading to the front hall and nodded. Those are the young master's sworn brother and his future sister-in-law, assuming this sworn brother can finally win the girl he wishes for. Wow! Jericho's curiosity intensified. I see. Andre's sworn brother, isn't that the Winchester clerk? He just left, and then he come back with a different face to have dinner with his girlfriend? No wonder their souls were so identical. As far as I know, that sworn brother shouldn't be in the city. Jericho whispered. Let's just pretend we haven't seen him, and don't mention him to anyone except the young master. Jiangyu scratched her cheekbone, realizing that she might know a little more than Jericho did, but this information clearly involved secrets concerning the king and the nobility, and wasn't something she could share casually. So, she simply rubbed her bony claws and said with a money-grubbing look, So, these two must be very wealthy? Andre is a noble, so his sworn brother and sister-in-law should also be nobles. For Andre's sake, it shouldn't be a problem to make a killing. Jericho, ? Wait, isn't this skeleton's focus a bit strange? The young attendant subconsciously put his hand in his trouser pocket and accidentally touched a small piece of paper. He took it out and read it, speechless. Jinyu, this sworn brother please? Make him another set of 2 contact books. Jericho paused, then added, make one of them. Cute, to suit the tastes of a noble lady. Oh. Gio chuckled. This man is quite romantic. She stuffed the soaked rose petals and glutinous rice into the steamer. Watch the steamer for me. I'll be right back. In the private room, Winston and Vivian sat across from each other at the small dining table. Daylight streamed in through the rose-patterned windows, bathing the room in a romantic and enchanting atmosphere. Winston looked at Vivian, shrouded in the light of the stained glass, his eyes filled with tenderness. Actually, as the daughter of a marquis, since you dislike those outdated customs, there's no need to force yourself. Whether it's a debutante ball or a marriage alliance, if you don't like it, don't want it, or don't want to, you can put it behind you. Vivian sighed and shook her head. Rumors are terrifying. We're caught in this turbulent situation. What can we do on our own? For those of us who remain from the old German kingdom, we can only band together to maintain our glory. Everyone knows that His Majesty hates the old royal family with all his heart. One day, he will eliminate us, the stumbling blocks. Everything we do now is merely a way to delay that day. Brother Winston, I don't want to be killed by His Majesty's sword, nor do I want to be used as an example. Then join His Majesty's side. Winston reached out and gently placed his hand on the back of Vivian's. You no longer need to worry about the bad habits you hate, nor do you need to force yourself to be part of their corrupt practices, nor do you need to use your marriage as a bargaining chip. If you ever marry, I hope you will choose someone you love out of love, not because of family pressure compromising under the weight of personal interests. Brother Winston. Vivian's eyes sparkled, as if moved and delighted by Winston's words. But a moment later, she sighed, "You're the only one in this world who understands me." But reality is far from simple. People's prejudices are deeply ingrained. Even the knights under my father's command wouldn't willingly submit to a weak woman they couldn't marry. If I don't earn the true loyalty of my captains, how could those powerful figures in high society listen to and take the words of a weak woman like me to heart? Only after marriage can a weak woman like me, using her husband's name, control the troops under my command and earn respect. Although Vivian had previously claimed she didn't understand, in reality, it was merely a cynical venting of her own injustice. How could a noble as intelligent as she be unaware of the complexities behind these ancient customs? It was simply that men, having long held sway in the political arena, disdained to cede such power to women whom they considered inferior, even if these women were exceptionally talented, supremely intelligent, and possessed magical powers far superior to those of ordinary men. As long as women were in power, they would simply sneer and mock these beautiful women behind their backs, wondering who had slept with them, or which man had favored them to achieve such power. They denigrated women's reputations, and belittled their abilities, unable to bring themselves to admit they were inferior to a weaker woman. Winston's lips curled slightly. But I know the Vivian I know isn't someone who gives up so easily. You've been secretly supporting your half-sister to become a rare female knight. Isn't that precisely to break those deeply ingrained ideological constraints and firmly grasp military power in your own hands? Vivian's smile brightened. You saw through it. I know you're still hesitant. Winston shook her hand. But now that you're ready, you can give it a try. At all times, the Mordor family and I will stand behind you and support your reforms. He added, I know His Majesty also wants to break free from the shackles of the old nobility, allowing more talented and powerful women to enter politics and onto a broader stage. Chapter 150. In my opinion, you don't have to follow your father's wishes, lower yourself, and seek an alliance with Baron Newman. Nor do you have to challenge worldly boundaries and break through the shackles alone. You still have a third path. Join me and choose His Majesty the King. As long as you possess sufficient strength, you can defeat 10 with one blow. If you command an army of thousands and possess mountains of gold and silver, why fear the gossip of others? With His Majesty's support, you can enter politics without marriage. I will secretly support you and lend you a helping hand. We may both face some resistance at first, but time will prove the wisdom of our decisions. Those nobles are nothing but a bunch of incompetent fence-sitters, siding with whichever side prevails. It's not worth risking your own happiness and life for their approval. When the royal family overcomes its ills and unleashes its full might, you and I will be the greatest contributors. Whether you marry or not, then, is none of anyone else's business? Vivian hesitated, but Winston knew she was thinking carefully, weighing the pros and cons. Vivian had always been clever and adept at concealing her true feelings. Much like him in that respect, they both knew when to put on a mask and when to reveal their true feelings. However, he also understood Vivian's hesitation. In this era, in this world, the constraints and demands placed on women were far greater than those placed on men. For example, men could spend their days in debauchery, seeking pleasure, and squandering their fortunes, and at best, they would be considered philandering. But women, if they even spent even a little money on their own pleasures, would be accused of extravagance and lack of housekeeping skills. If everyone is a blank sheet of paper, then if a man is covered in ink, people will only see the tiny specks of white amidst the black ink. Women, however, are different. Every woman must ensure she is a perfectly blank sheet of paper, otherwise she loses all value and is no longer respected. Where can there be any fairness? This is the mindset that has been passed down for thousands of years. Even if His Majesty wishes to change this from top to bottom, it will be no easy task. The conflict between the royal family and the nobility, the clash between the old and new aristocratic forces, the power struggles that subvert tradition. This battle will not be easy. Choosing this path, even with the king's full support, Vivian will still face immense pressure. Of course, there are simpler solutions. Winston could propose to Vivian a marriage between an earl and a countess, who might be demoted to a lower rank in the succession, is a match made in heaven. But Winston doesn't intend to do so. He would always remember that time in the arena, when the unyielding, energetic Vivian had struck a powerful blow against his heart. In his heart, Vivian would always be a wild, tender yellow daisy. He would rather water it with his own blood in the wild than let it wither and decay in the back garden. Even if the road was bumpy and difficult, it would lead to higher mountains, more beautiful scenery, and a broader stage. Of course, in this matter, Winston considered both public and private interests. Publicly, in the grand scheme of things His Majesty was playing, Vivian held a special position, possessing unique resources and conditions. If even she could not break free from her shackles, then no other noblewoman in the Duchy of Huntington could break free from the centuries-old shackles. Personally, if Vivian chose this path, she would naturally abandon all those other things. While Winston couldn't confess his feelings to Vivian immediately after offering her this option, eliminating other contenders gave him more opportunities and more time to pursue her. He longed for pure love untainted by politics, and she deserved a wider world. If I chose this path. Vivian carefully chose her words. I still need your help. This still makes me feel a little uneasy. Why do you think that? Winston smiled. If it was Andre sitting in front of me right now, I would offer the same help, the same promise, and he would simply say, thanks, brother. And that's all I expect in return. If you pursue equal status, you should accept equal support. The road you're about to embark on is full of thorns. There's no need to complicate yourself unnecessarily. Vivian's eyes grew brighter, and she smiled. Then I count on your protection, brother. You know, a lady shouldn't handle anything heavier than a fork. As your former martial arts instructor, I'm well aware of your abilities. Winston said with a feigned seriousness, and they both laughed in unison. Okay, enough business. It's time to try some of the food here. Winston pulled out a packet of sugar and sprinkled it next to the crispy roast pork. This crispy roast pork is best dipped in sugar. The owner, due to cost constraints, can't provide the best dipping sauce, but that's no problem for us. This is granulated sugar, shipped thousands of miles from Southeast Asia. It perfectly complements the delicious flavor of the meat. Roast meat dipped in sugar. What a strange way to eat it. Vivian muttered, picking up a piece of roast pork with crispy, golden skin. Following Winston's instructions, she dipped the skin in the sugar and placed it in her mouth with restraint. The first thing her tongue tasted was the granular sugar. As the sugar granules melted on her tongue, the rich, oily aroma of the crispy skin spread. With a few more chews, the skin crunched and crumbled into a fragrant, crispy powder. The naturally salty aroma of the roast pork combined with the sweetness of the sugar, creating a harmonious harmony without the conflict Vivian had expected. The sugar melted away the greasiness in the crispy skin, creating a whole new taste experience. The crispy skin was crispy and dry, the meat distinctly layered, the lean meat firm and the fat juicy. Even the aristocrats, who ate plenty of fat daily, would have appreciated this rich yet not so greasy texture, not to mention the poorer folks, who didn't often eat rich, oily food. This is delicious. Vivian covered her mouth and moaned with pleasure. Every bite is a taste of bliss. This is truly delicious. Try dipping it in this plum sauce too. I love it that way too. Winston enthusiastically recommended it. This plum sauce is delicious with anything. I have the owner pack you a whole jar to go later. Speaking of plum jam, Vivian thought of the stingy and pretentious Baroness Newman, and she immediately flew into a rage. She used the roast pork to scoop up a large dollop of plum jam and stuffed it into her mouth without hesitation. She was so excited that she clenched her fists and stomped her feet on the ground, making a sharp, delicious sound. Chapter 151. This is so delicious. Vivian clenched her fists and excitedly swayed from side to side, seemingly unable to suppress the excitement bubbling from her bones. She even stood up and jumped up a few times. Winston was so adorable that he instinctively covered his heart. How could his Vivian be so adorable? Earl Winston was completely captivated by his lover's beauty, while Vivian was still immersed in the delicious taste. The sour and sweet, icy plum sauce wrapped around the hot roast pork, the crispy crust soaked in the sauce, slightly softened, yet still delicious, less fiery and more refreshing. It's delicious with sugar, and it's delicious with plum sauce. Vivian sampled the entire roast meat platter, mouthful after mouthful, praising each dish. What's that red meat? This is the best. It's barbecued pork, Winston explained. It tastes best with rice. He paused, glanced at the sumptuous dishes on the table, and hesitated for a moment. Shall I ask the waiter for a bowl of rice? A small bowl will be fine. Vivian picked up the rice noodle rolls. I just try it. Winston emerged from the restaurant's private room and saw Takumi running down the stairs. The skeleton chuckled at him and handed him 2 notebooks, one blue and one pink. The pink cover featured a rosebud made of matching ribbon, a look that perfectly suited a girl's taste. Thank you for your help. Jiangyu handed over the gift with one hand, then extended his other bone claw in front of Winston. Thank you for the 2 gold coins. I promised Andre not to pass this magic on to others without his permission. But you should be able to teach it yourself, big brother. Hee, I won't interfere. Winston had no intention of bargaining and simply handed over 2 gold coins, taking the notebook. By the way, bring me a small bowl of rice. Oh, we don't have regular rice right now, but we just steamed glutinous rice. It's better, though a bit more expensive. Jiang Yu tinkled the gold coins into his skull and covered it with his hand. Money isn't a problem, as long as it's delicious. Oh, and a jar of plum jam too, a big one. Winston pulled out 5 more gold coins. I think that should be enough for this sumptuous lunch? Yes. Jiang Yu's eyes sparked again as she happily accepted the money. That's more than enough. What flavors do you like, sister-in-law? Sweet? Sweet and sour? Spicy? I can use the extra money to get you some drinks, sauces, or snacks. Winston hadn't expected this Lich to be so perceptive and understanding. He felt a little sweet inside, but he coughed softly. Sweet and sour, both. No, we're not that kind of relationship yet. Huh? Jiang Yu sniffed the choking, sweet scent of roses in the air. Dog food. She smelled the aroma and scratched her head suspiciously. It's okay, whatever you say is true. But she winked at Winston. Since we're both in love, we should seize this opportunity and not miss out on this wonderful marriage. The skeleton, having completed his assist, happily walked back to the kitchen, pocketing the gold coins. Winston couldn't help but smile wryly. We're both in love. Huh? But I just said such a nice thing. I can't just promise to help her achieve freedom and a high position and then immediately go back on my word. Besides, the situation was still uncertain, and he himself was still mired in the undercover operation. He couldn't drag Vivian into this mess until the dust settled. He returned to the private room. Vivian was still savoring her rice noodle rolls, a look of pure enjoyment on her face. Her long, curly blonde pigtails swayed with her movements. Upon seeing Winston enter, she explained, as if offering a treasure, Brother Winston. Look, these rice noodle rolls have 2 sauces. Both are delicious. Oh! Winston had never heard of this before. He took one look and understood. The black sauce was the store's standard sweet soy sauce, the same kind he had before. Jiang Yu sold rice noodle rolls solely to sell soy sauce, so naturally, they didn't go to the trouble of further processing the sauce, to avoid people being tempted by the sauce, and finding it wasn't what they expected. The other bowl of sauce was a slightly lighter color, steaming hot and reeking of scallions, ginger, and garlic. It was probably another expensive, freshly made, exclusive edition for the nobility. This skeleton is really good at making money. No wonder Andre is drawn to her. Some people's beauty is superficial, breathtaking and captivating at first sight. Others' charm emanates from within, captivating every move. And of course, there's Vivian. Whether it's her adorable, doll-like appearance or her inner resilience and strength, she captivates him deeply and haunts him. Though Earl Winston would have loved to stay a little longer with Vivian, the Winchester clerk had to report to work and couldn't be gone for long. He collected his thoughts and handed the pink contact book to Vivian. He then spent some time teaching her how to bind and use it. This means that from now on, no matter where we are or how far apart we are, we can still use this to communicate. Vivian exclaimed in delight. That's fantastic. Indeed. Winston agreed, his eyes full of indulgence. Just be sure to take extra care to keep it safe. If the contact book falls into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it could leak secrets at best, or spread false information and cause disputes at worst. Once you lose control of the contact book, you must immediately remove the magical mark and destroy it. I understand. Vivian's expression was serious. I will take good care of it, and will never cause you any trouble. Then, Winston stood up. He knelt on one knee before Vivian, gently took her hand, and kissed it. I'm sorry, I have to leave now. Please enjoy these delicacies. I also had the owner prepare a few surprises. I hope you enjoy them. It would be even better if you could think of me from time to time while enjoying these little treats. Vivian's face flushed slightly, and she murmured softly, even without these, I would still think of you. Her murmur was too soft for Winston to hear. The spy disappeared as abruptly and quietly as he had arrived. The maids and guards from the backyard filed in again and took up position outside the private room. When Takumi re-entered with a tray of food, he noticed a change in the number of people and the atmosphere. After her sworn brother left, the noble lady was noticeably downcast, but her appetite seemed even stronger. Chapter 152. 2 more servings of barbecued pork. This glutinous rice with barbecued pork is so delicious. Wow! This stir-fried beef is so tender. Ah, I love this sweet rose wine. The noble lady seemed to have turned her frustration into appetite. Dishes were brought in one after another, and empty plates were piled up in piles. While watching the soaring profits in the account with delight, Takumi couldn't help but wonder how the seemingly petite and frail noble lady could consume so much food. Could she also be of some magical creature's bloodline? However, since the noble lady was accompanied by her maids and guards, Takumi had no concerns about his dishes going to waste. According to Jericho, the masters often gave their servants any food they couldn't finish. Even the guards, who usually refrained from eating outside food while protecting their masters to avoid food poisoning or sleepiness, considered this a sign of care and honor from their masters. They would pack up the meals they were given and enjoy them slowly upon returning to the safety of the manor. Takumi, even the most lavish nobles have a frugal side. After all, no one's money comes from the wind. Vivian spent most of the day in Takumi's shop, sampling nearly every signature dish on the menu. Satisfied, she allowed the guards to load jars of sauces onto the carriage: plum jam, sweet soy sauce, even a jar of rose rice wine, all of which Winston had paid for. Takumi even thoughtfully made an entire tin of crispy, handmade sesame egg rolls for the young lady as a snack. The egg roll recipe is simple: beat eggs, sugar, butter, and flour into a batter, then sprinkle with roasted black sesame seeds. Then, scoop a spoonful of the batter into a thin layer in a frying pan. Toast on the stovetop until a beautiful golden brown, then roll it up with chopsticks while it's still hot. Once it cools, it becomes a super crispy, sweet egg roll. Because she was cooking for aristocrats, Jianyu had lavishly used a lot of the sugar the landlord had left behind. While it was a bit painful, she made a good profit nonetheless. After sampling an egg roll, Vivian generously gifted Jianyu 3 gold coins, much to the delight of the skeleton. Even after Vivian's carriage had departed, Jianyu couldn't stop her occasional cackles. She laughed so hard her jaw nearly snapped shut. She was simply too happy. Winston had already given her 7 gold coins, and with Vivian's tip, after deducting costs, Jianyu had earned enough to cover the outstanding balance of a refrigerator that day. Of course, Jianyu didn't intend to pay it off all at once. After all, there was no interest on this stuff, and paying it off a few months early wouldn't save her money. The main store had just opened, and there were still many things and staffing needs to be added, so there was a lot of money to be spent. Noble's money is still easy to earn, she murmured. Although I've been incredibly busy today preparing special dishes for the noble lady, considering the generous profits, I'm more than capable of coming a few more times. Although he was willing, Jianyu still carefully wrote a job posting and posted it on the courtyard wall outside. With an increasing number of customers, they were still a bit short-staffed. Jianyu planned to hire at least one more cook and one more waiter, so that the shop could rotate through the staff. These days, Aunt Wolf and Jericho, the 2 experienced workers, have to be vigilant and attentive to everything, managing the courtyard, the shop, the kitchen, the takeout window, and Raven Takeout. They're really overwhelmed. If one person gets bogged down by 1 or 2 difficult customers, the other will inevitably be overwhelmed. Not to mention she had to complete that private chef assignment in a few days. If she couldn't find a chef, the main store would have to close for a few days. But thinking about earning 10 gold coins just by cooking a dish for a customer, which was enough to cover several days' worth of the store's sales, Jianyu felt it was a good deal again. While today's good fortune, with 2 nobles spending lavishly, was only a rare exception. The best way to have the best of both worlds would be to quickly train a reliable chef in these few days. It didn't matter if she couldn't learn other dishes, as long as she could make rice noodle rolls. It was easy to learn. As long as she could mix the batter in the right proportions, prepare the fillings, and time the steaming, the final taste would be pretty good. Selling soy sauce was Jianyu's main business. The rice noodle rolls normally served in the store were served with the sweet soy sauce available on the shelf. Only when discerning and wealthy, noble customers came to visit did Jianyu prepare the rice noodle roll sauce on the spot. After all, when it comes to rice noodle roll sauce, there's no limit to how much you can add. The most basic ingredient is naturally soy sauce. A bit more sophisticated might include sautéing sugar color, adding a bit of oyster sauce for a hint of wok flavor, and even more elaborately, sautéing scallions, ginger, and garlic until fragrant. If that's still not enough, then shallots, onions, dried scallops, oyster sauce, XO seafood sauce, mushrooms, anything goes, and the price naturally rises with the cost. At this stage, whether or not customers can still taste the subtle flavor nuances in the sauce is a matter of personal preference. New chefs naturally don't rush to learn these techniques. The sweet soy sauce in their restaurant is sufficient to satisfy the vast majority of customers in this world. After learning to make rice noodle rolls, Jiangyu can also teach him or her some simple dishes, such as shredded chicken, vegetable salad, and blanched vegetables. These alone are enough to keep the customers entertained for a few days, enough to last until Jiangyu returns. This way, not only can the private chef secure his or her 10 gold coins, but the main shop can also earn a considerable daily income. Although labor costs have increased, it's still a huge profit overall. The peak dining period gradually passed, and the brewing workshop gradually quieted down. Jiangyu stretched, took a basket of fresh green plums that Holly had sent today, and began brewing a new batch of plum jam. Originally, this plum jam was just a casual sauce Jiangyu made with green plums to complement roast meats. Unexpectedly, with the explosive popularity of roast meats, this plum jam has also become a hit. Lately, many customers have been coming in just to buy it. Unfortunately, Jiangyu is short on sugar and couldn't produce it in large quantities. Plum jam requires a lot of sugar. For the finished sauce to taste good, the ratio of green plum to sugar must be almost 1:1. Fortunately, Jiangyu knows how to make malt sugar himself. The wheat and millet required can be purchased very cheaply from the witches, and Lolisa sends a raven delivery every morning. This adds another step to the sugar-making process, but it significantly reduces costs. Jiangyu has already fermented the malt and can begin making malt sugar. A jar of plum jam weighing 1 kilogram can be sold to the nobles for a gold coin, yet it costs less than a silver coin. Jianyu's original plan was to use the green plums to make plum wine and green plum vinegar, but he has changed his mind and is now using all of it to make plum jam. Chapter 153. Jianyu's brewing workshop had been open for 6 days, and the product offerings had naturally undergone numerous adjustments based on customer feedback and preferences. The shop's current bestsellers were roast meat, fruit beer, and sweet soy sauce. Plum sauce was indeed very popular, but the raw materials had been insufficient for a few days, and production had been slow. Besides meeting the daily requirement for free roast meat accompaniments, any remaining cans were quickly snatched up by the waiting nobles through connections as soon as they were brewed and bottled, leaving them virtually unavailable for sale on the shelves. The clever commoners then set their sights on roast meat. Each order of crispy roast pork and roast duck came with a serving of plum sauce as a dipping sauce. The amount wasn't much, just a dollop slightly larger than a thumb knuckle, but if used sparingly, there was still some left after finishing the roast meat, making it a delicious dip for other meats and bread. Commoners were gifted at calculating. Roast meat and plum jam were already delicious, and the story of how the city lord steward had, in public, wrangled for a long time and bought a small glass jar of plum jam for a single gold coin had spread throughout much of the city, and people were already calculating. A jar of plum jam weighed only 1 pound and cost 1 gold coin, but that small, free dollop of plum jam weighed 5 to 8 grams. Doing the math, that little bit of plum jam was worth only 1 silver coin. And a serving of crispy roast pork or roast duck would only cost 2 copper coins. In other words, for every 2 copper coins they spent on a serving of roast meat, they made a net profit of 1 silver coin. The more they bought, the more they earned. People couldn't fathom the math. They thought the Lich shop owner was doing charity. Giving away plum jam for free was simply outrageous. But isn't the owner's madness the biggest benefit for the customers? People can't resist taking advantage of a bargain, and their willingness to buy roast meats has skyrocketed. Jiangyu has increased his daily production from 2 to 3 or 4, each one packed to the brim, yet it still sells out in an instant. Jiangyu naturally grinned from ear to ear. The customers couldn't figure out this calculation, but Lich knew it. Contrary to their perception, her costs were surprisingly low. The plums used in the plum jam were originally grown on the trees in her backyard, but today they've been replaced with an investment from Holly, so the actual cost is naturally far lower than the market price of 1 silver coin per pound. As for sugar, Jiangyu had been using ready-made malt sugar purchased from the witch's forest a few days ago. Now that the malt has fermented, he can make it himself with millet. The cost can be even lower. Making plum jam is also very simple. Scrub the green plums with salt, soak them in water, rinse and dry, remove the stems, and boil them in boiling water for 1.5 minutes. Remove and cool in cold water. After cooling, have the green plums with a knife, remove the cores, scrape the flesh from the skins, and mince them into a puree. Next, add malt sugar water in a 1:1 ratio and simmer in a large pot. Stir carefully, skim off the foam, and simmer until it reaches a thick amber color. Remove from the heat, let cool, and transfer to clean, sterile glass jars. Use purification magic to sterilize and store. 1 pound of green plums plus 1 pound of malt sugar will yield approximately 1.2 to 1.5 pounds of jam, as the water and some sugar will be lost during the cooking process. According to ordinary people, this would cost 2 silver coins, but Jiang Yu only needed 30 to 50 copper coins. Even at the highest cost, Jiang Yu only spent 6 nickels per gram of plum jam. Add to that the low prices of Uncle Wolf's random meat blind boxes, and at 2 coppers per serving, she could easily recoup the cost of the meat and plum jam and still make a net profit of 1 copper. Not to mention the nobles offering her a gold coin to boost her reputation, which supplemented her profits. A huge profit. Jiang Yu pulled out a dustpan lined with gauze from her small storage room, brewery. The gauze was already covered with lush green malt. The malt had grown to 2 or 3 centimeters in length, which was when its amylase activity was at its peak. She pulled the malt from the gauze and chopped it to release the amylase during cooking. After soaking the millet, cooking it, and letting it cool, it could be mixed with the chopped malt to saccharify and ferment the starch. Millet's starch content is naturally not as high as glutinous rice, but in the ancient times of Jiang Yu's previous life, it was also a classic ingredient in maltose. The increasing production of glutinous rice in later generations naturally pushed millet out of history. For modern people, when there are better materials with higher quality and greater yield, they naturally want to use better ones. But in Jiang Yu's Huntington Principality, glutinous rice is difficult to grow and extremely valuable, while millet is cheap to grow and raise, and a few nickels can buy a large amount. Even if millet has a lower sugar yield than glutinous rice, using more ingredients and repeatedly boiling it can achieve the same yield, but the cost is huge. After draining the maltose juice through clean gauze, the sugar residue can be saved as animal feed. Although Jiang Yu doesn't raise livestock, Uncle Wolf does collect feed. After hearing about this from the delivery boy, Jiang Yu had him come every evening after delivering goods to pick up the soy sauce residue and maltose residue from the brewery, earning him quite a bit of cash. Brewing the maltose juice into sugar was a lengthy process, but Jiang Yu didn't need to make it into solid blocks. She only needed to boil it down to a thick liquid before bottling it. She set aside half of the maltose into glass jars for later use, and blended the remaining portion with water and green plum pulp to make plum jam. The sweet aroma filled the kitchen, attracting many more customers. This was the last wave of customers before closing. Although the customers had some concerns about Jiang Yu not serving dinner, considering the safety of the area, they couldn't help but agree with her approach. They packed what they needed to take out, and delivered what they needed to take out. After a flurry of activity, it was time for the brewery to close for the day again. Just as Jiang Yu was about to close the shop, a round-faced young woman came running in breathlessly, and peeled off the job opening notice Jiang Yu had posted on the courtyard wall. "Don't close yet. I'm here to apply." Huh? Jiang Yu hadn't expected someone to apply so soon, and she was overjoyed. "Sure. Don't worry, come in and we talk." The person who came was Nasha Ho China. As soon as the Baroness's lunch ended, Nasha scurried away, ignoring Kirsina, who was still trying to curry favor with the nobles. She had traveled across half the city alone, barely making it to the brewery before closing time. Seeing that the skeleton innkeeper was already closing up shop, Nasha, anxious, caught sight of the prominent job wanted notice on the courtyard wall. Instantly, she peeled the paper off. Chapter 154. Nasha had come all this way, naturally to eat. But since the shop was about to close, she couldn't let her trip go in vain, so she had an idea and went in under the guise of a job opening. After being invited into the shop by Takumi and seated at the table, she finally caught her breath and carefully read the job recruitment notice in her hand. Takumi, noticing that she was panting heavily from the long journey, went to the kitchen to pour her a glass of water and stirred the plum jam bubbling over a low heat on the stove, looking particularly tempting. The excess water in the jam still needed to be boiled away, allowing the pulp and sugar to better blend and concentrate into a tart and sweet jam. This process required someone to supervise and stir the mixture to prevent it from burning. Takumi called in Jericho to help watch over the situation while he, carrying the water cup, went to the front office to interview new employees. While Jiang Yu was away, Nasha not only finished reading the job posting but also thoroughly thought it through. Although she had just blurted out this excuse on a whim, now that she sat down and thought about it, she realized it was a brilliant idea. Nasha Ho China was the illegitimate daughter of the upstart Barrow Ho China. Her mother was just an unknown singer from the slums. After giving birth to her, her mother simply sent her, still in her cradle, to Barrow's mansion and quietly left. The upstart Barrow was originally an ordinary businessman of little repute. In his youth, he was quite handsome, which helped him secure a good marriage. His wife was a distant relative of a fallen baron. Although she had no title of her own, she had considerable wealth. It was with his wife's assets that Barrow built his jewelry business, ultimately establishing his current wealth. Although Barrow, like most men, was a playboy, he was grateful for his wife's help in starting his own business and never dared to offend her. He had no idea that after a night of debauchery, he would inexplicably give birth to a daughter 10 months later. After a bloodline test revealed it was indeed his own, he reluctantly allowed his servants to take her in. However, he didn't value his illegitimate daughter, and fearing arousing his wife's suspicion, he had his housekeeper quietly purchase a small courtyard in the southeast district and hire a nanny to care for her. From time to time, he would slip a modest living allowance through his fingers. Nasha had been raised by this nanny since she was a child, and she had only met Barrow a few times. She lived a simple life with the nanny, her only passion being food. Not only does she enjoy eating, she also learns to cook. Ever since Nani aged and could no longer do heavy work, she's been responsible for all the household chores herself. She's hardly the untouchable daughter of a wealthy family. Interestingly, with the exception of Nasha, everyone in the Chena family is obsessed with marrying into the nobility. Barrow's wife has always been resentful of not being eligible to inherit the titles and assets of her noble relatives. And now, even though Barrow is now a wealthy man, he still dreams of becoming a noble himself. Not to mention their daughter, Chersina, who is eager to marry into a noble family. Nasha, on the other hand, is different. She's down to earth and has no aspirations for wealth or power. Only food can light her eyes up. Now an adult, she had only two options: find a job and live independently from the Chena family, or return to the Chena household in disgrace and follow Barrow's lead in seeking the upper echelons of the nobility. Nasha had no desire to live under someone else's roof, nor did she want to become the mistress of some dissolute noble. As an illegitimate child with no status and, considering herself unattractive, she had no chance of becoming a noble's legal wife. The only righteous path was to find a job and earn a living honestly by relying on her cooking skills. "I want to apply for the chef position," Nasha said to Jiangyu, determined. Yes, Jiangyu nodded, glancing up at the sky. "Then without further ado, why don't you make dinner for 5? Nasha? Although it was called dinner, it was actually a test of Nasha's cooking skills. After Takuya removed the plum sauce from the stove and let it cool, he calmly stood at the entrance of the small dining room, holding a teacup, watching Nasha frantically rushing around the kitchen. However, after Nasha became familiar with the kitchen's furnishings and layout, her movements became much more agile. Nasha used sweet potatoes and lamb to make a common homely dish in Huntington. A hot pot stew, which looked very similar to the famous Lancashire hot pot. The lamb was cut into large pieces and placed in an iron pan, searing each side until golden brown. Then, chopped onions were added, and a suitable amount of flour was sautéed until fragrant. Then, broth and carrots were added, and the mixture was seasoned with pepper and salt. After cooking for 10 minutes, Nasha found the largest casserole she could find. She first put the lamb, onions and carrots into the casserole, then poured in the soup. Finally, she neatly placed 2 layers of sliced sweet potatoes on top, and then put it into the still hot bread oven for baking. An hour later, this family-sized dish, enough for 5, arrived. The lamb was pan-fried and then braised, resulting in a tender, melt-in-your-mouth texture. The sweet flavor of the onions and carrots permeated the broth, fully absorbed by the lamb. The best part was the golden, crispy sweet potatoes layered on top, toasted in a bread oven. Crispy on the outside, soft and chewy on the inside, soaking up the broth. Every bite was a hearty delight. While Takumi scooped himself a bowl, summoned his soul fire, and slurped down a delicious sip. "Delicious. This is very authentic," Aunt Wolf praised. "Not bad." Andre spoke succinctly, and Jericho nodded in agreement. Nasha nervously held her small bowl. "So did I pass the interview?" Jiayo nodded, giving a skeletal thumbs up. "Congratulations on passing the initial interview. Now, let's discuss the terms of employment." Nasha swallowed, her eyes wide and focused intently on the Lich. "My hours are from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. When I'm at the shop, employees must arrive at least an hour early to prepare for business. If I'm out, you must be at the shop promptly at 8 a.m. to receive the vegetables and meat. After closing up the shop in the evening, you can go home, or you can stay for dinner with us." Nasha nodded. The hours sounded reasonable. "We provide food, but not housing. Salaries are paid monthly. The first month is a probationary period, and I will only pay you 10 silver coins. During this first month, I will assess your qualifications, skills, and character, and I reserve the right to fire you at any time. If you successfully pass the probationary period, you will become a full-time employee, and I will increase your salary based on your performance. If you work hard, you might even earn several gold coins per month in salary and bonuses. Chapter 155. A few gold coins. Even though Nasha didn't care about money, she couldn't help but be shocked by such a generous salary. After all, she only received 30 to 50 silver coins per month from her adopted father for living expenses. And even that depended on her father's mood. When Nasha heard about the internship period, she subconsciously thought the Lich wanted to take her on as an apprentice, but the salary didn't seem likely. The salary of an average cook in the city was usually around 50 to 60 silver coins, while an apprentice would make even less, around 5 to 10 silver coins. But the relationship between apprentice and mentor is more than just an employment relationship. No matter what industry or profession, once a student becomes an apprentice, a special magical bond is formed between them, sometimes even closer than family. Apprentices also live and eat at their mentor's home, facing numerous restrictions. They essentially have to obey their teacher in everything, with little freedom and no money to spend. Apprentices' skills are all learned from their teachers. If they are expelled from their teachers, they will suffer the consequences of the inherited magic, which can lead to the loss of all knowledge at best, or even death at worst. Of course, the latter only happens if the apprentice betrays and backstabs their teacher. And the inherited magic itself prohibits teachers from abusing their power and position to harm or bully their apprentices. Although the Duchy of Huntington values the master-disciple relationship and has a comprehensive system of protection and punishment for both parties, Nasha is not yet willing to enter into such a serious magical relationship with anyone. After all, she has a stepfather who is determined to become a noble, and she is just a bargaining chip for him to climb higher. If she became a chef's apprentice, who knows what kind of fuss that would cause, whether it would cause a citywide uproar. No, for now, she just wanted to work part-time to save some money, so she could find an opportunity to live independently. The Lich continued, "Don't get too excited just yet. I'm just saying a possibility. If you don't do a good job, your salary won't increase." "I see." Nasha thought to herself, paying based on performance makes sense. "Also, I have one request," said Takumi. "My brewery has many original dishes and brewing recipes. You inevitably learn and understand these recipes while working here. I need you to sign a magical contract with me. You may not disclose any of my recipes to anyone unless I agree, nor may you replicate or modify them outside of this brewery, or create any of the dishes sold here." "That makes sense." Nasha nodded. She had signed similar magical contracts while working at other breweries before. "I'm willing to accept." That's easy. We have a kingdom knight here to witness it." Takumi rubbed his bone claws happily. "We signed the contract after dinner." So after dinner, Andre retrieved the paper, ink, and quill pen specially designed for contracts from his saddlebag and skillfully wrote the magical contract. The highly educated Andre was no illiterate knight who needed paperwork to handle even the most complex case reports. He immediately understood the terms of the requirements outlined by Little Bone. A moment later, 3 contracts, perfectly aligned, were laid out on the table. Nasha carefully examined the terms. This magical contract was rigorous, meticulously, and minutely stipulating the rights and obligations of both parties, including the specific daily duration of the internship, clear and understandable internship eligibility criteria, and the salary scale for interns compared to regular employees. She mentally calculated that the Lich's words were true. If she could truly reach the highest standards, she could indeed receive a salary of several gold coins. The rules the Lich required her to follow were also reasonable. Regardless of whether she passed the internship or was fired, she could not steal any of the store's assets, ingredients, or products. She could not disclose recipes to anyone or use them for private cooking outside the workshop. She could not harm the store's reputation or disrupt its business in any way. Otherwise, she would be held liable for breach of contract. The Lich could fire her, make her pay compensation, or even have the Kingdom Knights imprisoned according to Huntington law. Other than that, she just needed to work diligently in the store, cook well, and never be absent, late, or leave early. Well, she could definitely do that. The employment contract didn't have a specific time limit. You could fire her at any time during the internship. However, if she successfully completed the internship and didn't break any rules, then theoretically, as long as the store didn't go bankrupt, she could work there forever. Of course, both parties could still part ways amicably. Simply give the other party a month's notice of their intention to terminate the employment relationship. As for vacation time, she had 2 days off every 7 days, and she could decide when to take it off, as long as she got the Lich's permission in advance. She could even take 2 weeks off. However, she couldn't take leave during special store events, such as when the owner was away or when the store was too busy with marketing events. It made perfect sense, or rather, it was simply too generous. Nasha picked up the quill without hesitation and signed her name and address. "I do my best, boss." Nasha and Takumi were both very satisfied with the contract. Takumi looked out the dark window and winked at Andre. "It's late, Andre. Could you help take Nasha home?" "Sure." Andre casually asked Nasha, "Where's your home?" "It's also in the southeast district, just a few blocks away, not far." Nasha wanted to refuse, but honestly, remembering the recent rumors of robbers in the city, she was a little afraid to walk at night. "Let's go." Since they were so close, Andre didn't plan to ride. "I'm going on night patrol. The city's security has been bad lately. Even the Baroness has received complaints from nobles, and the city lord has specifically requested that we increase night patrols." The knight's demeanor was businesslike, so Nasha didn't refuse. The two of them walked out of the store, one in front of the other, almost half a mile between them. Jiangyu scratched her skull, muttering to herself, "At such a distance, is this an escort or just bait?" Nasha's courtyard was indeed not far away. Before Jiangyu and Jericho had finished washing the dishes, Andre returned. "I confirmed her address, and it's the same as the one on the contract." She didn't lie. "Yeah. That give you a clue how to find her later." Jiangyu wiped the dishes dry and looked up to see Andre, a thoughtful look on his face. "What? Any other questions?" "No big deal, except that her last name is exactly the same as that of a Nouveau Riche in town." Andre stroked his chin. "Tomorrow I go ask around, and see what kind of person she is and her family background is." Having a reliable investor is great. They can even handle background checks on employees. Chapter 156. Before leaving, Auntie Wolf volunteered to help Jiangyu investigate the new employee's background. This way, Jiangyu could gather information from both official and unofficial sources, and double-check their claims. These days, the brewery has become the most popular and novel shop in Essen West City, and Jiangyu must be wary of narrow-minded, jealous individuals trying to stir up trouble. No matter what industry or profession, there are always those who seek to harm others and benefit themselves, and who can't stand seeing others get away with it. As the saying goes, don't have the intention to harm others, but be wary of them. Although this round-faced girl seemed clear-headed and efficient, Jiangyu still planned to follow his elder's advice and thoroughly investigate the person during his 1-month internship to avoid causing trouble and regret later. By the way, Takumi peeped out of the kitchen. "Are you done with your patrol? Want to try some of my new green plum sparkling wine?" "Yes, I'd give it a try." Andre sat down at the bar, while Jericho helped Takumi put away the dishes. He then slithered out of the kitchen, and whispered to his young master about Winston and Vivian's lunchtime meeting. "Really? They ran into each other?" Andre rubbed his chin with interest. "That's interesting." As he spoke, the skeleton emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 glasses of wine. He placed one in front of Andre, and pushed the other toward Jericho. "Come on, try my new special green plum sparkling wine. I use freshly brewed plum sauce, Wind Magic sparkling powder, and a little distilled baijiu. Don't worry, I adjusted the ratio. The alcohol content won't be too high. If it tastes good, we can put this on our regular menu." Wind Magic sparkling powder. "The kind alchemists developed for frying fish?" Andre asked, blinking. Bing bong. Juyo made a hook with the knuckles of his thumb and index finger. "That's it. I discovered that this thing doesn't need to be heated. Just shaking and bumping it produces Wind Magic bubbles. Adding water to this makes it sparkling water, and adding alcohol makes it sparkling wine. Wind Magic sparkling powder is the scientific name for baking powder in this world. This powder is colorless and odorless, simply solidified wind element. Ingesting it directly won't cause any side effects, at most a burp. It's a fairly safe food additive." Jiayo's recent experience selling fruity, which beer further confirmed her hypothesis. People enjoy the bubbles in beer, but not necessarily the bitterness, or even the alcohol itself. The people of Huntington generally have a sweet tooth, and modern, low-alcohol sparkling cocktails, even non-alcoholic sparkling water, are more to their liking than beer. Andre examined the glass before him. The cylindrical glass held a curious liquid, ice-mixed wine, amber-colored at the bottom, gradually becoming lighter as it moved upwards. Bubbles abounded within the liquid, and if you got close, you could even hear a sizzling sound. For some reason, a hollow straw was inserted diagonally into the glass. It looked a little strange, but not unappealing. Andre cast several identification spells, confirming the wine was non-toxic, harmless, and without side effects. He then prepared to drink it, but as soon as he reached for the glass, Jiang Yu stopped him. The Lich pointed to the straw in the cup. "Stir it, then take a sip through it." Andre obeyed, perplexed. After stirring, the distinct layers of liquor turned a light, translucent amber. Andre took the straw and took a sip. A burst of cool, sweet air washed over him. Bubbles fizzed and popped in his mouth, dancing wildly on his tongue, bringing a strange, tingling sensation. These bubbles, imbued with wind magic, were clearly more potent than beer, and the flavor was also rich, a sweet and pungent aroma, distinct from beer, yet not as fruity as brewed plum wine. It was smooth, with a wonderful grainy aroma. "What's this brew made of?" Andre shook the cup curiously. Hee. "It's this thing." Jiang Yu pulled something from the kitchen that resembled a wheat ear. Unlike wheat or rice, it was laden with small, round, red berries, so densely packed together that it almost gave people a claustrophobic reaction. Andre examined it carefully for a moment and recognized it. "Is this sorghum?" Jiang Yu nodded. "In my hometown, it's called sorghum. It's very similar to wheat and a grain crop." "Yes, but it tastes terrible," Andre said. "It's astringent and coarse. Even if it's ground into flour, it's like a pile of loose sand and can't be made into bread. But it's easy to grow. It grows anywhere. We use it to feed our livestock here." "Yes, but it's also great for making wine." Jiang Yu's smile widened. "I was talking to the delivery guy at Uncle Wolf's place about feed, and I heard about this sorghum. I thought it looked a lot like the sorghum we have here, so I bought some from Holly. To my surprise, it turned out to be the same. In ancient times, grain cultivation was not very advanced. Although sorghum tasted unpalatable, it was easier to grow than wheat and rice, and people relied on it to survive many famines. But once living conditions improved, this unpalatable food became a mere waste, uneatable, and a waste to discard. Thus, in an era when wheat and rice were scarce, using sorghum to make wine became the best option, a kind of recycling of waste. What people didn't anticipate was that sorghum's nutritional profile was relatively simple, with a very low pectin content, resulting in very little methanol produced during fermentation. The high amount of tannins in sorghum also adds a unique flavor to baijiu. These characteristics, originally disadvantages of sorghum as a staple food, became advantages for its use in winemaking. In a stroke of luck, sorghum became the preferred choice for baijiu, one of the main ingredients in winemaking. Jiang Yu has been tinkering with brewing these past few evenings in the crucible of time. She not only brews rice wine for cooking from millet, but also uses the crucible of time to create aged wine. Now, she's even using the newly discovered sorghum to create baijiu. Through magic like poison detection and repeated experimentation, Jiang Yu has mastered the art of completely removing impurities from wine. The baijiu she brews is now safe and intoxicating. She now has rice wine and aged wine for cooking, and even baijiu as a base for sparkling wine. Best of all, the ingredients are cheap and easy to get started. Jiang Yu's semi-magical brewing process won't produce the sauce-flavored or strong-flavored baijiu like Matai and Wuliangye. The baijiu she distills lacks the strong bitterness of beer and is more like a light-flavored baijiu, with a lighter flavor, making it perfect for cocktails. Chapter 157. This brewing workshop's primary business was brewing potions, so it was fully equipped with all the necessary tools and utensils. Jiang Yu found several sets of distilling equipment in the basement, some new and some used, which could be assembled and used with the crucible of time. She then took a brand new set, specifically for distilling liquor. There are many methods for brewing baijiu, but Jiang Yu uses a solid-state brewing process. Most of the process is very similar to brewing soy sauce. Pick plump, mold-free red sorghum, rinse, soak, and steam until cooked. Pour the sorghum into a clean, sterilized dustpan, stir and air it. Let it cool to 25 degrees Celsius, then mix in the pre-prepared koji and place it in the crucible of time to accelerate the incubation process. The incubation process typically takes 5 to 7 days, but it can be completed more quickly with the help of time magic. Upon opening the crucible, one can see the sorghum already covered in beautiful white mycelium. Fermentation releases heat and generates high temperatures, so the sorghum needs to be stirred and cooled once before fermentation can begin. Originally brewing in a darkened ceramic vat for 6 months, this process can now be accelerated using the crucible of time. The fermented leaves can then be steamed. Simply place a special distillation pot over the crucible of time. Water circulates through the pot's top to cool and promote condensation. The temperature difference causes the alcohol vapor to condense and flow out through the wine collection pipe below the pot. The first and last liquors contain significant amounts of impurities, fusel alcohols, and acids, requiring constant monitoring using the poison detection technique. This impure liquor should be collected in a separate container and discarded. The acceptable liquor in the middle can be bottled and retained. To ensure the liquor is completely non-toxic and harmless, Takumi will perform several magical tests and further purify it using alchemical techniques. To prepare the wine, Takumi has spent the past few nights after closing the shop in the basement, studying the vast magical tomes left behind by the owner's mother and daughter. He's learned quite a few potion-making methods, along with the use of distilling equipment, and even grasped many of the principles and techniques of alchemy. Alchemy is 80% similar to chemistry, which for a moment made Takumi feel like he was back in a junior high or high school chemistry lab. Potions and alchemy also have many similarities. The former focuses on fusion, while the latter deals with decomposition, purification, and substitution. But all roads lead to Rome. These two, already closely related fields, often intersect and overlap, sharing similarities, and even collaborating to achieve certain results. Using alchemically purified stock solutions in potion making often removes impurities and significantly improves quality. Thus, a potion master is inevitably also a well-researched alchemist. After beginning to study this knowledge, Jianyu also developed a greater interest in potions and alchemy. Of course, her research focus still differed significantly from that of scholars in this world. Xiaoyu to remain true to her original aspirations, focusing entirely on how to use potions and alchemy to improve the quality of soy sauce, wine, and vinegar. The production process for making soy sauce-flavored liquor is too complex, and Jianyu herself is not a fan of drinking culture, so she has not delved deeply into it. However, the clear brewing method she memorized produces a transparent liquor with a light grain aroma that pairs well with almost any jam. Add lemon juice, ice, and wind magic sparkling powder, shake, and stir, and you have a very trendy and delicious cocktail. Taking advantage of the fact that he made a lot of malt sugar today, Jianyu took out 2 small pots, one for pineapple jam and the other for lychee and rose jam. Once made into jam, these tropical fruits can be stored for a long time without significantly altering their flavor. They can also be used on the go, making sparkling wine, sparkling water, fruit tea, or baked desserts, all excellent choices. Jianyu didn't have many lychees on hand, but Aunt Wolf's roses were in full bloom. Jianyu bought a large batch from the noble lady when he made rose wine for her that day, and there's still quite a bit left, perfect for use. Using roses for jam, and the lychee pulp for a flavorful addition, is a very good choice. Xiaoyan Gao wasn't idle either. The store had been running high on glass jars lately, so she made several trips to Melwari City during the day and brought back a large batch, which are now neatly stacked in this small storage room. I think that area back there needs some work. Jianyu made the jam and mixed Andre a white wine-based sea salt pineapple cocktail. Try this and see if there's anything else you can tweak about the recipe. That storage room, which doubles as the brewing room, is a bit small and a bit cramped. I originally wanted to convert the entire small dining room in the back into the brewing room, but I couldn't bear to give up the view from the stained glass windows. Besides, the workshop has become quite famous these days, and nobles are constantly coming. It wouldn't be good to have them sit in the main hall. That would be too offensive. But this private room is a bit shabby, and I have a feeling it needs some work. The Lich muttered to herself as she brought out a small plate of fried peanuts. Andre, with his glass in hand, listened quietly to her story. Jericho had already finished his glass of wine, quietly cleaned the restaurant, closed the shop, and cleaned the bakery, then wisely went upstairs to rest. It was his duty, as a competent knight squire, to provide the young master and the Lich with undisturbed time together. The extra candles in the front hall had gone out, with only a few still burning on the bar. The flickering candlelight added a touch of charm to the atmosphere. No rush. I temporarily stored the bricks, old doors, and wood from the Baron's hunting grounds in the backyard. I think about it for a few days. I think I can use these materials to renovate the small restaurant. Andre pondered. But you need a spacious place to brew. Have you considered buying the empty house next door? Andre was referring to the neighbor on the other side of the brewery. Standing at the entrance to the brewery's courtyard and looking in, you see Aunt Wolf's house to the left, and a neglected garden to the right. The house is also half-timbered, but even more dilapidated than Takuya's brewery, with a leaky roof. It's clear it's been abandoned for years. If you're interested, I can help you inquire with the Winchester clerk. The city's household registration, vacant houses, and land are all managed by the clerks of the Kingdom Knights. If it's truly an abandoned house, the price shouldn't be too high. That's a good idea, Takuya mused. Then we can open a restaurant here and brew there, and there'd be plenty of space. We can even connect the garden. Chapter 158. Andrei's suggestion immediately opened up Takuya's mind. What if there's not enough space? Expand outward. If the brewing area is moved next door, the entire area behind the kitchen can be freed up to transform into several elegant small private rooms. No, wouldn't it be even better to renovate the second and third floors and create a few private rooms? Building an external staircase and balcony directly to the second and third floors would not only bypass the brewing area on the first floor, but also allow the balcony to be planted with beautiful flowers, like roses, enhancing the dining experience for distinguished guests. The space there is spacious and quiet, so there's no need to worry about the nobles making a fuss about being with the commoners, or being picky about the cramped private rooms that require passing through the kitchen. It's a huge project. She said this, but in her mind, Jiang Yu had already planned the layout of the next door, from the garden to the third floor. After imagining the future, she made up her mind. Then please help me with the connections and inquire about the price. Leave it to me. After finishing her second glass of wine, Jiang Yu mixed a lychee and rose sparkling wine, which also received high praise. She took out her business journal and carefully wrote down the recipes for the 3 wines, intending to teach them to the new chef tomorrow. However, speaking of the Winchester clerk, Jiang Yu recalled the aristocratic couple who had a mutual affection for each other. She chuckled, that noble lady is truly fascinating. I wonder how she manages to eat so much with such a petite frame. Vivian? Andre, having heard about this from Jericho before, seemed to recall something and suddenly laughed. Don't be fooled by her cute appearance. She's not some spoiled brat or doll. You see, our meeting was due to her insistence on learning martial arts and fighting spirit, despite her father's objections. That's when she sought help from my teacher, Count Saka. Oh! Jiang Yu, curious about the gossip, came closer, resting his chin on the bar. She knows martial arts? Yes, I learned it from my sworn brother. After his third glass of wine, Andre seemed a little tipsy. Lost in his memories, he couldn't stop talking. If she dropped her mask of reserve, she could probably pick up my brother and swing him around a few times. Jiang Yu, pick up? Swing him around a few times? Were her non-existent ears failing again? Why did she seem to hear some strange verbs? Maybe it was the intoxicating sweetness of the wine, the gentle orange candlelight in the room, the memories stirred by meeting an old friend, or the comforting and relaxing nature of spending time with this skeleton. But Andre couldn't help but feel like telling a story. He sipped his lychee rose sparkling wine, letting his recollections flow. He recounted the amusing events of their childhood acquaintance, and his parents' family histories in fragments. Though these anecdotes were incoherent, they fascinated Jiang Yu, while he pieced together Andre's past in his mind. Andre's father was a collateral relative of King Huntington's branch, and in terms of family lineage, he could be considered the king's half-cousin. The word approximately is because, starting with King Huntington's grandfather's generation, there had been a custom of picking up orphans from the battlefield and casually registering them as bastards in the family tree. In those days, every Grand Duke of Huntington, along with their descendants and families, was a knight of the kingdom, fighting against the rock and iron giants and defending the land. These knights were stationed on the frontiers year-round, and many married women from the local villages and had children. These children were either raised in the village or in the army, training them to become the next generation of knights. The battlefield was brutal, and the iron giants often attacked villages in droves. Even the bravest knights could not guarantee their survival. After all, they were half-brothers on the battlefield, so they swore an oath. If they found an orphan on the battlefield, they would raise them as their own. If the child remembered their own name and their parents' surnames, they would claim to be uncles and take care of them. If the child was too young to answer, they would be recorded in the family tree as their own. After all, they were all citizens of the Duchy of Huntington. Because of this close relationship with the king, coupled with his extraordinary strength, Andre's father was highly regarded by the king and now served as a powerful general in the Duchy of Huntington. Andre's wife, Andre's mother, was the high priestess of the Lunari cult, Anina de Dresden. She was not only the high priestess of the Lunari cult, but also a countess with real power and territory. Since childhood, Andre had followed his parents, traveling back and forth between the Lunari cult and the frontier military camps, leading a life of wandering. His parents loved their son dearly, but their busy official duties kept them from devoting the time and energy to proper instruction. They left him to the care of servants, and the help of their subordinates in charge of his education. Andre spent many years playing with cats and dogs in the Lunari cult, learning to speak alongside the children of the followers, and galloping around the frontier military camps, wielding a wooden sword and riding a large black dog. Although he didn't grow up badly, he received little formal education. Count Saka de Mordo and Andre's parents were old friends. Unable to bear the pain of this situation, they offered to help these two busy men teach their child. Thus, Andre became Count Saka's apprentice and settled down at Count Saka's estate, where he lived a peaceful and diligent life for several years. It was there that Andre met Winston and Vivian. When Andre and Winston met, they were both little kids wearing open-crotch pants. Winston was still teething, and his front teeth had just fallen out, leaving him with severe air leakage. He couldn't pronounce the voiced consonants in Andre's name, so he could only call her Adler, Adler, which annoyed Andre for a while. But later, it became a nickname between the brothers. Vivian arrived even later. This young woman, many years younger than them, possessed immense strength. On her first day at the training grounds, dressed in a vibrant pink bubble skirt, she tossed Andre, who was sparring with her, to the ground, leaving him battered and bruised. For a long time, he couldn't comprehend what had happened. The pinker she wore, the harder she hit. Andre still feels a pang of pain when he thinks of that incident. The first lesson I learned from her was never to be deceived by appearances. He tapped the glass lightly with his index finger. Just like this wine, it looks pink and tastes sweet, but it's actually quite intoxicating. Gio scratched his cheekbone and added in his business log, "The alcohol content seems too high for the locals. It needs to be diluted again." Chapter 159. Winston and Andre were not much different in age, only a few months older. However, perhaps because he was adopted, Winston possessed a calm personality and meticulous thinking, like a little old man. He always considered himself the elder brother, caring for Andre and the other children adopted by Count Saka. As a child, Andre was a tough kid, a wild and unruly wolf cub, a rebellious colt who only listened to a few people. In short, he was a bit of a thorn, but he also took to heart the rules taught by Count Saka. Vivian's father was Marquis Nantwich von Leicester, and her mother was Diana de Mordo, Count Saka's beloved younger sister. In essence, Vivian was the one with true Mordo blood, and she had to call Count Saka uncle. It's said that the ancestors of Count Mordo's family are descended from giants. Of course, not monsters like the rock and iron giants, but rather the wise Mordo giants who inhabit the snowy peaks. Mordo giants are towering, with an average height of 2.35 meters. They possess immense strength and are gentle and friendly. While they prefer to live in seclusion, they don't resist humans. Occasionally, shorter members of the tribe intermarry with humans. You can tell from their surnames the connection between the Mordo family and the Mordo giants. However, by Count Saka's generation, the giant bloodline had been diluted, and their appearance was no different from that of ordinary humans. However, one notable characteristic remained. Everyone in their family possessed innate strength and an astonishing appetite that belied their appearance. Diana de Mordo and Marquis Nantwich von Leicester were a true aristocratic marriage. Although their relationship wasn't particularly romantic, they were a perfect match. King Huntington had recently ascended the throne, and the Marquis of Leicester was a fence-sitter, wavering between the old Delman clan and the new king. He foresaw the future decline of the old Delman clan, and was eager to find a new path for his family. Meanwhile, the Mordor family, staunch supporters of the new monarch, needed to build a bridge with the more prominent members of the old Delman clan. This political marriage perfectly met the needs of both parties. They hit it off, and quickly finalized the marriage. And then, a few years later, Vivian was born. When Vivian was 6 years old, her mother brought her back to Count Saka's estate. Tiny at the time, dressed in a pink puffy skirt and beautiful pigtails, she followed Count Saka's instructors to the martial arts training grounds, where young men and women were sweating profusely. When she solemnly vowed to practice martial arts, many of the children couldn't help but laugh. Andre, then only 12 or 13, was a remarkably principled and rebellious person. He had already established a self-imposed rule: strong against the strong, weak against the weak, kind against kind, evil against evil, and he had begun to adhere to it religiously. Weak against the weak? Takumi repeated curiously. When facing the weak, you should suppress your intimidating aura and soothe them with gentle words. Don't bully the weak, and don't hit them. Unless it's to stop them from hurting themselves. Andre explained, so I stupidly stood up and said in front of all the kids, I don't hit little girls. Then he watched the instructor with a sly smile, as if watching a show, letting Vivian spar with him. The next second, he was inexplicably thrown out and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Of course, I underestimated her, Andre said sadly. I didn't know who she was, or that she inherited the immensely powerful bloodline of the Mordo giants from Count Saka's family. I just thought she was an ordinary noble child out to watch the fun. But she was only 6 years old, with a sweet smile, and with just 2 fingers, she sent me flying, with my feet off the ground. She even learned fighting spirit from her mother. Puff! Juyo couldn't help but laugh at him. She could picture the scene in her mind. Bewildered, Andre sprawled on the ground, questioning his life. Little Vivian taught Andre a crucial life lesson. From then on, the thorny boy gradually toned down his edge. He understood the principle of knowing both oneself and the enemy, and would never again judge people by appearances, or by stereotypes, judging who was weak and who was strong. Of course, Vivian left a deep psychological scar on Andre. For a long time after that, Andre avoided Vivian, and the sight of cute pink objects or creatures made his hair stand on end. Winston got along very well with her. He always loved the contrast between a cute, small but powerful appearance and a powerful personality. Vivian also had a soft spot for him, as a caring older brother. The Earl's family was also happy to see this happen. Winston was only Earl Sokka's adopted son, and had no blood relationship with Vivian. But if the two of them truly became a couple, their descendants would be considered true heirs to the Mordor family bloodline. Wow, that's perfect. The man was in love, the woman was interested, they were well matched, and they were related. How could this not be considered a match made in heaven? Andre sighed deeply. If everything had gone according to the Count's plan, the two of them would truly be a match made in heaven. But the good times didn't last long. These happy days only lasted a few years. Almost 13 years ago, Count Sarkar was tragically murdered, and Winston, still a young man, was forced to take on the task of inheriting the family business. Diana, devastated by the loss of her brother, was unable to recover. Her health deteriorated drastically, and she died suddenly several years later. After that, the Marquis of Leicester married a woman from the old royal family. He remained a spineless fence-sitter, one who feared the evil eye moon and was afraid of death. His decisions and stance began to lean towards the old royal family. Under his influence, Vivian's position was threatened, and her position became delicate. The Marquis's new wife had no children, but she constantly whispered to the Marquis of Leicester, hoping that he would marry Vivian to someone from the old royal family. I heard that Baron Newman's son was at the top of the list. Wow! This isn't great. Jiang Yu put himself in her shoes. Vivian had always been raised as a bridge between the old royal family and the new one. Unfortunately, plans couldn't keep up with the changes. Important figures supporting the new king died one after another, while the power of the old royal family continued to grow. The royal struggle also involved disputes over titles and family property. TSK. No wonder the little girl had looked so stressed and unsympathetic before, only feeling happier when her sworn brother showed up. Chapter 160. After sharing gossip and anecdotes, Takumi and Andre grew closer. Fine wine, late-night conversation, and memories. What could be better than these to bring two strangers closer together? The half-drunk knight stumbled upstairs, while Takumi, now gossipy after hearing the anecdotes, happily perfected the recipe. After gathering the glasses, he used the soul fire as a bird toy and played with the little rice cake for a while. Then, with his pet on his head, he pattered back to his empty room for a peaceful night's sleep. The next morning, Takumi awoke to another burst of intense bird calls. Rubbing her eyes, she found the little rice cake standing on the windowsill for some reason, happily devouring a ball of magic fire in its mouth. Where did the snack come from? Jiang Yu leaned over to take a look, only to find that Xiaoniango had already devoured the flame. She felt a little disappointed and puzzled, but then she thought, as long as she didn't find 2 lubu whiskers in the cat's mouth while she was petting it, it wouldn't be a big deal. Xiaoniango found the snack herself, so let her enjoy it. A new day began as usual. Jiang Yu took out a basin, filled it with water using magic, and took a towel to remove each of his joints, scrubbing them, and then putting them back together. After washing herself, she pressed Xiaoniango down to wash him again. Then, happily, she splashed the water on the backyard field and happily went downstairs to work. Well, sanitation wasn't very good in the Middle Ages. They had no sewers or septic tanks. Normal people had to go to the public toilet on the corner. There were manure pits dug underground, and special Hafa people were responsible for cleaning and taking the excrement out of the city to be used as fertilizer. If someone didn't want to go out at night, they would use the wooden commode, which would be collected periodically by a Hafa tribesman, much like the ancient practice of pouring out night incense. Thankfully, as a skeleton, Jiang Yu didn't have to worry about these things. She only needed to scrub her bones with a basin of water from time to time. The 2 contact books used for workshop operations were glowing white. Holly had sent her an investment statement detailing the recent investment in ingredients and the corresponding amounts, and asked if she needed any other ingredients. Larissa had sent her a performance report for the past few days, and the branch was still performing strongly. Larissa had already deposited the first gold coin of her profit into the refrigerator's coin box, so Jiangyu didn't need to distract her with support. Jiangyu sent responses to both of his investment partners, then hummed a song as he walked out the gate with the newly written job wanted notice, and posted it outside the courtyard wall again. The new chef is about to begin her internship, but a new waiter hasn't been found yet. Andy Wolf has been invited by Holly to the Axe Mansion, and it's unclear how long she can help out. Jiangyu needs to make plans soon. Andy Wolf, this good neighbor, has chosen to waitress at Jiangyu's place for 3 reasons. First, she enjoys their friendship. Second, she enjoys Jiangyu's delicious food and the staff meals. Third, she enjoys the lively and gossipy atmosphere. And fourth, she can earn some pocket money. However, the retired teacher is still old, and may not be able to handle the heavy daily workload. She has also mentioned to Jiangyu recently that once Jiangyu finds enough employees, she will retire and visit from time to time as a guest. After the job posting, the new cook, Nasha, arrived early to start work. Her arrival was fortuitous. She happened to catch a horse-drawn carriage delivering vegetables and meat. One person received the vegetables, while another inspected the meat. Jiangyu even brought out a basket filled with sugar residue, brewer's grains, and sauce residue for Uncle Wolf's delivery boy to sort out and recycle. These scraps are nutritious and, after processing, make excellent livestock feed. Uncle Wolf regularly collects brewer's grains from the witch forest, so he naturally knows how to process them. Today, Uncle Wolf's delivery consisted mostly of offal, chicken and duck feet and wings. It was a generous portion, but there was almost no whole meat, only 2 large pig heads. Wolf brother apologized. We got a big order for a banquet for an aristocratic family. All the good meat has been reserved, but Uncle said you'd like to take these offal too. Of course I do. Jiangyu accepted everything. I take anything clean and fresh. Offal was incredibly cheap, even compared to the scraps used as feed. Wolf brother even offered a few nickels in return. Jiangyu happily accepted the money, and called Nasha to help carry the offal to the backyard to clean it. Today we're not making roast meat, we're making braised food. The meat blind box delivered today was exactly what Jiangyu wanted, as roast meat is difficult to learn, but braised food is easy. The private chef assignment was imminent, and she had to get Nasha up to speed on simple dishes. You need to learn a few dishes, Jiangyu said. Rice noodle rolls, braised food, blanched food, cold dishes, and cocktails. We don't have much time, so learn as much as you can in the next 2 days. Sell whatever you learn. Just don't ruin my reputation. Nasha suddenly became nervous. She clutched her coarse cloth skirt and wiped the sweat from her palms. I try my best. Jiangyu dug out 2 aprons, giving her one each. Come on, let's clean these offal first. The most difficult part of braised food is cleaning the offal. Other parts are easy, but the pig lungs, pig intestines, chicken intestines, and duck intestines are the most difficult to clean. They first sorted through the 3 large buckets of offal delivered, sorting them into pots and basins for different processing methods. Chicken wings, duck wings, chicken feet, and duck feet went in one basin, hearts and livers went in another, and the harder to clean intestines and pig lungs were piled in a bucket. To make braised food delicious and odorless, the pig lungs must be repeatedly rinsed with salt and vinegar. The intestines are then rubbed with white vinegar or salt, flour, or starch, inside and out to remove mucus and impurities. Jiangyu also likes to remove excess fat, which minimizes odor and greasiness, making the food healthier and more refreshing. Of course, besides braising, pig lungs can also be stir-fried with green peppers, resulting in a crispy, tender, and smooth dish. Just thinking about that taste makes Takuya drool. Well, even if she can't seem to drool properly right now. As Nasha worked, Takuya observed her closely. A person's true character is often best revealed when doing rough, dirty work like this. The brewery's business is booming, and interest in these dishes, and the desire to learn how to make them is only increasing. However, those who can withstand the rigors of cleaning offal and chicken and duck feet without even seeing a finished braised dish are rare. Takuya expected Nasha to raise questions, object, or try to evade the task, but she was surprisingly down to earth. She donned an apron, rolled up her sleeves, and began washing, mimicking Takuya's movements. Her movements were quick and efficient, as if she were accustomed to all sorts of rough work. Takuya's eyes lit up with admiration. Chapter 161. The new girl worked diligently, much to Jiangyu's satisfaction. With someone helping in the kitchen, efficiency skyrocketed. All the offal, sorted and cleaned of impurities, dirt, and excess fat, was rinsed repeatedly before being placed in a food bowl and set aside to drain. A large pot of water was bubbling on the stove, and the ginger and scallions in it simmered in the water. Jianyu held the sieve with one bony claw, while with the other he scooped up the offal and dropped it into the pot. All meats need to be blanched in scallion and ginger water first to remove any excess blood and foam. This way, they won't taste fishy. Jianyu stirred the offal in the large pot with a sieve, instructing Nashia on how to check for heat and doneness. Our goal is just to remove any unpleasant odors. They don't need to be cooked completely. Hearts, livers, and intestines, in particular, need to be blanched for a short time, otherwise they become tough. She recited the blanching times for various meats. Nashia, with a serious expression, took out her notebook and carefully wrote them down, her attitude truly impeccable. Jianyu finished his demonstration, and then let Nashia try. She stood by and observed for a moment. Seeing that Nashia picked up the technique quickly, and didn't need much instruction, she multitasked and turned to the two large pig heads. Those pig heads may look hideous, but they're actually quite good. Braised pig ears, pig tongue, pig head meat. Wow, all delicious. I guarantee those diners won't forget them once they tasted them. Although Uncle Wolf had processed the pig's head briefly, probably to make it look a little better. There were still many fine hairs on the pig's head. In this era, there were no flamethrowers, but there was more convenient fire magic, which could burn whatever you pointed at, which was convenient and easy to use. Jianyu cast a fire spell, and a small dragon of fire shot out from between her fingers. It circled the pig's head several times, scorching the short, fine hairs completely. Jianyu took a small knife and scraped the burnt ash from the skin. There were also many fine hairs behind the ears, on the eyelashes, and in the crevices of the skin. They needed to be carefully cauterized to completely remove them. After blanching the pig, Nashia continued to learn how to deal with the fine hair on the pig's head. The girl had never thought that she could learn magic while working, in addition to cooking. Her eyes brightened even more. In this world, everything related to magic is expensive, including magical knowledge. The descendants of aristocratic families, who enjoy power, wealth, and a long legacy, naturally have no worries about finding a way to learn magic. They have a vast array of options. However, ordinary people who want to learn magic have very limited options. If a family has no magical heritage, nor does one possess the rare talent to bypass magic circles, magical languages, and magical elements, then, besides hiring a high-priced tutor, commoners can only enroll in magic schools. Some of these schools are funded by the Duchy of Huntington, while others are run by nobles in their own fiefdoms. The former are inexpensive and open to the general public, while the latter are expensive, and their students are mostly the descendants of the nobles' own branches and trusted relatives. Occasionally, for certain reasons, the children of wealthy merchants and scholars are accepted. Public schools are divided into three categories: introductory schools, intermediate schools, and advanced schools. Introductory schools are found in every city. Intermediate schools are only found in large cities, or the central cities of noble fiefdoms. As for advanced schools, there is only one in the entire Duchy of Huntington, the Royal Academy of Magic in the capital. Enrolling in the Enlightenment School is not difficult. All you need is a basic affinity for magic and no resistance from magical elements. The Enlightenment School is not a full-time school. It opens only once a year during the farming off-season. All citizens of Huntington are welcome to take the Magic Affinity Test for admission, regardless of age, status, or background. Passing the test entitles you to admission with a small fee. Students are divided into three classes based on their test results. Those with poor skills and low talent are grouped together to learn simpler material. Those with good talent and some basic knowledge are grouped together to learn more advanced knowledge. Those who reach the advanced class can prepare to apply for the secondary school entrance exam. The school remains open until early spring of the following year, closing during the busy farming season, ensuring that no interruptions to planting or farming are interrupted. Aunt Wolf taught at this type of Enlightenment School for many years. When the Enlightenment School was closed, she would help take care of children, work as a nanny or wet nurse, or accept employment as a tutor for nobles and wealthy merchants, without missing a beat. However, the Enlightenment School only taught the most basic everyday magic and literacy. Most people could only learn the middle class, and only the elite could enter the advanced class, qualifying for further studies. However, for most common people, the middle class content was enough for daily tasks like lighting a fire, pouring water, and understanding flyers and notices. Even for many commoners, even this was difficult knowledge, requiring years of repeated study. Nasha attended the middle class at the Enlightenment School as a child. In theory, she should have had the opportunity to use Barrow's wealth to enter Baron Newman's private academy for the nobility. But Barrow was a short-sighted upstart. He felt his illegitimate daughter didn't need so much knowledge, let alone such a huge investment. Unlike the Enlightenment School, which only operated a few months a year, the aristocratic school offered small classes, customized instruction, and one-on-one guidance. It was a real money burner. Nasha, despite her limited education, was avid learners. Now that she discovered the skeleton shop manager could teach her advanced magic, she tried to maintain composure, but in reality, she was already screaming in her head. However, Nasha's magical talent wasn't high. Even with Takuyu's hands-on instruction, she could only manage to create a small fireball. After barely burning off the hair on the second pig's head, she collapsed in her chair, exhausted, gasping for air. Jericho, who had come downstairs to work, paused for a moment, then pulled out a bottle of magic replenisher and handed it to her, earning a grateful look from Nasha. "I pay you back," Nasha whispered. Jericho calmly waved his hand and went into the kitchen to make himself breakfast. Nasha gulped down her mana replenisher and, in the next moment, was back to full health, a worker. She rushed into the kitchen again. "I'm ready again, manager. What should we do next?" "Scrape off the burnt black spots on the pig's head, split it in half, and soak it in clean water." Jakuyu, who was busy writing down the list of marinade ingredients at the counter, instructed, "Soak it for an hour or two, changing the water several times to get the blood out. In the meantime, let's prepare the marinade and braise the other ingredients." Jakuyu had brought back a lot of marinade ingredients when he returned from the witch's forest. Now that they were all there, preparing them was incredibly simple. Nasha only had to weigh and mix them according to the list she had just written. Chapter 162. However, this time, when writing the recipe, Takumiyu deeply learned from the previous experience with the illiterate spider spirit customer base, which caused the recipe to go unsold. She didn't use complicated nouns that Nasha likely wouldn't understand. Instead, she simply wrote jar 1 10 grams, jar 2 5 grams, and placed each ingredient in a glass jar labeled with a corresponding number. Each jar was quite large, and once filled with specific marinade ingredients like star anise and bay leaves, they could probably use it for several months. Takumiyu only needed to restock when the stock ran low, and Nasha would simply grab the corresponding weight of ingredients from the numbers on the jars when preparing the marinade each day. This way, even if someone accidentally saw the recipe and copied it down, they wouldn't be able to tell what each ingredient was based on the numbers on the paper. Takumiyu placed the jars in order on the kitchen wall cabinet and locked them with a key. On the day the brewery opened, Andre installed a recording crystal in the corner of the kitchen ceiling. He also installed similar recording crystals in the corner of the front hall ceiling and in the garden, perfectly capturing the counter, dining area, store entrance, and courtyard entrance. Whether it was a malicious customer, a thief, or an employee who made an error, intentional or unintentional, the recording crystals would record everything. Andre even found a pair of developing mirrors for Jiangyu. These small mirrors, while seemingly ordinary carved mirrors, could be remotely linked to multiple recording crystals. Using specialized magic, the recordings could be viewed remotely, making them a powerful surveillance tool for both home and afar. Takumi kept one mirror for himself and gave the other to Andre for safekeeping. That way, if an emergency arose in the shop and she was unfortunately caught up in it and unable to move, she could still count on Andre to spot clues through the mirror and save the situation. Takumi made these preparations not out of a sense of security against Nasha. As the saying goes, trust your employees, don't employ them if you doubt them. Given the constraints of the magic contract, she still had some basic trust in her employees. But running a business, besides internal spies, presents many more potential troubles. Competitors, strange customers, thieves seeking wealth. These dangers must be guarded against. Since she had an investor, a law enforcement officer in the Kingdom's Knights, she naturally had to make good use of this advantage. Nasha had no objection to the store's photocrystals. She had seen similar, or even more powerful, security measures in her father's shop, and was accustomed to them. After all, she was upright and honest, and if anything really happened, the photocrystals would only prove her innocence. Nasha prepared the brine according to the list, using a scale, measuring cups. Precise tools and numbers recreated the perfect flavor. Jiangyu scooped up a spoonful, drew out his soul fire, and tasted it, instantly beaming with joy. "Hey, that's exactly what it tastes like." Nasha also scooped up a spoonful, savored it carefully, and then memorized this unique flavor. Jianyu set up a portable stove in the small kitchen in the yard. 2 burners simmered the brine, while the scallion and ginger water simmered. The blanched offal, chicken and duck wings, and feet were added to the pot in order of length, braised to a beautiful reddish-brown color. Then, they were removed from the pot, placed in a clean basin, and doused with marinade to soak in the flavor, awaiting their most delicious moment. The pig's head, soaked in bloody water, was cut into pieces and boiled in a scallion and ginger water for 10 minutes. After washing away any impurities and foam, it was transferred to a pot of braising liquid and simmered over low heat. Today's signature dish is ready, Jianyu said with a smile. All it takes is time. Boil for 2 hours, then soak for another 2 hours, then remove, cool, and slice. Calculating the time, it was just in time for the busiest lunch break. Next, it was time for the rice noodle roll tutorial. The key to making rice noodle rolls is preparing the rice slurry. With her experience preparing the braising liquid, Nasha completed it smoothly this time. Jianyu only gave some guidance on adding water. The amount of water determines the texture of the rice noodle rolls. Too little water makes them hard, too much water makes them watery, so it's important to memorize the correct consistency. Mixing rice paste, preparing fillings, steaming, drizzling with soy sauce. After so much hard work, Nasha finally got to enjoy delicious food from the brewing workshop, even made with her own hands. She delighted in a rice noodle roll made by Jianyu, and then another she made herself. The two were surprisingly similar, a fact that instantly boosted her confidence. Jianyu, on the other hand, was unfazed. With the same rice paste, fillings, and soy sauce recipes, and strictly controlled steaming time, it was natural that the flavors couldn't be different. This was a triumph of precise recipes. By strictly controlling the quality of the ingredients, the variation in flavor was minimized. While the chef still needed to personally control the essence of the dish, it never disappointed the customer. For a novice chef, strictly following a recipe will never go wrong. The biggest worry is an untimely flash of inspiration. Nasha was happily enjoying her staff breakfast when Jianyu cut a platter of braised food and placed it in front of her. It had everything: tender duck liver sliced into thick slices, small chicken and duck hearts, cut in half, revealed a firm, chewy, and sturdy brown and pink hard muscle, crisp duck and chicken intestines, cut into small, adorably curly pieces, are cut into short, thin rings. Pig intestines, sliced into short, narrow rings, are a beautiful sugar brown on the outside, their inner rings a shimmer of white, a world away from their unappetizing appearance before cooking. The chicken and duck feet look a bit scary, but the wing bases are round and plump, like small drumsticks, and look incredibly tempting. This is braised food. Try it. As a chef, you can't be so ignorant of the flavors of your own dishes. Takumi pushed the plate toward her, and Nasha's eyes lit up. Will you give it all to me? Yes, the whole plate is yours, Takumi said confidently. This was probably the happiest moment in Nasha's life. She devoured the food with big mouthfuls, first with a fork, then with her hands, her mouth dripping with oil and her lips stained with brown sauce. Delicious. Is this what I just made? I can actually make something this delicious. Nasha's eyes welled with tears. The first bite was a touching moment of deliciousness, and the second, savoring it, brought a sense of accomplishment. From the moment she returned home last night until this morning, Nasha had been worried about whether she had made the right decision. It wasn't that she thought there was anything wrong with being a chef here, or that the conditions weren't good enough. No, she was more worried about whether her half-baked skills could create dishes worthy of the brewery's reputation. But now, she felt she could. No, to be more precise, as long as the manager was there, she would definitely be able to do it. Chapter 163. Nasha has always been a self-aware girl. She knew her round face didn't fit the current aristocratic preference for oval faces and pointed chins, and she also knew her cooking skills were mediocre, barely above the level of home cooking. Now, she could whip up delicious dishes in a single morning. This wasn't some sudden surge of power, but rather the power of the restaurant manager's secret recipes. After breakfast, Nasha's admiration and affection for Takumi had grown immensely, and she couldn't wait to learn more. Takumi certainly still had much to teach her. After all, she would soon be leaving the restaurant to take on a private cooking assignment, and it wasn't clear how long she would stay there. Andre would then have to accompany her as her bodyguard and kitchen assistant to the beautiful pirate's villa. Nasha would be in charge of the brewery, with Jericho and Aunt Wolf helping out. The chef is the soul of a restaurant. To keep it afloat, they must master at least a few signature dishes. Roasting meats is a complex process, prone to mistakes, and definitely won't be easy to master in a short time. But braised food and rice noodle rolls rely heavily on a single ratio. Once you translate the vague notions of just the right amount, a little, and a dash into precise weights, mastering them with a little practice and careful adherence can be achieved. Now that the restaurant's raw material suppliers are well established, the quality of the ingredients and the water absorption of the flour/rice flour won't vary significantly, eliminating the need for the chef to make many adjustments. The only problem is that the combination of rice noodle rolls and braised food seems a bit too salty for the customers. So, after a moment's thought, Takuya decided to teach Nasha another simple main dish, scallion omelet. This thing, which Jiangyu had also made in the Witch Forest, is a classic southern home-style dish, known by various names like Tai Bing, Pen Bing, Jin Bing, and Wan Bing. Unlike northerners, who use fermented dough, wrap it with pastry filling, roll it out, and then fry it in a wok, southerners' Bing recipes are much simpler. Simply mix a thin batter with flour, beat in an egg, add a little salt, and sprinkle a handful of green onions. Simply stir, and it's ready to go. Due to varying water absorption rates, the flour-to-water ratio fluctuates between 1:1 and 1:2. With the flour Jiangyu currently has on hand, a ratio of about 1 minute and 1.5 seconds is just right for a fluid batter that's barely dripping when you pick up your chopsticks. Similar to rice noodle rolls, the consistency of the batter directly affects the texture of the soft pancake. The thicker the batter, the thicker the pancake, the thinner it is, the thinner and softer it is. But if it's too thin, it will fry into a crispy, thin pancake. He heated up the iron pan, poured a little oil into it, and dropped a spoonful of batter into it. Takumi swirled the pan quickly, spreading it outward and forming a beautiful circle. Under the heat of the pan, the batter quickly solidified, turning from white to yellow, and then it was ready to be flipped. Pay attention to the heat. Don't let the pancake burn until it's completely black. A slight golden browning enhances the flavor, but don't overcook it. Beginners can lower the heat. Using medium-low heat is less likely to cause problems. As the first pancake came out of the pan, Takumi used a wooden spatula to push it onto a plate, scooped in another spoonful of batter, and then spread the second one, saying to Nasha, "Taste it. You have to remember this taste. Be careful, it's hot." Nasha scooped up a small piece of pancake with her fork. It was soft and easy to break apart with the fork. She blew on it, put the small piece into her mouth, and chewed it a few times. The edges were crispy and fragrant, the inside was soft and chewy, with a slight burnt aroma. The rich aroma of egg, wrapped in the fragrance of scallions, and a hint of saltiness all blossomed on her tongue. If she wasn't careful, the pancake would slide down her esophagus. Nasha suddenly understood what it meant to be so delicious that she almost swallowed it. Without even opening her mouth to evaluate it, she raised her fork again and attacked the remaining pancakes. Gioyo rolled out 7 or 8 pancakes in a row, placing them on a plate to cool, then stepped away from the stove with a plate, leaving the stage for Nasha to perform. Nasha, enjoying her meal, said, Huh? It's my turn now. Gioyo nodded encouragingly. Eat first, and then, at your own pace, we start over. The skeleton gave a sly smile. You can eat as much as you want. The more you spread, the better. Nasha, the novice foodie chef, had been so harshly manipulated by the unscrupulous shopkeeper that her fighting spirit was instantly ignited. She diligently picked up her scale, measuring cup, and notes, and began to mix the batter. This new chef clearly has the potential to be an alchemist. Gioyo thought as she carried the stack of soft pancakes to the small kitchen. She selected some well-marinated ingredients, sliced them, removed the bones, and casually placed them in the pancakes as fillings, wrapping them into individual rolls. She had just finished when Andre came downstairs, yawning. The knight was dressed in his armor today, presumably for a serious day at work. "Good morning," he said to Jiangyu. "Are you ready for breakfast?" Here, Jiangyu, already prepared, smiled and held out the plate of burritos. "As many as you can eat in the morning. If you can't finish it this morning, you can take it away for lunch." Andre accepted the plate with satisfaction, and sat down at the window counter to enjoy his breakfast. He picked up the burrito, took a big bite, and his expression immediately filled with happiness. The tender and fragrant omelet was generously coated with the rich flavor of the braised food. Each bite was like opening a blind box. The excess marinade had obviously been drained off beforehand, so the inside of the omelet wasn't too soggy or dry to the point of choking. The flavor of the marinade had already penetrated the meat. The rich filling and the light crust made the two a perfect combination. As he ate, he saw Takumi approaching with a glass. Passion fruit honey water. This is perfect the morning after drinking alcohol. It helps sober you up. I'm not that drunk. Andre muttered, but still took the glass and took a long sip. The cool honey water, with the unique sweet and sour aroma of passion fruit, soothed his throat and was truly refreshing. The black-haired knight was clearly delighted with his breakfast. He devoured 3 wraps in one sitting, then asked Jericho for wax paper and neatly wrapped the remaining wraps in a lunch box. Not only that, he also asked Takumi to prepare an extra pot of honey water, which he happily carried off. Andre had to serve as a guard at Baron Newman's hunting grounds today and needed to bring his own lunch. Eating these soft braised wraps and drinking the sweet honey water was much more comfortable than munching on hard bread and guzzling cold water. Jericho, I have a feeling this young master, with his spoiled appetite, won't be able to survive without this skeleton. Chapter 164. Thanks to the delicious breakfast, Andre was in a good mood today. Even if he had to see Baron Newman's face next, it wouldn't dampen his good mood for the time being. Baron Newman probably saw Andre's arrival as a declaration of war from the royal family. His best response was to win over the old nobles of the Delman royal family. If he could arrange a marriage for his son, even better. Even if the king knew Baron Newman's intentions, His Majesty couldn't prevent the nobles from interacting normally, let alone preventing their children of marriageable age from dating and getting married, right? Baron Newman preferred to use these high-sounding banners to secretly maneuver. He believed that His Majesty wouldn't dare to break with the royal nobles. Therefore, as long as he didn't openly allow His Majesty to catch him, a few small gestures in accordance with aristocratic custom would be harmless. No matter how angry the king was, he would have to smile at him outwardly. Even if the old royal family is declining, it still provides the Baron with confidence. For this reason, the Baron has put considerable thought into organizing various events to please the guests. Unfortunately, due to the roaming bandits in the city and the presence of Andre, the king's spy, the social ball, which was most attractive to the nobles and fostered friendships, but was expressly prohibited by the king, could not be held for a while. Therefore, he had to find another way, and brought a group of nobles to his own hunting grounds to organize a hunting competition. After all, a social ball is not something that can be hosted by just a few nobles. Any social ball is a grand event for the entire city. Wealthy merchants are eager to participate in such an event and share the nobles' presence. To gain the right to appear on the scene, they will invest large sums of money. If handled properly, the nobles could host a lavish banquet and profit handsomely from the wealthy merchants. The hosts were eager to gain both fame and wealth. But with the presence of bandits in the city, the wealthy merchants had to reconsider their investment. No one, man or woman, wanted to dress up in all their glory, smeared with powder, and excitedly head to a ball with a carload of money, only to be robbed and kidnapped by bandits before even appearing before the nobles, losing both their money and their lives. Yes, at these social balls, applying makeup wasn't just for women. Men, too, would apply scented powder to hide wrinkles, rub blush on pale cheeks to enhance their complexion, and don curly wigs to conceal their receding hairlines. Under the threat of bandits, investors hesitated, and the Baron couldn't afford to host such a lavish ball out of his own pocket. Each ball required bespoke attire from head to toe. Aside from military uniforms with special significance, any noble who dared to wear a garment they had worn once elsewhere would become a national laughingstock. If the host did so, they would be humiliated for 800 years. The venue also required meticulous decoration. Vast quantities of silks, flowers, spices, and temporary servants were required, all of which cost a fortune. Each ball also required a novel theme, no repetition, no dullness, and no taboos. These complexities often necessitated the expensive hiring of specialized socialite ball planners to oversee the entire process. Money was needed everywhere. Socialite balls were a lavish display of wealth, no room for error. If a robbery occurred in the city on the night of the ball, even if all the prominent guests were under the Baron's heavy protection, the incident itself would have a significant impact on the Baron's reputation. Baron Newman naturally didn't dare take such a risk. So, he took all the important guests to his private hunting grounds. This was a specially fenced area of forest, not only guarded by the Baron's private soldiers, but also armed participants in the hunting party, so there was no need to worry about roving bandits. Hunting was a custom dating back to the German kingdom. No matter how pretentious the nobles were, they had to learn horsemanship and archery from a young age, otherwise they would still become a laughing stock. It can be said that most nobles spent their lives trying not to become the laughing stock of others, while at the same time seizing every opportunity to ridicule others. Knowing that they were the source of others' suffering, and would become the target of public criticism, they seemed unaware of the absurdity of this cycle, continuing to serve as executioners, fearing that they would also become victims. Reputation was something these decadent nobles fought tooth and nail to maintain, even if it was merely a false facade of hypocrisy and vanity. Unlike a social ball, where any slight disturbance would be blamed on the host, a hunting tournament was a risk-taking affair. After all, no matter how careful the host, beasts and swords had no vision and could not discern which royal relatives were safe from harm. Baron Newman did not have to shoulder much responsibility, nor did he need to spend a fortune. The hunting grounds had been established for years, and the animals there were naturally bred. He only needed to assign a few people to clear the overgrown trees, clear a path wide enough for horses to pass and pursue their prey, and then have servants prepare a camp for the nobles to stay. The clearing of trees had already been completed by André and his knights after his return from the witches' forest. The finest timber that had been felled was taken away by André under the guise of garbage disposal, and became rows of shelves in the workshop of Takuyu. The Baron, believing he had humiliated André, gloated over it for a long time, unaware that he had been fleeced by the knights. After the hunting grounds were cleared, the Baron, accompanied by the nobles who had volunteered, their servants, and the warriors, headed ahead to the camp. The ostensible excuse was to take the warriors to the camp to eliminate any overly dangerous beasts, allowing the servants to clean, furnish, and prepare for the arrival of the women. The reality was, men always need some free time to enjoy themselves. The witch beer sent by the Winchester clerk kept the nobles intoxicated for days. They indulged in hunting competitions, drinking and reveling, discussing topics unheard by the delicate ladies. It wasn't until the city ladies, bored and impatient, repeatedly sent letters urging them to leave that the Baron waved his hand and ordered André to lead a team of kingdom knights to escort them to the hunting grounds. André went to the camp to count the troops and horses, and ran into the Winchester clerk, who was already waiting in the barracks. "Good morning, Deputy Commander." The Winchester clerk replied politely, "The escort and carriages for the ladies are ready. Due to the numerous matters, the Baron has granted me permission to accompany you." Chapter 165. André stared silently at his brother's mask for 2 minutes. Then, with a slow, genuine expression, he rolled his eyes. "Ha, men." André's mocking glance at his brother's obvious desire to pursue his wife was, in the eyes of the kingdom knights behind the chief clerk, a sign of dissatisfaction with Baron Newman. A rustling noise immediately arose from the ranks, silenced by the Winchester clerk's raised hand. "There's no time to lose," the chief clerk said. "Don't keep the Baron's guests waiting." André said nothing more. He turned his horse and headed for the city lord's palace. The two groups of kingdom knights followed him, grumbling and sparsely, their faces clearly etched with the expression, disobedience. André wasn't surprised at all. Most of these kingdom knights were natives of Newman County, having never left the land. They possessed a natural veil of loyalty to their lord, Baron Newman, so it was only natural that they wouldn't treat him with favor. Not to mention that André had just arrived, having eliminated a bride vice-captain, which inevitably stirred within these kingdom knights a sense of sympathy and a shared hatred for their common enemy. These kingdom knights might not necessarily agree with the actions of the gray-veiled vice-captain, but they clearly didn't want to follow in his footsteps and become a sharpening stone for André to establish his authority. Previously, Winston, under the guise of Winchester's clerk, had advised André in the carriage against hasty action, fearing that his new arrival would make him a target of public criticism. However, André wasn't afraid of this. He's seen too many similar things before. Rather than spending time slowly chipping away at the knights' defenses, André preferred drastic measures to intensify conflicts, disrupting their positions and looking for opportunities. A stagnant, calm environment made it harder to find evidence against the Baron. But if the waters were stirred up, the fish within would inevitably seek shelter or an escape route, leaving clues. Diego paused in front of the city lord's palace and stood back toward the main force. André glanced at the group, noting the few knights who still wore grievances and complained the most. He shouted sharply, "Form!" Despite their reluctance, the knights quickly formed into 4 neat columns, appearing to be in good order. A servant had already entered the city lord's palace to announce the move. The main door opened, and nobles in dashing hunting attire filed out. These ladies, for once, discarded their voluminous, puffy skirts and donned breeches and high boots. Their upper bodies were often covered in ruffled blouses, brown suede vests, or short deerskin hunting jackets, and deerstalker hats or berets. From the outside, at least, they were indeed prepared for hunting. A long line of carriages arrived and stopped at the gate of the city lord's mansion. At the roll call of the Winchester clerk, the knights emerged one after another, leading their horses to the left and right of the noble carriages. "André!" A long unheard yet familiar female voice rang out. André shuddered, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. The wound from a childhood beating, though it had long since healed, suddenly began to ache. He turned to look at Vivian, standing on the steps of the city lord's mansion, dressed in a pink suede hunting coat. With a stone expression, he dismounted and saluted, saying, "Long time no see, Marquis Vivian. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be transferred here." Vivian's face was filled with surprise, yet also with a touch of delight. With a flick of her folding fan, she dismissed the Baron Newman's son, who was clinging to her with his attentions. She quickly walked over to Andre, placed her hand on his arm, and said with a smile, "Since we're acquaintances, you be my guard. With this distinguished viscount at your service, I won't bother you, young lord." Vivian turned and gave the Baron's son a haughty smile. His gaze flicked across Andre's muscular arms, then down at his own, which resembled boiled chicken, and he replied shakily, "Okay, okay." Andre turned his head away, dejected, and, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, gave Winston a look. "Save me." A smile flickered in the eyes of the Winchester clerk. He led his chestnut mare to the other side of Vivian's carriage, blocking the noble's prying eyes. He carelessly clasped the documents in his hand, and said respectfully, "Miss Vivian, please get in." Vivian looked displeased and was about to refuse, but her expression suddenly changed. A fake smile instantly spread across her face. "Yes, I'm tired." She didn't bother them any more and climbed into the carriage, even drawing the small curtain. Andre's face remained blank, his lips moving as he made a barely perceptible mouthing to his sworn brother. "Notebook?" The Winchester clerk gave a subtle nod, then announced loudly, "Please aboard, distinguished guests, for the hunting grounds outside the city." The nobles, in groups of 3 or 4, or alone, boarded their designated carriages. Their servants loaded their luggage onto the carriages and roof racks, and then took their seats beside the driver. After a flurry of activity, the vast procession finally set off. Baron Newman's hunting grounds were located in the mountains and forests north of the city. Although connected to the city by a main road, the nobles' carriages were slow, and the journey into the mountains still took several hours. Including the Winchester clerk, 2 riders guarded each carriage. The guard sometimes rode alongside the carriages, sometimes scouting the surroundings to ensure safety. To give the horses room to move, the convoy was spaced quite far apart. This allowed Andre and Winston to use the carriages as a shield, away from view, to converse quietly. The autopsy reports for the 2 perpetrators of the Witch Forest incident are out. Winston handed over a piece of paper. "The poison is the famous creation of Grandmaster Potion's master Mifuna." "Her again." Andre frowned. What role did this Grandmaster Potion's master play in these events? She should have been deceased. Her brewing workshop was always busy, and since potions can be stored for a long time, it's possible the person behind this is a regular customer, for example, the Baron. Winston whispered, "Have you found anything during your time in the workshop?" Andre shook his head. "I searched the entire workshop and found nothing unusual, but there are frequent familiars, seemingly watching Takuya. Before he could deal with the familiar this morning, it was defeated and eaten by the little bone eagle. That little pet was a bit more intelligent than its master." Chapter 166. Strange, really strange. Winston rubbed his chin. That Miss Bones, who's such a great cook, doesn't seem to have anything to do with this whole thing. She has a lot of ulterior motives, but she's just focused on selling soy sauce and expanding the brewery. Andre shook his head. "I never seen anyone so obsessed with soy sauce. But why risk your life to summon a lich who only knows how to make sauces and dishes?" Winston was puzzled. Was this Evil Eye Moon's original plan, or was it a sudden betrayal by Ms. Miyu? Or maybe Miyu isn't one of Evil Eye Moon's followers. Andre rubbed his brow. "It's no use asking me. The clues are too scattered, and I can't figure it out for a while. By the way, when you have time, check the empty house on the other side of the brewery." "Why? Do you suspect the owner of that house is connected to Evil Eye Moon?" "It's possible," Andre said. "It won't hurt to check. Besides, Jiangyu plans to buy that house and expand the store once he makes enough money. It's a good way to get both business and personal benefits done at once." Winston chuckled. "You're still the same. You won't take any loss." The 2 of them exchanged information briefly before parting ways again, one on each side of the carriage. In the carriage, Vivian, poring over a pink contact book, rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. The open contact book on her lap bore a single line, "Winchester clerk can be trusted." She glanced out the window again and returned the contact book to the space-enchanted necklace pendant. The long procession slowly advanced for 3 hours, covering the distance that a horse could normally cover in half an hour at full gallop. When the noblewomen finally reached the camp, they quickly jumped off their carriages and sought out their friends and acquaintances, gathering in small groups to share the latest gossip. The hunting camp was actually quite luxurious. A row of sturdy, tall stone houses stood side by side on the hillside, and beyond them were neatly arranged tents. The stone houses were simple and majestic, seemingly shielded from the wind, snow, and attacks of wild beasts. Naturally, they were where the nobles rested and played, while the tents provided shelter for servants and storage for game. Vivian sent her servants off to stow the luggage and stayed with Andre, inquiring about his childhood friend's recent whereabouts. Due to the psychological trauma of his childhood, Andre patiently answered many of her questions. As Vivian inquired in a roundabout way about Winston's whereabouts, Andre finally sighed and pulled out his lunchbox. "Want a braised burrito? From the brewing workshop?" Vivian's smooth train of thought was interrupted by him. She glanced at the unassuming lunchbox with a hint of disapproval. But before she could refuse, the bulging pale yellow burrito inside, and the words brewery workshop uttered by Andre's mouth instantly captured her attention. The aroma of food filled her nose, almost irresistible. Vivian licked her lips and reached for a burrito with lightning speed. "Then I'd be rude to refuse." She bit into the burrito with a purr, her face immediately filled with satisfaction, and she began to chew with puffed cheeks and a look of bliss. Andre quickly closed the lid of the box and scuttled away, heartbroken at the loss of a burrito. This was probably the greatest sacrifice he could make for Winston. Winston was left to deal with Vivian's problem on his own. Andre had other work to do. Andre paced the edge of the camp, pretending to be on patrol, but in reality, he was keeping his eyes and ears open, taking in every movement. The nobles gathered at the hunting grounds for more than just hunting, drinking, and catching up. The nobles of the old royal lineage were constantly seeking to expand their territory, strengthen their military forces, and forge more allies. Every insignificant piece of gossip was an assessment of a potential partner, and every seemingly insignificant remark could be a test for an alliance. The Baron had recently divided the nobles into two groups, with himself and his wife organizing their own activities, presumably with the intention of defeating them one by one. Men have their own private conversations, and women have their own intimate ones. Lady politics has always been a crucial aspect of noble interactions, and it can yield valuable insights. The Baroness first approached Baron Newman. The two retreated into the stone house, away from the crowd, and chatted for a while before reappearing. Their eyes repeatedly lingered between their son and Vivian, likely still hoping to pair them up. However, having refilled their stomachs, Vivian had already located her half-sister. She was a tall, tan female warrior with short hair. She carried a bow and arrows on her back, and two hand axes strapped to her waistband. Her body bore many scars from years of age, revealing her to be a ruthless warrior. This half-sister, Alexia F.A. Lester, was a rare female knight and Vivian's chaperone. In the Duchy of Huntington, unmarried noblewomen who wished to travel or attend social events were officially required to be accompanied by an older female chaperone at all times. In theory, the escort couldn't leave the unmarried woman's side. But in practice, the nobles would often adapt to their own needs. A escort was typically a nani of high status in the noble family, dignified and well-behaved, observing strict rules and regulations. Of course, it's also become increasingly popular among the nobility to employ female knights as escorts. After all, compared to an elderly nanny, these female knights could truly bring down a scoundrel. Whenever the escort needed to leave, a personal maid would accompany the noble woman and perform her duties. While older escorts weren't required to obey the noble women's orders, the maids were. This allowed the noble women to dismiss their maids at certain times. This was a well-established, hidden practice among the nobility. In some noble families, the chosen escort even took the wishes of their own ladies, as if they were imperial decrees. Alexia was one of them. In this way, the female knight's presence became more like a solid shield. For example, upon seeing Baron Newman's foolish son, Victor, Vivian couldn't bear to leave the tall and intimidating half-sister's side. But if she were meeting Winston in the brewery's private room, even her personal maid could be sent out. However, even without a chaperone, Vivian's safety was completely guaranteed. In Andre's eyes, the most powerful person in the room was probably Vivian, the adorably cute and feisty, violent Barbie figure in a pink dress and pigtails. But no one else, except Winston, knew this secret. Chapter 167. The pinker the dress, the more ferocious the blow. Armed with her half-sister and escort, Vivian dismissed the courting nobles and headed towards the Baron and his wife, who had reappeared before the crowd. Unlike the nobles who had come to the hunting grounds for pleasure, Vivian came to bid farewell to the Baron. Baron Newman, I'm sorry to cut short my stay in your domain. I received a special invitation, and the gathering is in 2 days. Considering the long journey, I'm afraid I have to leave soon." Her reason was perfectly legitimate, and it also served the Baron well. Before the crowd's eyes, she pulled out a rose-red envelope with a gold rim and waved it before them, drawing a gasp of surprise. This magnificent envelope. There's no mistaking it for Madame Butterfly's invitation. A knowledgeable countess spoke first, revealing the secret. The aristocrats of this era often neglected their duties, neglected farming and commerce, and instead indulged in pleasure-seeking, seeking like-minded allies amidst the debauchery. Over time, those who could throw the best parties could establish themselves within the upper echelons of Huntington, gaining unwavering reputation and even considerable power. Some organizers, skilled in socializing and with connections, would capitalize on their rising fame and employ a hunger marketing strategy, inviting only a select group of high-end attendees to their gatherings, creating a mysterious and confusing atmosphere. Afterward, participants would shower these gatherings with praise and compliments, elevating the quality of these events to a level unattainable for ordinary people. It's a bit like a top-tier online celebrity store in later times, with its constant gimmicks of membership and VIP reservations, and without a certain level of status and financial resources, you can't even enter. Madame Butterfly was a party organizer whose identity was shrouded in mystery. Whenever she appeared, she wore a purple dress of varying styles, each equally gorgeous, and a filigree enamel butterfly mask, revealing only her alluring red lips, a graceful jawline, and a slender, white neck. All people knew was that she had black hair and a graceful figure, but no one knew her real name. All they knew was that she called herself Madame Butterfly and spoke with an air of elegance, as if she had received a high level of education. Even the most discerning aristocratic housemaid would find no fault in her manners. Many rumors arose, some claiming she was once King Dermond's favorite mistress, others that she was a royal orphan, and still others that she had intricate ties to the Huntington family. Amidst these diverging theories, one thing remained certain: this enigmatic woman possessed an extraordinary background and experience, as well as an exceptionally powerful backer. Every party she hosted was held in a remote location, perhaps a secluded island in the ocean or a secluded mountain castle. Each gathering had a novel and intriguing theme, and surrounding this theme would be countless novel and unique ways to play and rare items. These novelties were something even the most high-ranking nobles would only encounter once in their lifetime. The content of each gathering was also diverse and never repeated: a masquerade ball, a treasure hunt, or an island expedition. Each event brought Madame Butterfly immense fame, her status soared, and her gatherings became a popular draw for all the nobles. However, her invitation was no easy feat. There were no rules, no standards. It arrived one day, accompanied by a translucent, ethereal purple butterfly, like a fleeting ethereal creature from a dream. All invitation envelopes shared a distinct characteristic: a rose-red envelope framed by a swirling band of hollowed-out gold thread, interwoven into a discreet scroll. By tilting the envelope against the light and gently shaking it left or right at the right angle, butterflies could be seen flitting among the flowers, revealing a special clue about the theme of the gathering. As for whether the guests could guess the theme from these elusive clues and prepare in advance, it all depended on their savvy. The envelopes were sealed with Madame Butterfly's fire wax seal. The distinctive pale purple wax seal, mixed with special crystal dust, shimmered in the light. The special sealing wax, specially concocted by alchemists, alone clearly demonstrated her wealth. Her seal featured a blue-purple saffron butterfly dancing among hanging datura flowers. This wasn't the heraldry of any recorded noble, and amidst the dreamy beauty, a touch of eerie danger lingered. Perhaps it was this eerie aura that fueled the nobles' curiosity, making them even more excited and eager to discover the truth. After all, Madame Butterfly had been around for over a decade, and no one who attended her gatherings had ever been harmed. They only described it as a thrilling, heart-wrenching, and unforgettable experience. The dull life was tedious, and the nobles craved fresh sensory stimulation. Madame Butterfly's gatherings were perfectly safe, yet filled with uncertainty and thrills, the ultimate entertainment the nobles longed for. Each invited noble could not bring a massive army of guards. Each invitation permitted only one additional guest. This additional guest could be a female companion or a male companion, a lover, a relative, a bodyguard, or a servant. Even the invitee could resell this additional guest, whether to another noble or a wealthy merchant, and Madame Butterfly would not interfere. Thus, after the other nobles confirmed the authenticity of the invitation in Vivian's hand, they immediately eagerly sought to curry favor with her, bidding against each other and offering resources in an attempt to secure this additional guest. Vivian pressed the invitation to her lips, offering a half-hearted, slightly embarrassed smile. Oh, what should I do? I wanted to take my sister. She drew out the last syllable, and the nobles immediately took it as a sign of negotiation. They quickly surrounded Vivian, exchanging greetings, building relationships, and offering more valuable resources. This farewell party had become like an auction. Andre casually approached the Winchester clerk and lowered his voice. Aren't you going with her? She didn't invite me. In fact, she never mentioned it to me at all. Winston's eyes shone with a hint of Winston's resignation. She has her own considerations, and I will respect her wishes. In fact, exchanging this extra spot for resources was a brilliant idea. Rather than inviting him along for the fun, Vivian needed leverage to strengthen her own power. Chapter 168. Compared to the ordinary social balls expressly banned by His Majesty the King, Madame Butterfly's special gatherings are a more suitable platform for Vivian to enter high society. Winston whispered, First, it's not banned by His Majesty the King. Second, Madame Butterfly is highly regarded in high society, and every gathering she organizes is attended by many important figures. The opportunity to appear at such gatherings can open up more connections. If you can ingratiate yourself with Madame Butterfly, you can even gain more direct support from her. It is said that Madame Butterfly not only has good relations with many nobles, but also holds leverage over even more high-ranking officials. These nobles were vying for this extra spot, likely all with the goal of meeting Madame Butterfly. Andre shrugged. Unlike Winston, who was preoccupied with his relationships with the nobles, Andre's focus was on the date of this special gathering. Vivian had just said it would be held in 2 days. This date seemed to coincide subtly with Little Bone's suspicious invitation to a private chef. Could there be some connection between the two? The auction for Vivian's spot quickly concluded. Although Vivian disliked Baron Newman's worthless son, Victor, the Baron and his wife clearly weren't about to let her go so easily. Furthermore, their family had never had the opportunity to receive an invitation to Madame Butterfly, so they made a strong bid. As local tycoons, their readily available assets were indeed exceptionally substantial, quickly surpassing the other nobles' offers. Vivian finally glanced at Victor's frail, poached chicken figure, curled her lips in disdain, and agreed to Baron Newman's offer. Let's make it clear in advance. Although he's using my extra slot, it has no connection to the invitees themselves. You pay, I provide the cover letter for the invitation, and after we enter, we each go our separate ways. We have nothing to do with each other. Vivian insisted. Madame Butterfly's gatherings have always had their own set of rules, and every participant is responsible for their own actions. Let me be frank. If he acts recklessly at the gathering and violates Madame Butterfly's rules, he will bear all consequences. Whether it's good or bad, life or death. I have nothing to do with it. You're saying that, the Baroness smiled stiffly. Victor is well-educated, knowledgeable, and well-mannered. How could he possibly violate Madame Butterfly's rules? With him by your side, he might even be a help. Vivian flicked her folding fan, her smile growing even sweeter. I always been very clear and forthright in my dealings. Madame Butterfly likes to hold various competitions at her gatherings. The winners receive many rare prizes, while the losers have to pay a large sum of gold and silver. I, on the other hand, am competitive and a bit petty. I only like to compete openly. I don't like relying on others' help to win, nor do I like being dragged down for no reason. If you can't accept my terms, then I leave this spot to my half-sister. Wait, we accept. Baron Newman glanced at his wife, clearly unwilling to miss the opportunity to connect with Madame Butterfly. Baron Newman's calculations were clear. Vivian, arrogating herself as the daughter of a marquis, was arrogant and looked down on him, the Baron's son, but this matter could be pursued slowly. If they could establish contact with Madame Butterfly, they would gain access to even more connections and resources. As long as he could continue to strengthen his family's power, he would be able to control the resources of the old royal family and nobles while exerting leverage over high-ranking officials and the parliament. With real power in hand, even the king would be in awe of him. Wouldn't promotion and title be a simple matter of a word? When the king decrees old Leicester's downgrade, Vivian, the now-deceased countess, will be a match for their family, a well-matched pair. She won't be able to act so arrogantly as she does now, and might even have to come back to beg him for mercy. Words are not enough, a magical contract is best. Vivian smiled, raised her hand, and snapped her fingers at Andre and Winchester's chief clerk. I see you have both the kingdom's knights and the clerk here, which would be convenient. Why not have these two professionals witness? Andre is also a viscount, so it's appropriate for both of us to witness. The Baron's face turned a shade greener, and his breathing became heavier, as if he was suppressing his anger. Although viscount was a nominal title without fiefdom, It did indeed rank above Baron according to the official title of the Duchy of Huntington. However, in the eyes of most nobles, fiefdom, financial resources, and military strength far outweighed mere title. Vivian's words weren't wrong, but in the Baron's eyes, they severely humiliated him. Appropriate, he gritted his teeth. Winchester clerk, please sign the magical contract as Miss Vivian wishes. Winchester glanced up at Vivian. The petite beauty fanned herself gently, a familiar cunning look in her eyes. He replied, as you command. The parchment was spread out on the table, a quill lightly dancing with ink, and magical earthworm-like writing flowed across the paper. Contracts and agreements were the clerk's forte, and Winchester completed the writing in a flash, handing 3 copies of the perfect sales deed, impeccably written, from the terms to the handwriting. The deed was a standard contract used exclusively in Huntington Duchy transactions, specifically for transactions involving payment in exchange for goods, without any formalities. The deed clearly stated that Vivian was selling her invitation to Madame Butterfly's party, a ticket enclosed in the invitation, as proof of payment. Baron Newman was required to pay all the resources he had promised. After the transaction, both parties were settled, and nothing more was known about the transaction. The surrounding nobles all saw Vivian's desperate attempts to avoid Victor, and their recent frustration at the Baron's outbid was instantly mitigated. Look, you spent so much money, and yet they're still avoiding your son like the plague. Victor's face was pale, his head lowered, and a hint of malice flashed in his hair-hidden eyes. The nobles weren't exactly united. They could be chatting and laughing one moment, then stabbing each other in the next. Baron Newman was still grinding his teeth over the deed when the noble, who had just been outbid by him, began to urge him on. Why, Baron Newman was so generous when he made his bid, but now it's time to sign the contract. He's dragging his feet. Could there be some unforeseen circumstances? If you don't want this quota. He turned to Vivian. I'm still sincerely seeking the purchase. My offer may not be as generous as the Baron's, but it's sincere nonetheless. If the Baron refuses to honor his promise, I can add another 10% to my previous offer. Who said I don't want to? The Baron shouted angrily, picked up his quill, and filled in the blank space on the deed with his promised resource price, then signed his name. All right. No one else can compete with me. Chapter 169. Oh, what a shame. Count Valentine de Rosewood, who had just spoken up, drawled out his words. If I hadn't brought enough money on this trip, the Baron wouldn't have snatched up such a good opportunity. Hey, since you already been to Madame Butterfly's party, give the opportunity to those of us who never seen her. Baron Newman smiled. Maybe we even get a chance to see her. Humph, Valentine snorted, affectionately embracing Vivian, who was staring at the deed in fascination. Come to think of it, Winston is still brooding over his adoptive father's death? I haven't seen him in years. I thought you'd give him the spot, but you actually put it up for auction. He winked at Vivian. Honestly, if you're no longer interested in him, I wouldn't mind taking over. The eyelids of the Winchester clerk, who was watching nearby with his head lowered, twitched violently at his words. That's not necessary. Vivian came to her senses, and signed her name under the deed the Baron had already signed. She then handed all 3 deeds to witness Andre for comparison and verification. She opened the invitation envelope, and pulled out a small slip of paper. Actually, I made this decision because Madame Butterfly brought me a special message. She's been wanting to invite Winston to a party for years, but my unromantic brother has always ignored her. After much thought, she felt that Winston might be in love with someone, and was trying to avoid suspicion by repeatedly refusing. So, this time, he specifically invited both of us. Vivian's eyes flickered, and she glanced casually at the Winchester clerk. I'm in his good graces this time. Since he already has an invitation, there's no point in me taking this extra spot. TSK, Valentine said, covering his mouth and nose with exaggerated force. No need to force such a large mouthful of dog food on me right away. The deed is correct, and both of you have witnessed it. Andre handed 2 deeds to Vivian and Baron Newman, keeping one for himself. I have patrol duties to attend to, so I take my leave. He strode away, and the Winchester clerk hurriedly took his leave. Vivian watched the clerk's retreating figure, her lips curling slightly, revealing a charming dimple. Winston was adept at 7 different handwritings. Others only recognized the current Earl of Mordor's most common style, and Andre knew 3 of them, but Vivian knew all 7 by heart. As soon as she received the deed, she recognized it. The handwriting on it was the kind Winston rarely used. Got you, she thought with a sly smile. The 2 brothers, having hurried away, took a long detour in 2 different directions, only to meet again in an uninhabited forest far from the camp. What's going on? Did you receive an invitation too? Andre cast a shielding spell, finally feeling relieved. I don't know. These invitations are probably sent to the manor. Winston rubbed his brow and released a familiar. His familiar was a falcon, incredibly fast, capable of traveling to and from Count Mordor's territory in a single day. To prevent frequent contact from revealing my identity, the butler will carefully select incoming letters, and only important ones will be delivered via confidential routes. Invitations to such gatherings have usually been directly declined or ignored by my butler, and this time will likely be no different. I already sent a letter asking my butler to deliver the invitation to my familiar. Did you tell Vivian about your identity? Andre asked doubtfully. Winston gave him a knowing look. Of course not. I just told her the document was credible. I didn't expect her to figure it out with just a few tricks. He sighed, his eyes filled with tenderness and pride. After all, we're childhood sweethearts. She auctioned off the extra spots, deliberately pestered the Baron into signing the deed, legitimately saw his handwriting, and then, fearing he might not have received the invitation, passed on a tip. She made a killing, while simultaneously manipulating them all. What a clever woman. Andre, feeling like he'd been fed a mouthful of dog food, rolled his eyes again, and got back to the point. Honestly, this party is a bit strange. According to Vivian, Madame Butterfly went to great lengths to invite you. Have we investigated this person before? Winston pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Madame Butterfly's identity is unknown. We only know the public rumors. She is likely quite resourceful, and likely controls considerable resources. Judging by the financial resources she displayed at the gathering, she likely has no shortage of caravans and fleets at her disposal, or with the forces behind her. I have a bold idea, said Andre. Send someone to investigate Yadra Huailin in Melori City. She's likely a fruit shop owner with connections to pirates. You suspect she's Madame Butterfly? Winston asked, puzzled. She hired Little Bone to cook for her at her villa. The price was generous, and his attitude was incredibly attentive. What's even stranger is that the dinner coincided with Madame Butterfly's party. Andre shrugged. I don't think there are so many coincidences in the world. Anyway, I was planning to pretend to be a helper and go with Little Bone. If these two events are at the same dinner, don't be too surprised to see me there. But it's also possible that I'm being overly sensitive, and these two things may be completely unrelated. This is getting weirder and weirder. But putting all that aside, if you were going to the party, how would the Winchester clerk legitimately disappear for a few days? Andre asked curiously. Winston sighed. We have to resort to some self-destructive tactics. Baron Newman sent a large amount of gold, silver, and treasure from the city, along with a carriage, to Vivian. Vivian accepted it with a smile, then pulled an envelope containing an invitation and handed it to the Baron. The transaction was complete, and Vivian boarded the carriage with her half-sister. Surrounded by guards, they drove away with the carload of gold, silver, and treasure without looking back. The Baron, having spent a fortune on the invitation, should have gotten what he wanted, but instead, he was filled with rage, practically gritting his teeth. Being so despised by a young girl, who hadn't yet truly ventured into the social world, was a profound loss for their family. Humiliation. However now, before the guests waiting to see him laugh, he could only put on a smile and feign magnanimity. Gentlemen, now that the trivial matters have been dealt with, let us proceed with the hunting party. The Baron and his wife diligently entertained the guests, and the pace disrupted by Vivian gradually returned to normal. Beer and game were served one after another. After a day of fun and laughter, a knight suddenly arrived with a report. My lord, the Winchester clerk has fallen off his horse while returning to the city from the hunting grounds and broken his leg. Although his life is safe, the doctor says he will need to rest and recuperate for several months. The drunken Baron waved his hand, aloud. Chapter 170. While the knights and nobles battled wits and courage, the brewery was bustling with business. No more eggs. Have you bought new ones? Jiaoyo, clutching a long-handled soup ladle, scooped the last braised egg from the bubbling pot of brine and wrapped it in an omelet. Then, picking up a kitchen knife, he slashed off a few pieces of pork head, stuffing them into the pancake as well. He expertly wrapped each piece in thick oil paper and handed it to the customer through the window. Your pork head roll with egg. 5 nickels. The customer, satisfied, placed a row of coins in the window, picked up the oil paper roll, and happily ate as he walked out. I got them. Jericho ran breathlessly into the workshop, carrying a large basket of eggs. Eggs are here. Okay. Nasha, take half and boil them in water, and keep the other half for the batter. Jiaoyo turned and instructed, then turned to the next customer standing by the window. You want pork head burrito with eggs too? The braised eggs will have to wait a while. Can I have fried eggs? Runny or hard-boiled? Okay. Runny fried eggs. And pig ears. You really know how to eat. That's 10 nickels in total. Please wait a moment. The omelets were freshly baked and stacked in a food container by the stove in the small kitchen. Jiangyu scooped out a piece of pork head and pig ears from the large basin of braised food, quickly cut off a few slices, and put the rest back in the pan. Heat a small frying pan, pour in cold oil, and crack in a freshly bought egg. The egg whites surround a round egg yolk, sizzling and chirping in the pan, quickly turning white, bubbling, and turning into a beautiful golden color. The customer wanted a runny yolk, so Jiangyu didn't overcook the eggs. Before removing them from the pan, he cast a purification spell to sterilize and disinfect them, ensuring a safe and secure meal for the customer. The pig's head and ears were neatly placed in the pancake, then covered with the half-cooked egg. A small amount of marinade was poured over it to enhance the flavor and aroma. The pancake was then wrapped in oil paper, and another customer was quickly dispatched. The 3 full pots of braised food served that morning were already sold out just after noon. If Jiangyu hadn't had the quick-witted decision to have Jericho buy 2 large baskets of eggs to make the braised eggs, the braised food wouldn't have lasted until the afternoon. This is selling like hotcakes. Jericho observed the ever-lengthening line at the door, his voice twitching. More people are buying these wraps than yesterday's roast meat. Because they're cheap. The wolf lady in charge of dine-in and takeout had just dismissed a group of Raven delivery drivers. She dumped a pile of coins into the cash register. A serving of roast meat starts at 2 coppers, but a wrap is only a few nickels. It has meat, noodles, eggs, and vegetables, and it's generous, enough to feed an average person. Jakuyu and Jericho both remembered Andre, who ate at least 3 wraps per meal, and fell silent for a moment. Tenant/master has a huge appetite. It's hard to keep. Nasha had already boiled a pot of eggs in the house. She quickly poured out the boiling water and ran cold water over it to cool the eggshells quickly, making them easier to peel. Today, Jiangyu had taught her a spell for peeling crayfish. Apparently, this wonderful household magic could also be used on eggs. With one spell, the eggshell automatically split in 2, revealing a smooth, white egg. Nasha gathered them one by one into a basin, and then poured them all into the brine pot. After just a few minutes of boiling, the braised eggs were ready to be removed and placed in a large cauldron, where they would slowly absorb the flavors of the cooled marinade. 1, 2, 3. Nasha counted the seconds. When she heard the cauldron's ding, she opened the lid and scooped out the brown eggs with her claws. She placed them in a bowl and took them to the small kitchen to sell. After delivering the eggs, she returned to the kitchen to make omelets. Nothing trains a new cook like a constant stream of orders. After baking hundreds of omelets this morning, Nasha could now roll out a perfectly formed omelet even with her eyes closed. This is such a workout, she muttered, scooping another spoonful of batter into the pot. 1 pork head burrito with duck liver, vegetables, and a braised egg. Jiangyu quickly calculated, 7 nickels. Wait a moment. Jericho brought a basin of washed vegetables to the small kitchen, then took the burrito from Jiangyu and took over her duties at the window. Please take your order, customer. Next. Jiangyu finally stopped having to juggle multiple tasks. She breathed a sigh of relief, nimbly picked up the kitchen knife, and began slicing the braised filling according to the customer's order. Because Uncle Wolf's meat blind boxes are inexpensive, the braised ingredients are low cost, so the price isn't too expensive. This allows for small profits, but quick turnover, attracting more customers. Before, many customers had often lingered outside the shop, unable to commit to a single roast meat due to financial constraints. Today, Jianyu saw them all in the line at the window. This pleased Jianyu greatly. Food should be universal. High-end Michelin restaurants are delicious, as are street vendors and breakfast stalls. The nobility deserves nobility's pleasures, and the poor deserve their own comforts. When she returns from her private chef duties, she makes some steamed buns and dumplings for sale in the shop. They're not expensive, just flour and yeast, but the finished product is much tastier than hard bread. Jiangyu knows how to make steamed buns, a skill she learned in a previous life from her neighbor who ran a breakfast shop downstairs. When she was young, her family, to save money and free up more time to earn money, would go to the breakfast shop downstairs every 1 or 2 days to buy a pile of large steamed buns for the whole family minus Jianyu. Over time, they became regular customers. Later, before the breakfast shop owner was about to close, he, as a loyal customer, taught the skill to Jianyu, who occasionally chatted with him on their walks downstairs and wanted to learn cooking. The breakfast shop owner is from the north, speaking authentic Beijing dialect. His steamed buns and dumplings exude a distinctly northern flavor. Large, generous, soft, and sweet, they're completely different from those in the south. The steamed buns, filled with savory, rich braised food, are incredibly delicious. They're also more filling than egg pancakes, making them a better choice for the impoverished locals. Chapter 171. Jiang Yu was memorizing the steamed bun recipe, her hands chopping away, oblivious to the sudden movement of her pet, who had flown up behind her and pecked her head. Ouch! Jiang Yu screamed, clutching her head. She looked back and feigned anger. Little Rice Cake. Little Rice Cake raised its paw at her. Jiang Yu glanced over, and saw a blue-purple morpho butterfly clutched in its bony claw. Its wings were dotted with stars, and its edges were shimmering with gauze, giving it an ethereal, almost unnatural appearance. Oh my god, where did you catch that butterfly? It's so beautiful. And there's even magical emanations. Could it be some magical creature? Jiang Yu put down her kitchen knife and extended her bony claw towards her pet, muttering, "Luckily it wasn't some other insect, or else you have caught it in the kitchen. I'd be in big trouble." However, as soon as her hand touched the butterfly, it transformed into a blue-purple letter and landed in her bony claw. Takumi? ? She opened the letter and found it was from Yadra, asking if she had already ordered a specific menu and what ingredients she needed. Takumi: Yes, the ingredients are prepared by the employer. This needs to be discussed in advance. She scratched her head, then walked to the kitchen with the letter in hand. She called out to Nasha, who then went to the small kitchen up front to make wraps for the guests. She then walked to the small dining room, sat down at a vacant table in a private room, and spread out the letter, carefully reading it. Little Lich. It's nice to see you. The banquet is coming soon. Can you order the menu for today? The gathering will be held at the villa, offering guests a thrilling, immersive mystery adventure that blends reality and fiction. Therefore, the dinner needed 13 novel dishes, gorgeous, fresh, exquisite, and with a touch of suspense. If they were dressed up like hearts, eyeballs, and other creatures, giving the guests a harmless fright, perhaps the event would be even more entertaining. What could be more immersive for the guests than a terrifying meal prepared by a real skeleton chef? There were likely 15 to 20 guests, including many distinguished nobles. P.S. This banquet will be served in separate portions. The dishes only needed to be eerie in appearance, the ingredients must be safe, delicious, and edible, and they must not cause any physical harm to the guests, including food poisoning. Waiting for your news. Yadila Huailin. Jiang Yu, I see. This is a dinner for an immersive mystery script-killing event. They need to create dishes similar to Halloween specialties to suit the atmosphere, and she's the one making them. Hey! No wonder the price for this order is so high. Chefs are easy to find, but skeletons who can cook are harder to find. The nobles of this era are really lavish, even resorting to script killing. Jiang Yu muttered, pulling out some white paper and a quill. Resting his jaw on the table, he pondered the menu, muttering quietly, honestly, this pirate sister really picked the right person. I bet there are few chefs in this world who can understand her. She's different. What haven't modern people seen and tried? During Halloween, any thoughtful business or amusement park will offer special dishes like this. Not only has Jiang Yu tried them, but he's also tried them a few times. Witch fingers, chocolate spider cookies, bloody tea jelly, spicy plasma deviled eggs. These are easy to make and look great. Lychees and black olives can create eyeballs, and with smoked sausage slices, you can roll them into a terrifying yet captivating eyeball rose bouquet. This can be made into a salad with some lettuce. Xiaoyo quickly wrote down the dishes and their corresponding ingredients on a piece of paper. Since our guests are all nobles, let's have a French butter chicken puff pastry. You can carve the puff pastry into the shape of a skull. I wonder if there are any monster legends like mummies in this world. Making a golden shrimp roll and golden sausage, and using seaweed to create little eyes, would be quite interesting. In a short while, she had written down 7 dishes. We almost finished the Western meal, and now it's Chinese. We have the sweet and sour lychee meat, and of course, the braised platter with various offal and claws is a must. I wonder if the pirate sister can get some seafood. Stir-fried octopus tentacles with celery would probably be enough to intimidate medieval people. Hey, how about some frogs? Maybe the pirate sister has a way to get some bullfrogs? However, a skinned bullfrog would probably be quite shocking even to the medieval nobles. Isn't it a bit too shocking? It wouldn't be good if it scared people to death. Many frogs are also poisonous, and there was no proper bullfrog farming in this era. Jiangyu couldn't help but worry about the safety of the food, so he crossed the dish off the paper. The remaining 3 dishes. Let's make a delicious soup. As long as we have the ingredients, the 5-fingered palm, lotus root, and pork trotter soup is great. It strengthens the spleen and appetite, eliminates dampness and relaxes the muscles, and is beautifying. Those ladies will definitely love it. Let's have 2 more dishes the nobles like. I heard steak and lamprey are essential for a banquet like this. Well, with a little ingenuity, these 2 can also create a very scary effect, so arrange them. Jiuyo carefully listed all the necessary ingredients, materials, and kitchenware. Of course, before sending the final menu and ingredients list, she still had to ask Aunt Wolf and Andre for their approval. After all, whether or not she could create a terrifying atmosphere would only affect her employer's satisfaction. But if she violated the noble's taboos, it would affect Jiangyo's own head. Even if her skull could be easily twisted off and put back on, she didn't want anyone else twisting it off. One had to be cautious when dealing with the upper class of this feudal society. She planned to contact Holly directly about the Chinese herbs she needed, and it would be best if she could make a special trip herself. This magical medieval world lacked a complete system of traditional Chinese medicine. Even the plants they grew there were vastly different from those of her previous life, and they might even possess strange magical properties. She had to consult a botanist to verify the edible nature, toxicity, and efficacy of the herb she identified. Otherwise, a mystery drama dinner party would instantly turn into a poisoning scene, and she couldn't bear the accusation. Jiao immediately took out the correspondence book he had kept with Andre and briefly explained the whole story. He then sent the menu, along with a sample image for each dish. This was the power of the editing spell. Simply visualizing the image in her mind would generate an image directly from ink. While it could only be black and white, it was perfectly sufficient. Chapter 172. While waiting for news from Andre, Takumi took advantage of the lunch rush, when the restaurant's customer flow had significantly decreased, to ask Annie Wolf for her opinion. This virtuous and talented teacher was indeed well versed in the etiquette of the upper classes, and she had no particular objections to Takumi's dishes. After all, this country's culinary culture was far too meager, and mainstream religions didn't impose many restrictions on what could be eaten or drunk. There were only a few things that could be eaten and drunk, and if they were to ban this and that, there would be even less to eat. Furthermore, half of the ingredients Takumi used were beyond the purview of the people of this country. Let alone banning them, they wouldn't even know they were edible. Thus, Auntie Wolf's greatest assistance was to refine and improve the images Takumi had submitted in his contact book, creating beautiful designs for the finished dishes. She then meticulously labeled the ingredients, required toppings, the general flavor profile, and any potential allergies or risks of causing displeasure among the nobility. 13 dish names were transformed into 13 pages of illustrations and ingredient lists. This way, reviewing the dishes becomes the organizer's responsibility. Auntie Wolf said shrewdly, if there's anything wrong with the ingredients, toppings, or presentation of a dish, they point it out. Wow! Amazing! Jiangyu exclaimed in admiration. She glanced at the sky, then at the flow of customers, then called Nasha over and said, I have to go out for something. I leave the restaurant to you. Huh? Nasha, half excited and half nervous, said, leave it to me? Yes. It's a good opportunity for you to practice. Jiangyu smiled and adjusted the menu, temporarily removing any dishes Nasha hadn't learned. She then took out a recipe for a drink. If anyone orders a drink, make it according to this recipe. Take a look first, and ask directly if you have any questions. Nasha took the recipe, and looked it over carefully. Then, under Jinyu's guidance, she identified each jam jar, ice cube tray, and wine jar, nodding solemnly. Whether you're scooping wine or jam, you need to use a sterile, water-free, oil-free, clean, and dry spoon. Never mix them. Just remember this. Mixing a drink isn't much different from mixing a brine or batter. Jinyu patted Nasha's shoulder calmly, I'll be back soon. Jericho, lend me your mule. Okay, give it a carrot, and it obey you, Jericho replied. Hey, that's easy. Jiao grabbed a small bamboo basket and placed a few carrots in the kitchen. Then I'm off. She swayed out the back door, carrying the basket, and saddled up Jericho's mule, clattering towards Holly's mansion. Jiao had memorized the route when she and Andre had traveled to and from the Axe mansion before, so this time, she was quite familiar with the route. Jiao's mule was incredibly docile, consuming only 1 carrot per 100 kilometers. It was much easier to deal with than Diego, who would bite a human skull at the slightest disagreement. She sent a message to Holly before leaving. When she arrived at the Axe mansion, The young botanist had already prepared various plants and magical plants similar to her description, and was waiting for her at the door. "Good afternoon." Holly waved at her, and his steward immediately stepped forward, leading Takumi's mule. Takumi hopped off the mule with a chuckle, then pulled a bag of coins from his skull. "Here, these are the dividends from the previous batches of vegetables. The detailed financial statements are also inside." Holly opened the purse, glanced at it, and weighed it with satisfaction. "It's truly a pleasure to work with you. Here are the plants that meet the characteristics you described. I understand there are many plants that clear heat and detoxify, and remove dampness and toxins, but I'm not sure what that special fragrance you're talking about is." He opened the door to a greenhouse, and sure enough, there were already various potted plants there, flowers, plants, and trees. Takumi took out his spiritual wood and examined each one, soon spotting one with forked leaves resembling 5 fingers, and fruit resembling hairy peaches. She pulled at the plant's roots, sniffed, and said happily, "That's what I was talking about. Oh, this is the Ficus microcarpa, a member of the Moraceae family. It's non-toxic, and can indeed be used as medicine." Holly thought for a moment. Many potion makers use it to treat rheumatism and swelling. That's right. Jianyu also performed a poison detection spell on the plant himself, and after confirming it was correct, he said happily, "How much is this one?" 2 silver coins. Holly was a little puzzled. "Don't you need me to invest?" "Not this time," Jianyu said with a smile. "I've taken a job as a home cook. The ingredients will be reimbursed. But," she rubbed her bony claws, "I have a proposal that could make you a lot of money." "Holly, do you know beets?" "Sugar cane in the south, beets in the north. This is something we learned in geography classes in middle and high school. However, unlike the inherently sweet sugar cane, early wild beets did not have the sugar content of later generations. They tasted both sweet and bitter, with a strange flavor and a rather unpleasant taste. People only ate the leaves and often used them as animal feed. Beet sugar production can be considered a product of modern chemical industry research. In the world of Jiangyu, German chemist Margraf first discovered sucrose in beetroot through chemical testing in 1747. It was not until 1786 that his student Ahad, through continuous selection and repeated hybridization, cultivated the world's first sugar beet variety. From then on, the long-neglected beet came into people's attention and became an important raw material for sugar production. Takumi isn't a botanist and knows nothing about plant hybridization, but Holly does. She just needs to point Holly in the right direction. Let this Hafu botanist give it his all, and wouldn't they both make a killing? Beets? Holly shook his head doubtfully. "No, I haven't heard of this plant." His eyes gradually brightened. "But the name? Could it be that this plant produces sugar?" "Yes," Takumi smiled mysteriously. "It looks like a large reddish-purple radish, but as far as I know, it takes several years to produce sugar beets. Wild beets are domesticated, hybridized, and then successfully cultivated through continuous artificial selection. I can give you a general idea. Want to make a fortune together? Partner?" "Yes. Of course." Holly imitated Takuya's movements, rubbing his hands excitedly. "If we can really cultivate this crop, we'd be really rich. I don't want much. We split the profits 70% and 30% respectively. I provide you with the direction, and you be responsible for the selection and cultivation. Of course, since you do more work, you get the lion's share." Takuya smiled slyly. "It's a good deal, isn't it?" Chapter 173. Holly readily accepted Takumi's offer and signed the contract with her. This decisiveness stemmed partly from his trust in Takumi, and partly from the botanist's passion for unknown plants. If an unknown, cold-tolerant, sugar-producing plant could be cultivated, it would transform the entire food system of the Principality of Huntington, eliminating the sugar-craving populace, whose obsession with sweets, hampered by high sugar prices and perpetually growing to a distorted level, could be overcome. If this cultivation succeeded, Holly would go down in history as the greatest botanist in the Principality of Huntington. He didn't care that Takumi would take a share of his profits for merely offering advice and direction. He valued the fame he would gain. Thus, the two like-minded partners hit it off, each reaping what they needed, and quickly finalized the partnership agreement. However, this time, both parties felt the contents of the agreement needed to be kept confidential, so Takumi only took out the photo crystal to record it. If a dispute arises between the two in the future, this photo crystal will still serve as evidence recognized by the Principality of Huntington. After signing the contract, Takumi provided all her knowledge regarding wild beets and several varieties used for hybridization, even creating images of these beets from her contact list based on her memory. The rest is for Holly, the botanist, to worry about. Takumiya can just sit back and take the pay. Based on Takumiya's current observations, this world and hers are likely parallel worlds. While the customs and cultures differ somewhat, similar parallels can be found in most plants and animals. Of course, the specific characteristics require further research, but her knowledge can also speed up local research. She bought 3 ginseng trees and a large pile of black beans and soybeans. She also found goji berries and galangal in Holly's greenhouse. Galangal is actually used as a smoking spice here. After gathering all the ingredients, Jiangyu had Holly send a driver to accompany her mule to deliver the goods, and then happily set off on her return journey. This deal was a huge win. When she stumbled back to the workshop, it was past closing time, and she ran into Andre, who had just returned from the hunting grounds. Andre was accompanied by a man she had probably never seen before, whose face was unfamiliar, but whose emotions and aura were strangely familiar. Oh, did Andre's sworn brother change his face again? Jiang suddenly realized that his transformation into a lich was a major flaw for these thieves and spies, who frequently changed their appearances. After all, it was easy to change a face, and it was also easy to disguise one's voice, movements, and speech, but no one could easily change one's soul. Of course, the Duchy of Huntington also had magical instruments that could detect soul vibrations. But the soul was a very specialized magical discipline. All magic related to the soul was classified as black magic, and whether researchers or users, a license was the minimum requirement. According to Huntington Duchy law, such magical instruments were only permitted to be used by the kingdom's knights during investigations, and prior use required a special warrant signed by His Majesty the King. Even then, they could only input the soul vibrations of a specific suspect into the instrument for targeted verification. They could not cast a wide net and compare the soul vibrations of all unrelated individuals. Although Andre's initial investigation into the brewery was a publicity stunt, the results were insignificant, but he had all the necessary documentation. Jiangyu had seen the materials firsthand and was naturally familiar with them. Her failed lich was a major flaw, unenforceable by any law. After all, this was a racial trait of the lich, a biological instinct that could not be stopped. Hey, you're back just in time. She clapped her bony claws happily. Come and help me unload. Andre glanced at the cart behind him, which was carrying several trees and large bags of black beans. Black beans are fine, but are these trees also food? Their roots are really good. Jericho excitedly called into the shop. Jericho, can you run to the butcher in town and buy me some pig's trotters? Jericho, who was cleaning the shop with Nasha, popped up. Sure, I just get the money from the cash register, okay? Sure, buy some more. I make you 5-fingered hairy peach pig's trotter soup tonight. No one present had heard of the dish, but that didn't stop them from licking their lips in unison. With the promise of delicious food, everyone worked diligently. Jericho rushed out the door like his feet were greased, while Andre and Winston picked up the potted plants and bags of black beans and headed to the back of the workshop, working tirelessly without a single complaint. What are you going to do with these black beans? Andre asked. Make more soy sauce? Black bean soy sauce does taste better, Takumi smiled. But this time, I'm planning to make fermented black beans. The preparation of fermented black beans is very similar to soy sauce, except that instead of adding water, white wine and spices like star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves are added. The fermentation time for fermented black bean sauce is also quick, taking about 1 to 2 months to complete. Also a delicious fermented bean sauce. The essence of the fermented black beans is retained. It can be further made into galangal and black bean sauce, perfect for stir-fries, steaming fish, making black bean sauce spare ribs, and even casserole fish belly. Until Jiangyu could make the white wine, he put the fermented black bean sauce on hold. Now that he had all the ingredients, it was time to start making this delicious sauce. If she could whip up the galangal and fermented black bean sauce tonight, she could even bring it to use during the private chef mission. But speaking of private chef missions, have you seen the dishes? Jiao pulled out the atlas she created with Annie Wolf and tucked it into Andre's arms along with a letter from her employer. Annie Wolf and I designed the presentation of the dishes. Please help me review and offer some suggestions. She raised her chin toward Winston. You should be well versed in the tastes of the nobility, right? In fact, it wasn't just about the nobility's preferences. If everything went as Andre suspected, Winston and Vivian would be among those invited to dinner. Of course, it was too early to say that now, so Andre simply flipped through the atlas and replied briefly, I took a quick look at the menu on my way back. It should be fine. You can send this atlas to Ms. Eileen and have her prepare the ingredients. As for the rest, we discuss it after dinner. Chapter 174. Since Andre had said so, Jiangyu wrote a letter to Yadra and placed it in Xiaoniango's mailbox along with the recipe album. He had Little Bone Eagle deliver it using the raven cage number Yadra had given him. Next, it was time to prepare dinner. The medicinal properties of the five-fingered ginseng stem lie in its roots, and severe root damage can easily kill a plant. For sustainable development purposes, Jiangyu selected the best-growing five-fingered ginseng stem, dug a hole in the soil around the edge of the pot, and cut a small section to use for tonight's soup. In this alternate world, this medicinal herb, once abundant in the mountains and plains, has become a precious commodity, forcing us to use it sparingly. Fresh five-fingered ginseng stems are more fragrant and nutritious than dried ones. Jiangyu cleaned the dirt from the small section of root, peeled off the old skin, cut the root into small sections, stuffed it into the seasoning packet, and soaked it in clean water. I got the pig's trotters. Jericho returned carrying a bunch of pig's trotters tied with straw. I went to 2 butchers to get these. Jiuyo peeked in and saw 4 or 5 pig's trotters. A smile immediately spread across his face. That's enough, that's enough. People in Huntington rarely eat animal hooves. Just being able to buy the food was a victory. Jiuyo took the trotters, burned off the hair with fire magic, scraped off the ash, washed them, and cut them open. Each trotter was first cut in half, then cut into 3 sections at the joints, filling a large basin. The prepared trotters were pristine white, and even more adorable. While Jiangyu was preparing the trotters, Nasha quietly prepared the scallion and ginger sauce. She'd been doing this all day, it was practically ingrained into her DNA. Now, whenever she saw pork, she instinctively started blanching it. Jiangyu gave her an approving look, then added the pig's trotters to the pot, and poured in her brewed rice wine to remove the fishy smell. Once the water boiled, it only took 3 to 5 minutes before she could remove and drain the trotters. The trotters would normally take several hours, but Jiangyu had the cheating artifact, the crucible of time. She cleaned the crucible and filled it with clean water using water magic. Then she added the processed ginseng and sliced ginger, and the blanched pig's trotters. After bringing the pot to a boil over high heat, she reduced the heat to low, covered the pot, and activated the time magic. The trotters normally only takes 2 hours, but Jiangyu adjusted the crucible's power, so it only took 2 minutes. While waiting, she had Nasha sort out the remaining ingredients in the kitchen, and make the remaining egg pancake batter, and rice noodle roll batter for tonight's main course. There was also some pig tongue, pig ears, and pig head left from the braised food, perfect for side dishes. Takuya pulled out a few more heads of lettuce and cucumbers, planning to make a simple blanched lettuce and smashed cucumber. Both of these vegetarian dishes were easy to learn, and Takuya took the opportunity to teach them to Nasha. After she washed the vegetables, the crucible of time dinged, and the bone lich immediately swooped over, halting the cauldron's time magic. He sprinkled a handful of goji berries into the cauldron and stirred the broth with a spoon. The pig's trotters were cooked to perfection, the skin soft and white, almost translucent, trembling at the slightest touch, and incredibly chewy and tender. The faint aroma of the five-fingered ginseng had permeated the meat and broth, wafting out of the kitchen as soon as the lid was lifted, drawing the attention of those outside, who peered in from the bar and the door. Takuya glanced at them. Andre coughed lightly, retracting his prying head. He pulled his sworn brother and Jericho away, saying, "Let's set the table." Takuya seasoned the soup with salt, scooped out a little, tasted it with the spirit wood, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, that's the flavor. A large bowl of five-fingered taro and pig's trotter soup was served first. Nasha followed suit, serving up egg pancakes and rice noodle rolls. Auntie Wolf cut the braised meat, while Takuya prepared the dipping sauce for the pig's trotter. The five-fingered taro is fragrant, yet the flavor remains light. The soup is refreshing, but the meat feels bland. Takuya likes to pair her pig's trotters with her special dipping sauce. A little sweet soy sauce, a dash of vinegar, and a little minced garlic and ginger. A simple stir creates a delicious flavor. Then, Takuya took Nasha back to the kitchen. This time, she took the lead, while Nasha learned from her. Bring water to a boil over high heat, add oil and a pinch of salt. While the water is still boiling, add the lettuce to the pot, blanch quickly, and then transfer to a plate with chopsticks. The lettuce, coated in oil and boiling water, becomes a vibrant green, crisp and juicy, making it incredibly appetizing. Takuya sets up another wok, adds minced garlic and a sauce made from soy sauce, sugar, and water. Stir fry until it's steaming, and then, after collecting the sauce, pour it over the lettuce. Done! The smashed cucumbers are still the same recipe from Witch Forest. Nasha learned most of it, after just one demonstration from Takuya. As for the actual cooking, that'd have to wait until tomorrow. For now, let's eat. Two chefs each come out with a plate of food and are warmly welcomed by the crowd. Whether it was Andre, Jericho, and Auntie Wolf, who had enjoyed Takumi's special dinners many times, or Winston and Nasha, who were participating in this kind of staff meal for the first time, they were all eager to dig in. Come, have some soup first. Takumi placed the blanched lettuce on the table, and took the lead in picking up the soup spoon. This is a custom from our ancestors. Drink a bowl of traditional Chinese soup before eating. As the saying goes, soup before a meal is better than medicine. This soup not only stimulates the appetite, helps digestion, strengthens the spleen, and removes dampness, it's also rich in collagen, which will improve a woman's skin. Andre silently glanced at Auntie Wolf, who was covered in fur, then at the skinless skeleton, and was briefly silent. Takumi filled each bowl with an evenly sized pig's trotter, scooped 8/10 of the soup, and placed a small dish of pig's trotter dipping sauce in front of everyone. Following Takumi's instructions, they first blew on the bowls, then carefully took a sip, letting out a collective sigh of satisfaction. Delicious. What a unique aroma. With one sip, I felt a sense of relief from my throat all the way to my stomach. This soup is so thirst-quenching. Even with all the oil, it doesn't taste greasy at all, but rather refreshing. This is the first time I had soup without cream. And I love it. People in Huntington rarely drink boiling hot soup. They usually only make cream soup, tomato borscht, or sweet fruit soup. But Andre and his friends responded well to this unusual soup, finishing the entire bowl in just a few gulps. Takumi then instructed, after you finish the soup, try the pig's trotter. Try it without the sauce for the first bite, and then with the sauce for the second. Chapter 175. Andre, already adept with chopsticks, effortlessly picked up the pig's trotter. The trotter had been meticulously prepared, its skin as flawless as white jade, crystal clear, and without a single stray hair. If it hadn't been explained in advance as a pig's trotter, most nobles would probably have been unable to recognize its nature. The excess fat seemed to have been stewed into the broth, replaced by a rich yet delicate herbal aroma absorbed by the trotter. Andre took a deep sniff and felt transported to the mountains, his nose and mouth filled with the fresh aroma of plants and trees. The fragrance carried a hint of milk, shrouded in a scent that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Andre carefully examined it for a long time, recalling the southern coconuts he had tasted as a child at Count Sokka's estate. What a wonderful aroma, he muttered, taking a bite of the trotter. The aroma of the five-fingered ginseng was rich, but, as Takumi had said, it tasted quite light. With each bite, the dish's true flavors were clearly palpable. A hint of ginger spiciness, a perfectly balanced yet captivating saltiness, the delicate sweetness of goji berries. And, of course, the pig's trotter, free of any unpleasant odors and emitting a subtle herbal and milky aroma. The skin, meat, and tendons were cooked to perfection, tender yet slightly springy. The skin and tendons yielded to the assault of the teeth, yet inadvertently gave the lips and teeth a resilient embrace. The fat portion wasn't greasy, but rather a treasure trove of secrets, revealing a multitude of flavors with each chew, offering endless surprises. Andre relished this unique taste, his green eyes narrowed slightly, as he savored the delicate flavors with comfort and care. He then dipped the remaining half of the trotter into the sauce, and returned to his mouth. His green eyes suddenly widened. The delicate milky aroma of the herbs and the flavor of the pig's trotter, rich yet not greasy after being baptized by the herbs, were transformed into a whole new flavor the moment they came into contact with the sauce. With the first bite, Andre's taste buds were overwhelmed by the onslaught of delicious flavors. All analysis and taste were reduced to a few simple words. Delicious, I want more, another bite. And he did just that. After a few bites, his overly excited nerves finally calmed, and he was able to calm down and savor the food carefully. The aroma of garlic and ginger, mixed with the aroma of fermented beans, and the sweet and sour flavor of sugar and vinegar, perfectly combined with the flavor of the pig's trotter itself, reacting into a harmonious symphony. Before he knew it, 3 bowls of soup were gone, and Andre had a pile of pig bones in front of him. In fact, it wasn't just him. With the exception of Jiangyu, who was still absorbing the soul fire, everyone else was doing the same. Just as Andre was about to fill his 4th bowl, Jiangyu shoved her portion of leftovers in front of him. The dark-haired knight took it without even raising an eyelid and began to eat. Winston, sitting across from him, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his fake face filled with the desire to pry into more gossip. Hey, this is really interesting. After just a few days of not seeing each other, how did these two become closer? He had thought his adopted brother had been traumatized by Vivian as a child, and had since closed his heart and refused to be attracted to girls. Now it seems that perhaps those ordinary girls can't touch Andre's heart. But Winston glanced at the oblivious skeleton next to him, feeling a headache. Could his uncle and aunt really accept such an unusual daughter-in-law? He didn't know how Andre's relationship with his family was doing recently. He had heard that Andre and his father had had a big fight, and the two were almost at odds. Alas, every family has its own problems. As the saying goes, loyalty and filial piety are difficult to achieve, but the nobles faced even greater worries. Titles and territories needed to be inherited by future generations, while military forces and wealth needed to be continuously expanded. To maintain their wealth, they needed a powerful army capable of intimidating others, and to maintain a strong army, they needed to invest vast sums of money. The two mutually reinforcing relationships formed an inescapable vicious cycle. The poor struggled to make ends meet, but the nobles, despite possessing ample wealth, were still bound by these material possessions, even forcing them to sacrifice their personal happiness. The future of officialdom, marriage, and even children became chips that needed careful consideration. He and Vivian might be familiar with the rules of this game, but the unruly Andre might not be willing to compromise. Perhaps living happily with a skeleton would be preferable to a cold exchange with a noblewoman. Winston pondered, then took another sip of the soup. This tastes really good. Everyone's bellies were full and hydrated, and they slumped back in their chairs, sighing contentedly, so full. The soup is delicious. I like pork head. Make more next time. Too little won't be enough. Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle as she listened to their conversation. She dumped the empty pots and pans in the kitchen sink, and went to the brewing room to collect the black beans. Before making fermented black beans, the black beans need to be washed and soaked to absorb enough moisture before being steamed. They were preparing now, so they could begin brewing that evening. The others weren't idle either. After a short rest to recover, they volunteered to help, washing dishes, wiping the table. By the time Takumi emerged from the brewing room, the entire front hall was pristine as new, the stove gleaming, and all the dishes washed and placed upside down on the drain to dry. Shall you? I be going home first. Auntie Wolf put on her flowered hat, and smiled at Takumi. I too, am going home first. Nasha, clutching her notebook, saluted Takumi. After a busy day, her mind was overflowing with all sorts of knowledge, and she needed to go home and sort it out. Not to mention that the kind-hearted Aunt Wolf had also taught her how to meditate and improve her magic power. Nasha planned to practice diligently. Before today, who could have imagined that being a cook would consume so much magic power? After a brief farewell, the brewery returned to silence. Takumi locked the courtyard door, and then the door to the house. He glanced at Andre and Winston, who were seated at the bar. Want a drink? Which beer will be fine, said Winston. Passion fruit honey water will be fine. Andre took out the letter Takumi had slipped him earlier, and said to Winston, Show me the invitation you received. Winston whistled, and a falcon suddenly flew in through the window, dropping a rose-red letter with a gold border from midair. Winston reached out and caught the letter, examining it carefully in the candlelight. Chapter 176. Jiang Yu handed over 2 glasses of wine and drinks, then went back into the brewing room to work on the black bean and fermented black bean sauce she'd been craving. The 2 brothers each held a letter, one rose-red, the other blue-purple. One was ornate and costly, the other simple and ordinary. One contained numerous mysteries within its patterns and shadows, the other seemed casually written. One's rhetoric is florid, replete with the awkward, evasive style of aristocrats, often highly educated. The other, straightforward and clear, gets to the point. The font, handwriting, and wording of the 2 letters are all inconsistent, but that doesn't mean anything, said Winston, a master of this art himself. With special training, one can change one's writing habits and master a variety of different handwritings. Even for beginners, simply switching between left and right hands can be effective. He dropped the letter on the bar counter. Handwriting analysis can only protect the unsuspecting, not those who deliberately conceal their identities. From what I understand, most nobles possess at least 2 or more handwritings, one for daily use and another for plotting, forming alliances, or informing on others. As for wording, it's even easier to change, not to mention the vastly different status of the recipients of the 2 letters. Both letters have been deliberately stripped of magical influences, making them impossible to compare, which is to be expected. Most nobles and magicians are accustomed to erasing any magical influences they leave behind. Andre frowned slightly. In other words, aside from the similarity that both letters were delivered by a butterfly familiar, we have no evidence to prove they were written by the same person. Furthermore, we haven't seen the two familiars ourselves, so we can't tell if they're the same one. Normally, the type of familiar created by a magical spell is directly related to the caster's personality, intentions, and preferences. Although most spellcasters don't frequently change the form of a familiar after creating one, it's not impossible to do so if they need to conceal their presence. It simply requires a bit more mana and mental energy. Flying birds are the most common form of familiars, with ravens being particularly popular due to their ubiquity and ability to blend in unnoticed among the flocks of ordinary ravens delivering messages. While less common, familiars in the form of insects, animals, and amphibians do exist. Andre has seen necromancers command ghostly forms. Familiars created by friends and family often bear similarities, but two strangers, thousands of miles apart and never seen before, might also choose the same familiar form. Current coincidences can only raise suspicions, not provide any useful evidence. "What does your invitation say?" Andre asked. Winston pushed the letter toward him, picked up the glass, and took a long sip. Andre picked up the rose-red envelope and examined the intricate gold lace in the candlelight. Fine gold threads entwined to form butterflies and flowers, yet cast a shadow in the candlelight, revealing the shape of an ancient castle nestled in the mountains. He reached for the candlestick and rotated the envelope to try different angles. He made out dancing figures, a dagger, a skull, and other shadows. The envelope contained several items, 2 invitations, a small note, and a necklace. Andre was the first to pull out the invitation. The invitation was similar to Vivian's, consisting of a main letter and an accompanying note. Both invitations were elegantly presented on black cards with golden cursive script. "Dear Lord Winston de Mordor, when the night breeze carries the subtle fragrance of roses, twin butterflies flit across the moonlit garden, and the stars return to their positions, the lost bloodline will return, an ancient curse will finally be fulfilled, and a long-forgotten mystery will be reopened. An old case remains unsolved, and the bloodline mystery has troubled you for years. Perhaps this special game will be the key that leads you to the answers you crave. The unfinished story of the past may yet be rewritten here. I sincerely invite you to Rose Manor for a special gathering. Please arrive at the Ellery Inn in Mallory City at 12 o'clock noon on Midsummer 24, 988 of the Tower calendar. A coachman will be waiting for you. You may bring one companion. If approved, please send a messenger back by noon on Midsummer 23, 988 Tower calendar, and inform us of your companion's name. If you are unable to attend this event in person, your companion will also be disqualified. Best wishes, Madam Butterfly." "This is a bit of nonsense," Andre muttered. "An ancient castle, a ball, a dagger, a skull. These elements do seem to coincide with the mystery adventure described in Little Bones' letter. Perhaps this is the same party." He flipped open the small slip again. Unlike the gold lettering on the invitation, this one was handwritten in purple ink on pink floral paper. The handwriting is elegant and graceful, as if it were from a highly educated background. The ink is laced with crystal powder, and the paper is expensive and resilient, even scented with incense. Each of these elements is rich in history, and truly extraordinary. Winston had just used this note as a model for handwriting comparison. As for the contents of the note, they are consistent with what Vivian had said. "Sir Winston, my repeated invitations have fallen on deaf ears, leaving me perplexed. Recently, someone has pointed out to me that you are already in love, and perhaps you have repeatedly ignored me to avoid suspicion. However, I do have an important matter to discuss with you, so I have come to invite you and Miss Vivian to this gathering. I have no intention of pursuing romantic interests. I simply wish to ask for your help. I may be a mere woman, but I possess numerous resources that could help the Earl resolve years of worry. I believe that with my connections, this gathering will also be of great benefit to Miss Vivian. I enclosed a token of my gratitude. I answer all your questions after the party begins." Oddly, the note lacked a signature. Instead, it bore a kiss from a red lip. Sealed with a kiss. Andre raised an eyebrow. This Madame Butterfly claims to have no interest in romance, but between the lines and the scented lip print, she hints at something more sinister, making one's imaginations run wild. "Is she trying to sow discord between you and Vivian?" "More or less," Winston sighed. "The clarification is fake, the provocation is real. If I were the only one to receive this invitation, I would probably still ignore it. But if Vivian also received a similar note, then that would explain her decision to attend so decisively. Vivian never runs away without a fight." Andre shuddered almost imperceptibly. Madame Butterfly is half provoking, half promising connections and benefits, not to mention a ticket to official social entry. Everything Vivian needs most right now. Chapter 177. But what does this necklace mean? Andre put on his gloves and picked up the necklace pendant. It was a silver necklace, looking quite old. Both the pendant and the chain bore some suspicious dark brown, almost black stains, resembling aged blood. The pendant was a coin-sized oval silver plate, engraved on the front with a German royal crest, a griffin on the lower left, a dragon on the upper right. These two fantastical creatures, linked end to end, chased each other around a crescent moon. A crown sat atop the crescent, and within it, a shield. A map of the entire German kingdom was engraved on the shield's surface. No, I never seen this necklace before. Winston took another sip of beer. But it's an interesting necklace. The pattern on the pendant is a variation of the German royal coat of arms. Look at the crescent moon. It means the bearer is a direct female descendant of the German royal family. If it were a male descendant, it would be a full moon. I do have some historical knowledge. Andre looked at the pendant over and over, puzzled. Strange, the thickness is a bit unusual. I also think it's thick, like a locket. The kind you keep miniature portraits of. Winston pointed to the side of the locket. But I looked all around and can't find any openings, seams, or mechanisms. Andre fiddled with it for a long time, but to no avail. Finally, he raised his hands in defeat, a gesture of surrender. No, I can't get it open. He pushed the locket toward Winston again. Winston smiled and slipped it into the watch pocket on the front of his vest. At that moment, an ancient memory suddenly flashed through Andre's mind. Count Saka stood in his study, his brow furrowed, looking down at a silver object in his hand. Little Andre shot through the door like a cannonball, striking Count Saka's leg with a thud. He used all four limbs, hanging onto Count Saka's calf like a koala, and murmured, "Teacher, what's that in your hand?" "Nothing." Count Saka quickly stuffed the object into the watch pocket on the front of his vest. A piece of silver chain dangling before Andre's eyes. "Andre? Andre?" Winston stretched out his hand and waved it before Andre's eyes. "What's wrong, Andre?" Andre snapped back to his senses and looked thoughtfully at the familiar silver chain. "Do you think this necklace could belong to you, teacher? Godfather? And the Delman royal family?" Winston laughed. "No, the title of Count Mordor is hereditary. The ancestor who received the title from the Delman royal family must have been 3 or 4 generations ago. From what I know, my godfather isn't that close to the royal family. Rather, he deeply disliked the extravagant and ostentatious lifestyle of the Delman royal family. Even the list of gifts and greetings for festivals were handled by the butler. The royal family was also very cold towards the Mordor family. Logically, he shouldn't have received such an item." Winston held out the necklace again. "This should be the personal property of a female direct descendant of the Delman royal family. This kind of intimate jewelry would only be passed down within the family. If it ended up elsewhere, then something must have happened. If something of that magnitude had truly occurred, it's unlikely I'd be completely unaware of it." Andre shrugged, not dwelling on the question. "Who are you planning to take with you?" "Originally, I was planning to take you," Winston said. "But if both letters refer to the same gathering, there's no need to waste an extra spot. You, disguised as a kitchen helper, could be a surprising and unexpected force. As for the attached letter, I'm planning to ask is to come over." Isho Lind was Winston's adjutant in the Shadow Army. He was also one of the children adopted and raised by Count Saka, though much older than Winston, Andre, and the others. Andre still remembered him. He was calm and reliable, with considerable skill, and a close confidant of Winston's. "A good choice." Andre nodded in agreement. "That Madame Butterfly seems to be coming for you. The more people, the better. The constant stream of invitations. The plot to involve Vivian. The mysterious Madame Butterfly is trying every trick in the book to get Winston involved, but they still don't know what she's up to. At this point, they can only take things one step at a time. Let's not talk about that anymore." Winston patted Andre's shoulder and changed the subject, asking about his adopted brother. "How are your uncle and aunt doing lately?" Andre's expression darkened instantly. He took his passion fruit and honey water and drank it in one gulp. "Same old story. Why don't you ask Jericho?" He put down his glass and turned to head upstairs, leaving Winston alone at the bar, bewildered. "Did I say something I shouldn't have?" Jericho appeared out of nowhere, picked up Andre's cup, and went to wash it at the sink. "A while ago, the master and the young master had a big fight, and they haven't reconciled yet." Winston blinked. "I heard about that. Why did they argue?" Jericho finished washing the cup, casually placed it on the drain rack, and then emerged as quietly as a cat, sitting on a bar stool. The master doesn't want the young master to continue investigating the truth behind Count Sokka's death. He wants the young master to return to the front lines and become a powerful general, so he can take over his position in the future, instead of wasting time on the evil eye moon. These are the master's exact words. Winston paused for a moment. Indeed, it's my responsibility to uncover the truth behind my adoptive father's death, not Andre's. Andre should have had a better future. Given his family background, joining the army or the moon worship cult would have been far better choices than his current one. Master and mistress agree. They even asked His Majesty for someone, but His Majesty said everything was entirely up to the young master. You know the young master's stubborn personality. Once he decides on something, no amount of horses can change him. He's determined to get to the bottom of Count Sokka's case and help His Majesty eliminate a group of corrupt nobles. Master tried to force the young master to return home, but he refused. So they sent me to supervise him. Jericho said resentfully. The master was resolute this time. He cut off all funding for the young master. The madam also sided with the master, but she couldn't bear it. Although she couldn't openly provide money or resources, she still instructed the city's priests to help the young master. Chapter 178. In terms of stubbornness and obstinacy, Andre and his father were a perfect match. So when these two stubborn individuals clash, the situation often gets out of hand. It's true that Andre's parents and Count Sokka are longtime friends, but Andre is also their beloved only son. Whether pursuing the evil eye moon or joining His Majesty the King's Viscount operation to rectify the situation, both are extremely dangerous undertakings. The two didn't hesitate for long, choosing between seeking justice for their deceased friend and enabling their son to live a safer and longer life, and resolutely choosing the latter. The living are far more important than the dead, and their choice is understandable, and Andre understands his parents' painstaking efforts. But emotional understanding doesn't mean he will accept the path his parents have laid out for him. After a heated argument with his father, Andre rode Diego lightly, leaving home overnight and heading directly to the capital. He pledged his allegiance to the king and accepted missions to eradicate evil in the territories of the royal family and nobles. Jericho, dispatched by his wife, caught up with him the next day, but his unreliable young master was incredibly quick, accepting missions both necessary and unnecessary, and everything was settled. Jericho could only obey, take good care of the young master, and act as a spy for the master and his wife. Actually, I'm surprised the young master has persisted this long. Jericho sighed deeply. We endured so much over the years, and lack of money is our biggest problem. The king's financial aid is limited, and the funds that do come in are often intercepted by the nobles. Over the years, the young master had worked as a carpenter, a painter's model, and a thug. Yet he never complained. Having come this far, there's no turning back until the truth is revealed. Winston was silent for a moment, then finally said, Andre is a good boy. It's my fault for putting so much on him. He downed his glass, washed it like Jericho, and went upstairs to find Andre. Jericho sighed deeply again, and walked through the kitchen with a gloomy expression. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of two faint green flames hovering in the darkness. His fur instantly exploded with fear. Holy crap! Huh? Jericho poked his skull out of the darkness. What's wrong? Jericho then realized that the two green flames were merely the flames of Jericho's pupils. Rubbing her still beating heart, she said with a shiver, What are you doing hiding in the dark? Oh, the candles are all gone. I get some. Jericho, who had been busy in the brewery and listening to gossip all night, walked into the kitchen with a smile and pulled out a few spare candles from the wall cabinet. Glancing at Jericho, she suddenly noticed the cat ears on his head and the two extra, furry tails on his back. She exclaimed in surprise, Huh? So, Jericho, you're not just any human? She asked curiously. What's your race? A catwork? No. Jericho shook his head. I'm a guardian spirit serving the Dresden family. So, I say I'm a cat-like monster. Oh! Jericho glanced at the two black cat tails behind him, and instantly understood. Got it. A house elf version of Nico. Jericho, Although he didn't quite understand, it seemed like the skeleton had figured it out. Never mind, this will do. He was thinking about the two young masters, so he didn't say any more to Takumi. He slid into the stairwell, moving as lightly as a real cat. No wonder Jericho has a baby face, but acts so old-fashioned. In the magical world, you really can't judge age by appearance. Jiao muttered, candle in hand, slipping back into the brewery. I heard so much gossip tonight, so interesting. With its intricate connection to the Delman royal family, the mysterious Madame Butterfly and her mystery script-killing game, the desperate desire to avenge his teacher but falling out with his family, the impoverished but loyal Andre, and that seemingly reliable brother-in-law with 1,000 faces. Hey, why did she think this private chef mission would be so interesting? But was the legendary Madame Butterfly really the same generous pirate sister? Why did she feel their styles weren't very similar? Jiao hadn't intentionally eavesdropped on the gossip, but Andre and the others didn't avoid her when they were chatting. As she mixed the black beans in the brewery, all the gossip couldn't help but burrow into her skull. Of course, she listened with gusto. As a modern gossip lover, life in the magical Middle Ages was a bit bland for her. No wonder they say bartenders always know a lot of gossip. She smacked her jaw, a look of unsatisfied satisfaction. This is truly fascinating. Hey! When Jericho returned to his room, he was surprised not to see his young master. Winston, however, sat on the windowsill, intently flipping through a notebook. "Where's the young master?" Jericho asked. "On the rooftop, relaxing in the breeze." Winston couldn't help but laugh. After all these years, his habit of tearing up the roof over a disagreement hasn't changed. Jericho uttered an "oh." He knew his young master's temper all too well. The young master had always upheld his chivalry, and had witnessed the tragic death of his most beloved mentor, whom he considered almost a father figure. As the first person to discover the incident, how could he possibly let it slide? But the master and mistress's concerns were not unfounded. In recent years, the evil Imoon's actions had become increasingly brazen. They had incited violence and committed murder across the Principality of Huntington, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. They hid in the shadows, abundantly funded and well-supplied, like venomous snakes lurking in the brush, poised to spring forth and bite. Thieves are always thieves, but never guard against them. Any noble could suddenly fall prey to their murderous clutches. Count Sokka, once a powerful figure and the master of the Shadow Army, was a prime example. Everyone avoided the evil-eyed moon, yet Andre charged headlong into the fire, against the wind. How could this not frighten his parents? Jericho transformed into a black cat, crouching on the small nest at the foot of the bed. He held his two tails and smoothed his fur with his barbed tongue. In reality, he felt neither side was wrong. The young master, seeking revenge for his master, was the righteous side, while the master and his mistress were simply parents worried about their son. However, precisely because neither side was wrong, neither side was willing to yield, and the situation grew increasingly tense. Chapter 179. Most conflicts in the world arise from this. Each side has its own perspective, and everyone has their own interests and considerations to balance. Of course, some people's demands are justified and reasonable, while others are unreasonable and demand exorbitant prices. But not all troubles in the world can be perfectly resolved. Reasonable demands don't necessarily guarantee satisfaction. Even though shifting perspective and understanding the other person's feelings can resolve most conflicts, there are still some things that simply cannot be compromised. In fact, if the master and mistress could change their minds and support the young master in tracking down the murderer, perhaps their situation wouldn't be so tense. Jericho rested his cat's head on his folded paws. Unfortunately, both sides were stubborn. Especially someone as concerned with reputation as the master would never allow his son to disobey him, let alone openly admit his mistakes. Moreover, the influence of his master and mistress alone wouldn't allow Andre to search through every noble's estate, searching for clues. No, in the feudal duchy of Huntington, each noble was the sovereign of their own domain, and other nobles could not interfere. The only one who could transcend the nobles was the king. Thus, if Andre wanted to solve the case, he had to become the king's sharp sword, which also made him a larger target. There are gains and losses. To catch the big fish, one must be willing to use oneself as bait and throw oneself into the game. Jericho didn't think joining His Majesty the King was a wrong choice. Although he often complained about the young master's unreliability, that was just a common complaint workers make about their bosses. In reality, his young master was a man of great intelligence, a skilled warrior, a man of both civil and military talents, and a true adherent of chivalry. His ability to quietly endure hardships alone far surpassed most of his peers. Normally, if Andre had followed his father into the military, he would have only received a subordinate title, without real power or land, as his father's heir. This subordinate title was simply a pleasant title given to heirs, and didn't even require a grant from the king. Whether the holder of such a subordinate title was taken seriously depended largely on the peerage and family influence of his parents. But after Andre defected to the king, he received the title of Viscount, personally bestowed upon him by His Majesty. While this title, too, wasn't tied to land, it at least registered with the king. As long as Andre achieved merit, he could receive land directly from the king, independent of his parents' support, and join the ranks of the aristocracy with real power. Besides, if that ever happened, the king would only be able to grant him the title of Viscount or above. Wouldn't that be much more cost-effective than a downgraded inheritance? The greater the risk, the greater the reward. But until his master fully realizes that his son will never follow the path he set for him and compromises, they have to endure a period of hardship and self-reliance. Luckily, they met this skeleton who's such a great cook, otherwise, I really don't know how they get by, oh so poor. The three men upstairs each had their own troubles, while the heartless skeleton downstairs toiled for most of the night, whipping up several jars of fermented black beans. Fermented black beans don't require adding water to brew, nor do they need to be filtered to remove the dregs. Since the brewing time is much shorter than soy sauce, its delicious essence remains well preserved within the beans, allowing for a variety of delicious dishes with minimal processing. Jiangyu smacked his lips and decided to get up early tomorrow morning to make steamed buns. By then, the fragrant, soft, freshly baked steamed buns would simply be broken open and a spoonful of fermented black beans smothered inside. The sweetness of the steamed buns blended with the salty, savory flavor of the fermented black beans. A truly simple delicacy. I wonder if there's a fish shop in town. Tomorrow, I could ask Jericho to see if he can get some fish. She could then make some fermented black beans, dace, and lettuce. Of course, in this other world, one can be less picky about the type of fish. It doesn't have to be dace, any tasty, non-toxic fish will do. A fish belly stew with fermented black beans is also a truly delicious delicacy. I wonder what kind of meat Uncle Wolf will send tomorrow. If they have spare ribs, I could make steamed spare ribs with black bean sauce. If they have chicken, she has cooking wine and all the ingredients, so she could make a soy sauce chicken. Thinking of food, Jiangyu slept uneasily. Her dreams were filled with delicious hometown dishes, making her drool. When she woke up in the morning, there were suspicious water stains on her bones. The skeleton sat on the bed, lost in thought for a moment. It wiped its mouth with its bony claws, and the fire in its eyes gradually brightened. Hey, time to make steamed buns. She clattered down the stairs, washed her claws, and pulled out a large bag of flour and a jar of yeast from the pantry. She bought this jar of yeast from Jasmine, the cook in the witch's forest. All she needed to feed it was flour and water every day. It was like raising a pet, bubbling and bubbling, looking like a living thing. It was adorable and easy to worry about. Once it grew big enough, she could scoop it out and make all sorts of pasta dishes, steamed buns, dumplings, bread, flatbreads. It was delicious in everything. Oh, by the way, if I'm not home, I have to have Nasha feed them for me. Jiangyu thought for a moment, then divided the nearly overflowing large glass jar of yeast into two, adding flour and water to each. Keep one jar for the shop, and take one with me on my private cooking assignments, just in case I need it. The ingredients for steamed buns are simple. Flour, water, and yeast are the basics. The key to a delicious steamed bun lies in the fermentation process, with yeast being the most important. The older the dough, the more stable the yeast strain, and the tastier the resulting steamed bun. Jiangyu learned several steamed bun recipes from his neighbors. One type uses no added sugar, using a low-temperature, long fermentation process. Alkaline noodles are added to neutralize the sourness produced by the prolonged fermentation, resulting in a chewy, firm texture that becomes more fragrant with each chew and is very filling. Another type requires sugar. The sugar is fed to the yeast, which breaks it down during fermentation, producing more carbon dioxide. This makes the steamed bun softer and less sweet, making it a more refined version. By further reducing the flour gluten content and increasing the sugar in water, or replacing the water with milk, you can create the fluffy, sweet, and milky steamed buns favored by Southerners. As a foodie, Jiangyu enjoys all kinds of steamed buns, depending entirely on her mood and the compatibility with the accompanying dishes. For example, when dipped in soy sauce, paired with fermented black beans, or topped with savory meat dishes, she prefers the authentic northern version. But for a simple dessert, the fluffy, soft southern buns are also a favorite. Today, Jiangyu plans to make a slightly sweetened version. This one is her favorite. It's chewy yet soft, non-choking, and filling, making it a perfect side dish. It tastes most similar to Andre's Soul Fire. Chapter 180. Making steamed buns is also very simple. Mix flour, sugar, and water, add yeast, and use chopsticks to stir the dough into a ball. Kneading the dough with the claws requires some skill, but with the right amount of water, the dough quickly becomes smooth and manageable. Once he got the hang of it, Takumi found the feel quite interesting. Next, Knead the dough repeatedly until it's smooth, leaving your hands smooth and the sides of the bowl smooth, reaching a state of 3 light. Then, place it in a warm place, cover it with a cloth, and let it rise until it doubles in size. When you pull it open, you see beautiful honeycomb-like bubbles and smell the aroma of fermentation. Once it's fermented, pour the dough out, roll it into long strips, and cut it into pieces. Steamed buns in the north are typically round, while those in the south are cut into curved rectangles with a knife. Takumi saved time by simply cutting the long dough into pieces and placing them on the steaming cloth, leaving ample space between each piece to allow for the final fermentation. By the time they reached this point, Nasha had arrived to work, and Takumi called her over. Together, they completed the final step, steaming the fermented buns. 20 minutes later, the entire brewery was filled with the fragrant aroma of wheat. Takumi turned off the stove, but didn't open the lid immediately. He let it simmer for another 5 minutes before removing it. Nasha exclaimed, "Wow! White bread. It's a bun." Takumi picked up a piece with chopsticks, placed it on a plate, and handed it to her. "You haven't had breakfast yet? Try this." Takumi shoved the plate into Nasha's hands and returned to the brewing room. Nasha was confused. The aroma of the large, white steamed bun filled her nose. She couldn't wait to pick it up, blow on it, and take a big bite. So soft," she moaned with pleasure. "This is the first time I ever had bread this soft." "Hey, try this." Jiangyu emerged from a glass jar holding a black, unidentified object. Nasha glanced inside, seeing a brown, black, bean-like substance. "Curious, what is this?" "Fermented black beans." "Delicious." Jiangyu took out a clean spoon, scooped a little fermented black beans, and placed it on Nasha's steamed bun. "There are so many ways to enjoy this sauce. Try it first. I teach you other ways later." Nasha sniffed nervously, then mustered her courage, picked up the steamed bun and the fermented black beans, and took a bite. She let out another sound of joy, even happier than before. She cupped her cheek, a look of ecstasy on her face. How can something this delicious exist? It's even better than peanut butter bread. Hey, I really like peanut butter with steamed buns too. Her reminder reminded Jiangyu of peanut butter, and she smiled. Let's make peanut butter next time. Wow, manager, how come you know everything? You're amazing. The two of them happily devoured the steamed buns, one in hand, the other holding soul fire. A few minutes later, 3 heads popped out of the kitchen door. Andre, the brewery's financial backer and partner, was the first to ask, "Little Bone, what delicious food have you whipped up?" "Hey," Jiangyu pulled out a few plates, and gave each of them a steamed bun. "The steamed buns I told you about before." Andre also remembered. "Is that the food you mentioned?" "That's very similar to my soul fire." Bing bong. "That's right." Jiangyu scooped a spoonful of fermented black beans onto each plate, and handed it to each of the 3 people in turn. "You can try it with this sauce." As he spoke, there was a noise at the entrance of the shop. It must be Brother Wolf delivering meat. I have to see what kind of meat Uncle Wolf has delivered today. Jiangyu scurried out of the kitchen, and Nasha quickly devoured the remaining steamed bun on her plate. She followed her, her cheeks puffed out, chewing as she followed. Winston glanced at the large white bread on his plate, then glanced at Andre with interest. "Is it the taste of your soul?" Andre had already taken a large bite of the steamed bun. "You're right, it's quite delicious." Jericho nodded vigorously. "Better than black bread." He licked the fermented black beans, his face contorting as his black fur stood out. "But I'm not a big fan of these beans." I think they're quite good." Winston also tasted the fermented black beans. "It's a little salty, and has a very unique flavor. The aroma is stronger than the soy sauce before." Aside from Jericho, who was defeated by the fermented black beans due to his racial characteristics, everyone else had a good experience with the food tasting. The Chinese-style sugar-free large white bread was especially popular. However, the meats delivered today were still offal and pig's head, so soy sauce chicken and soy sauce spare ribs couldn't be prepared for now. However, steamed buns with braised meats and steamed buns stuffed with pig's head were possible. "I'm leaving for Melwari City tomorrow afternoon, and the dishes we're making today are the same as yesterday." Takumi patted Nasha on the shoulder and announced cheerfully, "So today, Nasha will be the head chef, and I'd be responsible for overseeing and assisting." Nasha hadn't expected to face the test so soon after her first day on the job, but she knew it was a good opportunity to prove to Takumi that she was capable of running the restaurant independently. She swallowed with a mixture of nervousness and excitement, rolled up her sleeves, and said, "I do my best." hard-working girlie. After landing, he carried the sewage and pig's head to the backyard to wash them. Takumi waved at Jericho. Jericho, do you want to learn how to make cocktails? Jericho's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. That's perfect. I'm worried Nasha won't be able to handle it at the bar. Making cocktails is pretty easy to learn. Just follow this recipe. You should be able to do it after watching me do it once. According to Andre, Jericho was to stay and help run the shop. After all, the partner servants were his own people, so Takumi planned to have Jericho share the bar work to relieve Nasha of the burden. Thus, Takumi spent the rest of the day repeating the same routine of teaching and reviewing. Fortunately, while Jericho knew nothing about cooking, he had a natural talent for making cocktails thanks to his experience as a servant and doing housework. After a full day of training, Nasha, though still a bit rusty and flustered, had memorized the recipes she learned yesterday and successfully recreated the braised dishes. She even prepared several pig heads, braised them to perfection, turning them into today's bestsellers: pig heads, pig ears, and pig tongues. As for Auntie Wolf, she remained a remarkably reliable waitress. Her outgoing manner and eloquence kept the guests amused, and she handled any problem with ease, turning big issues into small ones, and small ones into nothing. Jiangyu felt that with these reliable staff members around, her brief absence from the restaurant wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 181. As the owner of the brewing workshop, Jiangyu, after confirming that the existing staff could maintain normal operations, focused most of her energy on brewing soy sauce and fermented black beans and preparing for the private cooking mission. With 10 gold coins at stake, she had to ensure the private cooking mission was flawless while also ensuring the store was well stocked. After all, the journey was long. A round trip to Melwari City alone would take considerable time. Add to that the private cooking mission itself, and Jiangyu estimated she would be away for at least 3 or 4 days. Travel was difficult in this era. Despite magic, teleporting from one place to another was as difficult as opening a wormhole with bare hands. Only great magicians, great alchemists, or certain fantasy races could accomplish this difficult and energy-intensive feat. Most people who wanted to travel had to either walk or purchase livestock. Cows, horses, donkeys, and mules were often the most common choices for ordinary people. Oh, don't get me wrong, the common here means that even if ordinary people broke their fortunes and scraped together enough money, these were generally the only options available to them. Not every household could afford such a beast for transportation. In fact, in ancient times, buying livestock was no less demanding than buying a house today. The purchase of livestock was like a down payment, while daily rations and medical expenses in case of illness were the long-term mortgage payments. Most people could scrape together the money to buy livestock, but not necessarily the ongoing costs of raising them. Even a noble like Andre, born into a distinguished family, would have to worry about every penny to maintain a heavy draft horse like Diego, let alone the already struggling common people. Those who could afford to purchase animals for transportation were mostly merchants with a practical need. For example, Uncle Wolf and the dwarf printer had carriages to transport their goods. In this case, these animals became a means of making money, and the profits were largely enough to cover the cost of their maintenance. Thus, even if the king and nobles didn't prohibit people from traveling, and permits weren't required between cities or territories, the vast majority of ordinary people of this era, unless they were extremely lucky or extremely unlucky, would rarely leave their homes from birth to death. For another reason, without animals for transportation, even if the king built thoroughfares between cities, people wouldn't want to measure every inch of land on foot. Farmers who rented land within the nobility's domains, in particular, would cling to that land for generations. They would spend their days wandering between home and farmland. Even if they needed to buy something urgently, they would only go to a market or town that could be reached within a day. Shoes and rations cost money. Every day away from home meant another day of spending without earning anything. As for travel and studying, those were only things the upper classes or immortal races could consider. According to the pirate's sister, she would send a carriage to the brewery to pick up Takumi the afternoon before the banquet. However, Takumi already had a mountain of packed food, pots, and other luggage. After careful consideration, she decided that Diego should be brought along. So Takumi clearly explained in a letter why he wanted to bring help, and Yada replied with a hesitant assent. Before Takuya departed, Lolisa hired a carriage from the Witch Forest and made a special trip to the main store. She was there to deliver Takuya's dividends and ingredients, and also to transport a batch of freshly brewed soy sauce and fermented black beans. The small rice cakes required soul fire energy for each flight, and the amount of goods they could carry was very limited. While they were adequate for emergency deliveries, large-scale transport still relied on carriages. Of course, the costs of transportation and damage, such as glass bottles accidentally breaking during transport, had already been inadvertently included in the slightly higher prices at the branch stores, so Takuya and Lolisa wouldn't lose out. Customers generally shopped at the nearest store. While the soy sauce at the branch store was more expensive, it was generally cheaper than hiring a carriage to travel to the main store. Both shops' takeout is also strictly for the local area. However, if customers truly wish to travel a great distance to pick up their food in person, or send their own ravens or demon servants, Jiangyu doesn't mind. After all, the transportation costs are still the customer's responsibility. In her past life, she heard many stories of wealthy people flying to the source of the product for a feast, drinks, and shopping spree. As for the scalpers who buy at the main store and resell elsewhere, Jiangyu hasn't spotted them yet, but even if she did, she wouldn't interfere. After all, whether they're regular customers or scalpers, they all have to buy from her. As for whether customers buy soy sauce themselves or resell it, that's not her business. Besides, the tinplate cap on the soy sauce bottle is irreversible once opened, making it very easy to identify. Anyone who buys opened, used goods from scalpers does so at their own risk. The branch primarily serves residents near the Witch Forest, primarily serving meals with sauces as a supplement. Although the store has only recently opened, the dividends Larissa has sent are quite generous. This is the remaining portion after Takuya used some of the proceeds to purchase millet, wheat, witch beer, and other Witch Forest specialties. This speaks volumes about the branch's booming business. Everyone loves our dishes, Larissa said with a beaming smile. We reached an agreement with cook Jasmine that a portion of each day will be prepared using excess, no-cost ingredients from the cafeteria. These dishes aren't sold to the villagers without the cost of the ingredients. We can keep the price very low, yet the work doesn't go to waste, and they sell well, making a solid profit. The villagers are happy, the cafeteria's ingredients aren't wasted, and we're making money and gaining reputation. Everyone's happy. That's fantastic. Jiangyo's eyes sparkled. She knew the little witches would find the business path that suits them best. Larissa also pulled a tank of fish and crayfish from the carriage. The beavers brought these this morning, so I brought them along. The crayfish population has plummeted recently, making the beavers' lives much easier. But Mary is worried about what we cook after the crayfish are gone. Perhaps, Io, you could teach us some fish dishes? We have plenty of delicious fish in our lakes and rivers. That's easy. Jiangyu took out her freshly brewed fermented black beans. Stay for lunch. I teach you a casserole of fish belly with fermented black beans. Chapter 182. It was said that they were teaching Loris how to cook, but in reality, Loris knew nothing about cooking. In the end, Takuya chose to have Nasha hold up the recording crystal and record a cooking video, which Loris then took home and played for Meili to watch. The recording crystal value decreased by 1 again. The fish Loris brought in were all top quality, plump grass carp, perfect for steaming fish belly with black bean sauce and black bean sauce. This dish has many variations. Steaming it directly makes it steamed fish belly with black bean sauce, while simmering it in a clay pot makes it clay pot fish belly with black bean sauce. No matter how it evolves, the savory and fragrant flavor, which goes well with rice, and the tender and smooth texture remain the constants. The branch doesn't have custom-made large steamers, but does have a number of clay pots. Given Meili's current proficiency in clay pot dishes, Takuya felt this was the perfect dish for them to learn. Although Takumi knew that the magic crayfish would eventually be eaten up, she hadn't expected the entire lake to be depleted so quickly. It's not impossible to raise magic crayfish, but they're an invasive species, and they invaded beaver habitats. Takumi felt the beavers probably wouldn't want to raise their longtime enemy. Well, these naturally raised magic crayfish can reproduce again after their first one. Besides, the Witch Forest is nestled between mountains and water, and the rivers and lakes are full of delicious freshwater fish, shrimp, shellfish, and crabs. After they're all gone, just switch up the ingredients and cook them differently, and the guests will love it just the same. Galactic fermented black bean sauce is made by adding fermented black beans to a base, and then stir-frying garlic, onions, sugar, galangal, and oil. In addition to the mellow and delicious flavor of fermented black beans, it also incorporates the wonderful and special aroma of galangal, making it suitable for enhancing the freshness and removing the fishy smell of freshwater fish. In particular, the salty fragrance can remove oil and greasiness, and it is even more delicious when paired with slightly fatty fish belly. Jiangyu killed 2 large grass carp, weighing 7 or 8 pounds. She set the belly aside, cut the head into chunks, and chopped the tail into small pieces for another use. She removed the entire belly from the backbone and cut it into thick, slightly wide strips, placing them on a plate. In a small bowl, she placed chopped garlic, ginger, and scallions, along with 2 tablespoons of galangal and fermented black bean sauce. Pour in a spoonful of boiling oil, and the aroma will sizzle. Then, add a little soy sauce and stir well to create the sauce. The sauce is already 70% successful for this dish. The rest depends on the cooking time. Pour the sauce evenly over the fish belly and marinate for 15 minutes to absorb the flavor and remove the fishy smell. While the fish was marinating, Jiangyu simmered a pot of fish head broth, coated the fish tail pieces in starch, and deep-fried them. Jiangyu found a shallow, flat clay pot, heated it up, and tossed in a generous amount of shallots, garlic, and ginger. He then neatly placed the marinated fish belly on top of the shallots, poured in the sauce, covered the pot, and poured a swirl of cooking wine. The aroma instantly filled the air. The crystal image couldn't capture the aroma. The taste could only be conveyed by the onlooker, Lolisa. The little witch took a deep breath, her mouth watering furiously. Fresh grass carp cooks quickly. Cover and bake over medium heat for 5 minutes, then remove the lid, add chopped green onions, and steam for another minute before serving. As soon as the lid was lifted, the crystal clear, tender fish belly was sprinkled with dark black fermented black beans. The wonderful aroma filled everyone's noses, and not only did they salivate with envy, but even the diners gathered around excitedly, earnestly inquiring if this was the restaurant's new dish. It's a new dish, but it's still in the trial stage and not available to the public yet. We probably sell it at the Witch's Forest branch until we find a suitable supplier. Are there any good fishmongers in town? Please recommend one to me. That black sauce? Oh, that's fermented black beans. They come in 2 flavors, galangal and original. The galangal version costs 1 silver coin per can, and the original version costs 50 copper coins per can. You only need a little per recipe, and one can last a long time. Takumi replied swiftly to the excited customers and invited the staff to lunch. A clay pot of fermented black bean fish belly, fish head soup, fried fish nuggets, and a dish of galangal, fermented black bean spring vegetables, and white rice. Today's staff lunch was simple yet delicious, leaving the onlookers salivating. Jericho, who previously claimed not to like fermented black beans, delighted himself with the fish belly this time, his pupils transforming into the shape of a cat. Jiangyu watched him carefully use chopsticks to remove the black fermented black bean paste from the fish belly before digging in. I see. Another one who can appreciate the flavor of the seasoning, but not the seasoning itself. The grass carp in the lake are naturally fishy, but after being marinated and cooked with galangal and fermented black beans, they acquire a sweet, salty, and fragrant aroma. The belly is the fattiest and most tender part. After being roasted over high heat for a short time, the steam circulates rapidly within the sealed clay pot, creating a steaming effect that prevents the fish from becoming overcooked and tastes rich, but not greasy. The bones in the fish belly are also the easiest to handle. With a gentle poke of chopsticks, the long bones slide out automatically. The deboned fish belly can be swallowed whole, smooth and delicious. 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 Larissa ate without even looking up. This dish is every bit as good as crayfish. When I get back, I talked to Uncle Beaver about raising fish in the lake. I'm definitely going to arrange it. The little witch enjoyed her meal happily, then grabbed a lunch box and packed up a few pieces of fish belly with fermented black beans and fried fish nuggets, insisting she take them back for Mary to try. After lunch, Larissa, carrying her lunch box and the photo crystal, happily embarked on her return journey with the driver, carrying a carload of soy sauce, fermented black beans, cooking wine, and sorghum liquor. Presumably, the branch would soon have a host of new fish dishes. Jiangyu weighed his bulging purse and tucked it away with satisfaction. The Winchester clerk, Earl Winston, Andre's sworn brother, had brought Jiangyu information about the empty house next door. The previous owner had died 10 years prior, childless, and hadn't designated any heirs. Therefore, the house had been confiscated by the lord and listed for sale on the market board at the city hall. However, for years, no one had shown interest. The price for acquiring the empty house was 50 gold coins. 25 gold coins represent the land price, and 25 gold coins represent the house price. There's no room for negotiation. But once the full payment is made, there's no further payment required, and you can freely remodel the property. The total price alone is a bit high, but if you consider the unit price per square meter and the perpetual ownership rights, it's a pretty good deal. Jiangyu was immediately intrigued and made it his next savings goal. 50 gold coins is neither a lot nor a small amount. At Jianyo's current rate of earning, he should be able to pay for the entire property within 6 months at the latest. Chapter 183. The wealth gap in the Duchy of Huntington is enormous. For the nobles, 50 gold coins are a drop in the bucket, and for the commoners, a lifetime of hard work might not even bring them up. But compared to a magic refrigerator that fetches 20 gold coins at a time, the freehold of an old building with its own courtyard for just 50 gold coins seems quite familiar. Of course, freehold ownership automatically terminates upon the death of the owner without any heirs, and the unowned land will be reclaimed by the local lord. But if the purchaser is a near-immortal lich, then it can be considered a huge profit. In fact, according to the original rules, the nobles received feasts from His Majesty the King, and the feasts were technically still the king's land, and further trade was not allowed. However, the Duchy of Huntington is currently experiencing a period of gradual decline in the feudal system, and a gradual evolution towards a more advanced new social system. Due to the continuous rise of towns, and the growing power of lords, the king's central authority has weakened, resulting in His Majesty losing the power to dictate the fate of the lords' feasts. Since the end of the German kingdom's reign, His Majesty has been forced to acknowledge that lords can further subdivide or sell their feasts. With the development of commerce, prosperous commercial towns have emerged on the lords' lands, in addition to their own manors. Freemen flocking to these towns are eager to acquire their own land and assets. Lords, whether driven by a need for cash or simply unwilling to manage a vast expanse of unproductive, overgrown land, are eager to divide and monetize these lands. Thousands of residents in a city each paid a portion of the lord's money to build a house on a small plot of land. This was a coveted sum in itself, not to mention that those who could afford land and property were free men, free to move freely between cities and fiefdoms. Unlike the tenants and serfs who guarded the lord's estates, these men must possess skills, magical prowess, a brilliant mind, or a combination of these to easily afford the vast sums of gold needed to purchase property. Each of their arrival boosted the local economy, bringing increased commercial activity, tax revenue, and prosperity. They were the golden goose that every lord coveted. If a local lord offered less favorable terms than those elsewhere, such as renting land and property, these free men would vote with their feet and move to a more favorable territory. Travel was indeed difficult in this era, but a reluctance to travel frequently did not necessarily mean they were oppressed and foolish enough to remain inactive. It can be said that the relationship between lords and freemen is one of mutual selection, mutual achievement, and mutual competition. Lords also compete with each other. The conditions they offer don't have to be better than those of others, but they must be no worse. This way, even the most incompetent lords will follow the crowd and adhere to universal rules. There are also clever traders among the nobles, such as Earl Saka in the past and Winston today. They implement good policies in their own territories, appropriately improving the treatment of their subjects. They don't go too far ahead of the times and become targets of public criticism, but they also don't allow the incompetent nobles to form a group and gain absolute power. The nascent seeds of commercialization flourished amidst the nobles' clever acquiescence, mutual competition, and foolish following. Today, people's casual habit of settling for extended periods in a single place is precisely the result of the nobles' adherence to the principle that all crows are black. For example, the empty house next to the Takumi workshop, repossessed by the local lord, Baron Newman, due to lack of an heir, holds the property rights, but Baron himself remains indifferent to such trivial matters. All land and property for sale will be handed over to the municipal office by Baron Newman for unified management. The municipal office serves as the Lord's official secretary and advisory body. Its staff handles matters from the most trivial to the most catastrophic, managing taxes, real estate, and land sales. They also assign dedicated personnel to manage and maintain unsold assets. Of course, some of these functions may overlap with those of the kingdom's knights. If Jiangyu intends to purchase Baron Newman's publicly listed assets, her counterparty will be the municipal office, which holds the property on behalf of the local lord. Purchasing a lord's idle real estate is a way to revitalize his assets, exchanging a ramshackle, worthless house in need of repair for real gold. As a result, all lords within the Duchy of Huntington welcome such transactions, even offering a number of preferential policies. For example, real estate purchased from the municipal office that has been vacant for more than 5 years is exempt from all taxes. If the purchased property is used for commercial purposes, an additional 10% reduction in taxes on ordinary business activities is also available. This was absolutely great news for Jianyu. It not only increased his assets, but also allowed him to further optimize the store's layout, expand production, and even reduce taxes. Isn't this more cost-effective than simply storing his earnings in his skull? Money stored in his skull wouldn't appreciate in value, and there wouldn't even be any interest. With the goal of acquiring new assets, the already money-hungry skull was even more motivated. However, Winston also reminded Jianyu that the current low land and housing prices here were due to the poor security and environment in the southern district of Eston West City. After the death of the regional star, potions master Mifuna, the business here plummeted, reaching a critical point of decline. If Jianyu's brewing workshop grows and prospers, bringing prosperity to the area, and Andre stabilizes public security, then perhaps housing prices will gradually catch up to those in the high-end plots in the northern district. The North District is a residential area favored by the nobility and wealthy merchants. A plot of land of this size would cost at least 4 or 5 times as much there, and the closer to a prominent location or building, the more expensive it becomes. For example, property near the city lord's mansion, the church, the theater, and the school will be more expensive than properties in more remote areas. One can imagine how drastically the price of the land next door would skyrocket if the brewery, a rising star in the southeast district, suddenly became the most sought-after property. I looked through the records over the years, and during the heyday of Mifuna's brewery, the price of nearby land once soared to 150 gold coins. If you have the spare cash, I suggest completing this transaction as soon as possible. Having been a spy for many years, Winston's investigation was thorough and comprehensive, and he offered Takumi no secrets in his advice. Takumi, this is quite subtle. The greater the reputation of the brewery, the more money it earns. But the more famous the workshop becomes, the higher the property prices next door will be. Wait, isn't this just making things more difficult for yourself? Chapter 184. In other words, Jiangyu thought, resting his jaw on his hand. I need to slow down the development of the brewery and earn more money from other channels. Speaking of which, isn't the private chef mission the best option? The most urgent task, of course, was to complete the private chef mission that would earn 10 gold coins. First, he had to secure those 10 gold coins. Second, he had to make a name for himself through his outstanding performance in this private chef mission. Gossip spreads quickly among the nobles. A successful dinner could potentially attract more potential clients, and so, Jiangyu's fighting spirit bubbled like water in a pot, bubbling and boiling. Finally, she was ready and waited for the carriage sent by Yadra. The driver was a polite middle-aged man wearing silver-rimmed glasses, a groom's uniform worn by wealthy families, and a tall gentleman's hat. Although his clothes and hat weren't made of the finest fabric, they were still quite presentable. He raised his hat to Jiangyu and said, "Greetings, Master Yu. I'm Richard, the butler and coachman. Ms. Eileen asked me to pick you up." He pulled out a hood and said, "According to our employer's requirements, our destination must remain confidential. I'm afraid I have to inconvenience you by wearing this hood." "Oh!" Jiangyu rubbed his hands, his eyes ablaze as he readily agreed. Okay, but I have a bunch of things I need to pack." Richard, completely unaware of the severity of the situation, adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "Okay, where's your luggage?" "I loaded onto the carriage." His voice stopped abruptly when he saw a cart pulled by a tall horse. A moment later, his voice rose an octave. "All of these?" "All of them." Jiangyu said cheerfully, "The one on the horse is my helper. He has to go too. I already discussed this with Miss Eileen, and she's agreed." She took out Yadra's letter and waved it in front of Richard. Richard took the letter and examined it carefully, his eyes filled with doubt. Okay, since she's agreed." His gaze fell upon the cart, which was filled with pots, pans, wine jars, and even a potted plant. "Are these all the necessary items?" Richard hesitated. "Even the potted plant?" "Yes," Jiangyu explained, pointing to each item. "That's the steamer, that's the soup pot. Oh, and that potted plant is the most important ingredient. Without it, there wouldn't be a good soup. And it's so hard to find. There aren't many in the entire duchy." Richard fell silent. This skeleton chef spoke with such thoroughness and ease, looking and sounding incredibly professional. The host's banquet certainly required such a professional chef, and indeed, ingredients rarely found in the duchy. He glanced silently at the cart again. He didn't need an expert's opinion. A quick glance told him that this mountain of stuff wouldn't fit into the carriage. The best solution was to have the helper follow on horseback. But then, he fell silent, looking down at the hood in his hand. With both rider and horse following the carriage, was there any point in hiding the destination? He couldn't ride with his eyes blocked, and what if he fell and got hurt, affecting his cooking? When the master sent him out today, He gave him 2 instructions. The first was to ensure the proper pickup and the banquet went smoothly, without any mistakes. As for the second, he was to prevent the manor's location from being leaked. After all, many nobles wanted to attend the master's party, and the master disliked uninvited guests. The first instruction undoubtedly outweighed the second. After weighing the pros and cons, Richard finally put away his hood and said to Takumi and Andre, "Given the current situation, I believe the confidentiality measures I prepared are no longer necessary. I hope you will uphold professional ethics and keep our destination a secret. Don't disclose it to anyone." Takumi scratched her skull, puzzled, and said, "We're just 2 cooks. Once we're there to prepare the food, the banquet will be over. Who else could we possibly reveal it to?" Richard, That's true. Indeed. He coughed lightly, masking his embarrassment. "In that case, Master Yu, please get in the carriage. As for this servant, please follow behind." At this point, Richard couldn't help but glance up at the servant atop the tall black horse. His gaze roamed over his beautiful muscular figure, and he couldn't help but wonder, are the physical requirements for kitchen assistants so high these days? As expected of a chef serving the nobility. But that mountain of flesh looks so unwieldy. The luggage really needs a strong-looking laborer like this. He seemed to have convinced himself, and finally stopped worrying. After Jiang Yu settled into the carriage, he climbed onto the front seat and picked up the reins. "Please sit tight, we're off." "Okay." The carriage was luxurious and spacious, with padded seats. Jiang Yu leaned back comfortably, his bones sinking into the soft cushions. "Wow, so comfortable." She opened the curtains and glanced at the back of the carriage. He was dressed in a rough suit and work pants. Andre looked like an ordinary, hard-working clerk. Well, except for his rather questionable muscular build, but who says a clerk can't have muscles? Doesn't it just mean he does a lot of heavy work? The skeleton happily lowered the curtain and burrowed into the cushions again. "Wow, this cushion is really nice, not uncomfortable at all. And the seat is so big. You can even lie down." The carriage was in front, the cart behind, and the 2 vehicles, one in front of the other, drove onto the road, their wheels squeaking as they steadily sailed off into the distance. Jiang Yu nestled comfortably in the seat, his soul fire gradually dimming, and he yawned loudly. "Well, let's get some sleep in the carriage before we get back to work." Chapter 185. The carriage drove in circles for a long time, until darkness fell, when it finally arrived at a mountain manor. The carriage drove along the wide stone path through the garden, finally coming to a steady stop in front of the gate. Richard, the butler and coachman, jumped from the front seat, walked to the carriage door, and opened it. "Master Yu, we arrived." The dark carriage was empty, save for countless fluffy cushions piled on the seats. Richard's heart tightened. How could a living skeleton suddenly disappear from the carriage? The next moment, he saw 2 balls of faint green flames ignite from the cushions. Then, a white bony claw emerged from beneath the cushions, and waved a few times in confusion. The scene suddenly became terrifying and horrifying. Richard subconsciously covered his mouth, which threatened to let out a shrill scream. His heart pounding, he slowly retreated from the carriage. Before he could take his first step, Jiang Yu finally found his footing and pulled himself up from the cushions. He stretched lazily. Wow! Such a comfortable sleep. Richard, Oh my God, he was sleeping. He thought it was haunted. He stepped out of the carriage with a firmer step. Standing at the edge, he rubbed his battered heart. The heartless Lich, completely unaware of what was happening, simply felt like he had a good, peaceful sleep surrounded by cushions. Jian Yu clattered out of the carriage and looked back to see Andre there, sliding lightly off Diego's back. The lights in the manor house lit up one by one, gradually approaching. The gate slowly opened, and a woman in red clothes and black hair sauntered out. Jiang Yu took a closer look and immediately rushed over to him. Sister Yadra. How was it? Did you have a smooth trip? The female pirate shop owner was also dressed very dashingly today. She put her arm around Jiang Yu's arm and looked at Andre, who was leading the horse. Hey, is this the helper you brought with you? Just call me Andre. Andre walked forward and nodded politely to the female pirate. Hello. Yadra's eyes swept over his exposed biceps and said approvingly, You look like you can work hard. Come on, I take you to the kitchen. The mansion was large, and Yadra didn't lead Jiang Yu through the main entrance. Instead, they walked around the side of the mansion, following a small stone path hidden among the flowers until they reached a small door. This is the small door reserved for servants. Yadra took out the key, opened it, and then handed it to Jiang Yu. I keep it for you for now. To avoid disturbing the guests enjoying themselves, all the servants and errand boys enter and exit through the small doors around the mansion. This is the door closest to the kitchen. She led the two of them through the small door. To the left is the kitchen, and to the right is the pantry. You find all the ingredients you need here. Jianyu peeked into the pantry and was delighted. Hey, there's a freezer. It was the exact same model she bought. Oh yes, we have an alchemical constant temperature cooler here, Yadra said. Feel free to use it. Can I ask how much you paid for this? Jianyu gently tugged at Yadra's sleeve, a curious look on his face. Well, I'm not sure about that. Yadra blinked and looked at Richard, who was following them. Butler, do you know? 30 gold coins. Richard said proudly, our master bought this incubator the moment it was released. Even in Melwari City, there aren't many who can do that. Andre's eyes gleamed, and he glanced thoughtfully at Richard and Yadra. 13 guests have confirmed their arrival so far. Udila didn't continue the topic of the incubator, but instead took Jianyu in her arms and walked into the kitchen. Starting tonight, guests will begin arriving. Here's the guest list and their food preferences. Udila pulled a slip of paper from her bra and slipped it into Jianyu's bony claw. The most important dinner is tomorrow night. But you will be responsible for all of their meals from the moment they arrive until they leave. During the game period after the party begins, guests may focus on playing games and neglect eating. Their schedules vary, and their food choices are more casual. This requires you to be on call at all times, providing food, drinks, and snacks according to their requests. Jianyu, That's a lot of requests. No wonder they're paying so much. It seems like they're not just going to cook a meal and leave. But 10 gold coins is still a good deal. The party's games will last approximately 3 days. If the guests haven't solved the puzzles within 3 days, the deadline might be extended. Udila glanced at Jianyu's expression. But don't worry, if that happens, I give you a commission. For every additional day the event lasts, I give you 3 gold coins. How's that? Jianyu's pupils flashed and transformed into gold coins. Hey, if you pay, of course it's fine. She giggled, if the guests like my cooking, please spread the word about me, Sister Yadra. I'd be happy to take on these home cooking jobs. Of course. Yadra covered her mouth with a chuckle. I know a lot of wealthy people. I introduce you to more guests later. Wow, that's great. Yadra led them further. This is the banquet hall. Formal lunches and dinners will be held here. The butler will help you set the tableware, arrange the dishes. If you need anything, you can ask Richard for help. He'd do his best to meet your needs. Next to the banquet hall was a luxurious small living room. Yadra pointed to it and said, this is the guest living room, which also serves as a playroom. For games, rest, small gatherings, and negotiations. Sometimes guests enjoy snacks, drinks, or a simple meal between games. Normally, your primary work areas are in the kitchen, banquet hall, and living room, but guests might suddenly decide to dine elsewhere. No problem. Guests can eat wherever they want. Jiao said casually, whether it's an outdoor barbecue or a garden picnic, I can handle it. You are incredibly reliable. Yadra patted Jianyu's bones approvingly. Come on, I show you where to stay. The mansion is divided into 2 wings. The kitchen, banquet hall, and living room are all on the first floor of the right wing, while the servants and helpers' quarters are located on the back of the left wing. Between the 2 wings is a painted corridor for noble guests and a narrow path for servants. Chapter 186. Udila led Jianyu and Andre down the servants' path, naturally. As a transparent skeleton, Jianyu maintained a calm demeanor. She was a cook here to earn money, not a noblewoman seeking pleasure. Naturally, she would take the side path if her master told her to, and sleep in the servants' quarters if she wanted to. She even slept on a wooden bed in her own brewery. A money-grubbing skeleton never complained about her surroundings. As long as her employer paid her readily, everything was negotiable. If not, she could ask Andre to negotiate with the other party physics. The servants' quarters weren't bad. Although each was relatively small, they were each person's own, with a bed, a window, and a table and chairs. They looked quite cozy. There's one here, and there's another across the street. You decide which room you take. Udila handed 2 keys to Takumi. Here are the keys. Please keep them, and return them to me on the day you leave. By the way, please take this. Udila pulled out a map, and shoved it into Takumi's hands. This is the mansion's food delivery map. It's magically imbued with information. Simply holding it reveals the holder's location, desired destination, and fastest route. I linked it to the mansion's summons bell. She then took out a small kitchen bell, and showed it to Takumi. It was a classic British metal design, resembling an inverted bowl with a raised button on top. Pressing it produced a crisp sound. Want to try? Takumi followed his instructions and tapped the bell. 2 crisp dings echoed, one from the bell itself and the other from the map in Takumi's hand. Takumi looked down at the B5-sized parchment map, which now showed the corridor they were in. Next to the stick figure symbol representing the map was a glowing red bell. Yadila spoke into the summoned bell. Please bring me a sandwich. A box immediately appeared on the blank space to the side of the map, and a flashing red bell icon popped up, followed by the words, Please bring me a sandwich. Wow, so convenient. Jiaoyo exclaimed, then tilted her head. If multiple bells ring at once, how do you know which is which? Different bells will be displayed in different colors. Yadila said, to facilitate guests' immediate ordering, you need to quickly prepare a daily menu based on the ingredients stocked in the pantry. This will include light meals, snacks, and drinks. If you need any more ingredients, just let Richard know, and he go to the city to purchase them. As for the ingredients you provide, we cover the cost. Just quote the price to Richard when you arrive. The paper and pen for writing the menu are on the small table in the room. Please feel free to use them. Every morning at 6 o'clock, Richard will come to collect the menu for the day. To avoid guest dissatisfaction, it's best to ensure a sufficient supply of the daily menu. It's okay to waste some ingredients. The key is to ensure that all guests are satisfied and happy with their meals, and that nothing goes wrong. Yadra winked at Jiangyu. If they enjoy their meal, they might even give the chef a tip. You can keep any extra money. Leave it to me. Jiangyu's eyes sparkled. Besides the wages, there were even tips to be had. Alright, I won't bother you with your luggage, food, or rest. Yadila smiled at the two of them. There's a hot spring and sauna in the backyard. Servants and hired workers are free to use them from midnight until 6 in the morning. Cleaning hours are from 6 to 10 in the morning, and guests from 10 to midnight. Please be mindful. Hey! You can even take a bath and a sauna. What a great perk. Excuse me, Andre suddenly said, are there any guests staying tonight? Yes. Yadila nodded. The guest list I just gave Aya has been enchanted. It will automatically update based on the guest status, indicating whether they checked in, are out on a trip, or have left early. You can make preparations based on this list. Guests arriving tonight will have already had their own dinner, but if they come to the kitchen and request a midnight snack, please do your best to accommodate them. After repeatedly emphasizing the importance of taking good care of the guests, she left with the butler, Richard. Jianyu and Andre exchanged a glance. Let's pick a room first. Actually, there wasn't much to choose from. The 2 rooms were identical, with paper and pen on the desk. They were just one on the left side of the hallway, the other on the right. Jianyu didn't care about the accommodations, and Andre was equally adaptable. After determining which key corresponded to which room, they each took one. Andre took the left, Jianyu the right. After selecting their rooms, the 2 of them went into Takumi's first. Andre extended his hand to Takumi. Let me see the guest list. Takumi herself was curious. She unfolded the parchment slip and glanced at it. 13 long names leaped into her non-existent vision. Vivian von Lester, daughter of the Marquis of Leicester, already checked in. Love Sweets. Victor von Neumann, son of Baron Neumann, already checked in. Averse to spicy food. Winston de Mordor, Count, not yet checked in. Unknown preferences. Isho Lind, not yet checked in. Unknown preferences. Valentine de Rosewood, Count, not yet checked in. Loves floral scents. Duranda Canberra, Countess, not yet checked in. Picky about everything. Cameron Van Chand, not yet checked in. Allergic to nuts. Eleanor Van Chand, Baroness, not yet checked in, vegetarian. Peter Hokasmanda, former court jester, not yet checked in, alcoholic. Samantha Ho Lal, former maid, not yet checked in, prefers sweet and sour foods. Dashkas Van Gently, historian, not yet checked in, prefers light food. Seelan Van Caspello, magician, not yet checked in, loves spicy food. Londina Van Betten, botanist and toxicologist, not yet checked in, meat lover. Seeing the familiar names at the front of the list, Andre couldn't help but curl his lips. Sure enough, this is Madame Butterfly's party. Vivian's already here. Before he finished his words, he saw the list change. Winston is, and Samantha suddenly flipped up to between Vivian and Victor's names, and the not yet checked in status at the back changed to checked in. Andre's mind moved. He picked up Jiangyo's delivery map, found the servant's passage closest to the front door, and walked quickly towards it. Chapter 187. In fact, as early as the morning of the day that Jiangyu and Andre were about to depart for their private chef mission, Winston had bid farewell to Andre and the others at dawn. Donning a fake face that no one recognized, he headed for Melwory City alone. Of course, Winston had also made arrangements in Eston West. The Winchester clerk had fallen off his horse and broken his leg, leaving him bedridden. Naturally, one of his undercover agents disguised himself and lay in a cast on the clerk's bed, recovering. He groaned occasionally, letting the neighbors know he was still alive, injured, and complaining constantly, making his presence felt. As the leader of King Huntington's shadow army, Winston had been operating in Eston West for many years. He not only had several reliable subordinates, but also had established numerous strongholds. He led a white horse from one of the courtyards and, concealed by the morning mist, quietly left the city using a pass issued by the kingdom's knights. The pass was officially issued by the Knights of the Kingdom of Eston West. From the paperwork to the seal, everything was authentic. The only difference was the name on the document was a fake. The guard guarding the city gate, still half asleep, awaiting his shift change, glanced at the pass briefly before waking Winston up and scurrying off. He was eager to return to his sentry box for a nap. Winston passed through the city gate without incident and rode away, galloping all the way to the port of Melwory City. He found a familiar ship and boarded it to meet his trusted lieutenant, Isi Ho Lind. Isi Ho Lind was a handsome man, a square, upright, military face. His silver-gray eyes were filled with a cold frost. His short, misty gray hair resembled the fur of a gray wolf lurking in the snows of the north. A faint scar crossed his right eyebrow, lending him an air of steely toughness. A fierce, military-minded general like him should have been a shining beacon in the darkness wherever he went, but miraculously, Is was also adept at concealing his presence. With a simple change of clothing, a wig, and a touch of makeup on his face and body, he could perfectly transform into any gender, any age, any race. Well, it didn't even have to be human. Even among the Shadow Army's skilled disguise agents, his abilities were among the best. He was also calm and meticulous, making him one of the few companions Winston could trust with his life. Winston nodded to his, accepted the complete outfit from his adjutant, and entered the cabin. A moment later, the current Earl of Mordor emerged from the cabin again. He was dressed in a dark blue, gold-trimmed, one-shoulder military cape, matching slim-fitting trousers, military boots, and a silver pocket watch. The handsome and imposing figure of the current Earl of Mordor emerged. Some people appear to have taken off their masks, but in reality, they're still wearing them. Winston completely discarded those disguises that didn't belong to him, yet he donned the uniquely gentle mask of Earl Winston de Mordor. His slightly curly, medium-length blonde hair was carefully combed back, tied with a sapphire blue ribbon that matched his eyes, forming a low ponytail. This was the most popular and fashionable hairstyle among male aristocrats of the era, appearing cultured and refined while also less aggressive. Winston packed his bag roughly. This mysterious party organized by Madame Butterfly was full of mysteries, so he couldn't help but ask Isto to prepare some things: common self-defense weapons, hidden weapons, antidote potions, defensive talismans, and of course enough costumes for disguise, as well as luxurious clothes for attending cocktail parties and dinners. Most of the shameful life-saving measures were placed in the portable space props, while the Earl's clothes and daily necessities were casually placed in a bag, carried by Is, disguised as a servant. Let's go to the Ellery Hotel. They stepped through the courtyard gate of the Ellery Hotel at noon, just in time. Sure enough, they saw a carriage waiting outside the hotel. The driver wore a butterfly mask, making him easily recognizable. The driver soon noticed them. "Are you Count Winston de Mordor and His Excellency Ish Ho Lind? I've been sent by Madame Butterfly to take you to the party. Please show me your invitations so I can verify your identities." Winston pulled out 2 invitations and handed them to the driver. After carefully examining them, he handed them back along with 2 hoods. "The villa we're heading to is a secret location, and we need your cooperation. Please put on the hoods after you get in the carriage, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" "Otherwise, my horse won't move a single step." Winston stared at the driver for a long moment, motionless, until he began to flinch uncomfortably. Then he took the black hoods, stepped into the carriage, sat down, and donned them. The hoods were clearly enchanted. Once put on, they couldn't be removed until they reached their destination. The hoods had only a few small holes for breathing, but not enough to allow vision to penetrate. Even the sounds of the outside world became muffled. Although his 5 senses were largely blocked, Winston could still sense the outside world through the vibrations and inertial jolting of the carriage. They had already embarked on their journey. He silently counted the time, calculating his direction by the rhythm of the carriage's sway, turns, and bumps. This was no easy task, especially since the driver was clearly circling the carriage in an attempt to disrupt their memory and senses. The jolting ride lasted a long time, and Winston felt a pang of hunger. Just as he was growing impatient, the carriage slowly stopped, the doors opened, and a figure, accompanied by a faint scent, leaped in and reached out to remove the two men's hoods. "Welcome to Rose Hill," the man said briskly. "Earl Winston, you and your companion may alight." Winston squinted. It was completely dark, with only a faint light streaming from the carriage door. He followed the figure out of the carriage, and realized they were at the gate of a luxurious mansion. In the dim light from the lanterns lit at the entrance to the mansion, he could clearly see the figure, a woman with black hair and red lips, wearing a butterfly mask on her head, a jeweled butterfly necklace around her neck, and a red satin dress with a black background. "Madame Butterfly?" Winston asked tentatively. "It is I," Madame Butterfly said, lifting the hem of her skirt and curtsying slightly. Her voice, slightly husky and magnetic, was extremely charming. "You two must be very tired after this long journey. Please follow me into the house and rest." Before she finished her words, another carriage drove up the garden driveway and stopped in front of the group. Chapter 188. Madame Butterfly, seeing this, bowed again to the two men. "It's astonishing that another guest has arrived. Please wait a moment. I greet this guest, and then show you the way." Winston nodded slightly, and watched as Madame Butterfly swiftly climbed into the carriage. After a brief conversation, she helped a woman out. The woman looked to be in her 50s or 60s, with a somewhat aged face, a drooping mouth, and deep nasolabial folds on either side. From her facial features, she didn't seem easy to get along with. She was dressed simply, a white dress with a fringed shawl. Although she looked clean and tidy, the material, design, cut, and price were unsuitable for the high-end gatherings Madame Butterfly was hosting. Madame Butterfly helped her out of the carriage, and onto the marble steps leading to the mansion's main entrance. The woman looked up and saw Winston and is standing at the top of the steps, waiting for Madame Butterfly. She froze for a second, then let out a deafening scream. "Ghost, ghost! Miss, don't come over here." "Winston, is, ? The old woman was terrified. If it weren't for Madame Butterfly holding her up, she would have fallen backward down the stairs. However, the old woman was completely unaware of the danger, and continued to slap Madame Butterfly, trying to break free. She struggled hysterically, as if overwhelmed with shock. Madame Butterfly couldn't hold her back, and had to let go. Then the old woman stumbled, lost her balance, and fell backward, flailing her arms. "Ouch!" Madame Butterfly couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, as she was about to tumble down the stairs. A figure darted out, caught the old woman's falling body, and delivered a sharp, diagonal blow to the back of her neck, knocking her unconscious. Even before the old woman's frenzy, Iz had already reacted. He quickly leaped down the stairs and got behind her, preventing an accident from happening. Iz carried the unconscious old woman up the stairs, then set her down safely at the gate. "What's going on? Why did she suddenly go crazy?" "I don't know." Madame Butterfly covered her mouth. "Oh, I'm so scared. I'm so sorry for disturbing a guest. Hey, butler." "Butler." The butler hurried out of the mansion. "Madam, Mrs. Samantha has fainted. Take her back to her room to rest, and give her a tranquilizer." After giving her instructions, she turned to Winston and Iz and said, "Your rooms are ready. Please follow me." With that, she lifted her skirt and walked back into the mansion. Winston didn't rush to follow, his brow furrowed in thought. "What's going on?" Iz whispered, leaning close to Winston's ear. "This farce seems to be directed at me," Winston whispered back. "It's just that I can't quite grasp her intentions." "Never mind, let's go inside." Winston's gaze swept across the mansion's grounds, pausing briefly as he caught sight of something. A smile played at the corner of his mouth, and he nodded into the distance. He then turned and strode after Madame Butterfly. "Grab your luggage, and let's go!" Confused, Iz followed Winston's gaze, but all he saw was the dark bushes of the mansion's garden. Thankfully, Iz was loyal and followed Winston's lead. He picked up the 2 bags he had just dropped and followed after him. Behind the bushes in the garden, Jiangyu clung to Andre's arm, his face etched with gossip. "What's going on? Why is that lady Samantha screaming like she's seen a ghost when she sees your brother?" The two of them went around the small door into the garden, and watched the scene blurry for most of the time, but they were too far away to hear anything except the old woman's screams, and they had no idea what the conflict between the people was. "I don't know either." Andre shrugged. "Come on, let's move the things on the cart into the house first, and then go find Winston when it's quiet. He just saw me, Maybe he'd find a chance to order food later. Oh, then we should get ready. Jiangyu rubbed his bony claws excitedly. I wonder what else Sister Yadra has prepared besides the ingredients for the dinner. Or I can go and knead some dough so we can have noodles later. Shu, come to think of it, we haven't eaten all the way here, and we're really hungry now. You go and prepare the food first, Andre said. Leave the luggage to me. Jiangyu then handed the key to the servant's door to Andre and clattered into the house. She first went to the storage room to take a look at the ingredients and found that Yadra had prepared a lot of things. In addition to the ingredients she specifically requested, the freezer was full of beef, chicken, duck, and pork. Sausages and cured pork legs were hung on the beams, and rice, flour, and beans were stacked layer by layer on the wooden shelves. There were also several baskets of fresh vegetables. There was a small note on the basket. There's a vegetable patch in the backyard. If you don't have enough, feel free to pick some. Hey! That's great, said Takumi happily. She found a bag of flour and carried it into the kitchen. She then found pots and pans, weighed it, added water and salt, and quickly kneaded a large dough. She placed it in a basin, covered with a damp cloth, and let it rise. The dough needed to rise for at least 20 minutes. During this time, Takumi scurried out again to help Andre move the time crucible and her usual pots and knives into the kitchen. Then, she dug a piece of prime beef shank from the freezer, blanched it in water, removed it, and placed it back in the time crucible, set the speed to triple, and began stewing. The beef shank, which had originally taken an hour to stew, now only took 20 minutes. By the time the broth was ready, the noodles were almost done rising. Takumi brought a ton of stuff this time. Soy sauce, fermented black beans, jam, and other miscellaneous sauces, not to mention rolling pins and other utensils. Andre had to carry everything back and forth more than a dozen times before he could properly arrange it between the kitchen and the pantry. When he finished placing everything and entered the kitchen, Takumi was already rolling noodles. The lid of the nearby cauldron had been opened, and the soup in the pot, which had resumed its normal flow, was bubbling, wafting waves of rich beef aroma, tinged with the scent of white pepper. The rested dough was rolled into a thin sheet, sprinkled with starch, and folded into 3. Takumi took a sharp kitchen knife and cut it into even pieces. Then, with a shake, strands of noodles fell onto the plate. Andre watched intently, as if watching a great magician perform a food magic trick. Hungry? Jiangyu looked up, his skull eyes gleaming with fire. I make you a bowl of beef noodles right away. Chapter 189. Andre was indeed hungry. He had been helping Jiangyu load the luggage onto the cart since the afternoon, having ridden all the way here. He had just expended considerable energy unloading the luggage. As soon as he smelled the aroma of the beef broth, his stomach rumbled in time. Gurgle! Jiangyu chuckled. She boiled a pot of water, added a spoonful of salt, and tossed a handful of noodles into the boiling water. Quickly stirring with chopsticks, she added a handful of washed young greens, and blanched them quickly before removing them from the pot. While waiting for the noodles to cook, she fished a piece of beef shank from the cauldron and sliced it on a cutting board. Now it was time to assemble the finished dish. She removed the cooked noodles and placed them in a large bowl. She poured the beef broth into it, filling it 8/10 full. Then, she neatly placed the beef and greens in the bowl, then piled half a shredded cucumber next to the greens. Just need some fried eggs, she muttered, pulling out a small frying pan and quickly cracking 2 eggs into them, frying them into golden, runny, poached eggs on both sides. The last poached egg slid into the bowl, and Takumi picked up the bottle of soy sauce and drizzled a little over the beef and egg. Done! Andre impatiently carried the bowl of beef noodles to a small table nearby and sat down on a chair. With familiarity, he used a pair of bamboo chopsticks he had brought from the workshop and picked up a few noodles, letting them cool before shoving them into his mouth. The slippery, yet firm noodles soaked up the beef broth, leaving an indescribable sense of bliss. Takumi only added sliced ginger, salt, and white pepper to the beef broth, imbuing it with the natural aroma of the beef. The beef itself was a bit bland, but the soy sauce drizzled on top perfectly resolved the issue. Andre pierced a runny egg, spread the egg liquid around the beef, and took a big bite, unable to suppress a hum of enjoyment. After a hard day's work, hungry late at night, a bowl of steaming hot beef noodles with an egg, adult happiness is so pure and simple. If one bowl isn't enough, then another. Andre finished his noodles, picked up the bowl, and gulped down the soup in one gulp. The beef soup was incredibly fresh and refreshing, with occasional hints of spicy white pepper. He burped contentedly, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and felt every pore of his body open up, a sense of complete satisfaction. "I'd like to add beef noodle soup to the menu." Jiangyu smiled as he drew a ball of soul fire from Andre and slurped it up along with the soy sauce soul fire. "What do you think?" Andre paid no mind to her self-service act and nodded vigorously. "Yes, this is delicious." Ding ding. The food delivery map rang. Jiangyu picked it up and saw a blue bell icon on the second floor. A dialog box next to it read, "Anything is fine. Please send 3 servings." Jiangyu, this should be Winston and the others' order? They should be having beef noodles, right? Andre nodded. "I guess so. Put more noodles and beef, they all have big appetites." Since they were all acquaintances, and Yadra was paying, Jiangyu had no intention of skimping. Besides, tonight's hand-rolled noodles and beef wouldn't be tasty enough if left until tomorrow. It would be better to let the guests have their fill. So Jiangyu quickly boiled water to boil the noodles and vegetables, cut the meat and fried the eggs. In no time, Sanhai's fried egg beef noodles were served. Jiangyu also mixed a small dish of hot sauce and put it on the tray. What if the guests liked to eat something spicy? The 3 bowls of noodle soup were quite substantial, so naturally, the muscular Andre had to handle the serving. Jiao walked cheerfully ahead, holding a map. A black-haired, green-eyed helper followed behind, carrying a large tray. He perfectly matched the identity the two had told Yadra. The 3 people waiting for their late-night snack on the second floor were Winston, and Vivian, who had successfully reunited with them. At this moment, they were in Winston's room, discussing the strange incident. Although Vivian hadn't witnessed the commotion at the mansion entrance, she had heard the scream. Now, after hearing Winston and his account, her mind was filled with questions. She said in disbelief, "Isn't that right? Is Madame Butterfly crazy? What kind of eccentrics did she invite? Logically, her events shouldn't be of this caliber." "I suspect this farce is directed at me," Winston said again. "It's clear that Madame Butterfly has assigned each group of guests a specific pickup and drop-off location, and she precisely timed our arrival. At first, I thought the driver was taking a detour to throw us off track, but now it seems he's also trying to stall for time." When Madame Butterfly saw the second carriage, she knew there was only one guest inside, Mrs. Samantha. She deliberately placed our 2 groups together to provoke the scene at the door. I don't know who Mrs. Samantha mistook me for, or if she has some hidden mental illness, but Madame Butterfly was clearly delighted with the spectacle. "How strange. What is Madame Butterfly trying to do?" Vivian muttered. "There's something even stranger," Winston continued. "When we arrived, we were all required to wear hoods." "Yes," Vivian nodded. "I was asked to do the same. Don't you think that's rude?" Winston frowned slightly. "To be honest, if I hadn't been worried about your safety, I would have almost turned around and left." "Indeed?" Vivian pondered. "I also thought it was rude, but knowing that I needed her connections to break into the social world, I gritted my teeth and endured it. Although I never been to a Madame Butterfly party before, I heard that those parties don't have such restrictions on guests." "That's strange." Winston's face darkened. "Just like. It seems like every guest has a reason to be here, and Madame Butterfly has leverage over everyone, so even if they have to swallow their anger, they still come here. Even without a single servant." "That's not quite true." Vivian raised an eyebrow. "The invitation Madame Butterfly gave allows the invitees to bring 1 servant, but only incompetent losers would waste such a great opportunity. Winning hearts, making money, expanding connections. What's not more profitable than bringing an extra servant?" Knock knock. There was a knock on their door. Iz opened it, and a skull popped out. "Hi. Good evening, everyone. This is room service. 3 servings of beef noodles." Chapter 190. The sight of a skeleton before him startled even the calm ISS, who instinctively took a step back. But then, he remembered the gossip his lord had told him about Andre and the skeleton Lich in the brewery. He felt slightly relieved, gathered his composure, and made way for them. "Come in." Jiangyu trudged into the room, Andre behind her carrying a heavy tray, his step steady and composed. After they entered, ISS glanced at the empty hallway outside and closed the door. "Brother, Vivian, good evening." Andre greeted Winston and the others, then walked to the room's single-carved mahogany table and set down his tray. "You must be hungry. Come have some beef noodles." "Andre?" Vivian exclaimed in surprise. "Why are you here? And with the skeleton manager?" "Oh, I've been asked to cook. Andre is my helper." Jiangyu said cheerfully, "I'd be in charge of everyone's meals for the next few days. Just let me know what you want." Vivian immediately brightened up. "Wow, so we be eating lots of delicious food these days? That's fantastic." She patted Winston on the shoulder. I knew Madame Butterfly's party was pretty good. Winston sat down at the table without comment, accepting the bowl and cutlery from Andre. Jianyu had prepared several pairs of bamboo chopsticks, but considering that the people here didn't know how to use them, he also brought a few forks so that the guests could choose according to their preferences and abilities. Winston had eaten many meals at the brewery under the Winchester clerk's guise before, so he naturally chose chopsticks, with which he had mastered the technique. He stirred the noodles, then smoothly and naturally picked them up and put them to his mouth, a look of surprise and satisfaction on his face. What's this called? Beef noodles? Really good. And chili sauce. If you like it spicy, you can add a little. Jiayo pointed to the sauce dish on the tray. Please add as much as you like. Too much at once will make it very spicy. Winston did as he was told and tried it. He surprisingly liked the tangy taste of the chili sauce. He scooped a small amount into his bowl, mixed it with the noodles with his chopsticks, and happily began to eat. And Vivian, on the other hand, couldn't handle the chili sauce's spiciness. Vivian only sniffed it and coughed, waving her hand to decline the delicious dish. She wasn't very good with chopsticks either, so she took a fork and twirled the noodles, rolling them into a coil before putting them into her mouth. As they ate their noodles, they exchanged information. Andre, who had just observed the commotion at the entrance from a distance, listened to Winston and ISS fill in the details. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. Little Bone, bring out that list. Jiayo followed his instructions and took out the guest list, spreading it on the table. Several nobles leaned over to take a look and immediately spotted their target, Samantha Ho Lal, former maid of honor? I don't know her, Winston asked, puzzled. But the Shadow Army is responsible for verifying the backgrounds and identities of all servants in the palace. I shouldn't be completely unfamiliar with her. I've been going to the palace frequently since I was a child, and yet I don't recognize her. Andre shrugged. That only means she's not a maid of honor at the Huntington Royal Court. A maid of honor at the Delman Royal Court? Vivian pondered. That's possible. After the change of power, all the servants of the former royal family were dismissed and released. They received a sum of money and went their separate ways. Now most of them are commoners with no status. But why would Madame Butterfly invite a maid of honor at the former royal court? And she obviously knew Winston. That's not the only strange thing. Andre pointed to the name on the list again. Vivian, do you remember him? Vivian glanced at the Count Valentine de Rosewood Andre was pointing to, and was suddenly surprised. Valentine? How did he get an invitation? When I auctioned the cover letter, he was bidding with all his might. Perhaps he really wanted to come, so he contacted Madame Butterfly or another guest to request a separate invitation. It's speculated, there's a rumor going around that the playboy Count Valentine, a man with no regard for sex, is obsessed with Madame Butterfly and has attended her gatherings many times. With his wealth, getting an invitation wouldn't be difficult. Perhaps? Winston copied down the list. But I always feel like this Madame Butterfly is peculiar, like she's up to something. Andre shared that feeling, but it was too early to say. Based on the information they had, no one could say for sure whether Madame Butterfly was seeking fame or fortune, or if it was all just a pretense of mystery for tomorrow's game. The remaining names on the list were both familiar and unfamiliar to the group. For example, among the nobles, there were both powerful figures and those who indulged in pleasure. However, everyone was curious about the two former court officials and the three scholars. Perhaps this game is related to the old case of the German royal family? Vivian pondered, holding her invitation. The German royal family fell so quickly, and secrets, like the succession of royal power, are a favorite topic of conversation. There are countless rumors about the lost bloodline of the German royal family. Even I heard more than a dozen versions. Something about old King Rudolf German, still in good health, having affairs with dancing girls and singing girls just years before his death, and having illegitimate children who are now living abroad. Something about King Rudolph's queen being pregnant with twins when the crown prince was born, and the German royal family, superstitious about twins bringing bad luck, executed the other child to avoid disaster. Some say the other child didn't die, but was rescued and raised in a mysterious villa. Villa? Andre repeated sharply. Yes, it's said that the villa is filled with fragrant roses, and when they bloom, the fragrance overflows, earning it the name Rose Villa. But no one knows exactly where this villa is. Later, based on this rumor, many nobles purchased and built villas deep in the mountains and forests, planting roses there, creating numerous replicas of rose villas. Vivian curled her lips. But fake can't be made real. Jianyu became increasingly intrigued as he listened, and couldn't help but interrupt, asking, But how do you tell the real from the fake? It's simple. Vivian said, the real rose villa grows a special kind of oyster rose, a vibrant red with a fragrant aroma. This scent attracts a rare butterfly, which typically appears in pairs. Its blue and purple color is incredibly beautiful, and it's also known as twin butterflies, Winston said. Chapter 191. The subtle fragrance of roses, the shadows of twin butterflies, lost bloodline. These key words in the invitation all match the rumor. Vivian rested her chin on her left hand, and, holding the invitation between her index and middle fingers, waved it before the crowd. I think this must be the theme of this event. Winston suddenly asked, are all our invitations worded the same? Huh? Vivian blinked, and held out her own invitation. I don't know. Can you compare them? Winston took the invitation and flipped it open. Sure enough, there were slight differences. Dear Vivian, daughter of the Marquis von Leicester, when the night breeze carries the subtle fragrance of roses, twin butterflies flit across the moonlit garden, and the stars return to their proper places, the lost bloodline will finally return, an ancient curse will finally be fulfilled, and a long-forgotten mystery will be reopened. With your title vacant, and your reflection in self-pity, at the transition between the old and new nobility, perhaps this special game can be your stepping stone into social life. The door to a future political career may slowly open here. I sincerely invite you to Rose Hill for a special gathering. Please arrive at the Queen's Hotel in Melbury City at 8 a.m. on Midsummer 24, 988 TL. A coachman will be waiting for you. You may bring one companion. The rest of the text is consistent with Winston's. Although we don't have many samples, I suspect that Madame Butterfly wrote a different invitation for each person, Winston concluded. The first paragraph outlines the event, and the second paragraph describes the invitee's most desired item. To be more precise, it's what Madame Butterfly believes the invitee desires most. In Winston's invitation, Madame Butterfly mentioned an old case and a bloodline mystery. Winston speculated that the former referred to the assassination of Count Sokka, and the latter. Winston still hadn't figured it out. As an orphan adopted by Count Sokka, Winston had never harbored any doubts about his origins and lineage. He had grown up with countless battlefield orphans. Some could remember their origins, while others, like him, chose to ignore their past, growing up like a blank slate as Count Sokka's adopted son. So many had perished on the battlefield, regardless of. What difference did it make, what did it matter, whether his parents were knights in the army, nobles leading troops, or unfortunate peasants? After being adopted by Count Sokka, these children became half-brothers and sisters, eating the same bread, drinking the same water, and receiving the same education. Even without blood ties, they were family, friends, and a bond of shared destiny. Who did Madame Butterfly really think he was? Or perhaps, he had simply been chosen to play a role in a game. Winston suppressed his doubts. There were too few clues at the moment, and he couldn't distinguish between the plot and the reality. Perhaps this was Madame Butterfly's deliberate act. They were players in this game, but they were also actors on the stage, playing their own roles and performing their own parts, both on and off the stage. He let out a long sigh and pushed the invitation back to Vivian. Keep it. It might come in handy later. After a late-night snack, the group successfully exchanged their information. Jianyu took the opportunity to ask the guests about their preferences for tomorrow's dishes. She knew so many dishes, so instead of creating them all by herself, she'd better ask the guests about their preferences. Not all foreigners immediately grasped the 5,000-year-old culinary culture of the ancient East. Honestly, even Jianyu herself might not be able to grasp some of the regionally distinctive dishes. So, amid her eloquent explanations and enthusiastic gestures, the noble representatives took on the important task of selecting tomorrow's light meals, desserts, and drinks. Jianyu jotted down the names of the dishes, and planned to go back to the pantry to check for any missing ingredients. Not to mention, some dishes would have to be marinated and fermented tonight, so they could be ready in time for tomorrow. With the matter settled, Andre cleared the table, picked up the tray again, and followed Jianyu out. With her draft menu in hand, Jianyu happily headed straight to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Tomorrow night would be the grand banquet, but for breakfast and lunch, the guests could order whatever they pleased. They could eat wherever they pleased, whatever they liked, or even skip anything they didn't want. It was a complete freedom. While it was a great freedom for the guests, Jianyu had to prepare for the meal for 13 distinguished guests. She planned to roast a few ducks, make some soy sauce chicken, and prepare some Cantonese-style snacks. She didn't need too many options. They could just steam them as ordered. Melbury was a port city, and this villa was nestled in the mountains not far from the city. The sea lay beneath the cliffs, making it easy to get shrimp and fish. That way, she could arrange siamai, shrimp dumplings, and shrimp rice noodle rolls. If she could get oysters, she could even make some grilled garlic oysters, and if the nobles weren't used to them, she could make oyster sauce with any leftover oysters. Some bread also needed to be toasted, lest some stubborn diehards among the guests insist on traditional Huntington cuisine. No matter how terrible that food might be, there were always some devoted diehards, who would rather choose the same old, unpalatable fare than take the risk of trying something new. At the very least, a stockpile of ordinary beef burgers was necessary. In the corner of the kitchen was a kiln, much larger than the one Andre had built in the workshop. It could easily bake bread, pizza, roast duck, and even ribs. Whether making bread, noodles, or puff pastry, the dough needed to be kneaded, rested, and fermented in advance. This dough could be refrigerated in a constant temperature chamber, where it would slowly ferment at a constant low temperature over a long period of time, fostering a larger yeast population. This not only saved time for the next day's cooking but also improved the taste of the finished product. The duck and ribs also needed to be marinated before roasting to ensure they were flavorful. Rather than scrambling to finish the meal tomorrow, Jiangyu decided it would be better to prepare the ingredients tonight. Of course, preparing food and creating a menu is a skill in itself. To satisfy the nobles, the menu needed to be diverse and appear sumptuous. But the ingredients actually used couldn't be scattered too thinly. For example, if the kitchen had shrimp, they could use it in shrimp dumplings, shrimp rice rolls, shrimp dumplings, seafood congee, seafood noodles, and other dishes. That way, no matter what the guests ordered, there would be several side dishes that could be reused, and it would be less likely that someone would painstakingly prepare a dish only to find no one ordered it. Otherwise, Jiangyu would be the only one actually cooking in the kitchen, and even if he was working his tail off, he might not be able to finish the meal. Chapter 192. Jiangyu went into the storeroom to take another inventory of the ingredients, then consulted with Richard the butler. Then, he sat down at the kitchen table and edited and revised the menu several times, adding and subtracting items before settling on the final version. The butler explained that seafood like shrimp and fish needed to be ordered in advance, and would not arrive until the morning of the next day at the earliest. Jiangyu adjusted the menu, moving all dishes requiring fish and shrimp to the next day. To maintain a sense of freshness for the nobles, the menu was changed daily. Anything not needed on the first day was saved for the next day. The first night featured a grand 13-course dinner. The guests, including Madame Butterfly, who hosted the dinner, totaled 14. While slightly fewer people than Yadra had initially estimated in her letter, it was still a considerable workload. Since a large dinner was being prepared simultaneously, the snacks and light meals of the day had to be cut back a bit. Jiangyu thought about it, and decided to focus on serving submarine sandwiches and hand-rolled noodles. Both were quick and easy meals. Although there were no pre-made bread or noodles in the Middle Ages, Takumi could prepare them in advance. Tomorrow, he only needed to prepare a variety of sandwich fillings and noodle soup toppings, and a meal would be ready in minutes. The pantry was stocked with very fine flour. Takumi had used his poison detection technique to examine it, and it had a high protein content, almost matching modern high-gluten flour standards, making it more than adequate for making bread. The submarine sandwich's crust could be made with either a crispy baguette or a softer Italian bread, from long white loaves to ciabatta. The difference in texture was minimal, and each had its own unique flavor. If Jiangyu had a mold, she could have made toast or hamburger buns. But she hadn't thought of these ahead of time, so naturally, she hadn't prepared anything. Well, that's not a big deal. Let's make submarine sandwiches this time, which don't require a mold. We asked the dwarf craftsman to make a custom mold when we get back. Jiangyu placed the written menu in the butler's designated spot, and prepared all the ingredients that needed to be pre-processed overnight. He fed the little rice cake with his stored soul fire, then picked up a candle and closed the kitchen door. Call it a day. Back to bed. The skeleton fell onto the bed in his room and slept until 5 in the morning. Woke up by the little rice cake, who had dutifully acted as his alarm clock, Jiangyu yawned loudly, pushed his nearly dislodged jaw back into place, grabbed a towel, and washed his face. He was a refreshed, clean skeleton once again. There was much to do in the morning. The refrigerated, fermented Polish dough needed to be further kneaded with flour, water, and other ingredients to form a larger dough, allowing the yeast, which had been growing overnight, to recover at room temperature and actively create more bubbles within the dough. The dough needed to be repeatedly fermented, folded, fermented, and folded several times before finally being shaped into rectangular pieces and baked on the stone slab of the bread oven. Considering the nobles' appetites, Takuya didn't make each loaf of bread very long. Well, just enough to eat. Cut the hand-rolled noodles, Sprinkle with dry flour to prevent sticking, form a neat roll, wrap tightly in wax paper, and refrigerate for easy use. Wash the lettuce and shred the onion. The bread oven was lit. The marinated duck and ribs were skewered and hung to air dry. Once the oven heated up, they were ready to be roasted in the oven. He then boiled water, simmered a pot of beef shank, and prepared a braising liquid. 3 of the 4 burners were used immediately. The flames lapped the bottom of the pot cheerfully, and the liquid bubbling gurgled. The aromas of scallions, ginger, white pepper, and the marinade mingled and spread throughout the kitchen, instantly bringing the otherwise cold space to life. Jiangyo's hands were nimble, as he circled the kitchen several times, methodically preparing everything. Like all experienced chefs, Jiangyu didn't prepare each dish one by one. Instead, he performed all the prep steps simultaneously, saving time and optimizing the flow of food. The vegetables and meat that needed cleaning were washed all at once. The ingredients that needed shredding, slicing, and dicing were cut and sorted into separate bowls, covered with clean gauze to keep them fresh and dust-proof. The fermented dough and meat were placed in the bread oven together, where they were placed near or far from the heat source, depending on the temperature requirements. At 6 o'clock, Richard, the butler, appeared mysteriously and took the menu. By 7 o'clock, the first batch of bread, roast duck, and roast ribs were out of the oven. The beef shank was also braised, and was removed from the broth by Jiangyu and marinated. While baking the bread, Jiangyu had also stuffed some leftover dough into the oven. Now was the perfect time to remove it, cut it into small pieces, and bake it again until it was dry and crispy. After cooling, he placed it in a paper bag and crushed it with a rolling pin, resulting in a delicious breadcrumb. Cut the pork belly into cutlets, flatten it with a meat mallet, marinate it with salt, pepper, cooking wine, and a touch of soy sauce, and then coat it in flour, egg wash, and breadcrumbs. Then, using your left and right hands, repeat the 3-step frying process, and it's ready for deep frying. Pork cutlets are fried twice, the first time, until golden brown and cooked through, then set aside to drain. A quick second fry, upon order, ensures a crispy exterior and tender, crunchy interior. Breakfast options are limited to submarine sandwiches and hand-rolled noodles, but the fillings vary, including pork chop sandwiches, tender roasted beef rib sandwiches, braised beef shank sandwiches, boneless roast duck sandwiches, and scrambled egg sandwiches. The hand-rolled noodles are available in beef, beef rib, pork chop, roast duck, and tomato and egg varieties. All dishes can be topped with eggs, whether fried, scrambled, or poached. Besides that, there's also the British favorite, fried bacon, fried sausage, fried eggs, and a breakfast platter with tomatoes and white beans. Jiangyu suspects the people of Huntington will also inexplicably enjoy this classic dish. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the kitchen door. Andre stood by, inhaling the aroma. Jiangyu didn't wait for him to ask the daily question, "Is there breakfast?" He proactively asked, "Hand-rolled noodles or a sandwich, which one would you like?" "Both?" Jiangyu glanced at Andre's sweaty arms. "Did you just finish your morning exercise?" "Yeah, I ran around the villa." Andre nodded. "This villa is huge, it takes up the entire hill. No wonder you eat so much, your energy consumption is so high." Jiangyu understood everything and read out the menu one by one. Andre's eyes wandered over the golden pork chop on the table, pork chop sandwich, and beef rib noodles with a fried egg. Chapter 193. The golden pork chop was deep fried. Takumi cut open a piece of steaming bread and took out a small frying pan. He heated up the oil and added chopped onions. He added salt and pepper and sautéed until the onions softened and caramelized. He then added some soy sauce to make the onion sauce. While the pork chop was in the pan, drained, and allowed to cool, Takumi added hand-rolled noodles to the pan, blanching the noodles and vegetables. He then deboned the beef ribs, cut them into thick chunks, and fried a poached egg. Now it was time to assemble. In the bottom bun, place the crispy pork chop, top with tomato slices, cucumber slices, and a few leaves of lettuce, then top with sautéed onions, drizzle with the onion sauce, and cover with the bread. This was a delicious pork chop submarine sandwich. Remove the hand-rolled noodles and vegetables, add the beef broth, and top with a tender, springy, and generously roasted beef ribs and a runny poached egg. Top with a spoonful of the marinade. Enjoy your meal. Jiao pushed the noodles and sandwich toward Andre and pulled up a chair to sit across from him. "So, did you see anything interesting during your morning exercise?" "I saw lots and lots of roses, all over the hills, filling the entire valley garden. And twin butterflies." Andre washed his hands, picked up the sandwich, and took a big bite. The gloom immediately faded from his face, and his green eyes lit up. So crispy. Andre had never tasted bread so soft before. A thin, crispy, golden crust on the outside, yet the inside was like an airy sponge that quickly sank in with a bite. With every chew, the pork chop crackled and burst with juices. Paired with the sweet, soft onions, the crisp cucumber, and the juicy, sweet and sour tomatoes, the complex layers of flavor made every bite a wonderful adventure. He savored the unprecedented delicacy, and almost forgot what he wanted to say. Twin butterflies. Didn't Vivian say they were rare? Jiangyu scooped a bowl of broth for herself and pulled out a broth soul fire. She tilted her head, sat back in her seat, and then pried another soul fire from Andre. She dipped it into the broth and took a long sip. Could this really be the legendary Rose Villa? Maybe, Andre mumbled. But those roses all over the hills. They looked truly stunning. It was foggy this morning, so I couldn't see it clearly. I take you there when I have some free time. Okay. Jiangyu ate her soul fire breakfast as she pulled out the guest list. The names on the list kept jumping up and down, and those with not checked in status rapidly changed to checked in. So many customers have arrived. Jiangyu said excitedly, I wonder if we can get a chance to watch this game. It seems really fun. I wonder how their medieval-style script-killing game works here. She's never really played one yet. Ding, ding, ding. The food delivery map beeped continuously. Jiangyu opened it and looked. Wow, so many orders. Hey, they're all in the living room next door. No need to run around. Andre just finished the last bit of soup in his bowl. I change and be right back. Okay, I prepare the meal first. Since today was the official start date, Jiangyu donned his chef's uniform early in the morning. Aside from the slightly scary skull head, he looked quite respectable, like a proper chef. Sort of. Bread was neatly sliced and arranged on the plate. Pork chops, beef ribs, and boneless sliced roast duck breast were then added. Balls of hand-rolled noodles, mixed with vegetables, were placed into bamboo colanders and shaken with long bamboo chopsticks. Plate after plate of sandwiches was assembled, bowls of noodles filled the air, and drinks were prepared. Just as Takumi placed the dishes on the tray in order, Andre, freshly dressed, entered. He had found a servant's tuxedo from somewhere, most likely from the butler. He was dressed neatly and presentably. His once messy, half-curled, medium-length hair was now combed back with hairspray. He wore white gloves and carried a silver pocket watch. He was polite and courteous, looking like a proper English butler. Hey, you look good in this outfit. Takumi couldn't help but praise him. Andre curled his lips slightly and subconsciously adjusted his tie. Really? I'm glad you like it. Each of them, a skeleton, carried trays and walked through the hallway to the living room. 13 guests sat or stood, chatting, lost in thought, or reading newspapers, creating a lively atmosphere. In the corner of the living room stood several servants. Seeing Takuya and Andre approach with the dishes, they all came forward to assist. They all remembered which guests had ordered which dishes. Takuya guessed that the servants had probably entered the orders into the magic map. So serving the food was effortless. Takuya and Andre rushed back and forth several times before handing all the dishes and drinks to the servants. But after the dishes were served, they didn't leave. Instead, they stood in a corner near the door with the servants, pretending to be obedient, but in reality, they were just waiting to see what was happening. Just as the guests began their meal, Madame Butterfly entered through a small door at the back of the hall. Today, Madame Butterfly wore an intricate royal blue dress, a butterfly mask on her face, a jeweled butterfly collar around her neck, and a large butterfly brooch on her chest. The bow on the back of her dress fluttered in the wind, a truly exquisite use of the butterfly motif. She cleared her throat, immediately commanding the attention of the entire room. Dear guests, please don't interrupt your meal. Feel free to enjoy your meal. I just want to thank you all for coming to Rose Villa and joining us for this gathering. During this 3-day gathering, we will use Rose Villa as our stage for a game. In this game, we will immerse ourselves in a historical drama, becoming characters within it, experiencing the joys and sorrows of those who live there, making choices similar or radically different from their own, and ultimately solving the mystery of history. Or perhaps, forever lost in that buried history. Her voice was quiet, yet incredibly captivating. Even from across the room, Andre and Takumi could clearly hear every word she spoke. Is she Yadra? Andre whispered, leaning close to Takumi's skull. Somewhat similar, Takumi scratched his head. It's too far away, I can't smell her, and she's wearing heavy makeup and a mask, so I can't see her face clearly. But the body shape is similar, and the hair color is the same. Chapter 194. While Takuya and Andre stood quietly in a corner of the hall, observing from the side, Winston was also carefully studying Madame Butterfly. He had arrived early and, as was customary among spies, had chosen a corner position to better observe the scene. Unexpectedly, Madame Butterfly did not enter through the main entrance, but instead emerged from a small door on the other side. This, by some strange coincidence, put him closest to Madame Butterfly. Winston, naturally, would not miss this opportunity, given his advantageous position. He used the butler's tea as a shield and scrutinized Madame Butterfly from head to toe. Madame Butterfly had thick, wavy black hair. The butterfly mask she wore covered the upper half of her face, and even her eyes were obscured by a thick, transparent lens resembling a butterfly's wing. The cut lens reflected a gleaming light, obscuring the true color of her eyes. Her exposed chin and slender neck were covered in a thick layer of powder, her artificial whiteness masking everything real, not even flaws or features, not even her true skin color. The butterfly collar she wore today had a very slender leather strap, and the jeweled butterfly was strategically placed at the side of her neck, giving the impression of plucking a delicate flower. Winston's gaze lingered on Madame Butterfly's neck. With no discernible Adam's apple, she was clearly not dressed as a woman. Her clothing was extremely elaborate, covering almost all her skin, and even her hands were covered with black lace gloves. She was beautiful, but in the open-minded principality of Huntington, this was an unusual attire. Women in Huntington were known for their unstinting display of beauty, not to please others, but to please themselves. Perhaps she was dressing this way to conceal some secret. After the opening introductions and pleasantries, Madame Butterfly finally got to the point, recounting a secret about the former royal family in her captivating and magnetic voice. Legend has it that Rudolf Delman, the last king of the Delman kingdom, and his queen were childhood sweethearts, sharing a deep bond. The queen loved the vibrant, fragrant rose, so King Rudolf ordered his men to search thousands of miles from the south for seeds of this rose. He then spent countless sums of money to have botanists meticulously cultivate it, eventually cultivating the Oster rose, which could withstand the kingdom's harsh winters and bloom year-round. When the queen was pregnant with the crown prince, King Rudolf ordered his men to locate a beautiful valley in his kingdom, where he had botanists plant a profusion of Oster roses and build a mountain villa within. The villa was given to the queen by the king as a gift for her 26th birthday. Miraculously, even the heavens seemed moved by the love between the emperor and empress. When the queen arrived at the villa and saw the beautiful, fragrant roses covering the hillside, she discovered pairs of blue-purple jeweled butterflies fluttering among the flowers. These butterflies, one male and one female, formed pairs, twirling and dancing together around the flowers. If one butterfly tragically died, the other would instantly fall to the ground silently, as if dead from a broken heart. No one knew the true relationship between these butterflies. Were they siblings, soulmates, or simply strangers forced together by some inexplicable bond? But people were moved by their shared life and death bond, and they dubbed these rare butterflies the twin butterflies, or the lovers' butterflies. Oh! The skeleton, listening with rapt interest, suddenly clapped his bony claws and exclaimed, "So the twin butterflies mean living and dying together. I thought they were twins." Gio's voice wasn't loud, but it stood out somewhat among the nobles who listened with bated breath. Madame Butterfly gave Jiangyu a feigned look. Many nobles turned to investigate the source of the noise, only to gasp in horror when they saw Jiangyu's skull. Well, the food delivery was mostly handled by the servants, and many of the participating nobles didn't notice Jiangyu. Jiangyu, successfully adding a touch of ghostly chill to Madame Butterfly's story, offered the nobles a self-proclaimed gentle smile. However, in their eyes, this strange skeleton in a chef's uniform, its pupils ablaze with a sinister fire, its jaws crackling, was truly terrifying. If it weren't for the servant standing calmly beside it, several nobles would have cried help, and hurled a barrage of attack magic at it. "Don't be nervous," Madame Butterfly said, her lips curled, suppressing a smile. "This is our manor's head chef. All the delicious food you enjoyed these past few days is from her handiwork." Several nobles who hadn't noticed Takumi before, and who had just finished or were still enjoying their breakfast, choked and coughed. Madame Butterfly ignored them, and continued her story. "It's well known that twins are a bad omen in the kingdom of Delman. Legend has it that the moon goddess governs reincarnation, placing souls destined for reincarnation into women's wombs. Twins are a single soul split into two halves, bound to fight and devour each other. Any attempt to merge into one will ultimately result in mutual destruction. If there are two boys or two girls, their parents and family will abandon the weaker one. But if there is only one boy and one girl, they must not be allowed to meet, and neither can die. Otherwise, one will kill the other, and the soul of the deceased will return, causing the remaining child's personality to change drastically. I'm sure you all know that these legends are nothing but nonsense, but King Rudolph was a superstitious man and believed these folk tales firmly. It's well known that 49 years ago, on a thunderstorm night, the then Queen of the Kingdom of Derman gave birth to the kingdom's crown prince, Frederick, in the royal palace. What few people know is that, in the pouring rain at night, a carriage carrying a wet nurse and a baby girl, guarded by a team of knights, hurriedly left the palace and headed straight for Butterfly Manor. I'm sure you all noticed that the mansion we're in is the Rose Manor, built by King Rudolph de Man for his queen in the story. This time, we explore the unknown and enigmatic life of that little girl. Legend has it that she lived to the age of 24. Yes, that was the exact age when the crown prince suddenly passed away overnight. Could there be a connection? The blonde Count Valentine de Rosewood asked flatteringly. Perhaps. Madame Butterfly said meaningfully, roses have a subtle fragrance, and butterflies are born in twins. Perhaps these unfortunate twins fulfill the story of the twin butterflies. Or perhaps they were simply victims of the shifting royal powers. Chapter 195. They're just a bunch of anecdotes from the past, true or false, Winston frowned. If we're still skeptical about whether such a princess actually existed, what's the point in investigating them? It's nothing but speculative nonsense. Now that His Majesty is ruling the country wisely, Madame Butterfly invites us here for a gathering, yet she keeps talking about the past. What's her intention? Your Excellency, you're worrying too much. Madame Butterfly bowed. I always enjoy exploring anecdotes, especially mysteries lost in history. It was by chance that I stumbled upon this manor. Both the romantic story of King Rudolph and the Queen and the roses and butterflies of this manor fascinate me, and I can't let go. I spent a fortune restoring this manor, abandoned for decades, to its original appearance. I also invited several scholars to delve into the historical materials within, and finally reached a conclusion. King Rudolph did indeed have a princess, and the Queen gave this manor to her. In other words, this villa should have belonged to the descendants of that princess. Does that princess have any descendants? A nobleman asked curiously. Madame Butterfly raised her lips, then said, My only wish is to legally acquire this villa from that descendant. To that end, I am willing to strike a deal. I have invited all of you here because you may have connections to Rose Villa, or perhaps you have extraordinary abilities that could provide me with some clues to finding this descendant. She waved her small gold-threaded folding fan, gently covering her lips. As it happens, you all, in some way or another, are also seeking my help. The expressions of most of the nobles in the hall suddenly changed, as if Madame Butterfly had struck a sore spot. Some glanced around nervously, some looked gloomy, and some cowered, feigning indifference. Winston frowned slightly. Although he had expected this, he couldn't help but feel alarmed by the connections Madame Butterfly secretly wielded. The rules of this game are simple. It will last for 3 days. Madame Butterfly smiled. The entire villa has been renovated. The documents, records, and furnishings are exactly as they were when the princess lived here. For 3 days, you may explore the villa on your own and search for clues. If you find any clues, or if you possess information, you may directly negotiate with me. As long as you help me truly own this villa, I will also help you resolve your problems. By the way, legend has it that the princess once possessed a priceless sapphire brooch, unparalleled in the world. The Heart of Tiara. She smiled mysteriously and said, Perhaps this jewel brooch is hidden somewhere in this villa. Then the game officially begins. You are free to move about. You can call Richard, the butler, for anything you need. If you require any food, drinks, or beverages, just ring the bell and request them according to the menu. Also, I will be hosting a dinner in the banquet hall tonight at 8 o'clock. Please arrive promptly. As soon as Madame Butterfly finished her words, she stepped back. White smoke suddenly erupted from the ground beside her, completely obscuring her. Everyone saw a blue-purple butterfly rise from the smoke, swaying and leisurely flying out the window. Looking again, Madame Butterfly was nowhere to be found in the hall. The guests couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamations, while Count Valentine, enjoying the fun, laughed and applauded. Playing tricks, Winston whispered. Interesting. Vivian propped her chin up on her pink fan and glanced around, scanning the room, each noble. So, who are the insiders, who are the connected parties, and who are the busybodies just here to join in the fun? This is completely different from the script-killing game I imagined. Gioio returned to the kitchen with a pile of empty bowls, and couldn't help but quip to Andre. So, Madame Butterfly is just trying to use these nobles, who need her help to find the princess's heir, and seize the villa from him? That's what it looks like so far. Andre said, placing the pile of empty bowls in the sink. I thought it was some old mystery. Jiaoyu scratched her head, then realized something as she glanced at the pile of empty dishes. She rushed out of the kitchen and found the butler in the living room. Butler Richard. Well, Master Yu, is there anything you need? The butler asked. The seafood you ordered will be delivered tomorrow morning. Oh, okay. But that's not what I meant to say, Jiangyu said. I'm only responsible for cooking. Who will wash the dishes? That's a separate charge. Don't worry about that. The butler clapped his hands, and a young maid suddenly appeared from nowhere. This is Layla. She's in charge of the kitchen and the dining room. You can use her as you please. Jiaoyu was finally satisfied. She glanced at the maid, Layla. She had black hair and dark eyes, a round face, and large eyes. She looked very young. She barely reached Takumi's shoulders, dressed in a classic black and white maid outfit. While she looked like a doll, her expression was completely blank. Like a meticulously crafted mannequin. Takumi took the maid, Layla, back to the kitchen and pointed out the pile of empty dishes. Without a word, the maid rolled up her sleeves and began washing them. With the biggest problem solved, Takumi breathed a sigh of relief. He sorted the already cooked food in the kitchen, turned off the stove, and said to Andre, "Those guests just finished their meals. I don't think they order again for another 3 or 4 hours. Should we go for a stroll around the villa? For the 8 p.m. dinner, starting at 3 p.m. would be more than enough time. And if things didn't work out, there was always the crucible of time to cheat." Takumi wasn't panicking at all. As a worker, you have to balance work and rest, and slack off occasionally. Although the script-killing game didn't develop as Jiangyu had imagined, instead becoming a large-scale reality show of aristocratic profiteering, Jiangyu still found it quite interesting after careful consideration. Forget about Rose Manor, the token of love given by the previous king to the queen and later given to the reclusive and mysterious princess. Even in later times, it would probably be considered a famous tourist attraction. Not to mention the one-of-a-kind and precious sapphire brooch, the heart of tiara, that Madame Butterfly pointed out so pointedly at the end. Jiangyu couldn't help but wonder, if a guest actually found the brooch, would they keep it for themselves, or give it to Madame Butterfly in exchange for a profit? The impoverished, money-grubbing, and gossipy skeleton Lich rubbed his bony claws excitedly, eager to join the nobles in the fun and explore the manor. Andre couldn't help but laugh. "Come on, I take you to see the Sea of Roses first." Chapter 196. Jiaoyu handed the kitchen cleaning to the maid, Layla. After carefully instructing her on what not to touch and making sure the stove was off, he happily followed Andre out. It was 9:30 a.m., and the guests had just finished a hearty breakfast. Jiangyu figured she could play for at least 2 hours before preparing lunch. She followed Andre around the mansion, finally exiting through a small door and finding herself in the garden behind it. Andre had already roughly explored the mansion's terrain. He explained to Jiangyu, "This mansion has large gardens in front and behind, each connected to the front and back hills. We entered from the front hill earlier. This back garden is even larger, connecting directly to the valley behind the hill. The back garden was already planted with roses, and shrubs and flowers were arranged in layers, following the undulating terrain. Winding paths threaded through it, like a maze stretching into the distance." Andre led Jiangyu along the path for a while, gradually leaving the mansion's grounds. They followed the stone path to a viewing platform. The sun had risen, dispersing the morning mist. Jiangyu ran to the marble railing at the edge of the platform, leaned forward, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow!" The mansion was clearly built on the top of a hill. Once outside the mansion, the slope began to descend. The marble viewing platform was built right on the hilltop, supported by marble columns. From there, one could gaze out over the valley, covered in a blanket of fiery red roses. The sunlight gilded the roses with a dazzling golden hue. In the mountain breeze, the roses resembled a blazing fire, or waves dyed red by the setting sun, cascading and swaying, a breathtaking beauty. "This is truly beautiful." Jiaoyu took a deep breath, and through the spiritual wood, she inhaled the rich floral fragrance. "With so many roses, how much rose wine can we make?" Andre? The dark-haired, green-eyed Kingdom Knight clearly couldn't understand how such a romantic and beautiful scene could be connected to rose wine, but Jiangyu had already started naming the dishes. Rose jam, rose wine, rose dew, rose black tea, and rose daifuku. Andre couldn't help but smile at her sparkling eyes. The terrain of Rose Villa wasn't steep, it was more like a small hill than a mountain. They wandered through the sea of flowers on the gentle slope, rested in the shade beneath the marble pavilion, and teased the fluttering blue-purple twin butterflies for a while, until the sun grew scorching, then began to return. Xiaoyu muttered about various rose dishes, and even verified that the roses were free of toxins and edible, but he didn't pick any. Xiaoyu felt that he should at least confirm the ownership of the roses with the housekeeper, and obtain their approval before proceeding. Little Skeleton was always surprisingly particular about these small details, but Andre greatly appreciated her down-to-earth nature. Little Skeleton seemed to have her own personal scale, weighing what she considered fair. Money wasn't her only criterion. Although she appeared to be a money grubber, she was deeply concerned with many other things: fairness, justice, connections, the future. Within her tiny skull lay 1,000 thoughts. She firmly adhered to her boundaries, but would also make some concessions when it didn't affect them, and for the right reasons. Over the years, Andre had encountered countless businessmen while investigating cases, handling all manner of disputes and murders. Some, relying on their own abilities, were extremely harsh towards their friends and family, seemingly seeking to squeeze every last drop of blood and flesh from their companions, reaping the benefits while leaving others to shoulder the risks. In the end, they were deserted by their friends and family, their bodies scattered in the wilderness. Others, submissive and compliant, were exploited by those around them, seemingly clinging to a shred of affection, yet in reality, they were completely ignored. They depleted their wealth and dignity, ultimately losing everything to the scumbags around them, leaving them penniless and destitute. But Jiangyu was different. She loved money, but also knew how to manage it. She protected her own profits, yet also sought to benefit everyone else. She didn't seek to steal her companion's share. Instead, she focused on expanding the pie, ensuring she could eat her fill while also ensuring the comfort of those who trusted her: Holly, the witches, the dwarf artisans, and him. Little Bone has no eyes, yet she possesses an uncanny ability to judge people. Perhaps this ability is also a Lich's innate ability. She knows the right people to choose as friends, and can accurately grasp the bottom line in business and negotiations. She always takes her fair share, never letting others take advantage, nor taking advantage of others excessively. Even when she's at a disadvantage in a negotiation, she always finds a way to gain benefits from the long-term cooperation. If she finds a worthy partner, she's willing to offer her help, but she never acts blindly. She always strikes a perfect balance between herself and others, neither suffering any loss nor hurting the friendship of her companions. Perhaps because of this, everyone who worked with her loved this Lich and praised her highly. Extremely rational and unbiased, everyone in her presence seemed like mere life itself. Gender, class, and race seemed insignificant. At most, she received a surprised ouch, but her attitude toward people remained unchanged. The more Andre explored, the more intrigued he became about Takuya. Originally, he'd been staring at the skeleton solely for the sake of the case, but now Andre found himself increasingly unable to look away. The skeleton held the most beautiful soul he had ever seen. Even though his eyes saw a skeletal skeleton, his mind seemed to be able to fill in the white bones with flesh and blood, picturing her true appearance. Takuya didn't yet know that Andre was reconstructing her appearance from her own bones. Even if she knew, she'd probably immediately be curious about whether the magically created skeleton bore any resemblance to her original appearance. She was crouching beside a rose bush, grinning at the twin butterflies as she slowly extended her bony claws and hovered in midair. Perhaps because the skeleton lacked the scent of a living being, the butterfly mistakenly thought her bony claws were sturdy branches and foolishly rested on them. Wow! So cute! Jiuyo closed her bony claws, transforming them into a cage. Sure enough, she caught a butterfly. She giggled for a moment, teasing the butterfly for a moment before opening her bony claws and letting it free again. She played with this playful activity for a while before finally standing up, contentedly brushing off the rose pollen stains on her bony claws. Let's go! Let's explore the mansion. Chapter 197. Winston remained seated on the sofa in the corner of the living room, his handsome face sullen as he sipped his long cold tea. He scanned the nobles present, judging each one. Ever since Madame Butterfly vanished in a cloud of smoke, a strange atmosphere had enveloped the mansion. The invited nobles huddled together in small groups, some furtive and sweating, others brimming with determination. In short, with the exception of him, Vivian, and virtually every guest had already decided to participate in Madame Butterfly's game. Trading intelligence, resources, and expertise to gain the power, connections, and wealth they desired, rather than solving artificial puzzles, this was the true Game of Thrones that the nobles had known from childhood. There are many legends about Madame Butterfly's background, but the only certainty is that this woman, or rather the power behind her, is indeed powerful and of extraordinary origin. The fact that she was able to find Rose Hill and openly declare her claim to it is enough to demonstrate her immense power. Winston lowered his eyes slightly, reviewing the guest list in his mind. Madame Butterfly's invitation consisted of a main letter and an appendix. The main letter was for the guests Madame Butterfly invited herself, while the appendix was for the guests invited by the guests themselves. This meant that of the 13 guests, only about 7 were actually invited by Madame Butterfly. As for the reason for the odd number 13, Winston speculated that perhaps one of the guests had brought no one with him. So, apart from Vivian, himself, and Victor von Neumann, whom Vivian had brought in, which of the remaining 9 guests were the ones Madame Butterfly truly wanted to invite, the ones with connections to Rose Hill? Winston's mind suddenly flashed back to the crazed woman from last night. Peter H., Cusmanda, and Samantha H., lol, one a former court jester, and the other a former maid of honor. If they had served the Delman royal family, they would naturally have some connection to Rose Hill. Court jester was simply a fancy name for the king's favored clowns and entertainers. In those days, entertainment was scarce, and kings and nobles often kept a group of entertainers for their own amusement. These entertainers held no real official positions, and were like pets to the king and the nobles. One day, they might be admired, but the next, due to a single misstep, they could be convicted and die a silent death, carelessly rolled up on a straw mat and thrown into a mass grave for wild beasts to gnaw on. To prolong their lives, these jesters diligently learn as many skills as possible, whether it's dressing up as a clown, a beautiful woman, or a man dressed as a woman, singing, dancing, performing acrobatics, telling jokes, or rehearsing plays. They must master it all. A few skills that others lack can make their masters hesitate a moment before dismissing them, perhaps even resolving a major issue, saving their jobs and their lives. The status of these jesters depends entirely on their master's favor. Throughout the history of the German kingdom, there have been many jesters favored by the king, rising to high positions, and wielding real power. Each jester has a very different style. Some rely on their beauty to make the king addicted to their tenderness, while others are loyal and patriotic and act as the king's spies. There was once a clown jester who pretended to be crazy and stupid all year round, and made all kinds of unfair things in the market into sarcastic jokes to advise the king. He danced on a tightrope every day, but he also assisted a wise monarch and lived to a good end. During the reign of King Rudolf Delman, his dissolute and frivolous majesty naturally maintained a number of jesters, one of whom was Peter H. Cusmanda. Short and stout, with a perpetual smile, he wore fine jewelry and, as always, made exaggerated expressions while speaking. He must have been a regular clown, telling jokes and entertaining the king. There were no secrets at court. Any slightest movement became gossip, and clowns were masters of making up stories, hearing and sharing countless gossips. If a princess lived at Rose Hill, the jester would surely know something, but it was unknown what benefits Madame Butterfly had promised him. Perhaps the two hadn't yet agreed on a mutually satisfactory price. As for the former maid-in-waiting, she looked much more normal today than she had the previous night, but she was still wrapped in her cloak, shivering and huddled in the corner farthest from Winston, quietly sipping her noodle soup. Her eyes flickered, as if she were afraid of something, like someone who had done something wrong and was dreading the vengeance of a demon. And then there were the 3 scholars, the historian, the magician, and the botanist. If the historian had a connection to the hidden history of the Delman royal family, and the botanist might have some research on the Oster rose, then what was the purpose of inviting the magician? Or, which scholar was this magician accompanying? As for Baron Cameron Van Chand and his wife, Eleanor Van Chand, Winston was almost certain that they had come together with a principle and a letter. Baron Chandler was chubby, with a protruding beer belly. His clothes looked respectable, but they were actually outdated. His title had been passed down from the days of the German kingdom, but Baron Chandler had remained out of politics for years. Coupled with his poorly managed businesses, there were rumors that he had been borrowing money from foreign governments, struggling to maintain his former glory, even though he was practically on the verge of bankruptcy. If the couple could extort a substantial sum of gold and silver from Madame Butterfly, it would surely resolve the debt problem that had plagued them for so long. Whether or not they possessed the information Madame Butterfly needed, Winston believed that these two would be the most motivated players in the game to pursue clues and solve the mystery. Winston's gaze turned to the tall, slender Countess Durand de Canberra. The long-widowed countess was over 60, but she was remarkably strong, with a straight back and her gray hair tied high and meticulously into a round puff at the back. She wore a black dress and a black lace veil, and her thin face was imbued with authority. She was not an easy person to get along with. Winston had heard of the Countess of Canberra. She was one of the leading figures of the old Delman line, and a close friend of the last Delman queen. If the queen had given birth to twins and secretly raised the daughter at Rose Hill, Winston would have likely heard something from the queen. Chapter 198. Then, there was Count Valentine de Rosewood. This count was a notorious playboy. He was about the same age as Winston, but he had never done anything serious. He had a long list of affairs, with both men and women. His gossip could be seen daily in the capital's tabloids. Either he was spotted with a beautiful woman, or he was sneaking out of a prominent family's back door early in the morning. He was a playboy, but because he had a beautiful, feminine look, with soft, flowing, and shimmering blonde hair, even his many jealous lovers dared only to compete privately, never daring to confront him. He was a remarkable individual, fully worthy of his nickname, Rose Lover. This playboy was clearly looking for trouble, and he probably got that cover letter from somewhere. The proof was that he'd been visiting Baron Newman's territory with Vivian a few days earlier, bidding furiously during Vivian's auction, only to be ultimately defeated by Baron Newman, who had the home field advantage. If he was determined to attend this gathering, then use his connections back home to get a cover letter. Well, that certainly seemed like something he would do. While Winston was pondering, he caught a glimpse of Vivian storming back, skirt lifted. She plopped down on the vacant sofa next to him, exhaling hotly, "I've been fighting these guys for most of the day. I'm exhausted." Winston's chaotic thoughts came to a sudden halt. He couldn't help but raise the corner of his lip at his beloved, who looked adorable with a pouty face. "Oh, I just went to do some research." Vivian waved her small pink fan and leaned slightly closer to Winston. Valentine was holding an accompanying letter from Countess Durand de Campbell. Their territories are adjacent, and the old Earl of Rosewood is an old friend of the Earl of Campbell, so they have a good relationship. Valentine lost the bid that day and returned to his territory that evening. He asked people around and happened to find out about the Countess of Campbell. She had also received an invitation from Madame Butterfly, so she took up her place and came along. Winston nodded slightly. "I see. That's not surprising." The Countess of Campbell came for the legendary treasure, the sapphire brooch, the Heart of Tiara. Vivian continued, "It's said that the Heart of Tiara was originally a top-grade sapphire mine from the gem mines of the Countess of Canberra's family. She presented this sapphire brooch to Queen Isabella on her 18th birthday, and presumably, the Queen later gave it to her daughter. This time, the Countess of Canberra heard from Madame Butterfly that the Heart of Tiara was hidden at the manor, so she agreed to attend the gathering. She wanted to find the brooch and bring it back as a memorial to her deceased friend. So, since it was a gift from the Countess of Canberra to the Queen, now that the Delman royal family has declined, it makes sense for it to be returned to its original owner." Madame Butterfly's last words were just a bait thrown to the Countess of Canberra. Winston changed the subject. "But why are the Baron and Baron Chandler here? I know they're in need of money, but what can Madame Butterfly gain from them? This story probably starts with Baron Chandler's father." A familiar voice suddenly interrupted the conversation. The elegant, blonde-haired Earl strode forward, reclining with a playful air on the armchair where Winston sat, and flirted at him. "Don't underestimate Baron Chandler's mediocrity. His father was once a member of King Delman's personal guard. He was a loyal and devoted knight of the kingdom. The wealth Baron Chandler enjoys today was earned through his father's painstaking efforts. It is said that his father left behind a secret notebook, recording much of what he saw and heard during his time in the personal guard. This notebook is written in a code compiled by the Chandler family, and no one except the descendants of the Chandler family can decipher it. Ha! Baron Chandler must be trying to sell this notebook to Madame Butterfly for a high price." Vivian clapped her hands excitedly. Winston leaned back slightly, and quietly moved closer to Vivian, increasing the distance between him and Valentine. "What about those 3 scholars?" "Oh, Dascus Van Gently is an expert on King Rudolph Delman and his descendants. He's extremely interested in the legend of Rose Hill." Valentine turned and pointed at the gray-haired scholar in the center of the hall, chatting with Baron Chandler excitedly, gesticulating with joy. The man was short, ruddy-faced, with neatly cropped gray hair and silver chain glasses. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s. It's said that he's been searching for this mysterious Rose Hill for years, collecting a wealth of historical materials, but he's been unable to enter Rose Hill to explore its depths. This has caused his research to stagnate for years, with no progress at all. That Salon van Caspello was his close friend. Dasks always took him with him whenever he visited a historical site. This magician could be considered Dask's personal bodyguard. It seems the historian has finally gotten what he wanted this time. The botanist is in a similar situation. She's fascinated by the Oster rose, but unfortunately, This unique artificially cultivated variety can't be found anywhere else except at Rose Manor. I heard that Londina van Betten wants to purchase several Oster roses from Madame Butterfly for research and cultivation. But are these roses now considered Madame Butterfly's property? Vivian frowned slightly. No, Valentine said, although Madame Butterfly has invested heavily in rebuilding and maintaining the manor, if no descendants of the princess are found, she will be nothing more than a usurper. This is precisely the purpose of Madame Butterfly's gathering. If we could find the whereabouts of that descendant, know who he is, whether he's alive or dead, everything would be different. Wait a minute, Winston asked, puzzled. How can Madame Butterfly be so sure that the descendant will transfer the inheritance of this manor to her? Valentine shrugged. Who knows? Madame Butterfly has many means and resources, and she can always come up with terms that satisfy the other party. Besides, if it turns out that the descendant is deceased, Madame Butterfly will get what she wants. She is a distant relative of Queen Isabella's mother. If the princess's lineage is cut off, then as Queen Isabella's only surviving relative, Madame Butterfly will rightfully inherit this manor and all its treasures. Chapter 199. I see. That makes sense. Winston quickly grasped the logic and added, it seems everyone at this gathering has their own agenda. So what's yours? Valentine smirked and winked at Winston. You? The hairs on Winston's neck stood on end. Valentine drew out his words, enjoying his embarrassment for a moment before continuing. What do you mean? Winston, Vivian, standing by, rested her chin on her hand as she watched the two of them. Suddenly she explained, why do I feel like your eyes and facial features look a bit alike? She hadn't noticed it when they were apart before, but now that they were so close, she could sense a resemblance. Oh! Valentine was unfazed. He glanced at Winston and Vivian and said deliberately, maybe we look like a couple. Winston jumped up like a cat with its fur standing on end. He pulled Vivian along and said to Valentine, we have things to do. Let's go first. Oh, that's really funny. Valentine clapped his hands and laughed heartily. He watched Winston flee as if he were avoiding the plague, seemingly unperturbed. Winston hurriedly fled the living room with Vivian in tow, and ran into Andre and Takuya, who had just returned from outside. The man and the skeleton had been out somewhere, their clothes and hair stained with golden pollen and rose petals. Their faces were beaming, and their whole bodies radiated joy. Winston looked them up and down, his face incredulous. That's outrageous. We're just gathering information. Did you guys go on a date in the Sea of Flowers? However, outrageous as it may be, information that needs to be shared must be shared. So, a moment later, several people sat in a row at the kitchen island, watching Takumi mix drinks while they shared all the information they had gathered. So, both Madame Butterfly and that descendant, whose identity remains unknown, both have the right to inherit the manor, but Madame Butterfly's line of succession comes after that descendant. Andre rested his chin on his hand and concluded, this explains how Madame Butterfly found the true Rose Manor. If she's a relative of the Queen, there must be clues or records passed down through her family. I suspect Madame Butterfly was initially unaware of the princess's existence and her descendants. Perhaps she believed she was the sole heir to the manor, and so she spent a fortune renovating the inherited manor. Winston said, only after the manor was renovated did she discover the princess and descendants from the historical records left there. This also aligns with Madame Butterfly's previous account. But in this case, the manor might be heir to someone else, but Madame Butterfly has invested so much time, effort, and energy in it that she can't just walk away. The best solution is to find that descendant. Of course, I imagine clarifying the estate's ownership isn't Madame Butterfly's sole purpose. Indeed, Andre said, understandingly. The reappearance of a direct descendant of the German royal family will affect more than just the ownership of the estate. It might even affect His Majesty's royal authority. King Huntington ascended to the throne precisely because the Delman royal family had no successor, and the throne remained vacant. Furthermore, His Majesty's drastic reforms in recent years have impacted the interests of many of the old nobility, leaving tensions high between the two sides. If a direct descendant of the royal family suddenly emerged at this time, it would undoubtedly affect the entire political situation. Madame Butterfly has intricate ties to the old royal family. She may be using the guise of inheriting Rose Hill as a pretext, but in reality she's seeking to secure support for this royal descendant. Hands on rescue, nurturing a fallen emperor. What riches this would bring her! Not to mention the immense power the new emperor would bring upon her. 3 cups of lemon tea. Jiang Yu pushed 3 glasses in front of them one by one. Each one has a whole lemon in it. Want to try it? Madame Butterfly was wealthy and generous with her ingredients. Her kitchen and pantry were stocked with plenty of sugar, and Jianyu used it generously, feeling quite proud. As expected, as long as one had money and didn't consider the cost, even in the resource-scarce Middle Ages, one could live a life of luxury, eating whatever one wanted. Vivian grabbed her cup of lemon tea, gulped down half of it, and let out a sigh of relief. Wow, so refreshing. This sour and sweet taste is amazing. Right. And lemon tea is high in vitamin C. Not only can it prevent scurvy, it also inhibits melanin production and has antioxidant properties, aiding in whitening. It's really great for girls. Jiangyu said happily. But citric acid isn't very friendly to someone as frail as her. Luckily, if I only consume soul fire, it doesn't seem to cause a chemical reaction. So, are we going to follow Madame Butterfly's wishes and investigate the mystery of the princess's descendants? Vivian asked, holding her glass. Investigate. Winston said, I don't intend to play Madame Butterfly's bargaining game, but for the sake of His Majesty the King and the future of this country, we must also discover the identity of that descendant. So where do we start? Vivian asked. I asked is to investigate the records in the mansion. He's very good at gathering this kind of information. But I doubt the documents left in this villa will hold many clues. Winston said, if Madame Butterfly could find the descendants' whereabouts based solely on the documents in the villa, she wouldn't have to go to the trouble of organizing this party. The guests invited this time may have the clues she's really looking for. Samantha, the crazed former maid of honor, Peter, the wealthy former court jester, the Queen's close friend, the Countess of Canberra, Baron Chandler, the owner of a mysterious notebook left by a former member of the King's Guard, and Dascus, a scholar who has dedicated his life to studying this period of history. Winston counted off their names. We need to find out what clues each of them holds. I'm afraid this task won't be that easy. Andre sighed. These people all need Madame Butterfly's help, and in their eyes, we're all competitors. Unless we can offer a higher price than Madame Butterfly. The impoverished knight glanced at his sworn brother, but I don't think our financial resources can match the wealth of Madame Butterfly. Chapter 200. To be honest, Winston and Vivian weren't impoverished nobles like Andre, who ran away from home and had nothing but a viscount title. Although Vivian hadn't inherited her father's title, she received a generous monthly stipend from the Marquis of Leicester. While this wasn't considered financially free by the aristocracy, it was more than enough to cover her daily, luxury expenses. Winston had inherited all of Count Mordor's wealth and power. However, he had a group of shadow army spies to support. His Majesty's treasury was empty, and for the past year or two, Winston had to advance the spies' salaries and supplies. Winston held many IOUs from His Majesty, but he still had to pay for food and fodder out of his own pocket. Not to mention the constant natural disasters of recent years, he had also spent a considerable amount of money supporting the poor in and around his territory. Even a wealthy family didn't have much food left. Compared to Madame Butterfly, who was incredibly wealthy, easily able to acquire a wealth of expensive Southeast Asian ingredients, host a series of lavish balls, and was backed by some unknown power, they were indeed somewhat poor. If they wanted to get the answer before Madame Butterfly, they would be seen as competitors by the guests, making their actions much more difficult. Perhaps you could try using Madame Butterfly's name. Winston looked at Andre. You are now Madame Butterfly's hired men, and you could use that status to gain leverage. Try to find out while we deliver lunch. If bribery doesn't work, perhaps we can try intimidation. Vivian chewed on some peanuts that Jiangyu had fried and pointed at the guest list, saying, Baron Chandler has a nut allergy, and there are plenty of peanuts here. Andre shuddered subconsciously. As expected of Vivian, she was so terrifying. While they were discussing their plans, Jiangyu began preparing lunch. For lunch, Jiangyu served a set lunch menu, each consisting of a main course, a portion of blanched vegetables, a small bowl of caramel egg and milk pudding, and a drink. For the main courses, she added soy sauce chicken rice, roast duck rice, and tender roast beef short rib rice to the breakfast dishes. The rice that Yadra prepared was clearly high-end imported from Southeast Asia, with a rich aroma and much better quality than the rice in Holly, and probably much more expensive. But when cooking here, Jiangyu didn't have to worry about cost. She first cooked the rice in a large pot until half-cooked, then drained it, and steamed it in a steamer until cooked through. This resulted in a generous portion of rice, distinct grains, and a dry, non-sticky texture. It was both delicious and easy to prepare while ensuring a consistent supply. The name of the caramel egg and milk pudding implies the 3 ingredients needed, and the recipe simply involves mixing eggs, milk, and sugar. The perfect amount of sugar masked the fishy flavor of eggs and milk, which was characteristic of this era. The only remaining trick was to strain the mixture through a fine sieve to remove any bubbles and impurities, resulting in a smoother and more tender pudding. The beaten egg mixture was poured into small ceramic cups and allowed to rest briefly to eliminate any remaining bubbles before being baked in the bread oven. After each batch of milk pudding was baked, Takumi sprinkled sugar evenly over the surface, then used fire magic to caramelize it into a hard crust. Cooling it down with ice magic, the delicious and simple dessert was ready. Soy sauce chicken is also simple to make. Simply boil soy sauce, wine, sugar, ginger, scallions, and water in a large iron pot. Then, add the plucked, cleaned, and drained chicken and cook until it's browned. However, there are some tricks to the cooking method. Takumi controlled the energy input into the magic stove, lowering the flame to medium-low. Then, with a spoon, he continuously scooped up the bubbling dark brown sauce from the pot and poured it over the pink-white chicken. After 10 minutes of continuous pouring, the chicken skin was dyed a beautiful brown. At this point, it was time to flip the chicken over and continue to smother the uncolored areas with the sauce. After another 10 minutes, cover the pot and simmer the chicken for 5 minutes, flip it over, and simmer for another 5 minutes. Remove from the pot, the cooked soy sauce chicken is placed on a cutting board to cool while cutting, ready for the next chicken. A batch of freshly marinated roast duck and beef ribs are also in the oven. The nimble Lich flashes around the kitchen, and dishes emerge one after another. Then, a series of ding-ding-ding sounds echo, signaling the guests' orders. Winston and Andre both opted for the soy sauce chicken rice, something they never tried before, while Vivian preferred the roast duck rice with plum sauce. Of course, the cool, crispy caramel egg and milk pudding was a crowd favorite. Vivian even devoured 3 bowls in one sitting. For lunch, most of the guests opted for the unusual rice dish, while the ever-picky Mrs. Duran de Campila ordered the submarine beef rib sandwich combo. The only meal that required special preparation was for Baron and Lady Chand. The Baron had a severe nut allergy, forcing him to switch his cooking oil from peanut oil to butter, while his wife was a vegetarian. Of course, vegetarianism is just a general term, and everyone's definition of vegetarianism varies. Some adhere strictly to a vegan diet, abstaining from meat, poultry, eggs, fish, or dairy products, relying solely on soy protein for nutritional needs. Others tolerate eggs and milk. Still others believe fish is acceptable. In short, abstaining from red meat from beef, lamb, or pork is probably their only commonality. Jiao specifically checked with the butler, and Baroness Eleanor Van Chand was, to be precise, a non-strict pescatarian. This meant she abstained from red meat and poultry, but could eat eggs, milk, and freshwater, and seafood like fish and shrimp. This relaxed vegetarianism has become a trend among the aristocracy in recent years. These vegetarian nobles believe that killing animals with hooves and claws is cruel, but they have no taboos regarding eggs, which don't guarantee life, milk that can be obtained without killing, and fish and shrimp, which lack hooves and claws. Jikuyu, Something feels a little strange. Perhaps this is a way for hypocritical aristocrats to comfort themselves and atone for their sins. Or perhaps it's simply because soy production technology was not well developed in that era. Without these eggs, milk, and seafood, they probably wouldn't get the protein they need. In short, Baroness Chandler can eat vegetable salads, fish, eggs, and dairy products. Her breakfast is a bowl of hand-rolled noodles topped with scrambled eggs and tomatoes. Chapter 201. At noon, the Baroness went to the butler and specifically requested a set meal not on the menu, a submarine fish fillet sandwich. Presumably, she'd been craving the pork chop sandwich. That wasn't a problem, because along with the special order, the butler also delivered several tanks of lively fish. One tank contained the lamprey that Takuya had ordered for dinner's main course, while the others contained more common crucian carp, grass carp, and snakehead. A good cook can't cook without rice, but with the ingredients, everything is easy, anything is possible. Takuya pulled a long, fat snakehead from the tank, intending to make fried fish fillets. Snakeheads have few bones. After removing the head and skin, split the fish along the spine and into 2 intact sections. After removing a few small bones, you can choose the meaty, perfectly shaped areas and cut into perfectly sized fillets. A maximum of 2 fillets can be taken from a piece of fish, so 4 fillets from a single piece would be enough for the Baroness. Fried fish fillets are no different from fried pork cutlets. There's no need to fluff the fish. Simply season with salt and black pepper, then coat each piece twice and deep fry. The finished product is a beautiful golden rectangle, remarkably similar to a fried pork cutlet, albeit with a more regular shape. The fish were fried in the canola oil available in the kitchen. It must be said that Madame Butterfly was truly wealthy, having prepared far more ingredients than Takumiya had requested, enough to feed the nobles for another 3 or 4 days. The butler left the tanks of fish in the care of the maid, Layla, who was said to be quite skilled in fish farming. With Layla around, Takumi only needed to tell her what fish he wanted before cooking. Wow, this is so convenient. Takumi handed the submarine fish sandwich set to the butler, praising it endlessly. Cooking here is so worry-free. The butler smiled back at her and left to serve the food. The maid effortlessly picked up a tank of fish and said in a mechanical tone, "Then I start by raising these fish in the manor's fish pond." Jiaoyo, Wait. What fish pond? In this day and age, such a high-end and classy thing exists? She asked, puzzled, and the maid nodded. Yes, there's a natural cave beneath the manor, with an underground river that connects directly to the sea. The cave is warm in winter and cool in summer, and deep within it is a region of perpetually frozen ice. The previous owner built an ice cellar, a natural wine cellar, and 3 or 4 fish ponds, stocked with both fresh and seawater. You can raise any kind of fish. In the past, there was no need to buy fish from outside. The fish ponds would be stocked with a variety of edible fish year-round. It's just that the manor has been abandoned for a long time, and the fish ponds have dried up, and all the fish inside have long since died. The housekeeper had me clean out the fish ponds these past few days, and replace the water, so we can raise fish again. Jiaoyo, The life of the nobility truly exceeded her imagination. Then I move all these fish to the fish pond. Layla repeated mechanically, anything else you need? Ah, those lampreys won't need to be moved. Jiaoyo said, I take care of them later. Yes, sir. The maid clearly possessed incredible arm strength. She adjusted her stance, placed the fish tank on her shoulder, and secured it with one hand. With her free hand, she lifted another large fish tank and, without blinking, walked out with ease. Amazing. Jianyu marveled. Is this still human? No, Vivian said. That little maid is probably an alchemical and mechanical doll manufactured by the Rusman Federation. I heard that the German royal family once spent a fortune purchasing several dolls, specifically to care for the royal children. These dolls possess a certain level of thinking ability, immense strength, and a certain level of magical prowess. They can easily clean, organize, and care for livestock. Their fighting power is also astonishing, and they are said to be able to fight to a draw with the kingdom's knights. Most importantly, they only obey the orders of their blood-bound masters. They're incredibly loyal, fearless of betrayal, and can even be used to test poisons. Jianyu remembered how Paulina had mentioned this thing to her before, and she gasped. Is this the doll that costs 9 million gold coins? The royal family bought several at once? How extravagant were the former Delman royal family? I'm not sure exactly how much the royal family spent. But there's a rumor that the Delman royal family transferred a small mineral vein on the border between the two countries to the Rusman Federation. Wow! A mineral vein. This doll is truly not something an ordinary person could purchase. Wait, so Layla isn't someone Madame Butterfly brought in, but a doll made already at Rose Manor? Jiaoyo scratched his head, realizing something. Does she know anything about the past at the manor? We can try asking her. Andre's eyes lit up. Perhaps we learn something. Winston warned, don't get your hopes up. If she truly knew any useful information, Madame Butterfly would have already found it out. Vivian was more optimistic than he was. That's true, but right now we're completely confused and have no idea what's going on. Madame Butterfly has far more information than we do. If Layla truly knows something, perhaps she can put us on the same page as Madame Butterfly. When Andre and the others finished lunch, the maid Layla returned to the kitchen, and the 3 of them immediately surrounded her and began to question her. Takumi put the empty dishes in the sink, wiped the island clean, and fetched flour and butter from the pantry to begin making the cookies and puff pastry for dinner. The final menu for tonight consisted of 13 dishes. Appetizers, witch finger cookies, spicy blood deviled eggs, bloody eyeball rose bouquet, lychee, black olive, bacon, and lettuce salad, soup, skull butter chicken crisps, 5-fingered peach, lotus root, and pork knuckle soup. Side dishes, golden shrimp rolls / sausage meat and vegetable combo, marinated platter, lychee pork, celery stir-fried octopus tentacles. Main dishes, grilled lamprey, tender roasted beef short rib. Desserts, chocolate spider cookies, bloody tea jelly, rose tea jelly, of course, to avoid the Baron's allergies. Takuya will not use any nut products, including peanut oil. For the Baroness, who adheres to the pescatarian principle, a separate dish of skull butter fish crisps and 5-fingered peach, lotus root, and lotus seed soup will be prepared. As for her salad, the bacon had to be removed, the golden shrimp roll and sausage combination had to be changed to a shrimp roll combination, the braised platter had to use braised kelp and braised lotus root instead, the lychee meat had to be changed to pineapple and real lychee, and the tender roasted beef ribs had to be changed to fried fish fillet. Well, all easy to solve, not a big problem. Chapter 202. Although preparing a separate meal for a vegetarian who can eat fish, shrimp, and eggs was certainly a bit of a chore, Takuya had been warned by Yadra when he submitted the menu, so he had Yadra prepare alternative ingredients. With a plan in hand, Takuya wasn't panicking at all. Lunch had been served to the guests, and they had explored the rose garden. Andre, Winston, and the others were about to begin investigating the princess's past at Rose Manor. Takuya decided that instead of sitting around doing nothing, he might as well start preparing the evening's feast early. Biscuits and puff pastry dough needed to be made in advance, and soups and braised dishes could also be cooked in advance. The Crucible of Time was certainly a cheating artifact, but wouldn't it be more cost-effective to save some magical energy, which finger cookies and chocolate spider cookies require cake flour. French puff pastry, because it requires multiple folds, is best made with all-purpose flour, which allows the dough to stretch without being too tough. The golden threads used in making golden shrimp rolls and sausage rolls are actually thin, fried noodles, also made with all-purpose flour. Jiangyu planned everything in her mind, then divided the table into several areas and laid out the necessary ingredients, muttering to herself, this side for cookies, this side for puff pastry, this side for noodles. She scooped out flour in measured portions, and piled it up into small hills on the clean, sterilized table. She pressed a crater-shaped depression into the center of the hilltop, cracked an egg into it, and then poured in water, creating a series of flour crater lakes. This was Jianyu's favorite game as a child. As she kneaded the flour, her hands becoming sticky, it felt as if all stress, pain, and worries had vanished. She was Niwa, the creator of humanity. The flour in her hands was her mountains, lakes, land, and creations. Even if those tiny flour creations were as indistinguishable as mud. She kneaded the dough with great pleasure, yet managed to spare a moment to pay attention to Andre. The three of them had been questioning the maid, Layla, for quite a while, but Layla's face remained frozen, as cold as porcelain, and she repeated in an inanimate voice, "Sorry, you don't have the permission to access that information." "Sorry, Layla doesn't understand your question." "Sorry, Layla can't answer your question." Takumu, This puppet's AI feels like a massive retard. Huh? Wait, is AI technology already available in this day and age? Oh! Can this puppet even answer our questions properly? Winston ruffled his hair in frustration. It still doesn't work. Vivian sighed. Well, if it were so easy to ask, Madame Butterfly wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. How about we check the study upstairs? Andre suggested. Didn't Madame Butterfly say that all the documents, records, and furnishings here are consistent with when the princess lived here? Then the manor must contain all the princess's legal documents, like her birth certificate, family tree, and coat of arms. Let's go! Winston acted decisively, clearly not wanting to waste any more time with the puppets. Winston and Vivian were the first to leave the kitchen. Andre stopped at the door and turned to look at Takumi. Little Bone, are you okay here alone? No problem. Takumi made an okay sign with his flour-covered bony paw. I wonder if Andre understood. Anyway, Layla's here. Let me know if you find anything interesting. I investigate as soon as I'm done, and I come help you when I'm done. Andre left a word and rushed out of the kitchen, quickly catching up with his brother and future sister-in-law. The noisy kitchen suddenly fell silent, leaving only the sound of Takuya kneading dough. A little boring, Takuya muttered. There aren't any audiobooks to listen to while cooking these days. Hey Layla, can you tell stories? Yes. This time, Layla's answer was crisp and clear. Then tell me a story while you wash the dishes? Yes, my lord. Layla walked back to the sink and began washing the dishes. I tell you your favorite stories, the fairy in the mirror, the glass slipper, and the cat that returns gratitude. Which one would you like? Yes, anything is fine. Huh? Jiangyu tilted his head, sensing something was amiss. Young master? Isn't your master the princess hidden in this manor by King Delman? Are you talking about my previous master, Derisi Del? Princess man, Layla said. After the previous owner gave birth to the young master, she gave me to him. Jianyu's eyes flickered. Hey Layla, I'm particularly interested in the story of Princess Derisi and the young master. Can you tell me? Layla was silent for a long moment. Just when Jianyu thought his attempt had failed and the doll would stop talking, she spoke slowly, as if finishing a long data stream. It has been detected that the above request does not involve confidential data. Okay. Then, shall we start from the beginning? Okay. Layla nodded. Princess Drisi Durman was born 49 years ago, on the night of the 19th day of midsummer in the year 939 of the Tau calendar. She is the daughter of King Rudolf Durman and Queen Isabella Durman, and the twin sister of Crown Prince Frederick. Due to the Durman royal family's special taboo regarding twins, despite being a princess, she was never crowned a princess by the king, nor received a fiefdom. Instead, she received this Rose Hill Manor as a personal gift from Queen Isabella. It was then that I was purchased by the royal family and assigned to the princess. Xiaoyo kneaded the dough, shaping each dough ball into long strips resembling a witch's fingers, while listening to Layla recount the story of the princess, who was confined to Rose Hill due to an inexplicable superstition about twins. If the princess was a nightingale-like beauty, then Rose Hill was her prison. Princess Dretzi Delman inherited the good looks of the Delman royal family. She had dazzling golden hair, sapphire eyes, and skin as white as snow. She was like King Frederick. The crown prince bore an 80% resemblance. But it was precisely this 80% resemblance that terrified the superstitious king. He feared that Therese had stolen the crown prince's soul and was born, and that the twins held a twin butterfly-like influence. In the king's eyes, if Therese tragically passed away, half of Crown Prince Frederick's soul would be dead. He didn't know whether that other half would be consigned to hell, the divine realm. Or perhaps it would haunt the still-living Crown Prince, like a lingering evil spirit, a lingering evil that would drag the other half of the Crown Prince's soul into a state of complete death. Chapter 203. As a caged bird, Princess Derisi enjoyed a very comfortable life. Based on what Takuya had seen and heard, if the Duchy of Huntington had a ranking of the 8 wonders of the world, Rose Manor scenery would probably rank in the top 3. The luxurious mansion, the boundless sea of roses covering the hills, the material supplies that would be considered all-inclusive even in the magical Middle Ages. King and Queen Delman did their best to meet their daughter's every material need, but they also stubbornly ignored her spiritual desires. The vast manor was a hollow cage. There were grassy horse farms, a well-stocked library, and cliffs overlooking the sea, but apart from the princess, there was no living person in the manor. Huh? Takuya gasped at this. Layla, unaware, continued to recount the story from her memory. For the princess's safety, His Majesty the King permits only us puppets to serve her. Aside from Her Majesty the Queen's annual midsummer visit to stay for a short while, this villa, in the princess's words, is a deserted ghost land. Xiaoyo paused as she placed the almond nails on the witch's finger biscuits. Her mind flashed back to the tedious days of her childhood hospitalization, and for a moment, she almost felt empathy. Humans are social animals, and no one can escape the loneliness of society. Endless loneliness and boredom can drag a person into the abyss of destruction. Although modern people will spontaneously seek solitude in a noisy life from time to time, they will also hold their mobile phones all the time, reading novels, watching videos, and browsing the news. Few people notice that this is not true solitude. People just put themselves in a virtual world in a book or a drama, allowing themselves to experience those virtual interpersonal relationships and enjoy emotional experiences that will not bring themselves any real harm or pressure. Even if the experience wasn't as satisfying as expected, people could still pout, "What a lousy book. What a lousy drama. What a world," and then resume their real lives. But few can forsake all communication, cut off all contact, sever all social media, and retreat into seclusion, becoming true hermits. And even if they could, how many years could they maintain without going insane? When Takuya was a child, what she feared most was being alone in the bleak ICU, without a phone, a TV, or a book, with seemingly nothing to do except close her eyes and sleep. With an oxygen tube inserted into her nose, she couldn't move, and the incessant voice in her head constantly reminded her of her impending death. The uncontrollable thoughts were like a heavy, dark sludge, covering her whole body, immobilizing her, threatening to pull her down into the abyss and devour her completely. She closed her eyes, the fire in her pupils dimming for a moment before brightening again. Takuya spent only a few months in the ICU, but the princess remained locked away in this mountain villa for her entire life. Every day, she ate bland meals prepared by the puppet chefs, doing the same old routine. Only a few artificially retarded puppets could speak to her, but those repetitive words only deepened her sense of emptiness and boredom. Following Layla's narration, Takuya imagined the princess reading obscure texts in the deserted library, imagining the joyous laughter and beautiful love stories within, only to return to the reality of endless loneliness. She practiced archery alone at the stables, her demeanor valiant, her bow always hitting the bull's eye, yet no one cheered for her. She sat among beautiful flowers, with no one to share the beauty. Under the repetitive gaze of the day, even the most beautiful scenery gradually dimmed, the sweet fragrance becoming suffocating. A sudden sadness rose in Takuya's sternum. She plucked out a pale blue soul flame, tore off a small piece, and chewed it. The bitterness instantly furrowed her brow. Ahem. Pa! 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 So sour and bitter. This color of soul fire can't be a snack. She stuffed the soul fire into her head, and washed her hands thoroughly, wiping them clean, before placing the prepared witch finger and spider cookie doughs on a baking tray and baking them in the oven. So what happened next? Jakuyu asked. What happened next? Layla tilted her head in confusion, her glassy eyes rolling. I don't know. The previous owner grew up, and I was no longer in her care. I was assigned to the kitchen and laundry, responsible for washing dishes and clothes. When I saw her again, she had given birth to a beautiful baby. Jakuyu, The story jumped so fast. What on earth could have happened to allow a lonely princess imprisoned in a mountain villa to suddenly give birth to a child? Jakuyu felt like she accidentally skipped a scene in a game, and instead of skipping a line of dialogue, the game jumped straight to the end. She was filled with questions, but Layla clearly couldn't provide any more useful information. Each puppet has its own specialization. Layla explained in a measured, mechanical voice, devoid of emotion. For example, I'm skilled at using water magic to clean things. I'm also adept at caring for babies, telling them fairy tales to teach them how to learn. But once my masters grow up, they no longer need me. There will be puppets specializing in grooming and etiquette, who will take over my duties and care for them. For some reason, Takuya detected a sense of grievance in that unchanging tone. She couldn't help but wipe her bony claws on her apron and gently rub the little maid's head to comfort her. But did you meet the little master later? Yes, Layla's tone remained unchanged, but Jiangyu could see that she was visibly happy. The little master was a chubby little baby. Every time I told him a story, he would giggle nonstop. So what do you remember about the little master? Jiangyu patiently asked. For example, what was the little master's name? How old is he now? What are his characteristics? Layla's glassy eyes shone with clarity. The little master was just a bubbly little master. He was just so small. I can hold it with one hand. Oh, and when the little master pees, he can spray so high. And when he pee, his face turns red. And I change all his diapers. Jiangyu silently raised his hand, stopping Layla's words. Stop. That's too little information, and yet so much. I don't want to know any of it. While the embarrassing experiences of human babies during their inability to care for themselves are generally similar, considering that Madame Butterfly had invited many related parties this time, Jiangyu felt a little uncomfortable at the thought that one of his guests might be the little master whose childhood privacy was revealed by the puppet maid. Chapter 204. Jiangyu finally understood why Andre and the others hadn't been able to get an answer from Layla. This little maid was only responsible for washing dishes, laundry, and taking care of the children, and her impression of her young master was only that of an infant. Even with her grown-up master standing before her, this single-minded puppet maid probably wouldn't recognize her. So now that you don't have a master, whose orders do you take? Jiangyu asked curiously. The butler. The little maid said seriously. Mr. Luke, the puppet butler, is responsible for managing and coordinating all the puppets in the mansion. He also has a token. If Butler Luke is away, we need to treat the person holding that token as Butler Luke. Jiangyu's eyes flickered again. She guessed that Butler Richard held this token. She mixed the puff pastry dough, rolled it into a sheet, wrapped it with a square of butter, and covered it with dough. Slowly, using a rolling pin, she rolled the butter and dough together into a long, flat pancake. When it's 3 times its original length, fold the dough 3 times like a quilt, wrap it in wax paper, and refrigerate for 15 minutes. This process needs to be repeated 2 or 3 times to complete the French puff pastry. While waiting, Jiangyu prepared the ingredients for the soup, such as the pig's feet, lotus root, and lotus seeds. Do you remember where your former master and the young master went? Layla couldn't tell the story in between, but she knew the ending, right? Princess Derisi secretly sent the young master away. Layla lowered her head. She asked me to carry the young master to the underground cave. I followed her through the ice cellar, the wine cellar, the fish pond, and finally to the deepest part of the cave. There's an exit leading to the sea. Only at low tide does the water recede from the cave, revealing a small bay. A man was waiting there. He was older, with a kind smile and warm hands. He took the young master from my arms, and promised the princess he would take good care of him. "I will treat this child as my own," he said to the princess. She smiled a rare smile, her eyes filled with a sadness and relief I didn't understand. Layla described the scene vividly. The princess said he shouldn't be imprisoned in this cage. He should travel to the farthest frontier, see the stars and the mountains. He should go to the most prosperous city, surrounded by friends and family. He should find someone he loves and spend his life with him. A pottery pot simmered pork trotter soup, and a separate bowl of five-finger ginseng, lotus root, and lotus seed soup was added to the steamer. Jiangyu checked the time, took the puff pastry from the refrigerator, rolled it out again, folded it into thirds, and wrapped it again, putting it in the refrigerator. "Do you recognize that man?" Jiangyu asked casually. Layla shook her head. "I don't recognize him, but I heard the princess call him Earl." "Earl?" Takumi repeated unconsciously. There were so many earls in the Duchy of Huntington, Takumi knew several of them. Among the guests were 2 earls and a countess. And judging by Layla's description, even the widowed countess's deceased husband might be a suspect. How complicated. Takumi muttered. She reviewed the menu again, planning to make the iced blood-colored tea jelly first. Maybe I should ask the butler if I can pluck a few roses. The marinated dishes, which require time to steep and infuse, needed to be prepared first. Then, the lampreys could be killed and grilled like kabayaki eel. Next up was the grilled short ribs and cream of chicken soup. Don't rush the remaining cold dishes or stir-fries. Prepare the side dishes ahead of time and serve them on time to ensure flavor, presentation, and freshness. Takumi paused Layla's story and scurried into the pantry to get the ingredients. 1 bag of this and this too. The skeleton let out a hey-yo, its non-existent abdominal muscles failing to exert any force. It relied entirely on magic to lift the pile of ingredients. The stacked bag swayed dangerously from side to side, but it barely managed to maintain its balance. "Phew, it's okay. I just need to get to the other side." Jiangyu's path was completely blocked by the object in her hands, but she took a deep breath and took a big step forward. However, before she could even exit the room, she heard a voice. "Hey, skeleton chef. I'm hungry. Anything to eat." Ouch! Jiangyu abruptly stopped, but the object in her hands, caught by inertia, fell down with a thud. Perhaps it struck the spice rack by the door, but 2 bottles of white pepper toppled over, one spilling all over Jianyu and the visitor, while the other shattered to the ground. Achoo! Achoo! Jianyu was caught off guard. The spiritual wood around her neck swayed a few times, and she could smell the almost pungent scent of white pepper. She sneezed several times, and a large bubble of snot hung from her nasal bone, choking her to the point of tears. God knows how a skeleton like her can still shed tears and snot. Ouch! Sorry. The man apologized as he frantically helped her up, accidentally pulling her arm off. He then frantically handed her the bone. "It's all my fault, I was so impatient." Jiangyu, coughing, was helped into the kitchen. He finally found the sink, removed his head, and rinsed it under the faucet for a long time before emptying the water from it. Wow, this peppery smell is so pungent. Achoo! Fortunately, the space in her skull could only be opened by opening her skull cap. Even if water got into her eyes and nose, it wouldn't soak the contents of her head. But washing her head didn't completely solve the problem. There was still too much white pepper on her body, and the blonde man beside her. Seeing this, the man took a few steps back. Only when he was almost at the kitchen door did Jianyu's sneezing subside. "I'm so sorry." The other person was still apologizing sincerely. "I just happened to be passing by and was a little hungry." It's okay. Jiangyu habitually covered her nose, stifling the next sneeze. She had already recognized the troublemaker as Count Valentine, and now she just wanted to get him out. "Why don't you go take a shower and change your clothes? When you're ready, ring the bell and order your meal. I make whatever you want and bring it to you." "Oh, no need to bother. Do you have anything ready-made? I'm just a little craving something." Count Valentine was still looking around. "Small cookies, peanuts. Anything." Jiangyu had no choice but to let Layla serve him a small plate of not-so-pretty witch-finger cookies. To prevent the cookies from crumbling, Jiangyu made extra cookies. It was okay to give the greedy eater a few leftovers. Having gotten his food, Count Valentine happily left with a small plate. Chapter 205. Dealing with this unexpected incident took up quite a bit of Takuya's time. Fortunately, with the help of Layla, a skilled cleaner, the white pepper-stained scene was quickly cleaned up. Even after dismantling and washing her skeleton and spiritual wood, Takuya still smelled a faint scent of white pepper. She sneezed several times, thinking she might be experiencing some white pepper PTSD. There's probably still some white pepper dust stuck in a crack somewhere. I take a nice bath after I'm done tonight. Takuya glanced at the time, feeling slightly relieved. Thankfully, I started preparing early, so the white pepper didn't spill on the food at all. It's a blessing in disguise. The ingredients that had fallen to the floor earlier were all still in their packaging. Aside from the 2 bottles of white pepper that had accidentally been knocked over, the incident hadn't caused any real damage. Luckily, I didn't bring any eggs, or they would have shattered. Takuya sighed, as he cooked a pot of hard-boiled eggs, the main ingredient for deviled eggs. To make deviled eggs, cut a hard-boiled egg in half, remove the yolk, and mix it with bell pepper and pepper to create a spicy mayonnaise. This mixture is then piped into a piping bag and stuffed into the egg whites, creating a dish that appears plain, but actually packs a punch. To make it more sophisticated, simply squeeze the egg yolk filling into beautiful 3-dimensional patterns, drizzle with a little sauce and chili powder, and one bite will surely make your diners exclaim devil. The meat and vegetable braised dishes are cooked in 2 separate pots. The vegetarian marinade is specially prepared. Takuya asked the Baroness about her tastes, and fried some chili oil with rapeseed oil for her to make a small pot of Sichuan-style spicy braised lotus root and kelp. It's a shame I don't have time to make tofu, otherwise some braised dried tofu would be perfect. There are still many unexplored dishes, and Takumi is a novice at hosting banquets. Although she had attended banquets herself in her previous life and watched professionals prepare them, and although she had prepared numerous countermeasures in advance for this time, no matter how much she thinks, every time she actually puts it into practice, she discovers flaws and areas for improvement. Takumi wrote down these ideas, then sharpened her knife, and prepared to kill the fish. The lamprey is a very unique fish. It has no jaw, only a round mouth densely packed with teeth, giving it a very alien-like appearance. This fish is migratory, swimming from the sea into freshwater to spawn every year during the breeding season. It has strong adaptability to both saltwater and freshwater, often settling down in a single location. This is why it is often caught in freshwater. Despite its hideous appearance, its flesh is tender and rich in fat. Its surprisingly good taste has made it a beloved staple of the Huntington Principality. At every banquet or gathering in the Principality of Huntington, lamprey is a staple on the table, whether slow-cooked in precious red wine or served in a puff pastry pie. Today, Takuya chose to prepare it as a kabayaki dish. Kabayaki eel is a truly delicious dish that will leave you wanting more. The texture of lamprey is very similar to that of eel, making it suitable for this cooking method. Furthermore, removing the head makes it less intimidating, making it truly headless and edible. The kabayaki sauce is easy to make. Simply add soy sauce, rice wine, malt sugar, and chopped onions, garlic, and shredded ginger. Simmer in a small pot for 1 minute, then remove the solids and keep the sauce. The lamprey is cut off from the head and tail, then split open along the belly, spreading it into a wide slice. Using a kitchen knife, the large bones are first shaved off, and with tweezers, any remaining hard and thin spines are removed. Then, it's ready to be skewered, brushed with a layer of kabayaki sauce, and grilled over an open flame. Takuya held the skewer in one hand, and a sauce brush in the other, deftly controlling the distance between the fish and the flames, repeatedly brushing the sauce onto the skin. The brown sauce and fish oil dripped into the flames. With crackling and hissing sounds, the flames excitedly rose high, greedily licking the fish's flesh, leaving a beautiful, crispy, and golden hue. The sweet aroma of the scorching flames filled the air, and even Layla paused her cleaning to take a few deep breaths. The fish flesh gradually turned pale, while the areas soaked in sauce became a beautiful tan. The skin gradually tightened under the influence of the oil and flames. Seeing the cooking was perfect, Takuya transferred the grilled lamprey to a plate. There were a lot of lampreys, and this one was for a taste test. After all, Takuya had never tasted lampreys from another world, and relying only on Aunt Wolf and Andre's descriptions, she was still a little unsure. She cut the lamprey into several pieces, confirmed that the flesh was cooked through and boneless, then ignited a small ball of soul fire and tasted it. Delicious. I think some shiso in the sauce would make it even better. She searched among the herbs she had brought for a moment, and found some shiso. Chopping the leaves and mixing them into the sauce would help remove the fishy smell and bring a refreshing flavor. After deciding on the final recipe and seasoning, the rest was simple. She just had to process the ingredients step by step, arranging the cooking order according to the serving time and the cooking time. Takuya prepared the blood-colored tea jelly, poured it into small bowls, and refrigerated it. Finely chopped noodles were wrapped around the pre-processed shrimp and sausage, shaped like mummies, ready for deep frying. Dip the chicken and cut it into bite-sized pieces. Pan fry until it changed color. Then, add white button mushrooms, onions, carrots, and celery and saute until softened and fragrant. Then, transfer the mixture to a cast iron pot, and add milk and cream to simmer. Bubbling from each pot, the aroma of braised meat, milk, and the sweet fragrance of roasted eel blended together. Just one breath of this complex aroma was soothing, a warmth that felt like basking in the winter sun. Takuya glanced at the darkening sky, sliced the pork, scored it, and marinated it, preparing to make lychee meat. Lychee meat is a famous Fujian dish. Although it's called lychee meat, the recipe doesn't actually require lychees. The name comes from the fact that the scored pork slices bend into balls when fried, and when rolled in a sweet and sour amber sauce, they resemble lychees. However, because it's a sweet and sour dish, many restaurants have recently adapted it by adding fruits like lychees and pineapples. This modified version is more suitable for foreigners' sweet palates, so that's what Takumi chose today. As for the vegetarian lady, she could only enjoy pineapples and lychees wrapped in sweet and sour sauce. Chapter 206. Andre was standing in the study on the second floor, in the right wing, struggling to pull a carved hardcover book from the bookcase. Years of dust flew up along with the book. He coughed a few times, fanned the annoying dust with the book in his hand, and took a few steps towards the desk. I think I found something interesting. Andre flipped through the pages, deciphering the faded ink marks hidden by mildew. What is it? Vivian, who was hunched over the table, carefully reading a diary with a magnifying glass, looked up and asked. The genealogy of the German royal family. Andre spread the book on the table. Starting from King Rudolph's grandfather, each page records a royal member who was knighted and king, and their subsequent bloodline. He quickly found the section on King Rudolph. The chapter on King Rudolph was short, just a few pages filled with all his relatives and descendants. Most of the information recorded in this genealogy was consistent with what Andre had previously known. Queen Isabella, from one of the oldest scholarly families in the Rusman Federation, had been considered a potential marriage prospect since childhood and sent to live with Lady Dorman, the mother of the Countess of Canberra. It was because of this connection that the Countess of Canberra and Queen Isabella became close friends. Next was Crown Prince Frederick. This Crown Prince, distinguished in appearance, talent, and reputation, was once the sole candidate for the throne. However, after the king's sudden death, he lapsed into a coma before ascending the throne, remaining in remission for nearly a year before finally succumbing. His illness and death were both sudden and bizarre. Doctors were unable to determine the cause until his death, ultimately concluding that it was a previously unknown genetic disease. To this day, a significant portion of the Principality of Huntington still firmly believes the Crown Prince was poisoned with some undetectable, slow-acting poison. However, this family tree is clearly different from the printed version, as the last page contains further handwritten information. Although Princess Therese Delman was never given any historical title, and even her existence was erased from official documents, someone has written a separate page for her in neat handwriting. Princess Therese Delman was born late at night on the 19th day of midsummer, 939 Tal calendar, and died on the 3rd day of early winter, 963 Tal calendar. Cause of death, unknown genetic disease. Andre frowned slightly. The time of death is very close to that of the Crown Prince, and the cause of death is very similar. If those skeptics knew about this, they'd probably say it was the twin curse. Winston shrugged. For example, half a soul isn't enough to sustain two people. Neither brother nor sister killed the other, so they died together. Does this page record her husband and children? Vivian anxiously leaned forward, searching for a long time but finding nothing. Of course not, she explained in disappointment. She probably didn't marry. If she had married a noble, it would have caused a stir in the upper circles. Winston flipped through a servant maintenance log. Furthermore, there seems to be no living people in this manor besides the princess. The only servants are mechanical puppets made by the Rusman Federation. Vivian quickly realized something was amiss, her almond eyes widening. The princess's background has been erased and hidden, and she's imprisoned in this manor. She has no living servants. So how did she have a child? Magic hasn't developed to the point of self-reproduction, has it? Madame Butterfly's investigation may be on the right track. Andre pointed to the date of the princess's death in the family tree. Someone was still writing the family tree after her death, so there must be someone who knows. Since Madame Butterfly has narrowed down the scope for us, why don't we investigate? Vivian pulled out the small oil paper package of fried peanuts. Let's start with Baron Chandler, who we have leverage over. Any objections? Vivian, why don't you put this dangerous item away first? Winston advised softly. It would be terrible if the Baron, though easy to talk to, had an allergic reaction. That's right. The trump card can't be revealed yet. It must be kept firmly in hand. Andre quietly wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and quickly agreed. Vivian thought for a moment. You have a point. That's it. She cast a spatial isolation spell on the oil paper bag and tucked it away in her small handbag. First courtesy, then force. The three of them quickly found Baron Chandler, the impoverished noble returning from the back garden. His face was rosy, and he looked like he was in a good mood, now that he had money in his pocket. Winston and Andre exchanged a glance. Could this guy have already made a deal with Madame Butterfly? Hey, old Camus. Winston called out. I heard you brought something valuable this time? What's your price? Hey, Winston. The other man replied with a grin. You're late. I just sold it. He scratched his neck. But I don't think you want the thing itself, is it? Of course, I believe you're quite knowledgeable about your father's notebook, Winston complimented. I just need some key information. I'm sure you wouldn't refuse another deal. You don't look well? Winston paused. He looked at Baron Chandler. He scratched at his neck, seemingly itching, and the area he touched quickly became red and swollen. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Baron Chandler's tongue was visibly swollen. He tried vainly to pick at his throat and loosen his tie, but nothing helped. His neck had swelled to twice its size, bulging like a balloon ready to burst. His face was rapidly turning purple and blue. Winston and Andre suddenly realized something. They glanced at Vivian, who was following them, but found her quite far away from Baron Chandler. But Baron Chandler was clearly experiencing a severe allergic reaction. They rushed forward, Andre casting a healing spell while Winston caught the slowly collapsing Baron. He fumbled in his pockets, trying to find a potion to treat his allergies. But it was too late. Andre's healing spell had no effect. The Baron's breathing became increasingly labored and rapid. Like a dehydrated fish, he gulped for air, but found none. Then, like a rope stretched to its limit, everyone heard a faint thump from nowhere. It was the sound of Baron Cameron Van Chandler's lifeline snapping. Chapter 207. Winston tried to place his finger on the Baron's carotid artery, but the Baron's neck had swollen at least 3 times its size, and the skin was filled with fluid, making it impossible to find any blood vessels. Giving up, he instead pressed his finger against the Baron's chest, searching for a non-existent heartbeat. Finally, Winston shook his head and declared he's dead. How could this be? Vivian exclaimed. I wasn't even near him. Her peanuts were still securely wrapped in oil paper, sealed with spatial magic, and tucked away in her small bag. There was no chance they would trigger an allergic reaction in Baron Chandler. It's not you. Winston put on a white glove and wiped it across the Baron's nose and mouth. A layer of yellowish-white powder immediately covered the glove. He carefully examined it and sniffed it with extreme caution. It's roasted almond powder and rose pollen. To have such powder around the mouth and nose. Andre imagined the scene in his mind. Did someone sprinkle almond powder on the roses to trick the Baron into smelling them? It's more than that. Winston flicked his wrist, miming the motion of rubbing a rose against someone's face. Simply sniffing the rose wouldn't be enough, but deliberately and provocatively brushing it against the Baron's mouth, nose, and face would allow him to inhale or come into contact with enough to cause an allergic reaction. Winston, who had been playing the clerk for a long time, reasoned with familiarity. Given Baron Chandler's preferences, someone who could perform this gesture naturally without arousing a suspicion would likely be a woman. For example, Baroness Chandler, or Madame Butterfly. Of course, we can't ignore that crazy Lady Samantha and toxicologist Landon. Everyone here has their own motives, and the situation is currently unclear. No one can be cleared of suspicion until we know where they were that afternoon, what they were doing, and what alibis they have. According to Baron Chandler's statement before his death, he had just successfully sold his father's notebook to someone. It's hard to say whether his death is directly related to this. Wasn't it Madame Butterfly who wanted the notebook? Then why did Madame Butterfly kill the Baron after purchasing the notebook? Vivian was puzzled. Could it be that they couldn't agree on the price? But that doesn't make sense. If they couldn't agree on the price, it would have been robbery. No, perhaps someone, like us, wants to investigate this matter on their own. Or perhaps, the notebook contains not only the princess's past, but also secrets that someone wants to bury forever. Winston pondered. The more important issue, Andre said, is that a Baron died at Madame Butterfly's party. This is no small matter. Where is Madame Butterfly, the host? Madame Butterfly rushed over. Even through her mask, everyone could sense the raging fury radiating from her. How could such an accident happen? She raged. I specifically instructed the chef. It's not the chef's fault. Winston interrupted Madame Butterfly. The murderer took advantage of Baron Chandler's allergy to nuts, but the nuts were ground into powder and placed among the roses. This isn't an accident, it's murder. The rapid tapping of Madame Butterfly's high heels stopped abruptly. She stood there stunned. Murder? Who is the suspect? Why kill someone here? Oh my God! What a terrible impact this will have on my reputation. Madame Butterfly, now is not the time to worry about your reputation. Winston frowned. The murderer is among us. If we don't catch him in time, we all be in danger. Ah! Madame Butterfly said, somewhat dazed. Yes, you're right. This is horrible. Do you know the murderer's identity? Winston shook his head. The investigation hasn't even begun. I don't have the ability to predict the future. Madame Butterfly, we need your help to find the murderer. Please gather everyone in this villa. We need to ask where everyone was this afternoon and what they did. That's easy. Madame Butterfly replied, I had planned a special dinner for our guests tonight. Despite this tragedy, we can't let the food go to waste. Butler Richard, please ask all guests and servants to move to the banquet hall. Then tell Aya to serve the food. As Madame Butterfly spoke, her heavy tone gradually lightened. She had come up with another good idea. I had originally planned to have everyone play a mystery game at this dinner. Imagine, amidst the mysterious atmosphere created by seemingly spooky and bizarre dishes, everyone working together to solve a mystery. How fun that would be. But now it seems that no matter how much effort I put into inventing a mystery, it won't be as chilling as a real crime. What's more, such a horrific crime is happening right before our eyes. Oh, I'm sure all the guests will agree with my proposal. The grieving widow needs to know the truth, justice needs to be served, and the anxious guests need peace. All of this points to the same answer. We need to catch the criminal ourselves. What could be more fun, more immersive? Guests collaborating, suspicious of each other, or hiding things from each other. Will they unmask each other, or choose to help each other cover up? Ah! Thrilling, exciting, and realistic. This is the game I want. The loss of a life was less important to Madame Butterfly than her reputation or the fun of the dinner. Andre sensed a hint of absurdity and a certain puzzlement. If Madame Butterfly was the Baron's murderer, then why, so concerned about her reputation as a party host and a socialite in Vanity Fair, would she choose to kill him at her own party? To easily take care of Baron Chandler, Madame Butterfly, a socialite, could have chosen a completely unrelated setting. Why would she strike on her own turf and implicate herself? Was this murder premeditated, or was it a desperate ploy? Nobles always try to conceal their weaknesses, but Baron Chandler's obvious nut allergy is a secret that can't be hidden. Known to nearly everyone in the upper class, it's easy to exploit this for anyone with a will. The key question is, who would harbor such a strong desire to kill Baron Chandler? And who was Baron Chandler, a down-and-out noble, standing in the way of? Chapter 208. It was already 7:15 p.m. when Takumi received the advance notice of the dinner. She and Layla were setting the banquet hall's plates and tableware, following the seating arrangement the butler had previously provided, and preparing the first appetizer, which finger cookies. In front of each guest, a small silver plate was covered with a thick layer of rose petals. 5 fingers of varying lengths were arranged to resemble a hand, drizzled with rose jam, making it look like the bloody fingers severed from some unfortunate individual. Takumi had traced the wrinkles of skin on the finger cookies with a toothpick. The baked color and the characteristic wrinkles of the dough added a touch of texture. There were 2 versions of the nails. For those with no dietary restrictions, they were made with roasted almonds. The round part of the almond served as the nail root, while the pointed part perfectly formed the witch's nail. Baron Chandler's version was different. His witch nails were made of dried cranberries, resembling the fingers of a witch with a ruby-red manicure. Jiao Yu was quite pleased with his work, then heard from the hurried butler that one of the guests was missing. Huh? Jiao Yu, shocked by Skullface, asked, should we still serve the dishes we already prepared for him? Madame's point is, since the dishes are ready, we should serve them all, so that your hard work will not be in vain, said the butler. Baron Chandler's accident occurred at 5:22 p.m. The butler had been running around the manor since receiving Madame Butterfly's notification at 5:30 p.m., finally gathering the guests scattered across the manor and valley. When he looked at the time, it was already 7 p.m. Butler, With this situation, what difference does it make whether the dinner is moved up or not? However, the boss's word sends his men scurrying about. Even though reality and ideals differ slightly, the workers still have a way to cope. After confirming with Takumi Yu that the dishes are basically ready, the butler still moves the dinner time forward to 7:30 p.m. Workers only need to follow their boss's orders. Whether this is pointless or not is not something a butler at this salaried level should consider. Guests gradually entered the restaurant, and Andre and Winston, who had just completed the scene investigation and collected the body, also returned. After washing their dirty hands and whispering for a while, they separated. Winston slid gracefully into his seat, and Andre went into the kitchen. "Hey! Andre, you're back." Jiangyo's eyes lit up at the sight of the black-haired knight. "What happened?" "The butler said Baron Chandler is dead?" "Yes, someone ground roasted almonds into powder and sprinkled them on the roses, causing the Baron to inhale and touch them," Andre said. His allergy flared up quickly and was extremely fatal. "Huh? Roasted almonds? Why? Did someone order these?" Andre asked warily. "That afternoon, that golden-haired Count Valentine came to ask for food," Jianyu said. "We bumped into each other and knocked over 2 bottles of white pepper. Then he took a number of which finger cookies, the nail part of which is roasted almonds. Besides him, was there anyone else who could have gotten the roasted almonds?" "No," Jianyu said. "But roasted almonds aren't exactly a rare commodity. Maybe the murderer prepared them himself?" Andre silently memorized this information. "Is Valentine suspicious?" "He have to keep a close eye on him." Jiangyu was busy serving the food, so he only had time to pull Andre aside and whisper a few words to him about Layla's story about the young master and the princess giving him up for adoption by a certain earl. Andre's eyes flickered slightly, and he felt that Valentine was even more suspicious. "Why?" Jiangyu saw his expression, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Valentine's father, the previous Earl of Rosewood, was also a playboy. Andre said succinctly he never married, but he had countless lovers. It's said that Valentine was the son of one of them. "You mean?" Jiangyu's gossipy spirit suddenly ignited. "Is Valentine the young master Layla mentioned who peed so hard?" Andre coughed violently. He felt as if the playboy image of Valentine in his memory had suddenly collapsed and vanished. What's wrong with this little bone? Why does she always manage to derail a serious, solemn event with just a few words? Andre was baffled, but Little Bone's quirks were always unique, and that wasn't the point right now. The key point is that Count Valentine's age is close to the theoretical age of the princess's descendants. We suspect the princess gave birth to a child a few years before her death. Although we haven't found specific records, Valentine's age was no more than 26 or 27, which is roughly in line with this estimate. Jiangyu said, "Huh? Are you all about the same age?" "Yes," Andre admitted. 30 years ago, there was a great war against the rock and iron giants on the border. The situation was dire, and many princes and nobles either fled hastily or requested orders to lead their troops. Many couples were separated as a result. The war took 2 or 3 years to quell. Too many people died, leaving behind many orphans. The hard-won peace also brought many people back together. Facing death, experiencing separation and loss, can change the hearts of many couples and lead to more children being born. I was one of them. "Oh, it's a baby boom," Jiangyu said, understandingly. Andre, question mark. "I never heard of this term, but I think it's a pretty accurate description." He coughed. "Anyway, a son whose mother is unknown, yet acknowledged by Earl Rosewood, whose age and background are similar to Layla's story. Plus, he took the almond cookies. All of this is very suspicious." "Oh." Jiangyu placed the last portion of the spicy plasma deviled eggs on a tray and had the servant carry it out. He had the opportunity and the means to commit a crime. So, what was his motive for killing Baron Chand? Andre paused for a moment. How would I know something like that? Perhaps it's because the previous Baron Chand's notes contain something about his past, and he wants to keep it secret forever? Jiangyu scratched his head. But if he's a descendant of the previous royal family, wouldn't that be a good thing? Wouldn't it mean he could inherit the vast unclaimed property of the Delman royal family, and even have a chance to compete for the throne? Andre was silent for a moment. That's not necessarily the case. Opportunities may exist, but there will only be more trouble. The relationships involved are very complicated. Chapter 209. Oh, tell me. Jiangyu placed a pile of lychees, black olives, bacon slices, and various vegetables Layla had washed on the kitchen island. Wash your hands, and come over here to help me assemble the salad. Andre instinctively went to wash his hands. He stood at the sink and scrubbed his hands thoroughly with alchemical cleaning solution for 5 minutes. After washing them thoroughly, he stood beside Jiang Yu and imitated her movements to assemble the bloody eyeball rose bouquet. The black olives formed the pupils, the lychees the whites of the eyes, and the bacon the bloody muscle tissue outside the eyeballs. Then, he wrapped them in vegetable leaves to shape them. He took another leaf and rolled it horizontally. A green rose containing an eyeball was basically formed. The branches and calyxes were made from fried sesame seeds that Jiang Yu had prepared in advance. They were crispy and not harmful to the mouth, and they also helped to stabilize the eyeball roses. The strength applied during assembly must be carefully controlled. Too heavy a hand can easily break it, while too light a hand can easily cause it to fall apart. It requires meticulousness, patience, and a deft hand. After several attempts, Andre finally mastered the technique and began to wrap it up with some difficulty. His movements gradually became more refined, his chaotic mood gradually calmed, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind began to flow naturally from his mouth. The current King Huntington has been in power for 24 years. Although he has conflicts with the old German lineage and the parliament, the common people believe that King Huntington's style of work is far more reliable than the extravagant German royal family. The old German lineage is merely a group of nobles appointed by King Delman. They are not a monolithic entity, and each has their own agenda. Some believe King Huntington has taken advantage of his own pie, some believe he is simply trying to prop up a puppet, and still others believe that if a descendant of the German royal family truly emerges, the situation could be even worse than it is now. Jiang Yu nodded in understanding. No one could predict what kind of person the descendant who suddenly appeared would be. For those who don't want to change the status quo, it's better to just live a good life than to open a blind box. The change of royal power is always accompanied by blood, rain, and war. Once the dice are rolled, there's no turning back. A gambler faces only two outcomes: overnight wealth or total ruin. If that descendant had already reached rock bottom from the start, with nowhere else to turn, perhaps he would have taken this chance at a sudden ascent to the top. But Count Valentine himself possesses a vast fortune. Even if he squanders it with all his might, he'd likely never be able to spend it all in several lifetimes. If he truly is that descendant, perhaps he should carefully consider whether to live a quiet and free life or throw himself into the turmoil of royal power. Jiang Yu suddenly had a thought. Wait, Layla, remember, the Count swore to the princess that he would treat the child as his own. Conversely, this statement also suggests that the child has no real blood relationship with the Count. If he's merely adopted by Earl Rosewood, can he still hold the title of Earl Rosewood? Andre pondered, a complex expression on his face. That's hard to say. Jiang Yu's eyes twitched in confusion. Adopted sons can inherit titles. For example, Earl Sokka had no children, so he adopted my brother and left a will designating him as the next Earl. All procedures are in compliance with regulations. The process is traceable, and it's legitimate, so it's naturally acceptable. What about Rosewood? The situation over there is quite different. The Rosewood family is large, and the previous Earl of Rosewood had many siblings. With so many people claiming inheritance, disputes are likely to arise. Back then, Earl of Rosewood, despite all objections, acknowledged Valentine as his son and inherited the title as his biological son. But as I recall, he never actually underwent a bloodline test in public. This incident sparked widespread discussion among the aristocracy, and the rumors took a long time to subside. If there's evidence proving Valentine has no blood relationship to Earl Rosewood, I'm afraid many of his relatives will question Valentine's legitimacy. Jiang Yu asked, even if Valentine is a descendant of the German royal family? Even if he is. Andre nodded. Earl Rosewood died in a horse-riding accident. He left no will, so His Majesty, in accordance with the law, bequeathed the vast majority of Earl Rosewood's estate and title to Valentine. Earl Rosewood's brothers and sisters received only a very small share of the wealth and property. Although Valentine showed goodwill to them at the time, it had little effect. Their relationship was strained and shattered, and there was little chance of repair. Besides, those relatives of the Rosewood family are all playboys indulging in pleasure-seeking affairs. They can't even manage their own properties, let alone fight for the throne. Their desire for more property simply allows them to squander it for a longer period of time. Jiang Yu understood. In this situation, these short-sighted playboys won't consider investing in the royal descendants for long-term power and profit. They simply drive out those who aren't related to the family, and steal the family fortune, then rush in to grab their own share. She chuckled and said cheerfully, if Baron Chandler's notes contain these events, then wouldn't that give Valentine a motive for murder? Xiaoyu placed the salads, rolled into bouquets, on trays, and handed them to the servants, who had re-entered the kitchen to fetch them. He specifically instructed, this vegetarian dish is for Baroness Chandler. The servants filed out again, carrying trays. Jiangyu pulled plates of puff pastry from the oven and placed them on the center island. He raised his chin toward Andre and said, "Bring me that cream of chicken soup." Andre glanced at the tall, nearly full French soup pot on the stove. His pupil shrank slightly, and he silently summoned his fighting spirit. He remained expressionless, his chi sinking into his dantian, his muscles bulging, his core energized. With a ha! He lifted the pot and brought it steadily to the table. The dark-haired knight appeared calm and composed, but only the slight trembling of his hands after setting down the pot revealed the sheer force of his exertion. Jiao fetched a ladle and ladled the rich soup into the puff pastry shell, then covered it with a skull-carved puff pastry lid. I believe that whether or not Valentine aspires to claim the throne, he must ensure the safety of his home base. Losing his title, estate, and resources as Earl of Rosewood would be an absolute unacceptable loss to him. He needs the title to live as a wealthy playboy, and if he wishes to further his struggle for power, he will need the Earl's influence. Soldiers, horses, money. If he can't even provide these, no one will support him, or fight for him against His Majesty the King. Chapter 210. Although Little Bone's statement was pure speculation, devoid of a shred of evidence, Andre felt it held some truth. However, to prove this speculation, he needed to know what Baron Chandler's family notebook contained. Andre pondered for a moment, then glanced at the small white porcelain pots of five-finger ginseng, lotus root, and pig's trotter soup on the table. Which one is for Baroness Chandler? This one. Gio took out the only one with lotus seeds, placed it on a tray, and handed it to Andre. Here. Andre picked up the tray, gave her an approving look, and joined the line of people serving the dishes. Half an hour ago, in the banquet hall, the 12 guests and Madame Butterfly had taken their seats. They stared at the empty seat bearing the nameplate Baron Cameron Van Chandler, their faces a riot of surprise and confusion. Camo's dead. How could it be? Baroness Chandler's eyes welled with tears, and she clutched the handkerchief in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. This is a serious accident. Madame Butterfly, there has never been a dangerous incident at your gatherings. Now, as the host, you owe us an explanation. Countess Durand de Campila said sternly. Madame Butterfly, seated at the head of the long table, said in a deep voice, "Yes, that's what I was about to say. Based on Count Mordo's investigation, we suspect Baron Chandler's death was murder. And the murderer is most likely among us. Tonight, we will find out the truth during dinner." Madame Butterfly paused, looked at Winston, and said, "At 5:22 this afternoon, Count Winston de Mordo, Miss Vivian von Lester, and a waiter witnessed Baron Chandler suffering an allergic attack. Subsequent examinations revealed that Baron Chandler had roasted almond powder and rose pollen in his mouth and nose. It was the roasted almonds that triggered his allergy." Everyone's eyes fell on the witch's finger cookies placed before them. Botanist and toxicologist Landra hesitated, saying, "Roasted almonds? Are they the roasted almonds on these finger cookies?" Their gaze shifted again to Baron Chandler's empty seat. On that untouched plate, the 5 finger-shaped biscuits had a different color, texture, and sheen the nose on everyone else's plate. Those were cranberries. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Madame Butterfly's voice rang out again, continuing her explanation. Given that Earl Mordo and Miss Lester have no chance of attacking Baron Chand, and given that Earl Mordo has always enjoyed the king's trust, and is highly experienced in investigating cases, I propose that Earl Mordo be appointed as the investigator of this case. I ask for your cooperation. Why not invite the Knights of the Kingdom? Baroness Chand slammed the table. Why conduct the investigation on your own? This is Rose Hill, Madame Butterfly said coldly. It's the land of love given to Isabella by King Rudolph Delman. Until a descendant of the Delman royal family is found, this land is beyond the jurisdiction of any lord unless the king or an authorized official appears in person. And Earl Mordo is an official authorized by the king's agent. She smiled. Look, with so many nobles present, what if one of them is truly the culprit? Which knight of the kingdom would dare to investigate? Why not let us handle it ourselves? If Earl Mordo finds nothing within 3 days. She turned to look at Winston. Winston understood and continued, if I can't solve this case within 3 days, I will report this to His Majesty the King and have him send someone to investigate. After a while of chatter, everyone finally agreed to this approach. Baron Chandler said a few words to me before he died, and based on them, I gather he met someone before his death, Winston said. Baron Chandler sold something to this person, and during the transaction, he poisoned Baron Chandler with roses sprinkled with almond powder. He turned to Madame Butterfly. Therefore, I need to know where the guests were, and what they were doing between 4:30 and 5:30. Are there any witnesses? Madam Butterfly, you are the organizer of this party, so I start with you. For colon 30. Let me see. I had afternoon tea with the Countess of Canberra in the tower on the left wing of the mansion. It must have started at 4 p.m., and it wasn't until 5:30 that I received the news from the servants that Baron Chandler had been in trouble. I hurriedly left the tower and headed straight for the ground floor. Baron Chandler's accident occurred in front of the gate leading to the back garden on the first floor. Baron Chandler had come from the back garden, so the person he met must have been there at the time. Winston glanced at the Countess of Canberra, only to see the tall, thin old lady nod slightly in confirmation. That's right. Having eliminated 2 suspects at once, Winston frowned slightly. The seating was arranged by rank. Next to the Countess of Canberra sat Valentine, who was crunching a finger biscuit. I'm soaking in the hot springs in the back hills, right, Butler Richard? Yes, Lord Rosewood did occupy the hot springs, Butler Richard confirmed. Lord Rosewood had a minor seasoning incident and used the hot springs for 2 hours, from 3:30 to 5:30. This period is not the usual bathing time. Therefore, no one else was in the hot springs. I went to the kitchen to find some snacks, and happened to run into the skeleton chef. I was sprayed with white pepper all over my head and face. It was really embarrassing. I took the snacks and asked the butler to take me to the hot springs in the back mountain for a bath. Even the butler brought me a change of clothes. Valentine smiled, resting his chin on his hand, thinking, What time did you bring the clothes? It was 5:15. The butler continued. When I returned to the mansion from the hot springs, I received a message from my wife, telling me about the Baron's accident. Valentine spread his hands. Look, I was still naked in the hot springs. What were the snacks you took from the kitchen? Winston asked. Oh, it's this kind of biscuit. Valentine was completely honest about it. I don't know what the chef had prepared, I just ordered a snack. The chef, also covered in pepper, looked anxious to get rid of me. He just stuffed me with some half-baked, almost effective biscuits, but they tasted quite good. He licked the corner of his mouth, as if savoring the taste, his smile seductively etched. Winston's eyes flicked to his hair. It was indeed still damp. Chapter 211. Valentine's words were so convincing, and with the butler's alibi, Winston couldn't find a reason to refute them. For the time being, he wrote down everything he said for future reference. Aside from Valentine, who spoke with a cheerful expression as he ate, the guests present were somewhat haunted by the almond cookies suspected of causing Baron Chandler's death. They all pushed the cookies away from them. Seeing this, the butler ordered the servants to bring the next dish. A halved egg, filled with a bulging yolk, appeared to be just an ordinary boiled egg drizzled with red sauce. The guests reacted indifferently to this seemingly unremarkable dish until they took a bite and realized the hidden secrets. They all exclaimed in unison. The carefully prepared egg yolk was no longer the bland, choking flavor of a boiled egg. It was sweet and sour with a hint of spiciness, wrapped in a subtle egg and milk aroma. It wasn't at all off-putting, but rather refreshing and stimulating. Those with a light palate and aversion to spicy food received a sweet and sour mayonnaise version topped with ketchup. In either case, the cold deviled eggs tasted bizarre and playful, like someone who initially thought there was an unassuming goblin hiding in the bushes, but upon closer inspection, discovered it was a beautiful, curled-up elf. The delicious side dishes unexpectedly whetted the guests' appetites. Even though they were still melancholy over Baron Chandler's passing, they had to admit that they had been craving for food without realizing it. What began as a proud and reserved nibble gave way to a voracious devouring of the dish. The subsequent presentation of the bloody eyeball rose bouquet only drew a deep gasp from the guests, before they were greeted by the captivating aroma of the sweet rose vinaigrette drizzled over the salad. This eyeball is a bit scary. Mrs. Samantha fearfully poked the eyeball in the center of the flour with her fork, only to be surprised to discover a clue. Is this lychee and black olive? Interesting. Pete chuckled. Fruit and bacon can create such a lifelike eyeball. This chef is truly creative. The salad wasn't just whimsical and creative in appearance, it also tasted quite good. Ripe, sweet, pitted lychees were stuffed with similarly pitted black olives, wrapped in a layer of meat scented with rosewood. With one bite, the sweet and sour juice burst in the mouth. The unique tartness of the pickled black olives perfectly cut through the greasiness of the meat, creating a wonderful embellishment. Fresh vegetables paired with a refreshing, floral-scented sauce, occasionally punctuated by crispy, oily fried sashimi, which served as flower stems. Every bite offered a delightful surprise. The dishes were whimsical in appearance and novel in texture. The initial shock wore off, but it piqued endless curiosity. After finishing the salad, the guests not only didn't feel full, but were even more eager for the next dish. Baroness Chandler's salad simply omitted the bacon, but even a fully vegetarian salad was delicious enough. Next came a puff pastry soup. Except for Mrs. Chandler, a pescatarian, who had a fish and skull cream puff pastry, everyone else had a chicken and skull cream puff pastry. A small bowl of puff pastry held a thick creamy soup. The lid, also puff pastry, was shaped like a skull, round and smooth. Rather than looking scary, it even had a touch of cuteness and adorable humor. The guests carefully dipped the puff pastry skull into the creamy soup, then placed it in their mouths, their faces instantly filled with happiness. Nothing could soothe a fearful and anxious heart like puff pastry creamy soup. This sizzling, steaming, fragrant soup always brought warmth in the cold of winter, a beacon of light in the darkness. Even those who had endured great adversity could temporarily forget their pain when holding a bowl of this soup, feeling a surge of warmth welling up from within. Comforted by the delicious food, Mrs. Chandler finally put down her handkerchief and stopped crying. Her emotions gradually calmed, and she was able to engage in normal conversation. With Baron Chandler's seat vacant, Baroness Chandler was one of the key individuals Winston wanted to question next. Aside from the suspect who bought Baron Chandler's family notebook, this lady might be the only living person who knows its contents. "Baroness Chandler, could you please tell me where you were this afternoon and what you did?" Winston asked. At that moment, Andre entered the hall, carrying the next bowl of soup. He stood in a corner with the servants, carefully observing the Baroness's expression. Baroness Chandler shuddered, as if trying not to recall her husband's death. At Winston's encouragement, she took another sip of her soup, savoring it carefully. Her expression softened again, and she spoke slowly. After lunch, Camus came back to his room, looking excited. He said someone had left him a paper ball, and asked him to meet him in the small study on the second floor at 3 p.m. Camus thought they were trying to buy his father's notebook and the method of interpretation, and he held me to discuss it for a while. Baroness Chan blushed, clutching her slightly worn dress. "To be honest, our business has been struggling for years, and we've taken on a lot of foreign debt, but we can barely keep afloat. The principal plus the interest, the old debt plus the new, is like a snowball, growing bigger and bigger, about to swallow us up completely." She instinctively raised her hand and touched her empty neck. "We sold a lot of property, land, jewelry, clothes, but we still have about 500,000 gold coins to pay back. Camus wants to sell this notebook for a high price to fill the huge hole in our finances. As long as we have 500,000 gold coins, we be able to pay off all our foreign debts, regroup, and avoid bankruptcy." 500,000 gold coins. Winston frowned. "What exactly is written in that notebook that's so valuable?" "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics," Baroness Chan said. "The notebook is written in code, and only Camus can understand it. He only mentioned to me that his father was a member of King Rudolph Delman's personal guard. When Queen Isabella gave birth to the princess, it was he who drove the carriage, accompanied by a team of guards, and brought the nurse and baby girl to Rose Hill. After that, he escorted Queen Isabella to visit her daughter every year, and that notebook records everything he saw and heard over those decades. We always thought it was just anecdotes from the past, but only after Madame Butterfly invited us here did we realize the notebook's value." Chapter 212. In the right hands, the fragments in that notebook might hold important clues that could unlock the secrets of the previous royal family. 500,000 gold coins. We think that's not too expensive, Baroness Chandler said, biting her lower lip and glancing at Madame Butterfly. It was Madame Butterfly who offered to buy the notebook. Winston glanced at Madame Butterfly, who waved her hands repeatedly. "Of course, it wasn't me. I did ask the Baron for the price, but that was this morning, and he offered 500,000 gold coins straight away. That's too much. Honestly, I couldn't possibly come up with such a large sum without first knowing for sure what important information was contained in that notebook." After saying this, Madame Butterfly seemed to sense something was wrong and quickly added, "Of course, I do have the money. It's just that the notebook might contain only trivial matters, or perhaps I heard these clues from others. If I can't confirm that the notebook contains unique information, I naturally won't be taken advantage of. So, I originally planned to arrange for Baron Chandler to stay until the end. If I had already obtained enough information before then, I wouldn't have to spend this money unnecessarily." Andre, who was listening, How could the wealthy Madame Butterfly be so frugal? No wonder she can get along with Little Bone. Baroness Chandler also confirmed. "Yes, it's not Madame Butterfly who will meet with Camus. I know Madame Butterfly rejected our offer this morning, saying she needs to reconsider. This afternoon, however, showed a strong willingness to buy. Cameron even tried to raise the price. Did he succeed? Vivian asked. Yes, Baroness Chandler pulled a few sheets of paper from her pouch. Winston glanced at them, and immediately recognized the familiar pattern. Are these bonds issued by His Majesty the King? You have a keen eye, Baroness Chandler smiled. Cameron secured 6 bearer bonds, each worth 100,000 gold coins. From what I understand, the deal went very well. Wait, what time did Cameron complete the transaction? Winston raised an eyebrow. He returned to our room at 3:30 and handed me the bonds. The Baroness said. Cameron seemed very happy. He just said everything went smoothly. The person he traded with was very generous. We now have the money to pay off all our debts, and even have some left over to start anew. Did Baron Chandler say who bought the notes? No, the other party didn't seem to want to reveal their identity, Baroness Chandler said. Cameron didn't tell me either. He only said that one of the conditions for the other party agreeing to pay such a high price was that Cameron keep the transaction and the person's identity secret. What happened next? Where did Baron Chandler go? He was so happy that he said he was going to walk in the back garden, smoke one of his treasured cigars, and have a glass of wine. I have a habit of taking a nap, so I stayed in my room to rest. Baroness Chandler covered her face and sobbed. That was the last time I saw him. So, historian Dascus Van Jelly concluded, did Baron Chandler sell the notebook and then be ambushed while strolling in the back garden? Was it the buyer who did it? Or did Baron Chandler encounter another mishap in the back garden? Perhaps someone learned that Baron Chandler had sold the notebook and made a large sum of money, and was tempted to steal it. Former Fool Pete smiled and glanced at Victor von Neumann. I saw Baron Newman's son talking to Baron Chandler in the back garden this afternoon. There was a dispute. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Victor. The somewhat gloomy young man fidgeted and shifted uncomfortably under the scrutiny. I did bump into someone this afternoon while looking out at the view in the back garden, but it wasn't a big deal, and I didn't know Baron Chandler. A fat guy bumped into me and didn't apologize, so I pushed him and cursed at him a bit, then we went our separate ways. I went east and he went west. When did this happen? Winston asked. How would I know? Victor asked grumpily, while Peter grinned. It was 3:45. I checked my watch. And then, Winston looked at Victor. Where did you go? I felt a bit bored, so I asked the servant for a horse and went to the pasture behind the mountain to ride horses. Victor looked around and pointed at a manservant. He's been following me. The manservant leaned forward slightly and saluted. That's right. The young master didn't return until 6 o'clock. So what about Mr. Cosmanda? Oh, I love to tell jokes, and I love to see them. I'm more fascinated by the interactions between people than by the monotony of unchanging scenery. Pete smiled. So, I didn't go anywhere this afternoon. I just watched the people coming and going from the viewing platform in the back garden. Winston sat up straight, staring intently at the former court jester. So, you saw the man who met Lord Chandler after 3 o'clock? Pete thought back. Perhaps, but the back garden connects to the back mountain, and its extent is immense, with areas beyond my sight. Anyway, let me start from the beginning. He cleared his throat and said, at noon, I had lunch at the rattan table on my balcony. My balcony is directly above the back garden, and the view is beautiful, making it a perfect spot for lunch. I had a delicious bowl of beef rib noodles for lunch. I was so full that I felt sleepy, so I leaned back in a rattan chair and slept until 2:30. I was awakened by the sound of an argument. A man and a woman were arguing under my balcony. I was so groggy that I couldn't hear anything. I only heard their voices were heated and emotional, as if they were at odds with each other. I sat in the rattan chair to calm myself. When I regained consciousness, the two people seemed to have parted ways. I didn't see them, nor did I know who they were. But I was curious, so I leaned out from the balcony to take a look. I didn't see anyone, but I noticed a viewing platform in the back garden. The view was quite expansive, and I was vaguely tempted to go there for a walk and sit for a while. He nodded to Mrs. Samantha next door. Soon after I arrived, I saw Mrs. Samantha. She was also taking her afternoon stroll, so I invited her to sit with me for a while and chat. Chapter 213. Miss Samantha and I have known each other for a long time. I never expected to meet here again after so many years, having gone our separate ways. On a whim, we got together to chat about the past. The waiters removed the guests' empty plates and bowls, and served a stewed pot of ginseng and pig's trotter soup. Andre also took the opportunity to pass the stewed pot to secretly place a small note in front of Baroness Chandler. Baroness Chandler glanced at it, her expression changed, and she quietly put the note away. Pete continued, there are benches near the observation deck, where we chatted and admired the flowers. The backyard was bustling with people coming and going. Around 3:30, I saw Count Valentine, looking dusty and rather embarrassed, following his butler towards the hot springs. This statement reconciled with Valentine's account. At 4:30, we saw the botanist studying roses. She had collected a basket of roses, saying she was going to make specimens. Oh, and the gentleman with the scar on his brow was there too. Pete nodded at his nodded. I was very interested in the Oster roses in the back hills. I happened to run into Miss Benton, and we chatted for a while, about 15 minutes. After we finished, I went straight back to the mansion. Yes, the gentleman even nodded to us as he passed by the viewing platform, Peter said. It was almost 5 o'clock. As for Miss Landner, she continued her journey deeper into the hills and out of sight. Baron Chandler had been heading in that direction before, so I hazard a guess that Miss Landner might have happened to see him at that crucial moment. Everyone's attention was instantly focused on botanist Londina Van Betten. The woman, who appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, was plump, with soft brown hair cascading down her back. Her chubby, slightly plump face made her look like a neighborhood ant, easily attracting attention. Suddenly called, she panicked. I've been conducting research in the back hills all afternoon. The Oster rose is a specially bred variety, only available at Rose Hill. Naturally, I had to seize this opportunity. She gathered her thoughts and tried to recall. I wasn't paying attention to time while collecting and studying roses. It was a very immersive job, but I do remember meeting Mr. Lind. He was also very knowledgeable about Oster roses and asked me many insightful questions. I was deeply impressed. She pursed her lips. After Mr. Lind left, I continued walking back up the hill. I don't know the exact time, but I did see Baron Chandler deep in the flowers. He was standing with someone under a marble pavilion. She looked embarrassed and glanced up at Madame Butterfly and Baroness Chandler. Their posture was very ambiguous. One could even say, a bit erotic. The guests' gazes instantly became intense and curious, alternating between the Baroness, Madame Butterfly, and Lady Landner, their eyes filled with inquiry and gossip. Absolutely not. Madame Butterfly vehemently denied. I didn't go to the back hill all afternoon. This is a blatant slander. Wait a minute, Vivian said. Wasn't Madame Butterfly having afternoon tea in the tower with the Countess of Canberra? Did she leave? No, Madame Butterfly was with me the whole time. The Countess of Campbell was also puzzled. She never left my sight until the servants rushed into the tower with the news of Baron Chandler's death. I wasn't lying either. Lady Landner was equally serious, her tone firm. I did see Madame Butterfly and Baron Chandler cuddling together. She was wearing a fiery red dress and holding a rose, which she offered to him to smell and admire. A flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, followed by a rumble of thunder and a torrential downpour. The guests looked at the two opposing sides, each holding their own opinions, unsure who to believe. Winston looked at Madame Butterfly, her royal blue dress exactly the same as that morning, and a glint flickered in his eyes. This argument had come to no conclusion. Madame Butterfly had the Countess of Campbell as a witness, and Landner was absolutely certain of what she had seen. However, Madame Butterfly couldn't have appeared in two different places. There must be a lie between these two conflicting testimonies. How is it? Takumi asked curiously as Andre returned to the kitchen. More strange things have happened. Andre said, some say Madame Butterfly was seen in the back hills, but the Countess of Campbell testified that Madame Butterfly was having afternoon tea with her in the tower. Wow! Two Madame Butterflies? Takumi's eyes sparkled. Like twin butterflies? It's more likely that one of the women is lying. Andre said, the botanist who made this statement, Ms. Londina Van Betten, is also a toxicologist. She must be well versed in how to use food allergies to kill people. Oh wow! The number of suspects has increased. Xiaoyo pulled up the frying pan's claws, revealing golden shrimp rolls nestled in the frying pan. Where's Count Valentine from earlier? He did come into contact with the almonds that might have been the murder weapon, but he didn't have the time to commit the crime. While Lady Landona saw Baron Chandler conversing intimately with Madame Butterfly, dancing, and sniffing roses, Count Valentine was reportedly enjoying a biscuit in the hot springs while washing white peppercorns off his body. Hey, that's interesting. Xiaoyo used long chopsticks to place the fried golden shrimp rolls and golden sausages onto individual plates. Baroness Chandler, who doesn't eat meat, would receive 2 golden shrimp rolls. The following marinated platter had already been sliced and plated, its presentation rivaling that of a 3-star Michelin restaurant. 13 dishes tonight were numerous, but each portion was small, just enough to satisfy the nobles without overindulging them. Andre picked up the new dishes and followed the servants back into the banquet hall. He arrived just as historian Dascus Van Gently and his friend Salon Van Caspello were providing their alibis. Salon and I have been good friends for many years. We always work together. Dascus adjusted his silver chain glasses and spoke with animated gestures. He seemed a bit nervous, easily agitated by the slightest provocation. I did speak with Baron Chandler today, but it was in the morning, in the living room. Chapter 214. Winston remembered this incident. When Valentine approached him, he had seen the gray-haired historian, his face flushed, excitedly discussing something with Baron Chandler. Baron Chandler knows a lot of interesting historical materials. The historian exclaimed excitedly, "There's a lot of material worth studying." Yes, yes. Worth studying. He repeated his words excitedly. Baron Chandler said these materials came from his father's notebook, which made me very curious about the notebook. I asked him the price, but his offer was too high. 500,000 gold coins. Why doesn't he just rob it? Winston noticed that when the historian said this, Madame Butterfly nodded sympathetically. Winston, that's outrageous. They agreed to pay a huge sum for clues to the royal descendants? Why did Madame Butterfly back down after only offering 500,000 gold coins? So our conversation this morning ended on a sour note. I'm just a historian, not some wealthy noble. Besides, even if that notebook contained precious historical material that would allow me to write a work that would shock the entire historical community, all I gain would be fame, not money. I'd never be able to raise such a large sum, let alone spend it on this notebook. Gently took a breath. Besides, Baron Chandler's notebook isn't my only option. Coming to Rose Hill, I feel like I've been transported to that period of history. Given enough time, I surely uncover more of the stories this hill has to tell. I don't need some impoverished nobleman demanding exorbitant prices to take advantage of my misfortune and mislead my research. How dare you speak like that? Baroness Chan slammed her hand on the table, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks. The historian shrank back, his momentum weakening. Anyway, after lunch, Salon and I wandered around the mansion, searching for books, artifacts, and any clues to that period in history. We wanted to go to the library, but on the way, Salon noticed a secret door. Secret door? Winston perked up. Yes, there are many secret passages in this mansion, said the magician Salon. I often travel to historical sites with Dascus, so I'm quite experienced in exploring hidden passages and traps. During my afternoon explorations, I discovered quite a few. Judging from the design of the secret passages, the builders must have created separate passages for servants, allowing them to quickly move between areas, allowing them to appear in every corner of the mansion unnoticed by their masters and guests. This way, the servants can quietly and unobtrusively complete their cleaning, serving tea and water, and delivering items without the nobles seeing their brooms, buckets, and rags, which would stain the eyes of the masters and ladies. The nobles of the Delman dynasty often followed this principle, and the guests nodded in understanding. Gently took over, continuing his eloquent account. Of course, many aristocratic homes have such dedicated servants' passages, but I guarantee that none of you here have ever seen a design comparable to this villa. We discovered that this villa is built on a cliff, and within that cliff lies a natural cave. When the original architects built this villa, they took the cave into consideration. They excavated, reinforced, and transformed it into a part of the villa. The cave not only has stairs leading down, but also a natural ice cellar that keeps it warm in winter and cool in summer. Even the underground river that once existed in the cave has been converted into a natural water supply for the fish pond. What we discovered is a secret door leading into the underground cave. This is a shocking discovery. We immediately decided not to go to the library and explore this underground passage first. The soup was cleared away, and side dishes such as golden silk rolls, a braised platter, and stir-fried octopus tentacles with lychees and celery were placed before the nobles. Accompanied by the historian and magician's adventure stories, the guests devoured them with relish. When the main courses of grilled lamprey and tender roasted beef ribs arrived, the two scholars finally concluded their extravagant performance. Andre briefly summarized the contents in his mind. The two scholars were fascinated along the way, seeing staircases, ice cellars, and fish ponds with awe. They studied them for a long time, and finally, after a long journey, they reached the end of the stairs at the bottom of the cliff, only to find themselves in the pitch-black sea. They had no choice but to turn back, but as expected, they became lost in the darkness. They didn't know if there were other creatures hiding in the dark cave, or if the wind was howling in from the cracks in the mountain. The light from the lanterns, reflected by the currents in the cave, made the ceiling even more shadowy and eerie. In short, They heard terrifying roars, saw strange lights and shadows, even heard footsteps and saw phantom figures. Finally, the two scholars, trembling and shaking, were pulled out of the cave by a puppet maid, and saw the light of day again. When Andre learned that the maid had gone to the cave to feed the chef some fresh fish that he had temporarily unused, he knew her identity. It was Layla. After Layla smuggled the two scholars out, they rested in the living room. They'd been frightened quite a bit in the dark cave, mostly by themselves, which meant they completely missed the commotion and deaths outside, and they didn't hear about Baron Chandler's death until 7 o'clock. Winston, The two scholars' stories were completely useless. Even their style was different from everyone else's. While they didn't add anything to the case, they were still amusing enough to accompany a meal. Oh, he wasn't saying anything bad about tonight's dinner. No, with how delicious it was, it didn't need any accompaniment. The waiters cleared away the clean plates and presented the final two desserts: chocolate spider cookies and blood-red tea jelly. The people of this world had discovered chocolate and had a special fondness for this bitter substance. Of course, since the cocoa beans used as the raw material had to be shipped thousands of miles from Southeast Asia and then added with a large amount of sugar to create this delicious dessert, it remained a top-notch delicacy enjoyed only by the aristocracy. Whether other nobles could afford it is hard to say, but at Madame Butterfly's parties, you could almost always find exquisite desserts made with chocolate. Chapter 215. The delicious and expensive chocolate desserts brightened the guests' moods considerably. Even though the murder still cast a lingering shadow over their hearts, their frowns were no longer furrowed, and a different expression emerged besides grief. Valentine pushed aside his plate, and was the first to jump up. He called out cheerfully, "Butler, I heard our skeleton chef is quite good at making cocktails." "Yes," Butler Richard replied. "That's great. Have her make me a few drinks. By the way, do you still have those spider cookies? I like some more." "I go ask." The butler leaned forward slightly and nodded. "Send it to my room." Valentine glanced out the window at the pouring rain. "I'm going to enjoy it on the balcony tonight." Not all the guests shared Valentine's good spirits. Victor muttered, "I'm tired," and returned to his room. Mrs. Samantha glanced vaguely in Winston's direction, but abruptly avoided it when Winston instinctively looked up. "I'm going back to rest too." Her footsteps were hurried, as if pursued by a ghost. Winston wanted to catch up and ask a few questions, but Madame Butterfly stopped him. "Count Mordor, would you please come to the study and talk?" Winston hesitated for a second before making his choice. "Please." The guests dispersed, some returning to their rooms to rest, some sitting in the living room, and some gathering in groups of 3 or 4 to chat somewhere else. However, Jiangyo's food delivery map kept beeping with orders for drinks, cookies, and snacks. "Thank goodness I baked a lot of extra cookies when preparing the meal today," Takumi muttered, deftly mixing cocktails one after another. He placed them on individual trays, along with the guests' requested snacks, and handed them to the waiters. The chocolate spider cookies were clearly a favorite, and the tea jelly and golden silk rolls were also popular. The best part was, perhaps out of habit, or perhaps because the guests realized that ordering after dinner meant extra work for the chef, the puppet servants brought home a slew of golden tips along with the plates. The money-grubbing skeleton chef happily tucked the coins into his leather purse, muttering to himself as he counted them. 1, 2, 15. Outside, the rain was intensifying. Andre, worried about the horses, changed out of his butler's uniform, and went to the stables to check on Diego. He returned drenched, his black tank top soaked with water, and large beads of water clung to his beautiful arm muscles. Layla promptly fetched a thick, soft, white towel and handed it to the black-haired knight. Giulio's gaze was drawn to the water droplets, following them as they slid over mountainous rises and valley-like depressions, finally settling into the soft towel. "Wow," she sighed heartily, feeling as if most of the day's fatigue had vanished in that instant. Then, she weighed her bulging purse and stuffed it into her skull, instantly feeling revived. The joy of a skeleton is so simple and unpretentious. It's raining so hard outside. The stable is waterproof and rainproof, so it's dry inside. Andre wiped himself dry and said to Jiangyu, "But if the rain doesn't stop, I'm afraid the mountain roads will be difficult to navigate, and we won't be able to leave the villa." "Oh," Jiangyu nodded. She didn't really care. There was still plenty of food in the pantry. There wasn't a big banquet tomorrow, so she just needed to prepare a simple meal. It was easy enough. If the housekeeper could get her the ingredients on time, she'd make some Cantonese-style snacks. If not, she'd make something else. After a day of sandwiches and noodles, Maybe the guests would be interested in clay pot rice or fried rice tomorrow? Jiao pondered as he prepared the ingredients for tomorrow's meal. Suddenly, the kitchen door knocked twice. Andre looked up, a smile playing on his face. Here she comes. He opened the door, and a figure flashed into the kitchen. It was Baroness Chandler. She clutched her handkerchief tightly, her eyes warily scanning Andre and the skeleton chef. Her voice trembled with nervousness. Andre Lou Huntington? That's me. Andre flashed her his credentials. Knight of the Kingdom, at your service. He brought a chair. Please sit down. Mrs. Eleanor Van Chan glanced apprehensively at the terrifying skeleton chef. She didn't sit down. Instead, she stood by the door, ready to bolt. Your note said I was in danger? Yes, Andre said. I suspect Baron Chandler's murder may be closely related to the notebook he sold. Are you saying someone wants to kill us and get the bonds worth 600,000 gold coins? Mrs. Chandler looked annoyed. I shouldn't have said that at the dinner. No, while wealth is tempting, I don't think Baron Chandler was murdered for his treasure. Andre shook his head. Baron Chandler has a severe allergy to nuts. This has been an open secret among the aristocracy ever since he had a minor accident at a royal dinner 5 years ago and was successfully saved by the court doctor. If the perpetrator intended to kill and steal the treasure, they could have done so before Baron Chandler sold the notebook. Since arriving at the manor, Baron Chandler has been actively trying to sell the notebook. Historians Mr. Gently and Madame Butterfly have testified to this. However, he wasn't murdered until hours after he sold the notebook. Andre said, I think the murderer was probably the person who obtained the notebook. This person must have been a very wealthy aristocrat. I don't know if this person is a man or a woman yet, so please allow me to use the neutral term it. I suspect it genuinely wanted to purchase the notebook. However, after obtaining the notebook, it must have seen some crucial information in it, and realized that this information must not be shared with anyone else. So on impulse, it decided to kill the Baron. Choosing a nut allergy as a method of murder is a risk with both advantages and disadvantages. Nut allergy attacks are highly uncertain. For example, the duration of an attack varies greatly from person to person, ranging from a few minutes to an hour or even several days. Of course, in cases as severe as the Baron's, an acute allergic reaction typically occurs within an hour. Furthermore, the precise amount of nuts needed to cause the victim's death, and how they were ingested, all these uncertainties can alter the ultimate outcome. If one of these factors is not handled correctly, the Baron might not have died. However, using a nut allergy as a tactic does have advantages, such as being able to pass it off as an accident or obscuring the time of the crime to create an alibi. Chapter 216. You see, this is a very interesting choice of murder weapon. Once nuts are ground into powder, they can be added anywhere without anyone noticing. If, at the time of the transaction, some snacks and drinks were prepared, and the nut powder was added, then after the Baron's death, the murderer could take the notebook without spending a penny. But the strange thing is that the Baron returned to the room with the 600,000 gold bond, handed it to you, and then was murdered with almond powder several hours later. Almonds are not a completely colorless and odorless powder. If the murderer had been prepared, he might have had more suitable nuts to choose from. So, I believe the murderer completed the transaction sincerely. 600,000 gold might be a fortune for others, but for the murderer, it was a small amount he could spend without blinking an eye. It was a good buyer, until, after reading the notebook's contents, it suddenly decided to kill the Baron, who knew the contents. To this end, it devised a murder plan in just a few hours, procured almonds, and prepared an alibi. It must be a very resourceful person. I believe that the notebook must contain information that the murderer absolutely must not reveal to anyone else. To protect this secret, it will be determined to kill anyone who might know it. And you, as Baron Chandler's close friend, are the most likely to know this secret. This means you are likely to become the murderer's next target, regardless of whether you actually know the secret or not. If you truly possess some hidden information, now might be your best chance to protect yourself by sharing it. Only if we capture the criminal can you completely escape the threat of death and live comfortably with your 600,000 gold bond. Mrs. Eleanor Van Chan shuddered violently again. She sniffed sharply, wiped her tears with her handkerchief, and walked to the chair. Do you still have that creamy soup? I don't need the puff pastry, I just want the soup. The prepared soup is gone, but I still have the ingredients. I can make it now. Jianyu said, are you willing to wait? Of course. Eleanor smiled, her eyes red. Tonight looks like it's going to be a long one. I have plenty of time to wait. Jianyu then retrieved the carrots, onions, sweet potatoes, celery, and fish, and began chopping the vegetables with a kitchen knife. Amidst the rhythmic clacking, Eleanor began to tell her story. "Camo and I have known each other since childhood," said Eleanor. "Our fathers were comrades who shared life and death in battle. After being knighted, their territories were close, so our families have always visited each other frequently and maintained a good relationship. My father died when I was very young, protecting King Delman. After that, old Baron Chan took us, an orphan and a widow, under his wing and cared for us with great care. Later, Camo and I got along well, and naturally, we married and became family." "You guessed right. I did lie at the banquet just now. I can actually read and write the Chandler family's secret code. After old Baron Chandler passed away, the notebook was kept in our study. When we were racking our brains to pay off our debts, I read and reread it. Yes, I remember everything in it, but I can't figure out what secrets within it could have led the murderer to kill Cameron." Andre and Takumi exchanged a glance, and he soothed, "Don't worry, let's start from the beginning." Takumi pulled out the crucible of time and poured sautéed onions, chopped carrots, sweet potatoes, butter, and milk into the pot. With a ding, the aroma of rich creamy soup wafted from the cauldron. Takumi lifted the lid, turned off the crucible of time's acceleration magic, and once again added boneless fish and celery. Eleanor greedily inhaled the soothing aroma and gathered her thoughts. Old Baron Chan's notebook consists of 30 chapters, a record of his lifelong military career and his service as a royal guard. The notebook does contain many anecdotes about Rudolf Delman's family. But as I said before, we never took these anecdotes seriously. If it weren't for Madame Butterfly's invitation, we wouldn't have even considered them valuable, let alone why someone would kill for such secrets. Takuya poured a large bowl of fish cream soup and placed it in front of the Baroness. Eleanor took the spoon, took a long sip, and slowly exhaled a breath of hot air. "I do have a guess," Andre said. "We learned from the puppet servants here that the princess gave birth to a son at this manor, who she later gave to a count to raise. Is there any record of this in that notebook?" Eleanor recalled earnestly. Old Baron Chan was a member of the king's personal guard. He accompanied the king and the queen on dozens of visits to this manor, but never for long. "I remember him describing in detail the time he escorted the infant princess to the manor. Her nurse was Lady Samantha. The last time old Baron Chan escorted the queen to the manor was when she was 22. In his notebook, he wrote that the princess had fallen seriously ill and had been secluded for months. The doors and windows of the manor were locked, and the curtains were drawn. For some reason, the puppet servants guarding the princess failed to report this incident. When the queen arrived at the manor as usual to celebrate the princess' birthday, she found her bedridden and extremely weak." Jian Yu tilted his head. "Could it be that the princess wasn't ill at the time, but had just given birth?" "Very likely." Eleanor nodded. "Now that I think about it, there's a very strange record following that." The queen was furious. She believed the princess had contracted an epidemic from a nearby village. So she ordered old Baron Chan to lead his troops and massacre all the men in the 3 villages in the valley where Rose Manor was located, under the guise of eradicating the epidemic. Old Baron Chan, confused, even repeatedly confirmed the order with the queen, but ultimately, with no other choice, he obeyed. "Hiss!" Jian Yu gasped. That night, the area around Rose Manor was engulfed in flames. Upon hearing this, the princess's condition not only didn't improve, but instead worsened, nearly killing her. The queen hurriedly invited several famous doctors and potion masters to bring her back from the brink of death. Chapter 217. Jiuyo's empty skull began to think rapidly. To look at this record from another perspective, the princess secretly fell in love with a man from a nearby village without the queen's knowledge. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son, but was discovered by the queen while still weak from the birth. The queen was furious and ordered the massacre of the surrounding villages. The princess, upon hearing that her lover had been murdered, was so grief-stricken that she nearly died herself. She smacked her jaw. "Oh my God, if the princess had been free to fall in love. This is too cruel." She scratched her head. "Is there perhaps something else going on?" "I don't know." Eleanor shook her head. "When I read this, I didn't think much of it. I simply assumed the princess had been infected by the plague from the villagers. This villa, along with the surrounding valleys and villages, is the queen's property. These villagers have no money, no power, no influence, and no titles. The queen can decide who lives and who dies with a single word. This is the downside of the feudal Middle Ages. Jian Yu thought, the lives of common people are worthless. In people's eyes, lives are divided into different classes. Just like how nobles nominally eat vegetarian food because they don't want to kill animals, yet can eat fish and shrimp without a care in the world. As long as someone is labeled as terrestrial, aquatic, hot-blooded, cold-blooded, noble, or commoner, the standards of treatment vary greatly. It seems that people always need a reason to unite and exclude others, to save face and their conscience. Due to the princess's illness, the Queen stayed at Rose Hill for over a year. As a member of the Queen's personal guard, Baron Chandler also stayed there for a long time. His notes detailed his life during that year, though life at the Hill was monotonous and quite boring. Eleanor thought carefully, and suddenly said, interestingly, there were 2 people we know in the Queen's procession. Could it be? Andre speculated, Lady Samantha and Peter the Fool? Eleanor nodded. You're right, they are. Lady Samantha was the Queen's maid, and the princess's wet nurse. I spoke to her this morning. When she first came to Rose Hill, she lived there for nearly 10 years, raising the princess from infancy. After the princess's 10th birthday, she was summoned back to the palace by the Queen. After that, there were probably few living people in Rose Hill. The princess's life was entirely cared for by the puppet servants. She sighed. It's really pitiful when you think about it. Such a young child, still very needy. As for the age of the child being taken care of? As expected, all the guests invited by Madame Butterfly are related to the princess. Andre said, but these alone aren't secrets worth hiding, and they wouldn't be enough to kill for them. Does the notes mention the young master? Gio rested his jaw, his eyes gleaming with gossip. Did the old baron know who the princess gave the child to? No, I haven't seen anything like that. Eleanor took a few more sips of soup and continued to recall. After the old baron led his troops to eradicate the plague in the nearby villages, Baron Chan did something else. Following the Queen's orders, he invited several renowned potion masters, doctors, and great magicians to treat the princess. One of them left a deep impression on him, and his name appears several times in his notes. Who is it? Andre asked eagerly. The current king's younger brother, the great magician Mabucha Huntington. Yoho! At the familiar name, Jiang Yu couldn't help but let out a cry. Andre glanced at her, puzzled, then looked away at the skeleton's innocent smile. According to the old baron's notes, the princess, who had been depressed and had lost all interest and desire in life, seemed to be rekindled after a long conversation with the great magician. She began to take the healing potion on her own initiative and became very interested in brewing it. The one who prepared the healing potion for the princess was a potion master who had fled the disaster of the Rusman Federation. I wonder if you have heard of the name of Potion Master Mifuna. She was once very famous in the Duchy of Huntington. Wow! Another familiar face? Takumi once again let out a gossipy chuckle. This time, even Andre sat up straighter. He had been tracking down Mifna and Evil Eye Moon for a long time, and he didn't expect to hear news about this potion's master here. It said that the princess gradually recovered under the care of these two. She even became Mifna's apprentice, learning potions from her. The potions master also admired the princess, saying she was very talented in potions. The princess was once Mifna's apprentice. Andre muttered. That's information I never heard of before. However, both the princess and Mifna have been dead for many years, so this information is now of no value. The entire notebook doesn't mention the princess's children, but it says that the princess found spiritual sustenance in magic and potions. She often discussed with the great wizard and the potions master late into the night, and through Mabucha Huntington, she met many nobles. The old baron, acting as the manor's guard, reported the matter to the queen, but the queen did not object or forbid his daughter's contact with these powerful figures. With the queen's tacit approval, the old baron turned a blind eye to the matter. He felt the queen's attitude toward his daughter was strange, hot and cold. However, considering the mysterious twin rumors, the old baron felt relieved. In the eyes of King and Queen Delman, the crown prince, who held the right to inherit the kingdom, was their most cherished child, while the princess herself was in a very awkward position. She was alive, but only just alive, like a caged sparrow. The king and queen went to great lengths to keep her alive, fearing that she would take their precious son with her when she died. Even the old baron, who was responsible for guarding the manor, could see the princess's unhappiness. It seems the Delman royal family is not a good thing, Takumi muttered. Superstitious and feudal, they don't even treat people as human beings. Eleanor laughed. Indeed. Our family may have benefited from the old royal family's legacy, but I never been fond of the house of Derman. Honestly, I admire King Huntington's ways more. Anyway, the old baron doesn't know what happened to the princess afterwards, for he was quickly taken back to the capital by the queen. The queen's hasty departure from the manor wasn't due to the princess's fault, but rather to something happening on the king's side. His Majesty, rumored to be unwaveringly loyal to the queen, wasn't actually the good husband he was. He had a lover, and rumor has it, she had an illegitimate child. Chapter 218. Andre's eyes flickered slightly. He had also heard this rumor. The queen quickly suppressed this matter with an iron fist. It didn't cause any public outcry, but undercurrents were brewing throughout the palace. The old baron resigned shortly thereafter and returned home. This should be the last entry in his notebook. Eleanor smiled. But I don't think this scandal is closely related to this incident. Indeed? Andre continued diligently jotting down every clue, for who knows when it might come in handy. Eleanor finished her last sip of soup and exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you both for the soup. I also hope you can catch my husband's murderer as soon as possible. Kimo may not be a perfect man, but he has been my closest family member and most intimate friend for so many years. Okay, please be extra careful over the next few days. If you see anything amiss or anyone suspicious, you can ask Earl Winston and me for help. The Baroness curtsied gratefully and walked out of the kitchen leisurely. Takumi gathered up the ingredients and pots and pans and looked at Andre. What's your plan next? I'm going to the hot springs to investigate, Andre said. Valentine's suspicion can't be completely ruled out. We need to go and see the scene firsthand. Ah! Hot springs. Takumi's eyes sparkled. Speaking of which, it's almost time for us to use the hot springs. I need to go soak. Because of that afternoon's incident, I've been smelling a strong scent of white pepper all day. An image of white pepper bone broth flashed through Andre's mind, but he silently dismissed the inexplicable thought. The only problem is, it's raining heavily outside, said Takumi. Even though I'm just a skeleton, I don't want to get wet, either before or after the hot springs. Layla, who had finished washing the dishes, suddenly said, if you need to use the hot springs, I know a shortcut that won't get wet. Hey! That's great. Takumi said happily, can you take us there? Layla nodded, turned, and walked out of the kitchen. From a small room at the end of a passage, she retrieved several fluffy-looking. She clutched the large, clean, loose towel in her arms, picked up a candle, and opened a secret door. Please follow me. There are 2 routes to the hot springs in the back mountain. One is through the back garden, and up the stairs to the sauna and hot spring baths. The other is a secret passage reserved for the masters, leading directly to the hot springs through an underground cave, thus avoiding the sun and rain. The young lady used to often ask me to take the young master to the baths this way. That way, we could get to the hot springs and give him a bath without alerting anyone. Layla led the way, chattering away about the past with Takuya. Andre, This was strange. This puppet maid had only given errors when they asked her questions before, but now she was so talkative when she started talking to Little Bone. After climbing a series of stone steps, they arrived at a small room filled with a variety of women's and children's clothing. Layla opened the door first and walked out. Andre quickly followed. Looking up, he realized they had already entered the bathhouse's dressing room. Exiting the locker room, to the right are several hot spring baths, and to the left are the shower area and sauna. The hot spring baths are divided into indoor and outdoor areas, each separated by a small room or screen. Whether you want a private space, a shared bath, or even a private bath with a private chat behind the screen, the facilities here meet all guest needs. The path from the mansion's basement to the hot springs in the back mountain is not far. Andre calculated the time, and it only takes 5 minutes. Layla, are there other exits from this secret passage? Andre asked. For example, an exit to the back mountain? Yes. Layla nodded. The underground caves are interconnected, leading to any part of the mansion and the back mountain. However, many passages have not been maintained for years, and venturing through them rashly could lead to getting lost or injured. If you must use the underground cave passages, we recommend that one of our puppet servants lead the way. Does anyone know the way to the underground caves? Andre asked. Master, butler Luke, and us servants, Layla replied sternly. And the madam. She's had a number of passages renovated, and she frequently uses them to enter and exit the mansion. What about Valentine? Andre pressed eagerly. Does he know about this secret passage? I don't know. Layla blinked her mechanical eye. Outsiders aren't supposed to know about these passages. Servants can't lead guests into the secret passages. They can only rescue those who stray. The secret passages are supposed to be used only by the master and the mansion servants. This is for the safety of the mansion, a rule passed down from long ago. All puppet servants will abide by this rule. Andre was a bit bewildered. Then why did you lead us through this secret passage? Jiangyo's eyes flickered a few times, and she realized they had encountered another bug. The underground cave passage allowed easy access to various parts of the villa, providing both shelter and elusiveness. However, if this passage were freely accessible to outsiders, it would also pose a significant threat to the villa's security. However, while the villa owner could freely use the secret passages, the servants of the villa also had the right to use them. The servants needed to move unnoticed through the villa, quickly, and silently reaching the places their masters needed them. These secret passages also served as the servants' work routes. Jiangyu and Andre had not arrived at Rose Villa as guests, but as servants hired by Madame Butterfly as cook and kitchen help. When the butler assigned Layla to Jianyu, the meticulous puppet maid, who operated according to program, had already determined that Jianyu and Andre were servants of the villa. Therefore, Jiangyu and Andre could naturally use this servant's passage. She leaned close to Andre's ear and explained everything, and he looked at her with a touch of admiration. Thanks to you, we're able to have this unimpeded access. Hee hee. Little Bones snorted proudly, hands on his hips. Who says the nobles of this era always unconsciously ignore the existence of servants? They rely too much on them, yet they don't pay attention to them. This is the legendary story of putting on a maintenance worker's uniform and carrying a ladder, and being able to pass through any place without any hindrance. Chapter 219. To prevent malicious intruders from outside the villa, the secret passageway door can be opened freely from the mansion side. However, entering from the hot springs or other exits in the valley is not so easy. The secret door was extremely hidden. From the outside, it appeared to be a completely sealed wall. Andre searched for a long time, but could not find a way to open it. Finally, he had to ask Layla for help. Layla raised her hand and waved it at the door. Her wrist and the magic circle on the door illuminated in sync, and a small door creaked inward. Andre lifted Layla's hand and took a look, discovering some kind of magical symbol embedded in her wrist. Aside from the puppet servants, who else has the token to open the door? Both the butler and the master have tokens. Layla continued, but she couldn't identify her master. She only recognized Butler Luke. This butler had never appeared before Andre. From Layla's description, he was likely a puppet butler, clearly not the same person as Butler Richard. Layla, take me to the flower pavilion in the back hills. Okay. Andre followed Layla to the pavilion to investigate the secret passage, while Takumi happily entered the bathhouse, clutching a large, soft, fragrant towel. Investigating the case was Andre's job, and Takumi's work for the day was done. Now it was time to relax. Madame Butterfly had plenty of money, and the villa's hot spring baths were readily available. Aside from the different hours for servants and guests, there were no other restrictions. Servants, like guests, can choose which hot spring bath they want to use. The only difference is that the servants have to clean the bath after use. However, Jianyu thinks this is not a big problem, and is completely acceptable. At home, she scrubbed the bones with a basin of water, and afterward, she had to clean any dirt she gotten. She had to do her own thing. Her employer had provided her with such excellent conditions, so naturally she had to follow the rules. The baths used by the nobles were different. The hot springs and showers here used running water. Natural underground hot springs and icy mountain river water flowed into the pool through two separate pipes, mixing to a comfortable temperature. Jiangyu first went to the small shower room and selected a bottle of fragrant alchemical shower gel. This shower gel also contained the black technology of alchemical magic. Even rubbing his hand bones would produce a flood of pink bubbles. Jianyu slathered his skeleton with a thick layer of foam, scrubbed it clean, and rinsed it with water. He immediately felt refreshed even to the cracks between his bones. The fumes from his previous kitchen work had been washed away, leaving his entire skeleton gleaming with a jade-like softness. Takumi took another dip in the hot springs. The sulfur-scented water soaked his bones, instantly evaporating even the coldness trapped in their cracks. Takumi felt incredibly comfortable, curling around the edge of the tub, blowing a few bubbles, and then surfacing again. A skeleton without skin or fat, its light weight didn't offer much buoyancy, making it difficult to float on the surface. But Takumi paddled around a few times, finding it quite amusing. With nothing else to do, she opened her skull, and pulled out the workshop's contact book, checking Nasha's message. Takumi wasn't at the restaurant today, so Nasha prepared the familiar dishes she already mastered. The workshop's main selling point today was simple meals. Rice noodle rolls, egg pancakes, braised food, and witch beer were the mainstays, achieving astonishing sales throughout the day. These dishes weren't overly expensive. Fortunately, the production costs were also low. They relied on a strategy of small profits, but quick turnover, primarily earning money from the local commoners and through word of mouth. Small sums added up, and by the end of the day, they were bringing in over a dozen silver coins, making it a safe bet. Jiangyo's plum jam had also been bought by Baron Newman's steward. This was an expensive commodity, exploiting the nobility. Although they had to split the profits with Holly, the advantage was the high price. Holly covered the entire purchase cost, so Jiangyu earned a profit with every can sold. It's easier to make money from the nobility. Jiangyu couldn't help but take out the small amount of money he earned today and count it carefully. To her, these nobles were like the aristocrats in ancient palace dramas, generous with their gifts to their servants. As long as they were happy with their food, preferably with rare and unheard of delicacies, giving them something to brag about, they give them a gold coin or two. If she kept working at this pace for a few more days, she might be able to buy the shop next door outright the moment she returned. However, to Jiangyu, money didn't discriminate between the rich and the poor. She wanted to make money from both the nobles and the commoners. It was just that the methods of making money were different. The nobles were the fat sheep with plenty of money, foolish, ready to be exploited. As for the poor, she didn't mind lowering her profits. She would work a little harder, sell more quickly, and sell at a lower profit margin, earning a reputation while also improving the lives of the common people. It was a good deed to accumulate merit. The food for the common people wasn't particularly attractive, but it was primarily delicious, affordable, and generously priced. Jiangyu made a small profit on every portion sold, so she couldn't lose money. The goods for the nobility were exotic, delicious, and reeked of wealth. Her shop was the only place to sell them. Aristocratic gentlemen who wanted to keep up with the latest trends had to pay her, and the high profits covered all her expenses. Equalizing the two, how could this not be a novel form of robbing the rich to help the poor? Jiangyu thought happily, and chuckled a few times. The eerie laughter echoed in the empty bathhouse, sounding a bit eerie. However, thinking of today's murder, Jiangyu felt a small sense of worry rising in his heart. A gathering of nobles instantly turned into a crime scene. I thought this only happened in mystery novels or comics. So, I should go ask Sister Yadra for those 10 gold coins tomorrow morning. What if this case gets bigger and bigger, and she's found to be the murderer? What will I do if I can't get the money? It sounded a bit heartless, but the work was done for the day. Even if one had a good relationship with the boss, one couldn't just work for nothing. Of course, Jiangyu sincerely hoped that this case had nothing to do with Sister Yadra. She soaked for a full 20 minutes, and when she felt a pleasant tingling sensation in her bones, she emerged from the water and wrapped herself in a large, fragrant, soft towel. The feeling was so blissful that she couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. When I have money, I'm going to get a big hot spring. Forget it, let's set a small goal for now, a bathtub. Chapter 220. Late night fell, and the lights in the villa gradually dimmed. Master, guests, and servants alike retreated to their rooms, and the vast villa gradually returned to its tranquility. The hallway was illuminated only by a few dimly lit magic nightlights. The mansion was dimly lit, and outside, a thunderstorm raged. The entire villa seemed immersed in an ancient, eerie terror. Squeak! Suddenly, a door in the hallway opened, and a man hurried out. He struggled to walk quietly through the dimly lit corridor. When he reached another door not far away, he hesitated for a few seconds, then, as if making up his mind, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. The knocks only rang twice, and before they could awaken the occupants of the surrounding rooms, the door was flung open, and a tall figure appeared. What's the matter? I know your secret. The man knocking on the door raised his head slightly, a sinister smile glittering from beneath his overly long bangs. Will you make a deal with me, Madam Butterfly? A tall figure stood at the doorway for a moment before opening it. Come in. The man entered the room triumphantly, as if his victory was certain. The door slowly closed behind him, and a magnetic and captivating voice rang out, alluring like a demon from hell. Let's talk. What do you know, and what do you want? Jiao slept soundly, and at 5 in the morning, she was woken again by the pecks of Xiaoyan Gao. She yawned loudly, got up, changed into her chef's uniform, wiped her face, and went to look for the housekeeper. Richard didn't know what time he woke up. When Jiangyu arrived in the kitchen, he was directing several tall puppet servants to bring in buckets of live shrimp. Yesterday, the butler had only prepared shrimp for the golden shrimp rolls at the dinner banquet, a mere 20 or so Jiangyu had to count them carefully. But today, with these buckets of live shrimp specially ordered, things were different. Shrimp dumplings, shrimp rice rolls, seafood porridge, everything was ready. I thought there wouldn't be any shrimp today because it was raining so hard. Jiangyu fished a shrimp out of the bucket to examine it, and was immediately splashed with water from the fresh, alive shrimp. Wow, so alive and huge. There's really no seafood in town today. But the master has his own fleet, the butler said proudly. These shrimp were freshly caught from the sea last night and brought down from the cliffs at low tide. In addition to these buckets of shrimp, there's also a bucket of fish and a bucket of crabs, also caught along the way. I wonder if the seafood I just brought up can be put to good use. Yes. Absolutely. After looking at the seafood, Jiangyu quickly wrote down today's menu. I saw some rice in the pantry. We can arrange for seafood porridge. She handed the menu to the butler and said with a stern face, by the way, since the dinner has concluded successfully and the guests are very satisfied, could you please settle the 10 gold coins first? Of course, I do my best to the end. Oh, of course. 10 gold coins wasn't a lot of money for the butler. He could make the decision himself and pay it on the spot. He wasn't worried that Jiangyu wouldn't do his job well. After all, he knew exactly how much the guests had tipped him yesterday. A good chef who could earn 15 gold coins in tips alone naturally wouldn't try to keep her company by stingy and splitting the payment several times. If he gave her the money directly and generously, she would do her job well for the sake of the tip. But if he had to find excuses to split even this small amount, he would be asking for trouble and turning a good cooperation into an offense. Satisfied with the money in his pocket, Jiangyu worked even harder. She thanked the butler and went into the kitchen to prepare her Cantonese pastries. Shrimp rice noodle rolls, red rice sausage, shrimp dumplings, barbecued pork buns, shrimp steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and seafood porridge. Add some baked egg tarts and some bubble tea. There's no doubt they'd be captivating these nobles, who haven't had a good meal many times. Andre walked with Layla for most of the night, not falling asleep until after 4 in the morning, exhausted. When he yawned and returned to the kitchen, it was already 8:30. The diligent little bone had already prepared most of the meal. Steam was puffing from the steamer on the stove. Small noodles in the wok were sizzling into golden sticks several times their original size, and a thick soup was simmering in the casserole. A rich, unfamiliar aroma wafted through the kitchen. Andre found it incredibly pleasant, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Good morning. Andre, would you like to try today's seafood congee with fried dough sticks? Takumi's eyes lit up at the sight of him. The food tasters had finally arrived. Yes. Andre decisively sat down at the kitchen island and gazed inquiringly at the unfamiliar dishes. What are these? Cantonese-style dim sum. Jiangyu brewed him a pot of black tea. Butler, we only have ordinary black tea here, but it tastes quite good. How can we have morning tea without tea? It's not as good as pu'er or jasmine tea, but it's just about right. She first served Andre a bowl of thick seafood porridge. It was made with the oil from fried shrimp heads. The rice grains were cooked until they were blooming, and a thick layer of rice glue floated on the porridge. The golden shrimp oil had seeped into the porridge. Paired with the sweet shrimp and crab meat, celery, chopped green onions, and a freshly fried, hot, greasy, and crispy fried dough stick, it was simply heavenly. We have limited ingredients. We don't have any preserved vegetables, and we didn't have time to marinate them. Jiangyu said with a hint of regret, but it's delicious enough. Andre had long since moved past the stage of doubting Jiangyu. Now, Little Bone had completely mastered his tongue and stomach. No matter what novel food was served, Andre instinctively assumed it would be delicious. The only difference was how delicious it was. One sip of the hot porridge was so delicious that Andre almost let his tongue slip down his throat. The sweet, warm porridge, brimming with the rich aroma of the ocean, exploded on his tongue like fireworks. The tender, springy shrimp and crab meat, the crispy celery, and the fragrant fried dough sticks created a wonderfully delicious texture. The rice had completely melted, making it effortless to drink. Even without milk or cream, it tasted even sweeter and more delicious than yesterday's creamy soup. The Principality of Huntington has a long coastline, so its people often enjoy seafood. But Andre had never tasted shrimp and crab so delicious, and without a fishy smell. Furthermore, Takumi had kindly removed the shells with his shelling magic. No more worrying about getting pricked by shrimp or crab shells while drinking porridge.